My name is San, a naturally indolent soul, embodying laziness to the ultimate degree. On my very first day at the Tianyin sect, I resolved to embrace a life of leisure, opting not to pursue cultivation, but to serve as a menial worker. As a menial worker, I was free from the burdens of seeking cultivation levels, engaging in social interactions, participating in assessments, embarking on perilous adventures, or dueling with others. All I needed to do was complete my daily tasks to ensure I had food and drink. However, misfortune seemed to follow me. On my first day at the sect, I inadvertently trespassed into a forbidden area and, driven by hunger, consumed the forbidden fruit of the divine tree. This tree, having matured over millennia, bears only a single fruit in its lifetime. Once the fruit falls, the tree dies. I had consumed it, inciting the wrath of the sect leader, who sentenced me to reflect upon my actions in solitude for 3,000 years. Thus, I became a forgotten speck of dust in the corner of the sect, and I was utterly delighted. Was this not the very life of leisure I had yearned for? Though monotonous, the scenery was exceedingly beautiful. Wild fruits grew abundantly, providing ample sustenance. In my leisure, I could enjoy the company of birds and beasts, tending to flowers and grasses. There is no greater joy in life than this. As for whether 3,000 years would suffocate me, what did it matter? After a century, I would simply grow old and pass away. Thus, day after day, year after year, I lingered. The sect leader changed time and again. Disciples came and went in waves. The forbidden area gradually became a neglected corner of the back mountain. Yet, the one thing that remained unchanged was my appearance. I realized that I seemed to have stopped aging. Had consuming the forbidden fruit granted me immortality. 3,000 years later, today, sect leader, the handholding event is prepared, reported an elder respectfully in the grand hall of the Tianyin sect. The sect leader nodded slightly. Have all eligible individuals been accounted for? They should be gathered by now, replied the elder, perusing a thick roster of sect members, confirming it repeatedly. The roster was categorized by various regions of both inner and outer sections. However, the Tianyin sect had undergone a tremendous transformation since the past. Many areas had been abandoned. Hence, although the records of those regions remained, they had been relegated to the end of the roster, with the information of the disciples inscribed upon them now rendered void. Just as the elder was about to close the roster, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, flipping the pages to a section near the end. The elder's gaze instinctively wandered over, his expression abruptly startled. Oh, it seems there's still a menial worker here. I had never noticed. Hearing this, the sect leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where? In the back mountain's neglected corner. The sect leader was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding. Is the recruitment office out of their minds? Why would they assign a menial worker to such a desolate place? The following day, congratulations to Outer Sect Disciple Daji Ba and Outer Sect Disciple Lu Rian for successfully holding hands. Boomed the presiding elder at the Outer Sect's matrimonial square, eliciting thunderous applause from the gathered disciples. The Tianyin sect was once the foremost sect in the northern region of Xianxiao continent, boasting over 1 million disciples and a wealth of talent. However, several centuries prior, the winds of the cultivation world shifted dramatically. Several sects that had once languished beneath the Tianyin sect suddenly rose to prominence, leading to a sharp decline in the number of young seekers. The Tianyin sect gradually fell to the bottom of the northern sect hierarchy. The previous sect leader, in a moment of inspiration, conceived the idea that if fewer people were joining, they could simply create more. Thus, the annual handholding event was born. Its purpose was to assist single disciples in finding suitable partners, subsequently engaging in dual cultivation and procreation. The more children produced, the more disciples would emerge, and naturally, the stronger the sect would become. At this moment, I, San, sat at one of the matchmaking tables, feeling utterly disinterested, contemplating the state of my toenails. Female disciples continued to enter and exit across from me. They came to sit down, drawn by my handsome visage and tall, athletic build, which fit the ideal appearance criteria for a partner among female cultivators. Yet they left due to, "What is your name?" One woman inquired. San. Your disciple level, spiritual root, cultivation level, and family? Menial worker, no spiritual root, no cultivation, no family. She shook her head and promptly departed. Goodbye. I couldn't even muster the energy to wave, lazily replying, "Take care, no need to say farewell." Before long, another approached. "Hello, handsome. May I ask how old you are?" 3,016 years. You must be joking. As time passed, every woman I encountered barely lingered for more than a minute. The exchanges rarely exceeded 3 sentences. Yet, this was precisely what I desired. After 3,000 years of obscurity, I was suddenly dragged from my secluded retreat by an elder from the matchmaking pavilion, coerced into attending the Outer Sect's hand-holding event. It was utterly absurd. A partner? What for? As a connoisseur of lethargy, why would I need a partner to cater to me, merely to fulfill some primal desire? I longed to recline, observing birds in the forbidden area, amusing myself with crickets, tending to flowers and grasses, and perusing the illustrated book Yellow Bottle Plum. How blissful that would be. Fortunately, as I watched the number of participants dwindle, I sighed in relief. The event was nearing its conclusion. Only 3 of us remained who had yet to hold hands. Myself, along with a man and a woman. The man was named Jang, the scion of the foremost family in the outer sect, clad in flowing white, exuding an extraordinary charm, the object of adoration for countless outer sect female disciples. The woman was Su Wanyun, once the brightest prodigy of the outer sect, now regarded as a waste. Her beauty was breathtaking, her figure graceful, her skin as fair as snow, with eyes that sparkled like stars. No man could resist her allure. However, from beginning to end, no one had chosen her as a partner. For all were aware that Su Wanyun was the object of Jiang Feng's affections. At this moment, Jiang Feng's gaze was steadfastly fixed on Su Wanyun, his eyes brimming with greed. Su Wanyun had repeatedly rebuffed his advances, even scornfully ridiculing him as worthless. Yet, fate can shift dramatically. Half a year ago, she lost all her cultivation, plummeting from the unattainable status of a saintess to that of a mere mortal. Now, she found herself summoned to participate in the outer sect's handholding event. There exists a rule stating that any female disciple summoned must choose a partner during the event, or else one will be assigned to her by the presiding elder. With no other options, she had no choice but to comply. To others, the answer was equally apparent. Ultimately, Su Wanyun could not escape her fate and would become Jiang Feng's plaything. How enviable and detestable. After all, even as a waste, her beauty remained unparalleled. Many would willingly trade years off their lives for a chance with Su Wanyun. Yet, the issue at hand was not merely one of longevity. Offending Jiang Feng would be a perilous endeavor. Cough, cough. Jiang Feng, do you wish to hold hands with Su Wanyun? Inquired the presiding elder, clearing his throat. With only 3 of us left, the process became straightforward, for choices were limited. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng responded emphatically, I am willing. The elder nodded and then turned to me. Qin-san, do you wish to hold hands? I lazily glanced at Su Wanyun, who indeed possessed an extraordinary beauty. To decline felt disingenuous. I thought, since there was no chance, I might as well agree. I also agree. Thus, the choice now lay entirely in Su Wanyun's hands. Su Wanyun, please make your selection. Otherwise, I shall personally choose a partner for you. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon her. Each individual held their breath, their gazes locked onto her. Even some sycophants were poised, ready to applaud Jiang Feng's anticipated success. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he took a confident step forward, envisioning Su Wanyun languishing in bed, at his mercy. However, after glancing at Jiang Feng, Su Wanyun's gaze ultimately settled upon me. I choose. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Marriage System. The voice of Su Wanyun resonated like celestial music, instantly igniting fervent discussions throughout the gathering. Once a figure of lofty disdain, the revered maiden Su Wanyun had finally taken a hand in marriage. Jiang Feng had pursued her for many years, only to be spurned time and again. In the end, however, it appeared she was destined to be with Jiang Feng, to share his bed and bear his children. Wait, what did she just say? Suddenly, the jubilant cheers and applause ceased abruptly. The disciples present, along with the presiding elder, were left in a state of bewilderment. Even Qin-san, who had been prepared to exit, bore an expression of shock and confusion. What are you doing, girl? Have you lost your mind? Why would you choose me? An ancient relic who could easily be your ancestor, over a talented individual? Of course, even if you were unaware of my age, I am merely a useless servant. Turning to his side, Qin-san observed Jiang Feng's complexion, which resembled someone who had just consumed an enormous quantity of fermented rice. It dawned on him that he had landed himself in a predicament. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself across the face. Why did he not simply refuse outright? Why did he utter the words of willingness? However, what he could not have anticipated was the sudden emergence of a sweet voice within his consciousness. Reminiscent of a young girl of 11 or 12, its melody lingering in his ears. Greetings, Master. I am your system assistant, Xiaowu. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring your first partner, thus activating the eternal marriage system and gaining the ability to replicate your partner's powers. Current partner, Su Wanyun, Fire Spirit Root, no cultivation. Mastery of techniques, Fire Sky Sword Technique, temporarily unavailable. Fire Blowing Palm, temporarily unavailable. Master, Qin-san, no Spirit Root, no cultivation, immortal body. Replication ability activated. Replicating Spirit Root and techniques. Spirit Root and techniques replication successful. Master's current status, Fire Spirit Root, no cultivation, immortal body. Mastery of techniques, Fire Sky Sword Technique. Fire-blowing palm. Henceforth, Master will be unable to cultivate actively. Cultivation can only be attained through the replication of your partner. The cultivation enhancement your partner achieves will be replicated at a rate of double. For instance, if your partner advances from 7th to 8th rank in spirit building, gaining an energy increase equivalent to the total energy of 20 gathering chi pills, you shall receive an equivalent to 40 gathering chi pills worth of energy, rather than double your partner's current spirit energy. Furthermore, any gifts bestowed upon your partner will be returned at a random multiplier based on the value of the gift, with a multiplier of 210 times. The returned items may only be utilized by you and your partner, and cannot exploit glitches. Gifts to your partner cannot be returned repeatedly. Master may enhance his cultivation and abilities by taking the hands of additional partners. As the ancient adage goes, behind every successful man stands countless successful women who have silently contributed. Thus, one must not abandon, mistreat, or harm their partner. Instead, one should cherish, love, and protect them to render life more exquisite. But what if my partner dies or chooses to sever our bond? Regardless of the reason, once the relationship with the Tao companion is severed, the Master will perish in a cataclysmic collapse of the system. This revelation caught Qin San completely off guard. In essence, did this mean he was bound to remain with this woman? However, one cannot deny that this so-called system was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be related to that forbidden fruit from 3 millennia ago? Thus, it could be inferred that the more Tao companions one had, the more formidable they became. And consequently, so did he. Yet, what did it mean for me to love, cherish, and protect my wife? Did it imply becoming a mere sycophant? Absolutely not. As he pondered, an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted in the arena, startling Qin San. He turned to see Zhang Feng springing to his feet, furiously confronting Su Wanyun. Wanyun, what do you mean by this? The presiding elder, witnessing the scene, immediately admonished, Zhang Feng, mind your tone. Fate is predetermined. Please respect everyone's choices. Zhang Feng clenched his fists, and despite his dissatisfaction, he forced himself to endure. Elder, I have pursued senior sister Wanyun with sincere devotion for many years. A sincerity that time itself can attest to. Even now, as she has become a mere shadow of her former self, I have not turned my back on her. Yet, she chooses a mere servant. This I cannot accept. I demand a reasonable explanation. The elder sighed softly in response. He too struggled to comprehend Su Wanyun's choice. While it was possible that Zhang Feng's intentions were merely carnal, for Su Wanyun, uniting with him seemed to be her best option. Among the hundreds of families within the outer sect, the Zhang family stood at the forefront, and he was once the prodigy, second only to Su Wanyun. Currently ranked first among the outer sect's youth, Zhang Feng's confusion was not without merit. Indeed, an explanation from Su Wanyun was warranted. Yet, Su Wanyun merely coldly uttered 3 words. He is bothersome. The moment the words escaped her lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Bothersome? That is indeed true. In the past, Su Wanyun had rejected Zhang Feng countless times, yet he persisted like an incessant fly. It was truly vexing. The elder, witnessing this, could not help but display his dilemma. Su Wanyun, you must think carefully. Qin San is merely a servant, not even a disciple of the outer sect. Choosing him will lead you to ruin. By staying with Zhang Feng, at least you could live a good life, and any children born thereafter would possess greater potential. Would you not reconsider? Unnecessary. Su Wanyun replied succinctly, and upon hearing this, the elder could only relent. Very well, since Su Wanyun has made her decision, I hereby announce that Qin San and Su Wanyun have successfully joined hands. They shall henceforth be Tao companions. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. This is utterly outrageous. How can this be? Zhang Feng was likely to be driven to madness. As Qin San sensed the tide turning against him, his heart sank. Was the elder truly up to something? Why was he granted a chance to reconsider, yet not afforded the same courtesy? Was it merely because he was a servant, devoid of rights? Very well, since circumstances had unfolded thus, he would have to clarify matters with this girl in due course. In any case, aside from creating beings, it is impossible to make him work. Qin San prepared to step down. Yet, just as he turned, he was halted by the presiding elder's call. Hey, wait a moment. Qin San, bewildered, turned back. The elder regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Since you have formed a partnership, you must exchange tokens of affection. It is the rule. Are you not a disciple of our sect? Qin San opened his mouth, thinking to himself, you little rascal. When I joined the sect, your ancestors were still in your ancestors' father's loins. Left with no choice, he could only halt his steps. Su Wanyun approached him, casually producing a small vial, and remarked, spirit-gathering pill. Qin San rummaged through his belongings, searching for something suitable. After a considerable time, he finally unearthed a stone. It was dull, irregularly shaped, yet its surface was surprisingly smooth, faintly revealing a jade-like quality. as if it had been polished for centuries. However, it was evident to all that it was just an exceedingly ordinary stone. "Here, a stone I picked up." At these words, the crowd erupted into laughter. Using a stone found on the ground as a token of affection at a hand-holding ceremony. This is truly a sight to behold. However, Qin San had no other options. After lying dormant in the forbidden area for 3,000 years, aside from cultivating various flowers and plants, he could only entertain himself with stones. Of course, only he knew that this stone was not an ordinary stone. It was a rare treasure transformed from the divine tree after its demise. Regardless of the severity of external injuries, a simple application of this stone could restore one completely within the span of a single incense stick, an incredibly useful item. Truly an essential for home and travel. Thus, the two exchanged their items before the gazes of onlookers. Yet, when Su Wanyun took the stone from Qin San's hand, the voice of Xiao Wu echoed once more. "Bestow upon your partner a piece of the heaven and earth creation stone, receiving a return of double the value." A fire element sacred level technique, divine flame sword intent. A sacred level treasure, the spirit concealing ring. In this realm, weapons, treasures, and techniques are classified into corresponding tiers: mortal, yellow, spirit, mysterious, earth, heaven, and sacred. However, earth level items are often rare and hard to come by, while those above heaven level are akin to legends. Astonishingly, what Qin San received was not only a sacred level technique, but also a sacred level treasure, surpassing the heaven level. As far as he understood, such items had not surfaced in over 10,000 years. Indeed, 3,000 years ago, neither the entire Tianyin sect nor the entire northern region possessed anything of the sort. This system is truly an explosive existence. Divine Flame Sword Intent is the pinnacle of fire element techniques. A master of this technique can merge the ultimate sword intent with the flames that consume all, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth. Under the same realm, it can crush all techniques below the sacred level. The Spirit Concealing Ring. It assists the wearer in masking their cultivation aura and spiritual root attributes, rendering even the most profound practitioners unable to discern their true essence through divine perception. The method of concealment can be controlled by the wearer. "May I inquire if the master wishes to extract the reward now?" Qin San instinctively replied, "Not for now." Although the items were impressive, he currently lacked the cultivation to utilize them. "Very well, should my master wish to extract items, simply state it. Until then, the items shall be stored within the system's space. The master may deposit or retrieve items at any time." Oh, how remarkably convenient, rendering spatial storage artifacts unnecessary. Returning to reality, Qin San felt a twinge of surprise. The stone he had just gifted to Su Wanyun was indeed called the Heaven and Earth Creation Stone. The very name exuded magnificence. No wonder, during their perilous foray into the Forbidden Zone, whenever he was bitten by insects or scratched by thorny plants, a mere rub of that stone sufficed to heal his wounds. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun cast a disdainful glance at the stone in her hand, nearly inclined to discard it. However, mindful of their current setting at the hand-holding ceremony, she begrudgingly tucked it away. Finally, the concluding segment had come to an end. Feeling the multitude of eyes and whispers converging upon him, Qin San was eager to depart. He secured the chi-gathering pill and turned away. For the gaze of Zhang Feng beside him bore the intensity of a lethal weapon. He wished to avoid trouble. Thus, Su Wanyun followed Qin San off the stage, departing the Fate Square side by side. "I can hardly bear this," Su Wanyun thought, incredulous that she had chosen to bind herself to a mere servant. How enviable and how infuriating. It truly felt like a grave injustice for that servant to gain the favor of a former saintess. The mere thought of a once revered maiden being consigned to the embrace of a servant left her breathless with anguish. "Hush, do not provoke Zhang Feng further." At that moment, Zhang Feng's complexion had turned a shade reminiscent of liver, evidently incensed to the utmost. Yet, constrained by the presence of the presiding elder, he refrained from pursuing them, as his intentions would be all too apparent. As Qin San and Su Wanyun stepped beyond the square, she coldly declared, "Very well, we shall part ways here. To follow me would invite peril." She was not attempting to frighten Qin San. Her circumstances were indeed dire. Half a year prior, she had ventured into the beast realm for training. Along the way, she encountered a group of outer disciples besieged by third-tier beasts, their lives hanging by a thread. With a compassionate heart, Su Wanyun valiantly fought against 10 foes to alleviate their plight. Unbeknownst to her, those individuals, seeking self-preservation, abandoned her without a second thought. Fleeing in cowardice, this betrayal left her outnumbered, forcing her to ignite her dantian, sacrificing herself in a desperate bid against the horde of beasts. Ultimately, she was left with a shattered dantian and severed meridians, rendered a mere shell of her former self, incapable of further cultivation. Yet, Her selfless bravery was met with scorn rather than recognition, earning her only derision and mockery. Those who once took pride in her achievements, the elders of her clan, callously discarded her under the pretense of conserving family resources. The close friends who had once stood by her side offered no consolation upon learning of her plight. Instead, they deemed her foolish, aligning themselves with her adversaries and reveling in her misfortune. Thus, Su Wanyun became an isolated figure, perpetually at risk of humiliation and degradation. Qin-san, having heard of these events during the hand-holding ceremony, felt not anger upon hearing her words, but rather a surge of sympathy. I comprehend your intentions. You fear that my fate may intertwine with yours, do you not? Alas, from the moment you chose me, our destinies have become irrevocably linked. You are well aware of the rules of the hand-holding conference. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun remained unmoved, stating, even so, I shall not be with you. Choosing you earlier was merely a tactic to hinder Zhang Feng and buy some time. With that, she prepared to part ways with Qin-san. However, Qin-san was not inclined to let her leave so easily. Wait, he called out. What more do you want? Su Wanyun's tone remained frosty, tinged with impatience. Qin-san feigned displeasure, saying, Sister Su, your actions are somewhat inhumane. I was merely a humble servant, without kin or enemy, and could have lived a peaceful life. Yet now, due to you, I have incurred Jiang Feng's ire. Regardless of our relationship, he is unlikely to spare me. Is this not a disservice to me? Must my life as a servant be disregarded and trampled upon? Su Wanyun was taken aback, a glimmer of guilt flashing in her eyes. She had not considered the repercussions. Her sole intention was to evade becoming Jiang Feng's plaything. What do you propose? She asked. I admit to having used you, but the situation has unfolded, and I am unable to protect myself. You following me would be of no avail. Qin-san sighed, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Sister, to be candid, since joining the sect, I have not had a proper dwelling and have been residing in a cave on the back mountain, suffering from inadequate food and sleep. Thus, I have come to terms with my fate. Since we are both unfortunate souls, allow me a few days of peace. Rest assured, without your consent, we shall merely be a couple in name. I shall not overstep my boundaries. Su Wanyun scrutinized Qin-san closely and, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, found reassurance that he harbored no ulterior motives. Is that truly all? She inquired. Indeed, that is all, he affirmed. Eventually, Su Wanyun's heart softened. Very well. You may reside with me temporarily. However, let me be clear. If my enemies come looking for me, I will not be able to protect you, as I am currently powerless. Not a problem. With Su Wanyun convinced, Qin-san finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed her to the tranquil mountain of silence, where she had taken refuge after being expelled from her family. However, as they stepped out of the Fate Square, they were met with the sound of approaching footsteps. A group of male disciples surrounded a striking beauty, making her way toward them. The woman, clad in a flowing pink gown, exuded an air of superiority. Upon spotting Su Wanyun, a mocking smile spread across her face as she approached. Qin-san, not oblivious to the situation, recognized their ill intentions. The character Tang embroidered on the woman's gown revealed her identity as Tang Youyou, the daughter of the Tang family, and Su Wanyun's former rival. Indeed, upon seeing them, Su Wanyun immediately attempted to turn back. Unfortunately, her efforts were thwarted as Tang Youyou and her entourage swiftly blocked her path. With a contemptuous glance at Qin-san, Tang Youyou spoke in a sarcastic tone. I wondered who would marry the infamous wasteful saintess. Turns out, it is merely a useless servant. A match made in heaven for two wastes. Chapter 4. Madam, where's the stone I promised you? Upon hearing Tang Youyou's words, the sycophants surrounding her began to echo her sentiments. Haha, the lady's description is indeed apartment. However, such worthless beings should not even have the privilege of appearing before you. Allow me to end their existence with a single stroke, sparing you the sight of their filth. No, no, no. It is quite a spectacle to see the once exalted Su Wanyun reduced to being a mere servant's companion. How delightful. I never anticipated that the illustrious Su would wed such a useless man. She might as well become my concubine. At least in bed, she could truly experience the vigor of a man. Oh, how I long to hear the exquisite sounds of the former saintess in her most intimate moments. Listening to their vile words, Su Wanyun's face turned icy, her beautiful eyes radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. Undoubtedly, a gaze can be lethal. They had perished countless times in her mind. How dare you? Have you been feasting on filth? The stench is unbearable. Suddenly, a scathing retort interrupted the crowd. All eyes turned to Qin-san, who stood defiantly. Tang Youyou gazed at him with disdain, mocking. Oh, what a man who knows how to protect his wife. Yet, do you understand whom you have offended? A worthless wretch dares to act tough before me? With that, her aura erupted, emanating the oppressive force of a ninth-grade condensation dam, causing Qin-san's complexion to pale and his breath to falter. In the Yunxiao continent, warriors ascend from mundane beginnings through stages of condensation, spirit building, spirit control, earth profound, and heaven profound, ultimately reaching the Xin sect to be deemed top-tier experts. Tang Youyou had once ranked third among outer disciples, far from the peak of Su Wanyun's former glory. However, now that Su Wanyun had become a mere shadow of her former self, she had smoothly ascended to the second rank, naturally emboldened by her newfound status. Enough, Tang Youyou, cease this at once. Su Wanyun's voice rang out, filled with fury, as she exuded a formidable presence. This was the residual spiritual energy lingering within her. While she could no longer wield her powers effectively, she could still exert some pressure. Observing this, Tang Youyou smirked coldly and retracted her aura. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. Although Su Wanyun was indeed diminished, a portion of her spiritual energy remained. Should she choose to unleash it in a desperate bid, it could still wreak significant havoc. The reason no one dared to challenge her thus far was precisely for this reason. Su Wanyun, I never expected this icy beauty to care for a worthless man. But how long can your dwindling spiritual energy sustain itself? You may protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime? You speak nonsense. My wife is not a waste. Qin Xin stepped forward, his brow furrowed in anger. In his heart, he began to devise a plan to aid Su Wanyun in reclaiming her former glory. The arrival of these people had made him acutely aware of the dire situation Su Wanyun found herself in. It seemed that every scoundrel wished to take a jab at her. If she could not swiftly regain her strength, he feared he would also suffer the consequences. At that moment, Su Wanyun gazed at Qin San, who, though pale and trembling, continued to glare defiantly at Tang Youyou, and a look of astonishment crossed her features. Despite being utterly useless, he exhibited a certain masculinity. Regrettably, a mere servant devoid of spiritual roots ultimately held little hope. You insolent fool, are you seeking death? A fierce glint flashed in Tang Youyou's eyes, as the esteemed second on the leaderboard. She could not allow herself to be insulted by a mere servant without delivering a lesson. With that thought, she reached for her sword. Humph, I merely spoke the truth. Qin Xin boldly stepped forward and remarked, if you doubt my words, would you dare to challenge my wife in the outer sect competition a month from now? A sudden silence enveloped the crowd, as if time itself had momentarily paused. Then, laughter erupted, with Tang Youyou and her entourage doubling over in mirth. Oh my goodness, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard, someone exclaimed, clutching their stomach in laughter. Despite the mockery, Qin San's expression remained unflinching. So what do you say? Surely, you are not afraid. Tang Youyou narrowed her eyes, silencing the laughter with a glance. With a sneer, she retorted, a joke. Am I afraid? I fear that your useless wife will shy away from the stage. As she spoke, her gaze deliberately shifted to Su Wanyun. Very well, it is settled then. A month from now, I shall await your esteemed presence on the arena. Come, let us depart. With that, Tang Youyou and her sycophants turned to leave, having come to witness Su Wanyun's companion and to humiliate her in the process. With their objective achieved and an unexpected delight on top, they left content. For what could a useless person challenge her with? At that moment, Su Wanyun coldly remarked, Qin San, you have overstepped your bounds. From now on, you are not to interfere in my affairs. Should you do so again, you may leave on your own accord. With that, she strode towards Silent Mountain. Qin San rolled his eyes behind her. Did she truly believe he was eager to assist her? Was it not merely the consequence of their current bond? He followed her, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure. This woman possessed quite an appealing physique. After 3 millennia of solitude, he found himself stirred by desire. Indeed, the age-old adage of beauty being a source of trouble held true. Before long, they arrived at a secluded area atop Silent Mountain, where 2 simple rooms awaited, one a storage space in front, and the other behind it, Su Wanyun's sleeping quarters. Originally, this had been the abode of a sect guard stationed there, but with no need for a sentinel, it had become vacant. When Su Wanyun was expelled from her family, she had only a few spirit stones left, sufficient merely to afford such humble lodgings. You shall reside in the storage room in front, without my permission. You are not to enter my quarters. Understood, Qin San replied as he watched Su Wanyun enter her room, then proceeded to tidy up the storage space. Once he finished, dusk had quietly cloaked the sky. Just as he was about to step outside for fresh air, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air, intoxicating the very essence of the mountain. What is she up to? Just then, a sudden scream shattered the tranquility. It's Su Wanyun. Has something happened? In a moment of panic, Qin San recalled the system's warning and hurried to the back room. To his astonishment, upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by an exceedingly alluring sight. Su Wanyun lay bare on the floor, her impressive bosom and her long, snow-white legs, along with the most enigmatic and enticing area, were all laid bare before him. In front of her stood a wooden tub, filled to the brim with water, the source of the enticing fragrance that had pervaded the air. Clearly, she intended to bathe. For reasons unknown, however, she had fallen. "Madam, what has happened to you?" Qin San approached, intending to lend her support. Yet, Su Wanyun quickly shielded her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. You must leave at once. Did I not say you were forbidden to enter my room without my permission?" With a sense of helplessness, Qin San replied, "I did not wish to intrude. I merely heard your scream and feared something was wrong." As he spoke, he quickly observed Su Wanyun's distress. Her lips were tinged with blue, her body trembled, and her forehead was slick with cold sweat, as if she was enduring some form of torment. "What is truly the matter?" Su Wanyun, with a melancholic tone, lamented, "Is it not because of you? The pressure you exerted in front of Tang Youyou accelerated my internal injuries. Now, I am devoid of any spiritual power." Upon hearing this, Qin San realized that her condition was urgent. Yet, the dilemma remained. How could he aid her in regaining her strength? If she were to remain powerless, would his system not be rendered useless as well? A sudden spark of inspiration struck him as he glanced at the wooden tub. If the heavenly creation stone could mend external wounds, could it not also heal Su Wanyun's internal injuries, restoring her spiritual prowess? Without regard for her protests, Qin San scooped her up and placed her in the tub. Su Wanyun's ears turned crimson with embarrassment. Alas, her weakness rendered her unable to resist his touch. Would he not take advantage of her vulnerability? "Madam, what of the stone I gave you?" Su Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. "The stone? I accidentally dropped it into the tub while disrobing. Why do you ask? Hurry and leave." At her words, Qin San immediately bent down to search the tub. After a prolonged search, he found nothing but a few strands of aquatic plants. "Why are there water plants in the tub?" Su Wanyun, on the verge of collapse, shouted with all her might, "Get out now? This rogue is clearly doing this on purpose." Chapter 5. An extraordinary phenomenon, the sacred body of the flame phoenix. At that moment, Qin San felt utterly innocent and helpless. He genuinely wished to assist Su Wanyun. With her spiritual power diminished and her last vestige of energy depleted, should her enemies come knocking, she would be defenseless, and he himself was nothing more than a useless being. If she were to perish, so too would he. What was to be done? In that instant, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, Su Wanyun instinctively grabbed Qin San, inadvertently slicing his arm. He winced in pain, retracting his hand. All right. Do not be agitated. I only wish to help you." "Help me? I would truly be a fool to believe you would bring me here. Just leave. I do not wish to see you again." With a splash, Su Wanyun hurled water at Qin San, delivering an ultimatum. With no other choice, he could only temporarily vacate the room. "Very well, I shall step outside and await your return," he said, closing the door behind him. Qin San was left utterly perplexed. Despite having thoroughly examined the bottom of the water bucket, he had yet to uncover the coveted heaven and earth creation stone. Was it possible that Su Wanyun had deceived him, casting it aside? How audacious of her to seize him. She was truly ungrateful, especially given that he was bleeding. Lost in thought, Qin San lifted his injured arm, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Where was the wound? Just moments ago, it had been bleeding profusely, yet now it had vanished. A sudden, astonishing notion struck him. Could the heaven and earth creation stone have melted into the water? When Su Wanyun splashed water on him, it must have touched the wound, facilitating its miraculous healing. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Thus, he resolved to wait outside, ready to rush in at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun stood before the closed door, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Although a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. That insufferable scoundrel. Indeed, a man's words were as deceitful as they were unreliable. Had she known, she would have left him to his own devices. Breathing heavily, she remained troubled by the earlier incident of being so brazenly exposed to him. However, her attention soon shifted as she sensed something extraordinary. A mysterious force began to emanate from the bucket, continuously mending her internal injuries and revitalizing her entire being, even restoring her shattered meridians. What was happening? In mere moments, her weakness dissipated, and her spirit surged to a level significantly higher than before. The once shattered Dantian now hinted at the possibility of rebirth. This revelation left her astounded, prompting her to cast aside distractions and focus intently on cultivating her energy, striving to absorb the enigmatic power within the water. Outside, Qin San did not pry into the scene within the room. Instead, he retrieved the Divine Flame Sword Intent Manual from the system. Bored, he contemplated perusing it, only to be interrupted by the system assistant, Xiaowu. Would the master like to learn this technique? The system can eliminate the need for independent comprehension, allowing immediate mastery. However, the master currently lacks the requisite cultivation to wield it. Is that so? Then I shall forego it, he replied. carelessly tossing the manual aside and lying down by the well to gaze at the stars. As he counted, sleep gradually overtook him, and the night passed in silence. At dawn the following morning, atop the tranquil peak, a resplendent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Su Wanyun, shooting skyward. In an instant, the heavens responded with a spectacular phenomenon. A fiery phoenix descended, staining the azure sky with deep crimson, enveloping the entire Tianyan sect. The spiritual essence within 100 miles surged like a tidal wave, coalescing into a colossal vortex above her, continuously pouring into her, transforming into pure spiritual power. In that moment, Su Wanyun's previously shattered dantian experienced a rebirth. The once depleted spiritual energy now surged through her limbs with the force of a torrential flood. Such an astonishing celestial spectacle soon drew the attention of the inner sect's higher-ups. The sect leader, peak masters, and elders rushed out of their halls, gazing skyward. The phoenix had descended. This phenomenon could only occur upon the awakening of a top-tier fire attribute sacred body. Could it be that a disciple of Tianyan sect was awakening a supreme fire attribute sacred body? Hasten to uncover the identity of the genius who has awakened such an extraordinary sacred body. I am determined to take them as my true disciple. After half an hour, the world has finally returned to normal. Although the strange phenomena have dissipated, the entire Tianyan sect is in a frenzy. Many disciples speculate about who could possess such unparalleled talent to awaken the sacred body. Who do you think it could be to possess such an extraordinary gift? In our Tianyan sect, the only ones capable of such feats are likely the few prodigies of the inner sect. Yet, the location of the fire phoenix's descent seems to be in the outer sect, does it not? At the summit of Jingyu Mountain, tranquility still reigns. In her room, Su Wanyun quietly opens her eyes. My goodness, I have awakened the legendary flame phoenix sacred body. It appears that the adage of surviving great tribulations leading to future blessings holds true. I am destined for greatness. Having thought this, she restrains her aura. To her astonishment, she finds that her cultivation has remarkably returned to the 8th tier of Dan condensation overnight. While it may not yet match her peak, awakening the sacred body means regaining that pinnacle is merely a matter of time. However, she does not feel elated, nor does she contemplate announcing it to the sect. She has long since grown indifferent to everything. Family honor, deep sisterly bonds, all mere trifles. Why should she grovel to those who once abandoned and mocked her due to her loss of cultivation? Ultimately, were they not merely driven by self-interest? If there is anything left in the Tianyan sect that she cares about, it seems only. Suddenly, the visage of Qin Sen involuntarily surfaces in her mind. She realizes that the changes occurring within her may very well be linked to the stone he had given her. Yesterday, she had expelled Qin Sen, and despite searching in the wooden barrel for a while, she found nothing. This leaves only one possibility. That stone is no ordinary stone. It inadvertently fell into the barrel and merged with the water. This is what caused the ordinary spirit-nurturing liquid to undergo such an incredible transformation. Could it be that he was truly driven away by me? The thought brings a twinge of guilt, prompting Su Wanyun to hastily leap from the barrel, don her garments, and push open the door. The next moment, she finds Qin Sen leaning against the well by her door, his mouth drooling, with a book of unknown origin lying on the ground. Has this fellow really been guarding my doorstep all night? In that instant, the icy fortress of Su Wanyun's heart seems to be touched by something. After a long pause, she lets out a soft sigh and murmurs, very well. Let him stay for now. Now that I have regained my cultivation, I possess the strength for self-preservation. Once my power is fully restored, it will not be a problem to care for him for a lifetime. Consider it a debt I owe him. Yet, she remains unaware that at this moment, a slight curve of a smile graces Qin Sen's lips. The stone of heavenly creation has indeed enabled Su Wanyun's recovery, and she has awakened the sacred body, inciting such a profound celestial phenomenon. Congratulations to the Master S partner Su Wanyun on her breakthrough to the 8th tier of Dan condensation and the awakening of the Flame Phoenix sacred body. The power of duplication has been activated. The Master receives a twofold enhancement in cultivation. The Master has transcended from the 2nd rank of ordinary physique to the 3rd and 4th ranks. The Master has also broken through from the 1st rank of condensation Dan to the 2nd and 3rd ranks. The Master has achieved the 1st rank of spirit building. Current status, peak of the 1st rank spirit building, Fire Root, Flame Phoenix Sacred Body, and the Immortal Longevity Body. The technique Fire Blowing Palm is available, as is the Fire Sky Sword technique. Incredible! He has effortlessly elevated his cultivation level while reclining. In one fell swoop, he transformed from a mere mortal without any cultivation to the pinnacle of the 1st rank spirit building. It is astonishingly faster than riding a rocket. Upon this realization, he ceased to feign sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Su Wanyun had intended to call out to him, but happened to see him awaken. You are awake. Qin Sen feigned confusion. Huh? How did I end up here? He added with a hint of embarrassment. I was worried about you yesterday. So I stayed outside the gate waiting for results and succumbed to sleepiness. Chapter 6. Sacred Level Techniques. Observing Qin San's oblivious demeanor, Su Wanyun could not help but feel speechless. Just moments ago, the celestial phenomena had been so extraordinary, yet he had slept like a log, truly a waste. However, based on his performance yesterday, it seemed he had some understanding of the stone's efficacy. After some contemplation, she could not resist asking, by the way, why were you in such a hurry to find that stone yesterday? Qin Sen did not conceal anything, replying, oh, I picked up that stone on the back mountain. I don't really know what it is, but I do know that applying it to wounds ensures rapid healing. So, I thought it might help restore your weakened state. Indeed, Su Wanyun had no doubts. If an ordinary person understood that the stone could heal a damaged dantian or even trigger celestial phenomena to assist someone in awakening their sacred body, how could they possibly give it away so casually? They would have used it for themselves long ago. This realization further deepened her sense of indebtedness to Qin San. With this thought, her gaze towards Qin San softened compared to the icy demeanor she had shown the previous day. Although still somewhat aloof, it was considerably gentler. At this moment, Su Wanyun wished to express her gratitude to Qin San, but felt it might seem abrupt and raise his suspicions. Thus, she quickly changed her words. By the way, you should stay here from now on. I do not know what you might need, but I can go to the outer gate and buy some things for you. Qin San furrowed his brow and shook his head. I don't really need anything. Perhaps you could bring me some books to read? Biographies, ancient tales, or such. He had no particular hobbies, but he enjoyed reading. After all, he had been confined for 3,000 years. If he did nothing, he would have bored himself to death. Thus, he had exchanged all his monthly allowance from the sect for biographies. Gardening, walking birds, battling crickets, and reading had constituted his daily life for these 3 millennia. Fortunately, the disciples who delivered meals and salaries changed annually, which meant that no one had ever discovered that he had spent 3,000 years in confinement. However, Su Wanyun was unaware of his circumstances and was quite astonished by his request. In this day and age, who still enjoys reading? Haven't you ever considered cultivating? Cultivating? Forget it, it's too troublesome. I prefer a laid-back life. Su Wanyun was at a loss for words. She considered that she had never encountered a man so content with his own mediocrity. No wonder this fellow, despite his striking handsomeness, received no selections at the handholding event. He truly struck a stroke of luck. Well, I understand now. Su Wanyun prepared to descend the mountain, but just as she took a step, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the book that Qin San had left behind on the ground. She picked it up and glanced at the cover. The Divine Flame Sword Intent Manual? Could this be a manual of cultivation techniques? Is this yours? Ah, indeed. I found it while performing menial tasks on the back mountain. But I cannot comprehend it. May I borrow it for a moment? Of course, you are my wife. After all, he chuckled. Su Wanyun initially intended to refute him, but found herself speechless. Forget it. They were indeed husband and wife, legally recognized by the sect. Let him call her as he wished. Qin San continued. The pages are filled with verses, none of which I can decipher. If you find yourself with idle time, feel free to study it. As Su Wanyun opened the manual, she was utterly astounded. It was indeed a cultivation technique. However, the complexity of the content on the very first page surpassed anything she had ever encountered. In an instant, she determined that the level of this technique was unimaginably high. This Qin San, could he have unearthed the tomb of some ancient ancestor? All right, I understand. Safeguarding the manual, Su Wanyun turned to descend the mountain. At that moment, Qin San couldn't help but chuckle. He had no doubt that Su Wanyun could discern the book's significance. It was evident she was intrigued. Yet, this was precisely Qin San's intention. With such a sacred-level technique, Su Wanyun's prowess would surely ascend at a breathtaking pace. After all, he could replicate it through the system later. Marrying a wife indeed has not disrupted my laid-back lifestyle. After Su Wanyun departed from Jingyu Mountain, she swiftly arrived at the Outer Sect's library to purchase several books that aligned with Qin San's requests. After bringing them to him, she sought a secluded spot within Jingyu Mountain. Previously, she had been deeply captivated by the Divine Flame Sword Intent Manual and intended to study it thoroughly. One must understand that, with her discerning eye, she could instantly recognize it as anything but an ordinary technique. It was undoubtedly of a significantly higher rank than anything she had previously cultivated. At this moment, as Su Wanyun turned to the first page, a character radiating an overwhelming aura, the character for sacred, met her gaze. Following that was a complex diagram illustrating the human meridian system. It depicted the flow of spiritual energy and the acupoints involved in executing the technique. This illustration utterly astonished Su Wanyun. It became clear that, in this continent, the level of a technique was determined by the number of acupoints through which spiritual energy flowed. The greater the number of acupoints utilized, the higher the level of the technique. When she had practiced before, she had engaged merely 20 to 30 acupoints. Yet, this divine flame sword intent manual astonishingly involved 200. My heavens! This was a sacred level technique that had not appeared in 10,000 years. Qin-san, is he defying the heavens? To have stumbled upon such an extraordinary treasure, she dared not contemplate further. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly a relic left behind by a formidable being who had perished in the back mountain of the Tianyuan sect during ancient times. All that remained was sheer astonishment. Su Wanyun felt her heart racing with exhilaration, prompting her to delve into her studies with fervor. Time flew by unnoticed, and before she realized it, darkness enveloped the sky. She closed the ancient tome, her brow furrowed in concentration. After studying for what felt like an eternity, she found herself utterly perplexed. The essence of this tome pursued an ultimate sword intent, a concept starkly different from her established martial philosophy. At that moment, a sudden surge of celestial energy violently coursed into her being. In mere moments, she unexpectedly transcended to the 9th rank of Dan condensation. How is it that I have broken through without actively cultivating? She pondered, recognizing her extraordinary fortune. The flame phoenix sacred body, which she had accidentally awakened the previous night, was undoubtedly among the highest echelons of sacred bodies. This thought led her to reminisce about Qin-san. Had he possessed even a modicum of luck, this opportunity would not have befallen her. She had inadvertently seized his chance, basking in the glow of his fortune. With this realization, she acknowledged the increasing debt of gratitude she owed Qin-san, one that seemed insurmountable. Fortunately, she was not one to forget kindness without recompense. Her gaze hardened with determination. Very well, since fate has intertwined our paths, there must be a reason behind it. Once I comprehend the divine flame sword intent, safeguarding Qin-san for a lifetime shall certainly not pose a challenge. With that resolve, Su Wanyun settled back into meditation, intent on mastering the divine flame sword intent. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Qin-san activated his cultivation replication ability. Dao companion Su Wanyun has broken through to the 9th rank of Dan condensation. Master has successfully replicated her cultivation. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the 2nd rank of spirit establishment. Wow, the Flame Phoenix sacred body truly lives up to its reputation, achieving a breakthrough so swiftly. Qin-san reclined on his bed, reveling in the moment. Cultivation? Not even a dog would do it. While dogs refrain, my wife cultivates. How splendid. Chapter 7 Madam. You have indeed inquired of the right person. 3 days and nights passed. Su Wanyun opened her eyes, murmuring, this divine flame sword intent is astonishingly profound. After 3 whole days, I have barely grasped 1% of the first move. The divine flame sword intent comprises 10 styles, each consisting of a single move. However, all 10 moves necessitate a singular foundation, sword intent. She was well aware of sword intent. Throughout history, sword cultivators have been categorized into 2 factions, the sword technique school and the sword intent school. The former advocates for intricate sword techniques, where complexity and extravagance often correlate with greater power. Conversely, the latter emphasizes spontaneity, eschewing complexity for the pursuit of the sword's essence, drawing profundities from the cosmos and manifesting the strongest power through simplicity. Yet, the sword intent school had vanished thousands of years ago, and sword intent had become a mere legend. Contemporary sword cultivators were predominantly from the sword technique school, leaving Su Wanyun bewildered after 3 days of grappling with the concept of sword intent and how to learn it. Perhaps I should return home for now, she mused as she rose to make her way to the mountain summit. It had been 3 days since she last departed, and she wondered what Qin-san might be up to in her absence. In front of the storage room, Qin-san reclined on a large rock, engrossed in a copy of Jade Putuan. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and immediately turned his gaze towards the mountain path. It was none other than Su Wanyun. Noticing the contemplative expression on her face, he surmised that she must have encountered some difficulties in her cultivation. My lady, why do you appear so troubled? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing, Su Wanyun replied, doubting that Qin-san could alleviate her inner turmoil. She casually asked, has anyone troubled you in the past few days? Not at all. It seems you've chosen a rather excellent and secluded location, Qin-san said with a bright smile. Nodding in agreement, Su Wanyun continued. Have you been reading the book I brought for the past 3 days? Indeed, I have a deep fondness for reading. I am not boasting, but given my intellect, I can claim to possess a fair amount of knowledge, if not omniscience, particularly regarding astronomy and geography, he replied, eliciting a chuckle from Su Wanyun. You certainly lack modesty. She teased. Huh, that's true, Qin-san replied, unaware that he truly was a polymath. Over the span of 3 millennia, he had read hundreds of thousands of books, particularly on the history of the continent and the legends of ancient powers, which he could recite with ease. At that moment, perhaps seeking to challenge Qin San's bravado. Su Wanyun instinctively asked, "Do you understand sword intent?" With a start, Qin San sat upright. "My lady, you have indeed posed the right question. Is that true?" Su Wanyun exclaimed, her expression one of skepticism. Yet, witnessing Qin San's earnest demeanor, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Could he possibly know? "Why would I deceive you? Do you not believe your husband?" He quipped. "Who acknowledged you as my husband?" "I mentioned that we are merely in name," Su Wanyun retorted, her cheeks flushing. At her words, a subtle smile graced Qin San's lips. "All right, it is merely in name then. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. What is it about sword intent that you wish to know?" Su Wanyun's interest piqued. "Everything. Speak of what you know." She had yet to comprehend sword intent herself and was unsure how to articulate her inquiries. Clearing his throat, Qin San began in an affectation of gravity. Ahem. Sword intent can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the freedom of expression. One must abandon conventional thinking, simplify traditional sword techniques, and forget fixed patterns to wield the sword as they wish. The second stage is the unity of man and sword. You become the sword, and the sword becomes you. To the untrained eye, the sword is merely a tool in your hand. However, in truth, it should be regarded as an extension of your body. As Qin San elaborated, he spoke with fervor. Initially, Su Wanyun wore a smile, akin to that of an audience member enjoying a jester-esque performance, contemplating how to counter his claims. Unbeknownst to her, as she listened, her expression gradually shifted. It was as if she had encountered profoundly shocking insights. Indeed, Qin San's discourse encompassed perspectives that contemporary sword practitioners had never contemplated. Though some notions seemed implausible, they were articulated with such clarity that they left no room for doubt, particularly as they were imbued with profound theoretical depth. This is certainly not something that can be fabricated casually. Now, the third phase, the most challenging one, is the heart sword. Once you master the first 2 stages, you may attempt to communicate with all things through your heart. At that moment, the sword transcends its physical form, becoming one with all existence. Everything can serve as a sword. With but a thought, you can manipulate all and unleash the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Su Wanyun was left in a daze, utterly devoid of any reaction. Even after Qin San finished his explanation, she remained in a state of stunned silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she regained her senses. You truly understand?" Qin San grinned and replied, "Haha, my lady, do you think I jest? As the saying goes, within books lie treasures. And within books are answers to everything you wish to know." Su Wanyun fell silent. She found herself at a loss for how to counter Qin San's assertions. However, upon reflection, she felt something was amiss. Fair as jade. How could such a thing be found in a book? Qin San promptly picked up a jade volume and flipped to a page to present it to Su Wanyun. Look, fair as jade indeed. It was an illustration of a beautiful woman, unclad, perched atop a man. Upon seeing this, Su Wanyun's face flushed crimson. Internally, she cursed the person who had sold her the book. She had merely inquired about the latest stories, and the librarian had handed her a pile of volumes. She had not examined them closely, only to discover they contained such lewd material. And to her astonishment, Qin San appeared to be thoroughly engrossed. "Rogue," she muttered under her breath, preparing to retreat to her room. Yet, Qin San called out to her, "My lady, you inquire about the sword intent. Could it be that you wish to learn? As far as I know, sword intent has been lost for over a millennium. Besides, weren't you bereft of your cultivation?" Taking a deep breath, Su Wanyun nodded. "To speak candidly, my dantian has been restored, and I intend to reforge my path in swordsmanship. In the past, I only understood sword techniques, but now I seek to tread a different road." Qin San observed the resolute expression on Su Wanyun's face and silently acknowledged her determination. However, he feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Really? My lady, you truly embody the spirit of the first saintess of the outer sect, even with your dantian destroyed. You can rise anew from the ashes. Since that is the case, pursue the path you desire. I shall always support you from behind." Su Wanyun regarded Qin San's earnest demeanor and felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Yet simultaneously, she experienced a warmth she had never known before. After a moment of silence, she nodded at Qin San. "Thank you." With that, she turned and entered the inner room. Watching her retreating figure, Qin San's face broke into a brilliant smile once more. "Hurry and grow stronger. Only then can I enjoy my laid-back life in peace." Chapter 8. Scavenging for treasures in the Forbidden Lands. In the days that followed, Su Wanyun secluded herself within her chamber until the dawn of the 4th day. Qin San heard a voice resonating in his mind. "Congratulations, master. Your companion Su Wanyun has comprehended the first form of the divine flame sword intent, burning wings of the inferno. The power of replication has been activated. Master has learned the first form of the divine flame sword intent, burning wings of the inferno. In that instant, a multitude of memories inexplicably surged within Qin San's mind. That was the profound understanding of swordsmanship that Su Wanyun attained while comprehending the techniques. Remarkable indeed. There is no need for arduous training, nor for the practice of martial arts. This system seems to be tailored precisely for me. Creak, the door swung open. Su Wanyun spotted Qin San engrossed in a book upon a stone. It was still that same volume of Jade Putuan. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Qin San a glare. Indeed, all men are lecherous. I shall be stepping out for a while. Do not venture anywhere until my return, lest you encounter Jiang Feng or my enemies. Furthermore, there is ample food in my room. Help yourself if you feel hungry. However, do not touch my personal belongings. If I discover you have, you shall face my wrath. With that parting admonition, she made her way down the mountain path. Qin San was uncertain of her destination, but he could surmise she was off to test her strength. Madam, I shall await your return at home. After a while, once Su Wanyun's figure had vanished completely, Qin San swiftly closed the Jade Putuan. Although he wished to remain idle, he was aware of an unfinished task that had been delayed for several days. Stretching lazily, he sighed, Alas, I can no longer live alone. The treasures left in the forbidden area must not be abandoned. And that fellow, I wonder if he has missed me during these few days of absence. Off I go. Half an hour later, in the secluded area of the outer mountain's rear, known as the Dead Corner. This name only emerged several centuries ago. It originally referred to the area where the Forbidden Zone lay. There was a cave, shrouded by dense vines, making it difficult to discover. This cave had served as Qin San's refuge for 3,000 years. Previously, an elder from the Marriage Fate Pavilion had found him there after much effort. Fortunately, he had been inside the cave at the time. Otherwise, had the elder traversed the cave and entered the true Forbidden Zone, the astonishing sights within would have exposed his painstakingly cultivated private garden. At this moment, as Qin San passed through the cave, it felt as though he had stepped into another realm, a veritable paradise. The ground was adorned with spiritual herbs, flowers, and trees, and the air was faintly imbued with a spectrum of colors, illuminating the entire space in resplendence. Gazing at the garden, Qin San was filled with regret and reluctance. Alas, from this day forth, I must bid farewell to this place. To prevent it from being discovered by others in the future, I must act preemptively. Over the course of 3,000 years, he had lived here, initially unaware of the anomalies. Gradually, he realized that every drop of urine and every excretion seemed to harbor a mysterious power, endowing the otherwise ordinary spiritual flora with an everlasting vitality. The commonplace trees had transformed into towering giants, laden with spiritual fruits. For instance, the jade leaves to his left, the 8-leaf clover to his right, and the spring tree before him all boasted ages of several hundred, even up to 1,000 years. Among them, the longest lived was a succulent that had sprouted from the spot where a divine tree had once stood, previously concealed beneath the stone of heaven and earth. Only upon removing the stone did Qin San discover its existence. It possesses 3 thick and plump fleshy leaves, resplendent in a chilling azure hue, exuding an aura of coldness even on the warmest of days, rendering the entire forbidden area refreshingly cool. He remains unaware of the identity of this mystical herb, yet it shares his longevity, having reached the venerable age of 3,000 years, with each leaf manifesting after a millennium. In this realm, even the most commonplace of spiritual herbs and flowers become valuable once they surpass 5 centuries in age. Moreover, the vast majority here boast millennia of growth. Although Qin San does not engage in cultivation, rendering these treasures somewhat useless to him, they may indeed prove beneficial to Su Wanyun, should he bestow them upon her. He could also receive a return from the system, a far better outcome than allowing others to seize them at a bargain. Of course, aside from these spiritual flowers, herbs, and trees, Qin San is accompanied by an irreplaceable companion. Cici, come forth. I have a question for you. I am relocating and shall not return. Will you accompany me or remain here? Suddenly, a slender white serpent burst forth from the flower bed, measuring about a foot in length. It swiftly slithered up Qin San's pant leg and coiled around his ankle before climbing to his shoulder. Its tiny head bore 2 large, shimmering eyes, adorned with long, delicate lashes, exuding an irresistible charm. However, this was no ordinary serpent, for it possessed the gift of speech. Hey, Qin San, where have you been? I haven't seen you for days. And what was that you said about leaving? Why? Its voice, sweet and innocent, resembled that of a 3 or 4-year-old girl. Qin San replied, I've gotten married, and henceforth, I shall be with my wife. Are you coming with me? Cici was taken aback, exclaiming, What? You've actually married? You heartless creature. No way. I must follow you. You think you can abandon me? Dream on. Qin San rolled his eyes and said, If I truly wish to abandon you, why would I return? Now, wait here while I gather the treasures from this place. With that, he began to collect the herbs. In a short while, he had harvested all the spiritual flowers and herbs over 500 years old into his storage bag. The spiritual trees were too large to carry, so he only took the spiritual fruits. Cece gazed at their gradually barren home with a heavy heart. Yet she understood that these treasures were the result of Qin San's efforts and could not be left to others. Without these spiritual flowers and fruits, what shall I eat in the future? 2,000 years ago, Cece was merely a serpent egg, nearly devoured by an eagle that had carried her here until Qin San rescued her. Out of sheer boredom, he mimicked a hen incubating eggs and, to his astonishment, managed to hatch her. Subsequently, he fed her with the spiritual herbs, flowers, and fruits from this place. Gradually, Qin San discovered that Cece, like him, had become ageless. Then, 6 months ago, Cece unexpectedly began to speak, almost leading Qin San to believe she had evolved into a spiritual beast. Yet, apart from her ability to speak and a bit of venom, she possessed no other remarkable abilities. Soon, Qin San completed his gathering, storing all the items within the system space. He had a storage bag, but none compared to the convenience of the system space, which could be accessed with a mere thought. Cece pouted, "Hey, what will I eat from now on?" Qin San touched his nose and said, "How about some spirit stones? Aren't you quite fond of them?" Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you still have spirit stones? Haven't you exchanged all your salary for books over the years?" For me, acquiring spirit stones is as easy as pie. This was not mere boasting on Qin San's part. Just from the spirit herbs and flowers he had gathered earlier, selling even a single one could elevate him to the status of a wealthy individual. However, as the man and the serpent conversed, the vines concealing the cave entrance were suddenly cleaved apart by a sword. This startled both Qin San and Cece, who had just reached the entrance. Cece, reacting instinctively, leaped from Qin San's shoulder and bit the chest of the person entering with a swift motion. Accompanied by a melodious cry, a stunningly beautiful woman tumbled into the cave, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 9. I am here to help you with your addiction. Looking at the enchanting woman who had instantly fallen unconscious, Qin San was momentarily frozen in place. He had initially thought he was being hunted by Jiang Feng's henchmen, who had followed him here to execute a covert assassination. However, upon seeing this woman, who appeared to be in her early 30s, adorned in opulent attire and wielding a sword that shimmered with an ethereal glow, it was evident she was no ordinary outer sect disciple. Typically, such individuals belonged to prominent families or held significant positions within sect organizations. They could not possibly be Jiang Feng's subordinates. At that moment, Cece returned to Qin San's shoulder, timidly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was startled and didn't mean to." Qin San did not blame her. After all, he too had been taken aback. Nevertheless, the ensuing situation was somewhat troublesome. Cece, lacking any cultivation, possessed a naturally occurring and formidable toxin. 1,000 years prior, a third-tier flying demon beast had descended into Qin San's garden, lured by the spirit fruit of a forbidden area. Coincidentally, it almost landed on Cece, triggering her instinctive reaction. As a result, when Cece bit down, the third-tier demon beast was rendered paralyzed. Despite enduring for 3 days, it ultimately succumbed, leading Qin San to prepare a roast from its remains. A third-tier demon beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the spirit establishment realm, and in reality, it was significantly more powerful. The woman before him, having been bitten, had lost consciousness in an instant. Her cultivation level was at most that of an early-stage spirit establishment. If left unattended, she could survive only a day or 2 at most. No, she cannot die here. Should her body vanish without a trace, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Outer Sect's law enforcement division. He had heard tales of various mystical artifacts used by the law enforcement division to trace scents. If they eventually traced it back here, it would spell trouble. After all, for the past 3,000 years, he alone had lingered in this place, leaving behind his aura and traces of life. In that case, he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. "Cece, stay hidden in my embrace and do not come out." With that, Qin San tore at her clothing. Unbeknownst to him, the breathtaking sight before him left him momentarily awestruck. Although Qin San was a rather indifferent individual, incapable of feeling excitement about anything, he was still a man. He harbored his own desires. While he would never actively pursue a woman, facing such a stunning beauty right before him, to claim he felt no reaction would be sheer hypocrisy. Qin San swallowed nervously, testing the sensation with a sparkle in his eyes. "Remarkable," he then admonished. "Cece, look at the trouble you've caused." However, upon hearing this, Cece's face instantly contorted with grievance as she retorted, "You must be mistaken. How could I possibly?" Her figure was naturally endowed, after all. "Oh, is that so?" Qin San continued to explore the sensation, his gaze fixed intently for a considerable time. Indeed, it appeared to be true. If there were any swelling, the The bitten side would undoubtedly be larger than the untouched side. Yet, both sides of the woman were symmetrical and full, exquisitely fair and delicate. Well, I suppose I misjudged you, he conceded, inhaling deeply as he leaned closer. You smell divine, a rich scent of milk. Is that from the bath? Soon, the toxins within the woman's body began to dissipate, and she gradually regained consciousness. However, as her eyes fluttered open, she sensed someone brazenly trespassing upon her. What are you doing? You lecher, cease this at once. In her struggle, she quickly realized her body was devoid of strength, leaving her to lie helplessly on the ground, subject to his indignities. Stop, you fiend, I shall see you dead. As her words fell, Qin-san lifted his head, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Hey, beautiful. Don't wrongfully accuse me, all right? You can't possibly be unaware of your own poisoning? At this, the woman paused, her memories beginning to resurface. Ah yes, earlier. She had stumbled upon a hidden cave, her curiosity driving her to venture inside. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest as if something had bitten her, and she fell unconscious. Could it be that he was genuinely saving me and not violating me? Lost in thought, she glanced back at the man, noticing the remnants of black blood at the corners of his mouth. Lowering her gaze to her chest, she indeed found 2 small bite marks. Trust blossomed within her, and a blush crept across her face. I am truly sorry, benefactor. I was not fully aware and misjudged you. I hope you can forgive me. Qin-san shrugged nonchalantly. See, I didn't deceive you. Just bear with it a little longer. I haven't finished yet. With that, he lowered his head again, returning to the spot where he had left bite marks. The woman, feeling bashful, could only cover her eyes with her hands, making it seem as though Qin-san was engaged in something unspeakable. Yet, one could hardly blame her. Her upper body was completely exposed, leaving her most intimate privacy laid bare before him. Any woman in her position would feel utterly mortified. Fortunately, Qin-san's skill was swift. In a matter of moments, he completed the process of detoxification. When he tasted the blood in his mouth, no longer bitter but a faint milkiness mingled with a hint of iron, he realized his task was done. All right, you are fine now. Upon hearing this, the woman, her face flushed crimson, quickly wrapped her clothing tighter around herself. With gratitude brimming in her eyes, she addressed Qin-san. Thank you, kind benefactor, for saving me. Qin-san waved his hand dismissively, feigning generosity. Oh, no need for thanks. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Then, unable to resist probing further, he asked, by the way, beautiful, what brings you here? Although the possibility of her being sent by Jang could be largely dismissed, Qin-san felt it was imperative to ascertain her identity. The woman, upon hearing this, could not help but offer a wry smile, confessing, to be frank, I am the captain of the outer sect law enforcement. Recently, some disciples encountered a mysterious beast attack on the back mountain, which is why I am here to conduct an inspection. By a stroke of coincidence, I stumbled upon this cave, only to be bitten by an unknown venomous creature. As she spoke, a delicate blush adorned her cheeks, recalling the humiliating experience of succumbing to the poison once more. Meanwhile, Qin-san was struck with a wave of apprehension. Goodness, this woman is actually the captain of the law enforcement. How fortunate it was that I saved her. Otherwise, my worst fears might have come to pass. Realizing this, he decided it best to take his leave. Since everything seems to be in order, I shall take my leave now, he stated, wishing to avoid any entanglements with the law enforcement. However, the woman suddenly called out, Wait, please. Qin-san halted, turning back to her. What is it, beautiful? My name is Yuxiangning. May I know the name of my benefactor? She inquired. Instinctively, Qin-san was about to reveal his real name, but reconsidered, thinking it wiser to adopt a pseudonym. I am He Chuan, he replied hastily before departing the cave. Yuxiangning remained rooted in place, her mind swirling with embarrassment over the earlier incident. After all, she was still an unwed maiden. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to the handsome youth named He Chuan. As she pondered, she stepped out of the cave, only to find that Qin-san had already vanished, leaving her uncertain if she would ever see him again. Suddenly, a bird swooped down swiftly and landed on her shoulder. Upon retrieving it, she discovered it was a messenger pigeon carrying a letter. Opening it, her expression shifted as she read, Why does one yin need a premium 8-leaf grass, and one that is over 500 years old? On the path from the back mountain to the outer sect, Cece asked from her perch on Qin-san's shoulder, Where are we headed now? We're off to procure some spirit stones. Otherwise, the harvested spirit herbs and flowers will not suffice for your meals, he replied. It was well known that Cece had depended on the spirit herbs cultivated by Qin-san in the forbidden area for sustenance. Thus, he had no need for spirit stones previously, exchanging them all for books. However, circumstances had changed. He could no longer grow them and had to provide Cece with spirit stones. Moreover, with a wife who had been expelled from her family, The demand for spirit stones would inevitably rise. He felt a sense of responsibility to contribute. As the saying goes, let the wife handle the cultivation, while the husband handles the finances. A partnership like this would surely stabilize their relationship. As for where to obtain spirit stones, Qin San had already devised a plan. The outer sect had a treasure pavilion that specialized in auctions. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangning had just returned from the back mountain. Still reflecting on the sensations of her earlier experience, how embarrassing yet undeniably pleasurable it had been. What am I thinking? She mused. Wan Yun requires a premium 8-leaf grass. I must find a way to procure one for her. Recently, her niece, Su Wan Yun, had sent a message via pigeon, requesting assistance in locating a premium 8-leaf grass aged over 500 years, though she had not specified its intended use. However, Yu Xiangning pondered that since Su Wanyun had been cast out from her family and had not contacted her for such a long time, her sudden plea for assistance must be of great significance. Thus, she hurriedly made her way to the back mountain to find her. Su Wanyun, having lost her parents at a young age, had been deprived of both maternal and paternal love. Fortunately, she encountered her aunt, Yu Xiangning, who had become a widow shortly after marriage, and this was when she truly began to experience the warmth of a motheress love. Yu Xiangning single-handedly assumed the role of a mother, nurturing Su Wanyun to adulthood. Consequently, even after being expelled from her family, Su Wanyun maintained a bond with Yu Xiangning akin to that of mother and daughter. However, after Su Wanyun's banishment, they were forced to lose contact. It was not that Su Wanyun did not wish to reach out, but rather that if the family discovered their communication, Yu Xiangning would face the repercussions from the Su family. At that moment, Yu Xiangning had searched through half of the outer sect. Unfortunately, even the herbal pavilion, which specialized in the sale of spiritual herbs, did not possess the rare 8-leaf grass of over 500 years. In her view, since the herbal pavilion did not have it, the only place in the entire outer sect that might procure such a scarce herb would be the treasure pavilion, which specifically hosted auctions. Upon arriving, Qin Sin noticed a notice posted at the entrance announcing that an auction would take place in 1 hour. He held no interest in the auction and immediately sought out the section that purchased treasures. Do you buy spiritual herbs here? He inquired. The steward in charge of acquisitions was momentarily taken aback and replied, we do buy them, but only those that are rare. We do not accept ordinary ones. What about 8-leaf grass? Of course, we do not accept 8-leaf grass. Are you jesting with me? The stewardess' displeasure was evident, and he contemplated sending Qin San away. All right, don't disturb me, just leave. However, Qin San's next words left him utterly astonished. I am referring to the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass. What, 1,000 years? Are you joking? Qin San replied earnestly, I am not jesting. As he spoke, he produced a 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass from his storage bag. The stewardess' eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, such a large 8-leaf grass. It truly is 1,000 years old. Qin San smiled and said, I did not deceive you. Did I? The steward looked up at him with a mix of astonishment and respect. He then examined the 8-leaf grass in Qin San's hands closely. He had seen 200-year-old 8-leaf grass, which was already remarkable, but this specimen was several times larger. Upon touching it, he could easily sense the rich spiritual energy within its stem and leaves. It was undoubtedly 1,000 years old. Consequently, he altered his tone and respectfully addressed Qin San. Please wait. Such a treasure is beyond my authority to appraise. I must summon our young lady for verification. Qin San urged. Oh, please hurry. I am pressed for time. Shortly thereafter, the steward returned, accompanied by a woman, a breathtaking beauty whose veil could not conceal her stunning visage. Miss, this is the person selling the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass. The veiled beauty nodded and gracefully approached Qin San. Upon seeing the 8-leaf grass in his hands, her deep, beautiful eyes instantly revealed her shock. This is truly 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass. This is simply incredible. It is important to note that the growth cycle of the 8-leaf clover is remarkably brief, often wilting within a span of mere months to a few years. However, certain rare elixirs necessitate the use of exceptionally aged 8-leaf clovers. For instance, the Awakening Spirit Pill, which enables individuals to awaken their spiritual roots, as well as enhancement elixirs suitable for practitioners at or above the earth profound realm. This situation renders younger 8-leaf clovers virtually worthless, while those aged over 500 years become a rare commodity with no market presence. Of course, this phenomenon is not exclusive to the 8-leaf clover. Many lower-tier spiritual herbs face similar predicaments. Herbs with lower ages lack value, whereas the high-aged ones, due to their scarcity, hold immense worth. Therefore, when the masked beauty beheld the millennium-aged 8-leaf clover in Qin San's possession, her expression was one of profound astonishment, even more exhilarating than encountering a high-grade weapon or artifact. After all, while such items may be rare, there are invariably individuals within sects who possess them. However, A millennium-aged 8-leaf clover is truly a rarity that may not grace the world for years. Well then, what do you say? Will you accept this millennium 8-leaf clover? Observing the masked beauty in a state of shock, Qin San, apprehensive that this treasure might be undervalued, hesitantly probed further. Yes, of course I will. Lin Shuer took a deep breath, finally regaining her composure, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Lin Shuer. To be honest, this is my first time witnessing a millennium-aged 8-leaf clover in person, so I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretion. Qin San, disinterested in pleasantries, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, since you are interested, may I inquire how many spirit stones you are willing to offer? Lin Shuer, pleasantly surprised by his eagerness, smiled. It seems this gentleman is quite eager to make a deal. Is there a problem? Are you concerned about my intentions? Shaking her head, Lin Shuer replied, not at all. Our treasure pavilion has a rule that we do not question the origins of items. As long as I desire the object, regardless of whether it was stolen, seized, sold, or consigned here, there is no need to worry about other matters. Oh, is that so formidable? To boast such a principle indicates that the treasure pavilion possesses an impressive background, Qin San mused. However, I assure you, my millennium 8-leaf clover has a legitimate origin and was not acquired through theft or robbery. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly intrigued by Qin San. I see. Let us return to the matter at hand. I shall not conceal from you that our treasure pavilion has never previously acquired a millennium 8-leaf clover. We did once procure a 300-year-old one, which was priced at 15,000 spirit stones. Yet, your specimen, being a millennium in age, holds far greater value. Therefore, should I acquire it directly, I am prepared to offer 50,000 spirit stones. What do you think? 50,000 spirit stones? Is it truly that expensive? Qin San was taken aback upon hearing Lin Shuer's offer. He had anticipated a sale around 1,000 or 2,000, only to be confronted with such an astronomical figure. After all, the annual salary of an errand worker in the Tianyin sect amounts to merely 100 spirit stones. 50,000 would require 500 years of labor. Even for an ordinary inner sect disciple, relying solely on their salary, it would take decades. However, as someone who has lived for 3,000 years, he was not one to be dazzled by wealth. The treasure pavilion was adept at auctions. Lin Shuer is undoubtedly a shrewd merchant. As the saying goes, there is no business without cunning. Her willingness to offer 50,000 for the item clearly indicates that she anticipates a greater profit. Chapter 11. The Grand Auction. At this moment, Qin San displayed no signs of excitement. Instead, he grasped the millennium 8-leaf grass and presented himself as if preparing to leave. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Lin Shuer became anxious. Wait, does the young master believe my bid is too low? Qin San pouted, of course. This is the millennium 8-leaf grass. I doubt there are many in the entire sect who have even laid eyes on it. 50,000 is far too low. Lin Shuer furrowed her brow, taken aback that this seemingly youthful lad of merely 15 or 16 possessed such acumen. No, I must not miss this opportunity. 80,000, if the young master is willing. I will purchase it for that amount. The young master is aware that this is merely a spirit herb and has yet to be refined into a pill. Thus, a higher bid would truly exceed its normal value. However, I can offer you another option. Entrust us with the auction of this 8-leaf grass. But be warned, the final auction price may surpass 80,000 or fall significantly below it. Additionally, the treasure pavilion will retain a 20 commission. Lin Shuer gazed intently at Qin San, seemingly eager for his response. Upon hearing her words, Qin San revealed a hint of hesitation. He pondered that this individual, CC, had an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming dozens of spirit fruits in one sitting, while a single spirit stone paled in comparison to a spirit fruit. This indicated that CC would have a substantial demand for spirit stones in the future. Therefore, it was evident that possessing more spirit stones would be beneficial. 80,000 was not an insignificant sum, yet it fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he had dozens of low-grade spirit herbs, each aged a millennium, totaling in the thousands. He decided to test the waters with this one. Very well, I choose to auction it. Upon hearing his decision, Lin Shuer broke into a radiant smile. She preferred the auction route over purchasing outright, for acquiring it would require her to part with spirit stones without knowing the future resale value. Conversely, through auctioning, the commission would be a mere bonus. Moreover, the millennium 8-leaf grass had never before graced the outer sect, and it might not have appeared more than a few times in the history of the Tianyin sect, surely generating considerable buzz and enhancing the treasure pavilion's reputation. Well, since the young master has chosen to auction, please proceed to the VIP room and wait a moment. Coincidentally, an auction is about to commence, and I shall present this millennium 8-leaf grass as the grand finale. Qin San, eager for the event to begin, readily agreed. Thank you very much. Soon, the steward escorted Qin-san to a private VIP room with a window that provided a splendid view of the entire auction hall. There, he awaited the commencement of the auction. Indeed, it wasn't long before people began to enter the venue, and to Qin-san's surprise, among the first batch was a familiar face, his rival, Jiang Feng. As the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng's status was undoubtedly significant. Upon entering, not only was there someone to guide the way, but they also settled into the foremost row of seats. Meanwhile, at the bustling entrance of the treasure pavilion, a graceful figure made her entrance into the venue. It was Yu Xiangning, who had come with hopes of fortune. Yu Xiangning had contemplated that if she could not acquire the 500-year-old 8-leaf grass at this auction, then the entire outer sect would be devoid of it. Captain Yu, you have arrived as well. Are you here for the auction? Allow me to guide you, a voice called out, belonging to the steward of the treasure pavilion. As the captain of the law enforcement division of the outer sect and the daughter-in-law of the Su family, Yu Xiangning was a person of some standing, known to many. She smiled and nodded. I appreciate your assistance. As luck would have it, just as Yu Xiangning took her seat, Qin-san, standing by the window of the VIP room, spotted her. Oh, what a coincidence. The milk fragrance girl has also come. At this moment, the auction hall was filled to capacity, the atmosphere as fervent as a volcano on the verge of eruption. The host gradually approached the stage, raising the auction hammer high, and passionately announced, esteemed guests. The auction officially begins. The first item for bid is the mid-tier yellow-level martial art, golden spirit sword technique, starting at 500 spirit stones. Each bid must be in multiples of 500 spirit stones. Instantly, the voices of bidding erupted from the audience, igniting the atmosphere. I bid 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. Generally, the martial arts that outer sect disciples could learn were often of the mundane level, valued at no more than 500 spirit stones. Only the offspring of affluent families could access yellow-level techniques, or above. Nevertheless, high-tier yellow-level martial arts were effectively the pinnacle for outer sect disciples. Hence, this mid-tier yellow-level technique incited fierce competition from the outset. Eventually, the golden spirit sword technique was secured by the patriarch of a minor family for 5,500 spirit stones. The host announced again, the second item for bid is a bottle of 3-star pills from the inner sect S pill tower, the body fortifying pill, starting at 2,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be in multiples of 500 spirit stones. The body fortifying pill could instantaneously enhance a warrior's physical defense for about 3 minutes. Due to its significant protective and life-saving effects during a warrior's trials, it was highly sought after. I bid 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 5,000. No one shall compete with me. Amidst the fervent bidding, Yu Xiangning's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Although she had not harbored great hopes of encountering the 500-year-old 8-leaf grass at this auction, the display and bidding of each item still left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Before long, the body fortifying pill was sold for 8,000 spirit stones. The third item was a high-tier, yellow-level weapon, the iron cutting blade. In the Tianyan sect, sword users were numerous while those wielding blades were few, rendering quality blades rare. It was promptly claimed by a disciple from a family specializing in blade techniques for 12,000 spirit stones. Unbeknownst to her, they had arrived at the 8th item. It was a low-tier fire-type spiritual technique, Flame Dragon Break. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly elevated to an extraordinary level. Among the entire outer sect, there were scarcely over 100 individuals possessing spiritual-level techniques, all of whom were the pillars of their respective families. The starting price for the Flame Dragon Break was set at 20,000 spirit stones, with a minimum bidding increment of 1,000 spirit stones. I bid 23,000. My Tang family offers 26,000. I raise it to 28,000. Silence. Enough of your nonsense. My Lu family bids 30,000. Then my Tang family raises it to 33,000. Scram. My Wang family bids 40,000. You're full of nonsense. Lu family, 50,000. The price of spiritual level techniques had long surpassed what ordinary outer sect disciples could afford. Consequently, those participating in the auction were primarily well-known families within the outer sect of the Tianyan sect. With many disciples possessing fire spiritual roots, fire techniques were immensely popular. In a brief yet intense bidding war, the price escalated to astronomical figures in the eyes of the common folk. 61,000 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? If not, I shall bring down the hammer. The host surveyed the crowd and, seeing no further bids, began the countdown. Bang. 61,000 once. Bang. 61,000 twice. One last chance. As the third strike of the hammer approached, the head of the Lu family wore a smug smile, seemingly eager to prove the might and wealth of his family. Unbeknownst to him, A voice suddenly pierced through the air. Jang family, 70,000. Chapter 12, A Sky-High Bid. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing that the bidder was none other than Jang Feng, the heir of the Jang family. Goodness, it's the Jang family. Truly formidable. 70,000 spirit stones, without a flicker of an eye. Only the Jang family could manage such a feat. The expression of the Liu family head darkened instantaneously. Had it been anyone else, he might have considered further competition. However, upon realizing it was Jang Feng, he ultimately relinquished any thoughts of countering the bid, knowing full well that his modest Liu family stood no chance against the Jang family's might. Very well. Since there are no further bids, the flame dragon break now belongs to young Master Jiang. Congratulations. In her seat, Yu Xiangming had entirely given up and was preparing to leave. After all, if the treasure pavilion had nothing, the entire outer sect would likely be devoid of any treasures as well. At this point, she could only seek assistance from her superior, hoping to find something in the inner sect. If not, there would be little she could do. Though Su Wanyun had merely mentioned it in her letter, asking her to keep an eye out, Yu Xiangming still felt a twinge of guilt. After all, half a year ago, the Su family had callously expelled Su Wanyun, and she had been unable to offer any help. Thus, she had longed to do something to make amends for Su Wanyun. However, just as she was about to rise in disappointment, the host suddenly raised his voice, announcing, "Next, we shall present the piece de resistance of today's auction. This is an unparalleled treasure, something you could never imagine. It is the exquisite 8-leaf herb. Aged 1,000 years. The starting price is 40,000 spirit stones, with a bidding increment of 5,000. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere erupted in an instant. With gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the crowd, all eyes fixated on the stage. Could it be? 8-leaf clover? A millennium old? Is this for real? Even a 200- or 300-year-old 8-leaf clover is exceedingly rare, let alone one that has existed for over 1,000 years. Such a specimen could only emerge from millions of plants. Yu Xiangming's eyes widened, brimming with shock and delight. She could hardly believe her fortune. She wished for an 8-leaf clover, and here it was, manifested in a form far more prestigious than she had ever imagined. At that moment, seated in the VIP room, Qin San observed the crowd's reaction with a sense of private satisfaction. It seemed that his decision to auction this 8-leaf clover was indeed a wise one. It might very well fetch an astronomical price. Although 8-leaf clovers over 500 years old have limited applications, they are essential materials for certain unique elixirs. The Millennium Great Clover could significantly enhance the efficacy of these potions, including one known as the Awakening Spirit Pill. An Awakening Spirit Pill crafted from a 500-year-old clover can only randomly awaken a single spiritual root in an individual lacking one. However, a pill made from a Millennium 8-leaf clover could enable someone who has already awakened a spiritual root to awaken a second one, thus becoming a dual spiritual root wielder. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, as dual roots not only double the cultivation speed, but also allow the mastery of 2 attribute-based techniques. Nevertheless, the probability of awakening a second spiritual root is minuscule, which discourages most cultivators from spending exorbitant sums for such a slim chance. The demand primarily comes from those who have yet to awaken a spiritual root, much like Qin San had been before. 50,000 spirit stones. A representative from the Tang family was the first to bid, his voice imbued with determination. Yu Xiangming gritted her teeth and countered, 55,000 spirit stones. The Tang representative snorted dismissively, raising the bid without hesitation. 60,000 spirit stones. Yu Xiangming did not falter, responding with 65,000 spirit stones. The bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 80,000 spirit stones in no time. Sweat had begun to accumulate in the palms of Yu Xiangming's hands, her heart racing violently within her chest. Each increment in the bid intensified her anxiety. After all, the total sum of spirit stones she possessed barely exceeded 100,000. Should the bidding surpass her limit, she would find herself in a predicament. A Millennium 8-leaf clover, missed once, would be nearly impossible to encounter again in this lifetime. And indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. The Tang family seemed to have an immense interest in this 1,000-year-old clover, and before long, the bid soared to 130,000 spirit stones. Yu Xiangming clenched her jaw and boldly declared her maximum offer, 140,000. 140,000? Although it was a 1,000-year 8-leaf clover, it was still just a spirit herb, not yet an elixir. This was outrageous. Who on earth was that woman? In the VIP room, Qin San was utterly bewildered. This woman had come solely for the 8-leaf clover. Had he known she desired it, he would have gladly gifted her a few. At this moment, Yu Xiangming's palms were slick with sweat. Her spirit stones represented her entire fortune. painstakingly amassed through years of solving murders within the outer sect. To spend it all in one go was undeniably a source of heartache. Even the sum of 140,000 spirit stones constitutes a considerable fortune for the entire Su family. However, the pressing concern lies elsewhere. She is apprehensive about whether these 140,000 spirit stones can actually be expended. As anticipated, her greatest fears soon materialized. After the host struck the gavel for the first time, a representative from the Tang family gritted his teeth and raised the bid by an additional 10,000 spirit stones. 150,000. In an instant, the hall erupted with thunderous applause. Goodness, has the Tang family gone mad? 150,000 for a single spiritual herb. It is rumored that Tang Youyou of the Tang family has a useless brother who, at 14, has yet to awaken his spiritual roots. The plight of parents everywhere is indeed heart-wrenching. Although the Tang family wields considerable influence in the outer sect, producing such a hefty sum of spirit stones in one go signifies a significant investment. There is no doubt that the Tang family aims to acquire this millennium-old 8-leaf herb to concoct a spirit awakening pill, assisting Tang Youyou's brother in awakening his spiritual roots. 150,000 once. The host's voice pierced through Yu Xiangning's heart like a dagger, leaving her pale and despondent. Cursed be fate. Must she ultimately let this opportunity slip away? 150,000 twice. The host brought down the gavel for the second time. Yu Xiangning's heart sank, believing she would inevitably miss out on the 8-leaf herb. Little did she know, in the next moment, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke up. 200,000. The entire venue fell into an astonished silence, all present taken aback by Zhang Feng's exorbitant bid. The representative of the Tang family turned ashen, nearly exploding in outrage. But upon realizing the opponent was Zhang Feng, he swallowed his words. The Zhang family is the foremost clan in the outer sect, despite the Tang family's strength. They cannot contend with the Zhang family, and were thus compelled to concede defeat. At last, the host's gavel came down forcefully. 200,000 spirit stones once. 200,000 spirit stones twice. 200,000 spirit stones thrice. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Zhang for acquiring the millennium-old 8-leaf herb. Thus, Zhang Feng successfully secured the 8-leaf herb. He rose with pride, grasping the box containing the herb, his gaze sweeping across the hall until it settled on Yu Xiangning. She, too, caught sight of him and paused momentarily, realizing that he had noticed her presence long ago. Regrettably, her aversion to Zhang Feng surpassed even that towards Su Wanyan. This disdain stemmed from an incident 2 years prior when she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Zhang Feng and several of his followers. At that time, the 15-year-old Zhang Feng appeared charming but was, in truth, a complete libertine, expressing a desire to seduce her, claiming she possessed more femininity and maturity than Su Wanyan. His lewd remarks were not only superficial but also shockingly explicit. How outrageous. She later confided this incident to Su Wanyan, which only intensified Su Wanyan's disdain for Zhang Feng. Soon after the auction of the millennium-old 8-leaf herb concluded, the event drew to a close. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhang Feng deliberately quickened his pace to approach Yu Xiangning, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Xiangning, consider this millennium-old 8-leaf herb as a gift from me. Chapter 13. The Outer Sect Trial Tower. What? A gift for me? I perceived your profound need for this rare herb. Hence I took the liberty of acquiring it from the Tang family on your behalf. Yu Xiangning was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the box presented by Zhang Feng. Her heart filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would purchase the 8-leaf grass specifically for her. Of course, the intention was painfully obvious. It was merely an attempt to strengthen their relationship. This was not the first instance of such overtures, as she had previously rebuffed his advances. However, considering that Su Wanyan required this particular 8-leaf grass, she found herself wavering. Zhang Feng, is your claim genuine? 200,000 spirit stones is no trifling sum. Zhang Feng replied with a smile, though 200,000 spirit stones is indeed substantial, I can manage it. I only hope that Aunt Xiangning will grant me this opportunity. Yu Xiangning fell into silence. To accept would mean incurring a debt of gratitude to Zhang Feng. Yet to refuse would render any future encounter with such a rare 8-leaf grass a distant prospect. After weighing her options, she reluctantly made a decision that went against her better judgment and accepted. Thank you, Zhang Feng. This millennium-old 8-leaf grass holds great significance for me, and I shall not refuse it any longer. However, please allow me to offer you my spirit stones as payment for this herb. I shall return the remaining sum to you at a later date. As she spoke, she retrieved her storage pouch and extended it towards him. Yet, Zhang Feng had no intention of accepting it. His objective was to ensure that Yu Xiangning owed him a favor. Aunt Xiangning, you jest. How could I accept your spirit stones? Assisting you is my honor. With that, his gaze involuntarily wandered over Yu Xiangning's ample figure before he turned to depart. His ambitions extended beyond Su Wanyun. He harbored desires for Yu Xiangning as well. In fact, a significant portion of his pursuit of Su Wanyun was motivated by his desire to also win over Yu Xiangning. Yu Xiangning, unaware of this subtlety, intended to chase after him and force the storage pouch into his hands, but by the time she realized, Zhang Feng's silhouette had already vanished from her sight. Meanwhile, Qin San observed the entire exchange from the VIP room. He had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would gift the millennium-old 8-leaf grass to the fragrant maiden. Did this fellow, besides pursuing Su Wanyun, also harbor inappropriate intentions towards her? It seemed plausible, as from his perspective, Yu Xiangning's beauty was not significantly inferior to that of Su Wanyun. On the contrary, she possessed an allure that exuded the charm of a mature woman. While he pondered this, Lin Shuer entered the VIP room, her face radiant with a smile that even a veil could not conceal. Congratulations, young master. It appears your choice was indeed astute. I never imagined that this millennium-old 8-leaf grass would fetch such a staggering price of 200,000. After deducting the share for the treasure pavilion, the total was 160,000 spirit stones. Please accept them, young master. She handed Qin San a storage pouch, brimming with spirit stones, which left him momentarily dazzled. This sum should suffice for CC for quite some time. Simultaneously, he realized his current worth. Undoubtedly, if he were to auction all the spirit herbs acquired from the Forbidden Grounds, even at an estimated price of 50,000 per herb, his spirit stones would still be sufficient to rival a sect's wealth. Thank you, Qin San said, securing the storage pouch, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Lin Shuer. Young master, please wait. Is there something else? Qin San inquired. Lin Shuer smiled gently and handed Qin San a black card with golden edges. Young master, this is the black gold card from my treasure pavilion. The bearer is regarded as a distinguished guest of our establishment. I only hope that if you ever wish to part with treasures such as the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass, you will seek me out first. At that time, I can reduce the auction commission to 10%. Of course, you may also choose to sell it directly to me. I assure you, I will offer a satisfactory price. Qin San held the black gold card, astonished. You bestow upon me VIP treatment without even knowing my identity? Lin Shuer shook her head with a smile. You see, our treasure pavilion does not concern itself with identities. We only value the treasures. Since you are capable of presenting the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass, you must be no ordinary person, although there is an element of chance involved. From the very first glance at you, I sensed your extraordinary bearing. Thus, I believe our paths will cross again. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, Qin San couldn't help but feel a touch of self-mockery. Extraordinary bearing? In what way could I possibly appear extraordinary? Nevertheless, he refrained from declining or explaining. Given CC's unique circumstances, he would indeed likely frequent the treasure pavilion. After securing the black gold card, he nodded at Lin Shuer. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Lin Shuer in a state of astonishment. Not long after Qin San exited the treasure pavilion, the steward appeared beside Lin Shuer. Miss, why did you so casually give the black gold card to that individual? At his words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Shuer's profound eyes. Do you truly believe that an ordinary person could acquire something as rare as the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass? Even if they did, would they have the audacity to present it at our treasure pavilion's auction? Moreover, to learn that I am willing to offer 50,000 spirit stones and still choose to auction it instead, do you not find that highly illogical? Upon hearing this, the steward furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping something, yet not entirely comprehending. Miss, do you mean to suggest that this young man is remarkable? However, Lin Shuer chose not to elaborate further, leaving behind a statement laden with meaning. Who can say? Meanwhile, upon acquiring the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass, Yu Xiangning promptly made her way to the outer sect's pigeon hall. She then paid a certain amount of spirit stones to rent a carrier pigeon. She carefully wrapped the storage pouch containing the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass and secured it to the pigeon's leg. Next, she produced a handkerchief imbued with Su Wanyun's scent and placed it before the pigeon's beak. The pigeon sniffed a few times before taking flight. It turned out that this was no ordinary pigeon, but rather a bird demon with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. After undergoing specialized training, it could assist in delivering letters or items. Within the confines of the sect, its delivery success rate was nearly 100%. If the recipient was temporarily in a sealed environment, the pigeon would patiently wait until the individual appeared, only returning to the sender after a month of waiting without success. As the pigeon took off, it quickly locked onto the scent's direction and soared rapidly towards a certain location within the outer sect. At that moment, the outer sect's trial tower awaited. Su Wanyun appeared at the foot of the tower, adorned with a veil. The trial tower was established by the esteemed leader of the Tianyin sect, serving as a training ground for outer disciples under the age of 20. Much like the mystic beast realm, However, in contrast to the latter, the trial tower offers a relatively safer environment, permitting the use of pseudonyms upon entry. This ensures the secrecy of her restored dantian and regained cultivation. At the entrance of the tower, an elderly sentinel was tasked with registration. Once her name was recorded, he issued a special token, granting her access within. The tower comprises 20 levels. The token holder's ascent and duration would be duly noted on the accompanying subtoken. The sentinel could then monitor the challenger's progress from outside via the corresponding master token, facilitating the recording and ranking of achievements. The last challenge Su Wanyan undertook was 2 years prior, during which she bravely surpassed the 8th level, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion at the 9th. Her previous record placed her first among the outer disciples. However, her standing had since changed, now relegated to 3rd place. With Jiang Feng in 1st and Tang Youyou in 2nd, both of whom also halted at the 8th level, albeit with slightly faster completion times than hers 2 years ago. Su Wanyan had 2 intentions for her visit today: to test her current limits and, concurrently, to reclaim her rightful first position. Chapter 14. The masked man and woman. At this moment, Su Wanyan stood before the special age testing stone and, after assessing her bone age, registered under the pseudonym Qin Yun. Drawing from the surname of Qin San, she was unaware of why this name came to mind, attributing it merely to her deeply ingrained traditional values, hence adopting her husband's surname. However, shortly after she entered the tower, another figure emerged at its base, Qin San himself, also veiled. His purpose for the day was not to achieve a remarkable ranking, but simply to assess the prowess he had acquired through imitation. "Excuse me, are there any requirements to enter?" he inquired. The sentinel responded, "Is this your first time?" "Yes. Simply register any name, real or fictitious, and then undergo the age test." Qin San was taken aback. It can be that simple? This was indeed advantageous, alleviating his concerns about revealing his identity. "Obey," he declared. The elder promptly noted this in his thick ledger and proceeded to test Qin San's age. The rankings within the trial tower were categorized by age groups. Otherwise, comparisons would lack significance. However, when the age testing stone displayed the result, the elder was left bewildered. 999? Is it malfunctioning? The stone indicated 999 because its testing capacity was limited to that number. Yet, for the sentinel, such a figure was inconceivable, as the oldest sect leader was merely in their 200s. Although Qin San was veiled, the visible parts of his face suggested he was merely 15 or 16 years old. The elder conducted several tests, all yielding 999, ultimately resigning to the conclusion that the age testing stone was indeed broken. "How old are you?" he finally asked. 16. "I surmise it is quite similar." The elder, without suspicion, recorded the details on the roster and presented Qin San with a token. "As it is your inaugural entry, allow me to elucidate the rules briefly. Upon entering, you may remain for a maximum of 7 days. Should you find yourself on a particular level, simply return to the previous one to rest. When the time elapses, the mother and child token will activate a special formation, subsequently transporting you out. At that juncture, I shall rank you according to the information inscribed within the token. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties and deem it impossible to continue, you may call for withdrawal, and the token will also facilitate your exit. During the trials, the consumption of any elixirs is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, your achievements will be rendered null and void. Additionally, should you ascend to the top of the leaderboard or break a record, a reward awaits you. That is the essence of it. You may now proceed." The elder guarding the tower swiftly recounted the rules of the trial tower before leisurely returning to his seat. "Thank you." Qin San secured the token and stepped into the trial tower with a leisurely gait. However, at that moment, the elder guarding the tower silently shook his head. The challenges within the trial tower are exceedingly formidable. Without sufficient strength, even the first level may prove insurmountable. Having guarded the tower for 30 years, he had witnessed countless presumptuous disciples falter within. First-time entrants often enter with smiles, only to emerge in tears. With that thought in mind, he approached the age-measuring stone, tapping and probing it before finally testing himself. 66. Why is it normal again? Meanwhile, as Qin San entered the first level of the trial tower, he was suddenly assailed by a fierce gust of wind. Fortunately, he appeared calm on the surface while already on high alert. In an instant, he evaded the incoming strike. Once fully immersed in the first level S space, Qin San discerned his opponent, a human-shaped mechanical puppet. The puppet was rudimentary in design, its body composed of wood and a smattering of metal, with a distinctive spirit stone embedded in its chest serving as its source of spiritual energy. The aura emanating from it suggested a cultivation level of the first stage of qi condensation. However, not far away lay the remnants of another mechanical puppet, seemingly discarded only recently. It appeared that someone had entered just before him, leaving the remnants of the previous puppet uncollected. This trial tower holds intrigue. The first level features a puppet of the first stage of chi condensation, and as one ascends, not only will the number of puppets increase, but their strength will also progressively escalate. The difficulty will rise exponentially. His curiosity was piqued. Boom. With a single punch, Qin San shattered the spirit stone in the puppet's chest, causing it to disintegrate into fragments. Now a second stage spirit builder. He found dealing with such a puppet to be a trivial task. Soon, the door to the second level swung open with a resounding crash. Qin San ascended the staircase with an air of ease. Below, the elder guarding the tower, utilizing a special artifact, detected this development and could not help but display a look of astonishment. I had not sensed his presence before. It seems he is quite formidable. However, the challenges will only intensify from here. He may not endure for long. Meanwhile, Su Wanyan successfully defeated the puppet of the second level. The puppets on the second level have reached the second rank of condensed Dan, and there are 2 of them. This is precisely why the trials within the tower become increasingly arduous as one ascends. With each level, the challenges multiply in difficulty, not only in terms of strength, but also in the number of puppets encountered. Yet, with Su Wanyan having attained the 9th rank of condensed Dan and awakened the sacred body of the Flame Phoenix, even 2 second-rank condensed Dan puppets pose no challenge. The gate to the 3rd level opens. As she steps forward, the door still ajar, she hears the sound of the gate to the 2nd level opening below. Oh, is there someone behind me? Rather than dwell on it, a spark of competitiveness ignites within her, prompting her to hasten her pace toward the 3rd level. This time, 3 third-rank condensed Dan puppets materialize. The difficulty escalates once more, yet for Su Wanyan, it remains as effortless as slicing through vegetables, presenting no pressure whatsoever. Ultimately, she conquers the challenge with merely 3 simple moves. The door to the 4th level swings open. She glances back toward the staircase and notices the door to the 3rd level remains still, leading her to surmise that the individual trailing behind her has likely failed. A hint of smugness graces her features. Humph, think you can catch up to me? It won't be that easy. She then sits cross-legged to recuperate her energy. However, at that moment, the sound of the 3rd level gate opening echoes from below. Immediately, a masked man wielding a sword appears. Crack, crack, crack. The space of the 3rd level trembles as the floor in the center opens a gaping maw, allowing 3 new puppets to rise from below. Su Wanyan is taken aback. Realizing her pursuer has indeed caught up, she abandons her rest and swiftly enters the 4th level. The door to the 4th level promptly closes behind her, leaving the masked man and the 3 puppets behind. The man is none other than Qin San. A woman? Quite impressive to have reached the 4th level. Observing the shattered remnants of the 3 puppets on the ground and catching a fleeting glimpse of the woman unscathed, Qin San deduces that her strength must be formidable. This stirs within him a tinge of competitiveness. After all, he stands at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank in spirit building, surpassing even his wife, who is hailed as the holy maiden of the outer sect. If he cannot surpass an unknown woman, what worth does he possess? Chapter 15, a record broken. Boom. With a single sword strike, the 3 puppets are instantly obliterated. He employs the technique Fire Sky Sword Art, which he had copied from Su Wanyan, a high-grade yellow-level martial art. Thus far, its power appears commendable. With that, the gate to the 4th level opens once more, and Qin San strides onto the 4th level. He immediately witnesses the scene of the masked woman engaged in combat with 4 puppets, 2 of which are swiftly reduced to fragments. What? She passed the 3rd level so quickly? At this moment, Su Wanyan, amid her battle, displays a look of astonishment. She never anticipated that the masked man, who had been slower than her, would catch up. Crack, crack, crack. The mechanisms within the tower shift. With Qin San's arrival, 4 additional puppets emerge in the space. Yet these puppets seem capable of discerning their adversaries and do not launch an assault on Su Wanyan. Instead, they all rush towards Qin San. Faced with 4 4th-tier condensed Dan puppets, even Su Wanyan had to expend extra effort. However, just as she anticipated that the masked man would fall into a fierce battle, she suddenly sensed a powerful fire attribute aura erupting from him. Instantly, a series of crackling sounds ensued. Su Wanyan had just defeated the 3rd puppet when she turned around, her expression shifting dramatically. The 4 puppets adjacent to her had been completely vanquished by the masked man in a single encounter. Fire Cloud Sword Technique. How could he possibly master it? Moreover, the way he wielded that sword earlier bore a striking resemblance to my own technique, as if a hint of sword intent had infused his strike. Astonished, the door leading to the 5th level swung open. The masked man swiftly traversed the space and reached the entrance. He then cast a provocative glance towards the masked woman before ascending the staircase, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Su Wanyan felt a surge of anger. How could she be so belittled? It seemed she had no choice but to showcase her true abilities. Fire Cloud Sword Technique. Boom. With a single swing, the powerful fiery sword energy cleaved through the remaining puppets effortlessly. The door, which had just closed, swung open once more. Humph. The 5th level was guarded by 5 5th-tier condensed Dan puppets, and passing through would not be so simple. If I were to exert just a tad more effort, I could undoubtedly surpass that individual. Yet upon entering the 5th level, she was left dumbfounded, gazing at the chaotic remnants of puppets strewn across the ground. Su Wanyun's eyes were filled with shock. The 5th level housed 5 5th-tier condensed Dan puppets. It had taken her half a minute to conquer them previously. Yet, from the moment the masked man surpassed her to her arrival at the 5th level, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Was the man even more formidable than she had imagined? Deep in thought, the newly emerged 5 puppets had already locked onto her. Before she could ready herself, they launched a fierce assault. How infuriating. I will not be defeated by him. Su Wanyun understood that from the 5th level onwards, she could no longer afford to be careless. To outpace the masked man, she had to be swift and decisive. Fire blasting palm. Fire cloud sword technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the air was filled with smoke, and flames soared skyward. With all her might unleashed, even the 5th-tier spirit-building puppets struggled to withstand her brilliance. They were swiftly shattered and incinerated. Nevertheless, it still took her around 20 seconds. In terms of speed, she remained significantly inferior to the masked man. This makes no sense. I am already incredibly fast, several times quicker than I was 2 years ago. Who else in the outer sect, aside from Jiang Feng, could achieve such speed? Could that man be Jiang Feng? Impossible. Jiang Feng was flamboyant, eager for everyone to admire him, and would never conceal his identity to enter. Perhaps he had merely mastered some special technique. With this thought, Su Wanyun felt somewhat reassured. After all, the puppets in the first 5 levels did not possess attribute attacks and employed rather simplistic and rigid assault patterns. For those who frequently challenged the trial tower, it was conceivable they could identify the puppet's weaknesses for a swift passage. Humph, consider yourself somewhat capable. However, the 6th level proved to be far more challenging. Upon reaching this level, the puppets would exhibit elemental attributes. Should one encounter a puppet with an opposing attribute, the difficulty in advancing would significantly increase. Thus, Su Wanyun pressed onward, harboring hopes of surpassing her rival. Yet, reality once again astounded her. Upon ascending to the 6th level, she beheld the masked man ascending the staircase to the 7th level. He had succeeded once more. Wasting no time, Su Wanyun engaged fiercely with 6 puppets, managing to conquer them in 30 seconds, before advancing to the 7th level. Yet again, the masked figure was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the charred remnants of devastation in his wake. As a fellow disciple of the fire spirit root, adept in the fire sky sword technique, Su Wanyun was brimming with combat fervor. Clearly, she had to treat this seriously. Although her cultivation was merely at the 9th grade of Dan condensation, she had awakened the supreme holy body, the flame phoenix holy body. Additionally, she had mastered the first form of the holy level technique, divine flame sword intent. Grasping the rudiments of sword intent, her prowess was hardly inferior to her peak state. 3 minutes later, she successfully passed the 7th level. However, upon reaching the 8th level, she still failed to encounter the masked man. She was utterly astonished. The 8th level represented 8 8th-grade Dan condensation puppets, each possessing elemental attacks. Their combat strength was fearsome. Even a single one surpassed the typical 8th-grade Dan condensation. Even in her current state, advancing without revealing her trump cards would not be a simple task. After all, the higher the level, the stronger the puppets became, and their numbers increased. Furthermore, within the trial tower, one could not replenish spiritual power through elixirs, causing the difficulty to escalate dramatically as one proceeded. The disparity in difficulty between the 8th and 7th levels was at least 8 to 10-fold. Generally speaking, an expert of her current cultivation level reaching the 8th level faced dire prospects. Ascending to the 9th level, they would likely possess no further combat capability and would have no choice but to retreat. Yet, that masked man had traversed it effortlessly. What did this signify? It indicated that a figure more formidable than Jiang Feng had emerged in the outer sect. It was even possible that he was comparable to her own self from half a year ago. Infuriating. Who was that person? When did such a prodigious talent emerge in the outer sect? On the 10th level, Qin San faced 2 2nd-tier beast puppets, retreating to the staircase entrance. It turned out that the 10th level was a special challenge, featuring beast puppets rather than humanoid ones. Though merely 2 2nd-tier beasts, their prowess was akin to that of 5 first-grade spirit-building warriors. Qin San believed that even if he were to triumph, it would deplete a considerable amount of spiritual power. Being inherently lazy, he saw no reason to expend unnecessary effort. After all, on the ranking board below the tower, Jiang Feng, the first-place holder, had only reached the 9th level. Since he had already set a record, what was the point? Consequently, he felt no shame in his withdrawal. Rather, he was quite pleased with his performance. After all, he had not anticipated that a day without cultivation, merely by emulating Su Wanyun, could yield such remarkable results. He even doubted whether Su Wanyun could surpass the 9th level. Alas, retreat. He decided to descend and check on that woman. Before long, he returned to the lower level of the staircase. The grand door opened automatically. Qin-san perceived this as a flaw. If two individuals entered simultaneously, one having passed the trials and the other having infiltrated, how would the latter's score be calculated? While he was lost in thought, a sudden scream pierced the air. As Qin-san stepped through the door, his eyes fell upon the masked woman. Just in time to witness her being stabbed in the chest by a puppet from the 9th level. Chapter 16. It turns out she is my wife. At that moment, Su Wanyun was filled with regret. She had initially believed that awakening the sacred phoenix body would allow her strength to surge dramatically. Even if she was not at her peak, she assumed she could barely conquer the 9th level. Yet, she was unprepared for the emergence of a puppet with mutated attributes on the 9th level. In this world, there exist 5 conventional attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Meanwhile, poison, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness are classified as 6 mutated attributes. Warriors possessing these 6 types of spiritual roots can manipulate and control these mutated attributes. There were but a few individuals within the entire sect capable of this. The puppets within the trial tower were crafted to mimic various spiritual root warriors. Thus, the enemies on the 9th level were no longer confined to conventional attributes, but could include foes with mutated attributes. Indeed, after being struck in the chest by the poison puppet's venomous blade, the toxin rapidly spread throughout her body, causing her limbs to become numb and her spiritual energy to wane. Her vision began to blur, and she felt dizzy, unable to steady her sword. In that critical moment, another puppet advanced, launching a punch towards her abdomen. Though she perceived this impending blow, she had already lost the strength to resist. Panic surged within her, and the word disaster flashed through her mind. She could not even utter the words to withdraw. Unable to cry out, she could not be teleported out of the trial tower. She would die? In that instant, a face suddenly flashed through her mind. Not a family member, not a former sister, and not even her Aunt Yu, who treated her like her own daughter. It was a man, Qin-san. She owed him a debt of gratitude that would take a lifetime to repay. Yet, she was on the verge of breaking her promise. However, just as despair engulfed her, a figure resembling a gust of wind surged forth from the staircase leading to the 9th level. Su Wanyun was momentarily stunned. It was the masked man she had encountered earlier. Simultaneously, Qin-san recognized that the masked woman was in dire peril. With a swift motion, he unleashed the fire sky sword technique. Boom. In an instant, the puppet that was about to land a blow on Su Wanyun was cleaved in two. But that was not the end. Qin-san continued his assault, consecutively obliterating 3 more puppets. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the series of explosive sounds, all the puppets were destroyed. Su Wanyun was utterly shaken. 4 puppets, comparable to 8th grade Dan condensation, had been annihilated by this man in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the toxin spread quickly robbed her of her remaining consciousness. As darkness enveloped her, she fainted on the spot. Yet, in that final second, she felt that she had not fallen to the ground, but had instead entered a warm and powerful embrace. Feeling dizzy? What should I do? Qin-san cradled her in his arms, curiously observing the woman. Strangely, he experienced a sense of familiarity. Yes, he remembered that when Su Wanyun had left, she seemed to be wearing a dress of this style. Moreover, her hairstyle and eyebrows. With a swift motion, he removed the mask. Qin-san was taken aback. Wasn't this his wife? Goodness, after all this time, I was actually competing with my own spouse? So she is your wife. CC suddenly emerged from his collar. Glancing at Su Wanyun, she murmured, quite beautiful, lucky you. Indeed. By the way, weren't you supposed to be a useless individual without any awakened spiritual roots? How have you suddenly become so formidable? Have you been hiding your cultivation from me? CC inquired. Qin-san pinched his nose and replied, nonsense. I've only cultivated for 4 days. CC scoffed, get lost. In 4 days, you've awakened a fire spiritual root and advanced to the 2nd tier of spiritual cultivation? Do you take me for a fool? Qin-san, disinterested in explanations, shifted his gaze back to Su Wanyun. Alright, enough of this. First, help me assess how serious my wife's poisoning is. CC pouted but did not press further. She then leapt onto Su Wanyun and sniffed. Very serious. She will die within half an hour. Qin-san held no doubt about this, for CC possessed a unique ability to discern toxins. It was this talent that had allowed him to avoid many seemingly delectable yet poisonous wild fruits in the Forbidden Grounds. Although he had become immune to all poisons since attaining longevity, being poisoned would still leave him feeling quite unwell for some time. How can I save her? Suck it out. You just did that for someone else not long ago. Oh, Qin San suddenly understood and hurriedly followed suit, pulling aside Su Wanyun's clothing and began to extract the poison, just as he had with Yu Xiangning. Though slightly smaller than Yu Xiangning, Su Wanyun was still quite ample. The main difference was that Yu Xiangning was softer, whereas Su Wanyun had better elasticity. Ah, and there was the scent. Su Wanyun carried a fragrance of roses, while Yu Xiangning exuded a milky aroma, each having its own merits. Time passed, and eventually, Su Wanyun slowly awakened. A cooling sensation enveloped her chest, accompanied by waves of tingling. Before her lay the familiar scene of the 8th level, the ground littered with the remnants of puppets. As she gradually propped herself up and glanced down, her fair face rapidly flushed crimson. It turned out her clothing had been torn, leaving her chest partially exposed, revealing a significant amount of skin. Her complexion turned a deep shade of red. Awake? It seems you are all right, Qin San remarked, still donning his mask. Seated a short distance from Su Wanyun, he did not wish to reveal his identity at this moment. Otherwise, Su Wanyun would surely think him a fraud upon discovering his true prowess. There was a chance she might even explode in anger and demand a separation. At that moment, Su Wanyun checked her mask. It was still in place. Rising, she quickly adjusted her collar. Undoubtedly, her continued existence was due to the masked man before her, though she was unaware of the specifics of how he had saved her. What have you done to me? Qin San lowered his voice and replied. I helped extract the poison from you. Upon uttering those words, Su Wanyun's expression drastically changed. What? He actually used a suction technique. Does that not imply that he has seen me completely exposed? You scoundrel. Su Wanyun was instantly filled with a mix of humiliation and rage. In truth, she had always been a woman of traditional values. The previous incident where Qin San had seen her naked was entirely accidental. Moreover, although they were nominally husband and wife, their relationship was one sanctioned by their sect. She had felt powerless in that situation. Yet now, to be seen bare by an unfamiliar man was utterly intolerable. In that moment, not only did she feel a twinge of guilt towards Qin San, but she also perceived her body to be insulted. You, shameless, I shall kill you. With that, she brandished her sword towards Qin San. Qin San was taken aback by her reaction. Goodness, this has escalated. Su Wanyun must think of him as a lecherous rogue. Quick-witted, he swiftly produced a token and called out the word withdraw. Instantly, the token emitted a radiant light that enveloped Qin San, whisking him away in the blink of an eye from the 9th level, returning him to the entrance of the trial tower. The elder guarding the entrance beamed upon seeing him emerge, his face nearly splitting with joy. Congratulations, young friend. What a surprise to discover you are a dark horse. It turned out he had already known of Qin San's progress through the other half of the token. Half an hour prior, Qin San had successfully passed the 9th level, shattering the record for those under 20 years of age. No, it should be said, the historical record. Level 9th. Total time consumed, less than 1 hour. Upon seeing the guarding elder, Qin San hurriedly presented the token. In truth, he was indifferent to the accolades. He simply wished to ascertain what rewards awaited him for breaking the record. Ideally, he hoped for something directly usable by Su Wanyun. Quickly, bestow upon me my reward. I am pressed for time. The elder paused, retrieving a bundle of spirit stones. Young man, this is your reward for securing first place. A total of 120,000 spirit stones. He then handed Qin San a brocade box. You have shattered the historical record of the trial tower. So according to regulations, you are entitled to 1 breaking spirit pill. Oh, a breaking spirit pill? It allows a martial artist below the 9th rank to swiftly break through a minor realm. Although it may not be of use to him, and likely not to Su Wanyun either, it could be sold. Quite satisfactory. Collecting his rewards, Qin San hurriedly departed, not daring to linger for even a second. The guarding elder looked at his retreating figure, utterly bemused. He then began to reorder the leaderboard, as he sensed that another participant had also emerged. Chapter 17, Shaking the Sect. At this moment, the leaderboard underwent a new transformation. First place, He Chuan, trial record, 9th level. Second place, Qin Yun, trial record, 8th level. Third place, Jiang Feng, trial record, 8th level. Fourth place, Tang Youyou, trial record, 8th level. Fifth place, Su Wanyun, trial record, 8th level. Simultaneously, Su Wanyun had just returned to the base of the tower. Yet where was the figure of that masked man? How infuriating. He actually managed to escape. Turning her head, Su Wanyun noticed the old guardian of the tower was inscribing something on the ranking board, prompting her to approach and take a closer look. To her surprise, his name was He Chuan. She etched this name deeply into her memory, vowing that one day she would exact vengeance upon the one who had tarnished her purity. Just then, the melodious chirp of a bird disrupted her thoughts. A homing pigeon had alighted upon her hand. Stunned for a moment, she removed the storage pouch attached to the pigeon. Upon opening it, her face lit up with delight. Her aunt, Yu Xiangning, had managed to procure 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass. Furthermore, she had left her 50,000 spirit stones. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling up. This was wonderful. With this, Qin San would have the opportunity to awaken his spiritual roots. However, the thought of her body being sullied by a stranger instilled within her an unshakable sense of guilt. Hurriedly submitting her mother-and-child token, Su Wanyun promptly made her way to the outer gate alchemy tower. The tower's master, a 60-year-old man named Wang Yu, was originally a disciple of the inner gate alchemy tower. Due to his exceptional alchemical abilities, he had been transferred to the outer gate, thereby attaining a position of great reverence. Even the most powerful families in the outer gate would bow before him and respectfully address him as Elder Wang. Su Wanyun and Wang Yu were already acquainted. During her days as the outer gate holy maiden, she frequently visited the alchemy tower to purchase elixirs. Therefore, upon losing her cultivation, he had felt an immense sense of regret for her. Wanyun, what brings you here? Wang Yu exclaimed with delight and surprise at the sudden appearance of Su Wanyun, who had not visited in quite some time. Logically, she had no further need to purchase elixirs. Elder Wang, I humbly request your assistance in crafting a spirit awakening pill. The spirit stones are not an issue. As she presented the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass, Wang Yu was profoundly astonished. What? This is the 1,000-year 8-leaf grass. My dear girl, where did you acquire this? Su Wanyun offered a brief explanation, stating simply, I owe someone a favor and implore you, Elder Wang, to assist me in light of our past kindness. Wang Yu regarded her intently for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall begin crafting it immediately. As for the spirit stones, consider them waived. With that, he took the 8-leaf grass and entered the alchemy chamber. The spirit awakening pill was a somewhat unconventional elixir, yet not particularly advanced, with a crafting difficulty manageable by a second-tier alchemist. As a third-tier alchemist, Wang Yu had no trouble with the task. Before long, Su Wanyun received the spirit awakening pill. Given that the primary ingredient was the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf grass, this particular pill was deemed extraordinary, further bolstering her confidence. She then hurriedly returned to Jingyu Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin San had already escaped back home. To avoid arousing any suspicion from Su Wanyun, he rushed to take a shower, changed his clothes, and even altered his hairstyle. He took the opportunity to relieve himself and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Finally, he donned the sacred artifact, the spirit concealing ring, stored in his system space. With this ring, he felt assured that he need not worry about any issues. With a mere thought, all his presence was concealed, rendering him imperceptible even to the most formidable of experts. Moments later, after the burning of a stick of incense, Su Wanyun returned, her spirits somewhat diminished. As she ascended the mountain, her mind was enveloped in a haze, consumed by thoughts of that accursed Hechuan. Madam, you're back. I've prepared dinner. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Suddenly, the voice of Qin San interrupted her reverie. Only then did she notice him waving at her from the doorway of her room. Su Wanyun inhaled deeply and nodded silently, but was immediately greeted by a rich aroma. Indeed, upon entering the room, she found several beautifully arranged dishes on the table. Although they were all vegetarian, they appeared quite appetizing. Did you make these? She inquired. Yes. You mentioned you would return for dinner, so I wanted to showcase my culinary skills. I hope you like it, he replied. Unaccountably, Su Wanyun's sense of guilt intensified. She herself could not comprehend the reason behind it. Despite merely viewing Qin San as a nominal partner, the impact of Hechuan was unexpectedly profound, leaving her with a lingering sense of betrayal towards Qin San. Wordlessly, she took a seat and picked up her chopsticks, tasting a bite. Instinctively, her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed 3 words, delicious. Really? If it's good, you should eat more, Qin San said, diligently serving her some dishes, and then he began to eat as well. Setting aside all else, his culinary skills were indeed commendable. After all, having lived alone in the forbidden area, one could not subsist solely on flowers and fruits. Occasionally, a change in palate was necessary, was it not? Thus, over the course of 3,000 years, he had honed his cooking skills. Even the most commonplace vegetarian dishes transformed into delectable meals under his expertise. Before long, they finished their meal. Qin San took the initiative to clear and wash the dishes. A level of diligence he had never exhibited in this lifetime. Wasn't it all the system's doing? It compelled him to pamper, love, and protect his wife. Well, in order to continue lounging in a state of eternal life, what was a little flattery towards his wife? Men are capable of both holding on and letting go. Soon, having completed his tasks, Qin San prepared to return to his storeroom for sleep. However, Su Wanyun unexpectedly called out to him. Qin San, wait. Huh? What is it, madam? Thank you. Haha, we're married. There's no need for thanks, Qin San replied with a grin before turning to leave Su Wanyun's room. Watching him depart, Su Wanyun sighed quietly after a long moment. She suddenly experienced a peculiar illusion. If her Dantian had not recovered, would there come a day when she and Qin San might truly become a couple? The following day, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire outer sect, even stirring the higher-ups of the inner sect. It was due to the record set by Jiang Feng at the trial tower a month prior, which had now been shattered. And astonishingly, it was broken by 2 individuals in the Jiang clan of the outer sect. What? Fenger's record has been broken? Who possesses such capability? Jiang Zhenan, the clan leader, looked incredulous. The disciple who brought the news replied, reporting to the clan leader. It was a male disciple named He Chuan and a female disciple named Qin Yun. What were their results? Inquired another elder of the Jiang clan. The reporting disciple, trembling with trepidation, responded, He Chuan reached the 9th level, taking 1 hour. Qin Yun, at the 8th level, took merely the time of a single incense stick. What? How is this possible? Fenger has now reached the 1st rank of the outer sect, possessing a 1st-grade spirit foundation. And even she requires 2 incense sticks to pass the 8th level. Could it be that these 2 individuals have cultivation levels surpassing Fenger? This subordinate is uncertain. Quickly, investigate this matter thoroughly. The emergence of such prodigies in the outer sect will undoubtedly influence the selection of this year's true disciples. Meanwhile, several prominent families within the outer sect are experiencing the same situation, particularly the Tang family. Upon hearing this news, Tang Youyou's complexion turned ashen. Impossible. How could the outer sect simultaneously witness the rise of 2 individuals surpassing Jiang Feng? Moreover, they have outshone so many others? Does this mean I have slipped to 4th place? Chapter 18. Wood Spirit Root and Wind Spirit Root. Within the inner sect of the Tianyin sect, in the Elder Council, the Grand Elder Qiu Wanqian convened several protective elders. Esteemed colleagues, what is your perspective on the emergence of these 2 individuals in the outer sect's trial tower? The protective elders exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to speak. The accomplishments of these 2 disciples in the trials are indeed astonishing. Particularly, each one has shattered the record set since our sect's inception. In my view, this true disciple is undoubtedly destined to be him. Another protective elder then remarked, while that may be the case, the 2nd disciple, Qin Yun, may not be inferior to He Chuan. After all, the variables from the 9th level onward are considerable, and it might simply be that He Chuan had better luck. Subsequently, several other elders expressed their opinions, which were largely in agreement with the first 2. The crux of the matter is that although He Chuan has conquered the 9th level, the speed at which Qin Yun passed the 8th level was remarkably swift. However, they were unaware that Qin San had completed the 8th level almost half as quickly as Su Wanyun, and the final recorded time was slightly slower due to him resting on the staircase between the 8th and 9th levels before ascending. Nevertheless, as the elders concluded their discussions, the answer became clear. As long as they could locate He Chuan and Qin Yun, this year's true disciple would be chosen from one of them. The title of true disciple signifies a direct apprenticeship under the sect master. Generally speaking, sect masters seldom take on disciples. For instance, the current sect master of Tianyin sect has only conducted the first internal selection of true disciples. As for the reason for seeking candidates from the outer sect, it is primarily because cultivation is a journey that emphasizes continuity. Outer sect disciples are younger, their understanding of cultivation has yet to be fully formed, rendering them more malleable. This is akin to adopting a child. Nurturing from infancy differs significantly from beginning at the age of 10. Of course, Jiang Feng and Tang Youyou can also be considered geniuses. Had it not been for the emergence of He Chuan and Qin Yun, the spots for true disciples would undoubtedly have been claimed by them. Very well, since everyone's opinions are largely aligned, I implore you all to swiftly investigate the identities of these 2 individuals. It is imperative to identify them before the grand day arrives, so that the sect master may select from among them. Meanwhile, as the entire sect speculated about the identities of He Chuan and Qin Yun, Qin San was awoken early by Su Wanyun. Hey, stop sleeping, rise quickly. What is it, my lady? Upon arrival, one would understand, there is no need for excessive inquiry. Consequently, Qin San was compelled to temporarily keep pace with Su Wanyun. They soon arrived at a grand yet desolate hall at the outer sect. Qin San furrowed his brow. Was this not the spirit testing hall? Surely, she did not intend to bring me here for a root testing, did she? Lost in thought, Su Wanyun took Qin San by the hand and led him into the spirit testing hall. The elder in charge here was named Yang Dingtian. Upon seeing Su Wanyun, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Naturally, he recognized Su Wanyun, given that the talents of the outer sect were few, especially the former saintess. Ah, it is you, Miss Su, and this young man beside you is. Su Wanyun did not shy away from revealing the truth. After all, her handholding with a servant was no longer a secret. Elder Yang, this is my partner. Indeed, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. So, he is the one you held hands with at the ceremony. However, as I know, this young man is merely a servant, is he not? Su Wanyun, slightly embarrassed, nodded and replied, I am aware. Yang Dingtian was utterly astonished. He never expected that the renowned saintess of the outer sect, Su Wanyun, had truly taken the hand of a servant. Furthermore, Miss Su, I have heard that your husband does not possess a spiritual root, correct? Su Wanyun nodded, then retrieved a brocade box from her bosom. Elder Yang, I am aware of that, which is why I brought this. Elder Yang, what do you think this is? Upon seeing the box, Yang Dingtian's expression changed dramatically. He quickly comprehended Su Wanyun's intention. Is that a spirit awakening pill? You intend for him to consume it prior to the test? However, you must understand that the spirit awakening pill has a failure rate. It does not guarantee that the consumer will awaken their spiritual root. Hearing this, Qin San was taken aback. Su Wanyun had actually procured a spirit awakening pill to assist in his awakening? What could be her motive? Did she feel indebted to him? Yet, the primary ingredient for crafting a spirit awakening pill must be the 8-leaf herb that is over 500 years old. Where could she obtain such a thing? Thus, he recalled the 1,000-year-old 8-leaf herb he had sent for auction yesterday. Was it mere coincidence? Could it be that Su Wanyun discovered the presence of the 1,000-year 8-leaf herb at the auction and purchased it at a high price from that buxom girl? This twist of fate was rather convoluted. While he pondered, Su Wanyun addressed Yang Dingtian. Elder Yang, I understand the potential for failure with the spirit awakening pill. But how can we ascertain success without attempting? Yang Dingtian sighed in resignation and ultimately said, very well, if that is the case. Let this young friend consume the spirit awakening pill, and then we shall proceed with the root testing. Su Wanyun nodded and handed the pill to Qin San. Seeing that matters had progressed this far, he found no reason to refuse. He accepted the pill and swallowed it. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a wondrous transformation occurred within him. It felt as though his dantian had suddenly split into two. Congratulations, Master, on consuming the Supreme Spirit Awakening Pill. Due to system enhancement, the success rate of the pill is 100%. Commencing the awakening of your spiritual root now. With spiritual root successfully awakened. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the exceptional awakening effect of the Supreme Spirit Pill. The mutation of the Wind Spirit Root has successfully awakened. In an instant, the dantian split anew, astonishingly transforming into three. The original reservoir of spiritual energy has doubled in an instant. Moreover, within each dantian, a distinct attribute of spiritual energy is now stored. Remarkably, 2 spirit roots have been acquired at once. Among them, one is the mutated Wind Spirit Root. Typically, there are 5 conventional spirit roots, corresponding to the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there exist several unconventional spirit roots, such as poison, thunder, ice, wind, light, and darkness, which are classified as mutated spirit roots. According to the knowledge from 3 millennia ago, Qin San understood that the number of warriors possessing mutated spirit roots is less than 1,000th of those with conventional spirit roots. Thus, one could unequivocally state that he has struck a fortuitous windfall. Nonetheless, due to the rarity of mutated spirit roots, the corresponding cultivation techniques are also exceedingly scarce. Some individuals, even when endowed with such spirit roots, find it challenging to achieve remarkable success. However, should such individuals be fortunate enough to master the advanced techniques corresponding to their roots, their prowess will far surpass that of ordinary spirit root warriors. It can be said that these roots embody both advantages and disadvantages. At this moment, Su Wanyun gazed at Qin San with eager anticipation. How do you feel? Qin San rubbed his nose and replied, it seems I have a sensation. Excellent. Let us hasten to the testing. Chapter 19. The library pavilion. Nodding in agreement, Qin San followed Yang Dingtian into the inner hall. At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice echoed in his mind. Master, now that you have autonomously awakened 2 spirit roots, you can utilize the spirit concealing ring to render the roots undetectable, thereby enabling a surprise advantage in encounters with foes. Qin San's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, the spirit concealing ring is controllable. He promptly manipulated the ring to conceal the Wind Spirit Root. Consequently, only the Wood Spirit Root would be displayed. As he completed this task, the trio arrived at the testing platform. Before them lay a transparent square stone, the spirit testing steel. The tester merely needed to place a hand upon its surface, and the steel would reveal the color of their spirit root. The colors included yellow for metal, green for wood, sky blue for water, red for fire, brown for earth, purple for thunder, deep blue for ice, cyan for wind, white for light, black for darkness, and dark green for poison, representing 11 distinct spirit roots. Now, place your hand upon it, Elder Yang instructed calmly. Taking a deep breath, Qin San pressed his left palm against the steel. Indeed, the next moment, the transparent surface was suffused with a clear green hue. However, upon seeing the green, Su Wanyun's expression fell, revealing her disappointment. It was the wood spirit root, the least suitable for combat among the 5 conventional spirit roots, as the wood attribute possesses the least destructive capability of the elements. The techniques associated with the wood attribute are also notably less aggressive than those of other attributes, primarily focusing on manipulation. They enable disciples with wood spirit roots to control plants, altering their shape, characteristics, structure, and size to achieve offensive and restraining effects against adversaries. The wood attribute can be described primarily as one of support, with offense being a secondary aspect. Although there are indeed formidable individuals possessing wood attributes, they are ultimately a rarity. Moreover, when compared to their peers of the same realm, their combat prowess tends to be significantly inferior. Nonetheless, there exists a substantial number of wood attribute warriors, with various sects housing specialized branches conducive to the cultivation of disciples with wood spiritual roots. For instance, the Qinglan Peak of the Tianyin sect serves as a gathering place for inter-sect disciples with wood spiritual roots. At this moment, Su Wanyun let out a slight sigh. Qin San's spiritual root had awakened, but it was unfortunately the most challenging wood spiritual root to strengthen. Consequently, even if Qin San were granted the opportunity to cultivate, it would still be quite difficult for him to become a powerful warrior. Nevertheless, having a spiritual root is certainly preferable to having none, as it offers a glimmer of hope. The pressing matter now is to assist him in finding a suitable wood attribute cultivation technique. Elder Yang, I must trouble you with this. Since Qin San has successfully awakened his spiritual root, we shall take our leave. With a respectful bow, Su Wanyun hurriedly urged Qin San to depart the spirit testing hall. Along the way, Qin San could not help but inquire, "Madam, where are you taking me now?" Su Wanyun replied, "To the library." Why? Are you going to buy me a novel? I haven't finished the previous one yet. Who said anything about buying you a novel? We are, of course, going to search for a cultivation technique suitable for you, Su Wanyun said, her cheeks flushing. The mere thought of novels reminded her of the jade-colored volumes that Qin San perused daily. This fellow is truly a lewd man. His mind is undoubtedly filled with indecent thoughts. Madam, why are you suddenly being so kind to me? Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Qin San jestingly remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun's expression darkened. Get lost. However, she soon softened her tone slightly, saying, I will soon be entering the inner sect. And if you do not quickly enhance your cultivation and find a way to become an inner sect disciple, we will have to say goodbye. Soon entering the inner sect? Is that true? He did not know for certain, but one thing was clear. Parting ways was not an option. After all, separation would mean his demise. Moments later, the two arrived at the library without incident. Su Wanyun initially intended to enter alongside Qin San, but was suddenly taken aback upon seeing a familiar face enter ahead of them. Her cousin, Su Qingqing. Trouble. Why is he here? Following her gaze, Qin San also spotted Su Qingqing, but did not recognize him. Who is he? My cousin, Su Qingqing. Oh, then I'll go in by myself. Su Wanyun nodded. She was certainly not afraid of Su Qingqing. After all, her current strength rendered her nearly invincible among her peers. However, she did not wish to reveal her abilities just yet, nor did she want to encounter Su Qingqing. The reason being, after her fall from grace, he had been one of the loudest in advocating for her expulsion from the family. After all, she had once been the cherished one of the Su family, and Su Qingqing had envied everything she possessed. To acquire what she once had, he had gone to great lengths to incite the family to cast her out. Now, with Su Qingqing having achieved his goal and ranking just below Tang Youyou in the outer sect, it was evident how favored he was by the family. It was precisely for this reason that Su Wanyun sought to remain hidden, only to bring the entire Su family to a moment of profound regret for all that they have done. You take these spirit stones and seek out a suitable cultivation method for yourself. I shall wait for your return nearby. With that, Su Wanyun pressed a storage bag into Qin San's hands, containing 50,000 spirit stones, all bestowed upon her by Yu Xiangning. A wave of emotion surged within Qin San's heart, and he became increasingly certain that Su Wanyun's attitude towards him was gradually evolving. It appeared that this woman was not as aloof as the rumors suggested. Thus, with the spirit stones given by Su Wanyun in hand, Qin San entered the library. The outer sect's library consisted of 3 levels. The first floor primarily housed novels, biographies, and mortal-level cultivation methods, accessible with a deposit of 100 spirit stones. The second level contained yellow-grade cultivation methods, requiring a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones for entry. Each level featured neatly arranged rows of bookshelves, categorized by attributes for the convenience of the outer sect disciples. The third level was unique, serving as a miscellaneous library, yet also a treasure trove. Its contents were haphazardly arranged without specific categorization. Some materials were ancient texts and scriptures from across the continent. while others were unconventional cultivation methods acquired by inner sect disciples or elders during their travels. Unable to utilize these methods themselves, they sold them to the sect, which subsequently flowed into the library. These unconventional methods were often weathered by time, resulting in many being incomplete. However, occasionally, disciples who had awakened mutated spiritual roots might stumble upon hidden treasures here. Nevertheless, to access the third level, one must first pay a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones. And the methods within were not inexpensive. Thus, only distinguished outer sect disciples or members of prominent families could gain entry. Qin learned about this information upon entering the library, and his immediate thought was to explore the third level. After all, having awakened a wind spiritual root, he might be fortunate enough to discover a suitable wind cultivation method. He promptly paid the 10,000 spirit stones as a deposit and received a blue pass from the administrator at the entrance, granting him unrestricted access between the three levels. Naturally, he held no interest in the mortal level methods. Now that he had awakened that mysterious system, his cultivation had surpassed Su Wanyun's. Studying mortal level techniques would be nothing short of a waste of time. However, just as he reached the center of the first level, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the air. "Oh, isn't that Qin-san? The waist attendant who married the illustrious outer sect's first waist saintess?" Qin-san furrowed his brows and glanced over. He immediately recognized the speaker. Wasn't this the Dahiba who had sat beside him at the handholding event and ended up holding hands with a female disciple named Lu Ruyen? Reflecting on this, Qin-san had a vivid impression of Dahiba, having encountered him just before the handholding event while they were both relieving themselves. It was then that Qin-san witnessed a stark contrast. Despite Dahiba's robust physique, he was entirely different from Qin-san. He had consumed the ethereal herbs, flowers, and fruits for 3,000 years, among which were several varieties renowned for their exceptional restorative properties for men. In comparison to Dajiba, it was evident that a subtle conflict had arisen between the two. At that moment, Qin-san could not help but mock him lightly. Perhaps it was this very reason that led Dajiba to harbor resentment and launch into a sarcastic tirade against him. At this instant, Qin-san chose to disregard Dajiba entirely and proceeded towards the staircase leading to the second floor. After all, he was currently the top-ranking individual in the trial tower, and naturally looked down upon someone as insignificant as Dajiba. However, his actions incited Dajiba's fury instantly. "You imbecile, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you," Dajiba interjected, stepping in front of Qin-san. "You, a worthless fool, dare to feign ignorance before me? Are you courting death?" Qin-san furrowed his brows and replied nonchalantly, "We are not acquainted. Why should I engage in conversation with you?" Dajiba paused, taken aback by the truth of his words. Indeed, they had only met once at the handholding conference and were otherwise strangers. The dilemma was that he had approached Qin-san, and to let him go without reason would be a blow to his pride. Thus, Dajiba thought for a moment and sneered, "Humph, while we may not be familiar, I am well acquainted with young Master Jang. You are fully aware that young Master Jang has long harbored affections for Su Wanyun, yet you dare to covet what belongs to another. Now, you brazenly appear in the outer sect. Do you not fear I might inform him?" Upon hearing this, Qin-san rolled his eyes. "So, you are merely Jiang Feng's lackey? What? Do you wish to aid him in teaching me a lesson? This is the library pavilion. If you dare to resort to violence, you risk being blacklisted." Dajiba's eyes widened in fury, nearly striking out, but he halted mid-motion. It was crucial to note that the library pavilion enforced strict rules against fighting. Transgressors would be blacklisted and forever barred from entry. As the primary source of cultivation techniques for outer sect disciples, few dared to violate its regulations. Of course, it was not entirely prohibitive. Occasionally, some would seize the opportunity to act when the guards were inattentive. Just then, Dajiba's fist was halfway through its arc when he quickly glanced around, relieved to find no guards nearby. He then concentrated his spirit energy and aimed a punch at Qin-san's chest. To his astonishment, Qin-san effortlessly evaded the blow. "Oh, quite quick on the uptake," Dajiba thought, momentarily surprised, but he merely attributed it to Qin-san's stroke of luck. After all, during the hand-holding conference, he had sat next to Qin-san and was well aware of his status as a talentless individual devoid of spiritual roots. Therefore, after missing his initial punch, Dajiba swiftly lifted his leg to kick at Qin-san. This time, he made contact, striking Qin-san on the thigh. However, the next second, a guard happened to pass by. The guard seemed to sense something amiss and approached, inquiring, "What is going on here?" Dajiba panicked, fearing he had been discovered. Unbeknownst to him, Qin-san took the initiative to respond. "Oh, it's nothing. We know each other, and we're just having a chat." Upon hearing this, Dajiba's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The guard observed Qin-san for a moment, noting his calm demeanor, and thus harbored no suspicions. He nodded and proceeded to another area. Dahiba, watching Qin-san's nonchalant attitude, was filled with curiosity. Just moments ago, he had exerted 50% of his strength in that kick, yet Qin-san exhibited no reaction whatsoever. How brazen. Surely, he must be in excruciating pain. With this thought, he revealed a cold smirk and said to Qin-san, "Leave, and do not let me encounter you again." Trash. With that, he strode away, brimming with arrogance. Qin-san, casting a disdainful glance at him, turned and walked away. That kick had already revealed Dahiba's cultivation level to him, merely at the 3rd rank of core formation. Such a standard could only place him among the lower tiers of the outer sect. Yet, it was remarkable that someone of such caliber could win the affections of a woman like Lu Ruyan. Qin-san had taken note that, aside from Su Wanyan, who had vanished from the handholding event, Lu Ruyan's beauty ranked among the top 3 of the participating female disciples. Particularly, her figure was extraordinarily alluring, and her seductive attire further emphasized her captivating charm. Shortly after Qin-san's departure, a woman approached Dahiba, clutching a high-tier, mortal-level cultivation technique. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. "Darling, I've made my choice. I want to purchase this technique," she declared, her alluring appearance drawing the attention of numerous male disciples wherever she went. Dahiba relished this attention, as it enhanced his prestige. "My dear, how much for this technique?" he inquired. "Not expensive, just 2,000 spirit stones," she replied. 2,000. So costly. Costly. This is the cheapest option available, given that it is a high-tier mortal-level technique. Lu Ruyan retorted, visibly dissatisfied. However, Dahiba found himself in a predicament. His entire fortune amounted to merely 2,500 spirit stones. If he purchased it for Lu Ruyan, how would he manage his own expenses? As an ordinary outer sect disciple, his monthly salary was only a few hundred spirit stones. Even if he ventured into the monster beast mountains to hunt for spirit stones, it would not be an easy task. "My dear, I am currently short on funds. Could we perhaps consider a more affordable option?" That intermediate mortal-level technique from earlier seemed quite decent, priced at only 600 spirit stones. Its power would not differ significantly, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan became furious. "What? Do you take me for someone of such low worth? How could a 600 spirit stone technique be worthy of me? Moreover, what happened to your promise during the handholding event? You swore to give me anything I desired. Yet now you turn your back on your word?" Dahiba's face flushed a deep purple, especially with the snickers echoing around them, making him feel utterly humiliated. "Oh dear. Why must you speak of this in public? I don't care. I'm asking you one last time. Will you buy it or not? If not, you can forget about touching me for the next year." "What? A year? That cannot be." Fine, I'll buy it. Is that not acceptable?" Satisfied, Lu Ruyan smirked. "Now that's more like it." Soon, Dahiba, with a pained expression, paid the spirit stones, believing he could finally leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan was struck by a new idea. "How about we venture to the 2nd floor, dear husband?" she suggested. "Huh, the 2nd floor? But we can't afford the cultivation methods there," he replied. "Uft. Can't we at least take a look? If we find something suitable, I can tuck it away in a corner and return to purchase it when I have more spirit stones," she reasoned. "I only paid a deposit for the 1st floor when we entered, and having just bought a cultivation method, I currently lack even enough spirit stones for the deposit," he lamented. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What a useless waste. What good are you to me? Fine, you wait here. I'll handle the deposit myself." With that, she left him with a dismissive remark and headed to the counter. Chapter 21. "My dear girl, your face is quite flushed." After paying the deposit, Lu Ruyan successfully obtained a pass for the 2nd floor. She initially intended to bring Dajiba along, but upon hearing her plan, he panicked. "Are you kidding? What if this woman gets a whim and insists on buying a yellow-grade cultivation method? I can't afford that. Yellow-grade methods often cost several thousand, even tens of thousands. As for me, I think I'll just wait for you down here," he decided. Noticing his apprehension, Lu Ruyan scoffed. "I must have been blind to marry you. You are hardly a man in any regard except your gender." Meanwhile, Qin-san was leisurely wandering the 2nd floor. The crowd here was significantly sparser than on the 1st floor, with only a handful of outer disciples seeking cultivation methods. Yet, the higher the grade of the methods, the steeper the prices, making it a challenge to find something suitable and affordable. Consequently, the disciples were often heard sighing or shaking their heads in disappointment. As Qin-san strolled between rows of bookshelves, he passed through sections dedicated to water, metal, and earth attributes, each expansive with at least a dozen shelves. However, his goal was the wood attribute. Unfortunately, it was relegated to a mere half shelf in the far corner, a pitifully scarce selection. It was evident that the wood attribute was far less popular than the other 4. Fortunately, Qin-san was unfazed. He merely needed to select 2 methods to appease Su Wanyan. However, after perusing for a while, he found the wood methods to be subpar, failing to catch his interest. Either their offensive capabilities were weak but priced exorbitantly, or they were entirely lackluster, existing as mere trifles. Out of a total of 70 or 80 methods, only 2 managed to attract his attention. The low-grade yellow method, entangled roots, allowed one to infuse what attribute spirit power into the roots of plants, causing them to grow and intertwine rapidly, effectively ensnaring foes. It was priced at 500 spirit stones. The mid-grade yellow method, with spirit shield, enabled the gathering of branches into a shield to deflect attacks, costing 12,000 spirit stones. Why were these wood methods so much more expensive than those of the same grade and other attributes? The low-grade ones were comparable to mid-grade methods in other categories. Was this phenomenon also influenced by the principle of scarcity? Nevertheless, Qin San had grown somewhat wealthy himself. The combined cost of the 2 methods was still under 20,000 spirit stones. Thus, he decisively gathered everything into his possession and approached the counter to settle the bill. At that moment, a strikingly alluring figure graced his view. It was none other than the enchanting Lu Rian, the wife of Dahiba. Lu Rian did not recognize Qin San and brushed past him, making her way directly to the bookshelf area. Upon witnessing this, a bold notion emerged in Qin San's mind. Lu Rian undeniably exuded a provocative charm. Otherwise, she wouldn't be adorned in such flamboyant attire. Dahiba, you initiated this confrontation, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Consequently, he stealthily followed her. Soon, he arrived at the section dedicated to water-based martial arts. There, Lu Rian was diligently searching through the shelves for secret manuals. Each manual was secured with a distinctive lock, allowing only the title, grade, brief introduction, and price to be visible on the cover. Only upon payment could one approach the counter to unlock them. Qin San stood nearby, discreetly observing. It must be said, while Lu Rian may not compare to Su Wanyun or Yu Xiangning, she certainly qualifies as exquisite among women. If a perfect score were 10, Qin San would grant her an 8, particularly admiring the curvature of her form when she bent over. After a while, it seemed Lu Rian had found a coveted technique. Holding it in her hands and examining it repeatedly, her expression brimming with excitement. However, upon noticing the price tag, her countenance shifted to one of dismay. For a moment, she contemplated returning it, but found her grip reluctant to loosen. Then, she began to glance around furtively, as if seeking a place to conceal it. Observing this, Qin San recognized that the moment to act had arrived. He feigned casualness as he approached Lu Rian. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I pass?" he said, sidling past her from behind. The space between the shelves was narrow, making it a challenge for 2 individuals to pass even sideways. Yet, Lu Rian was different. As Qin San brushed past her, he positioned himself right beside her on the adjacent shelf, which was precisely his intention. It was not her fault. After all, she was of an age where remaining unmarried in the outer sect was quite uncommon, marking a peak in demand. At that moment, she found herself ensnared in a peculiar reverie. Although Qin San did not gaze directly at her, his peripheral vision captured every detail. He then feigned surprise. Turning to Lu Rian, "My lady, what troubles you? Your expression suggests all is not well. Are you unwell?" Startled, Lu Rian jolted back to reality. She stammered, And nothing at all." Qin San smiled as he stepped closer to her, saying, "Oh, if all is well, that's a relief. However, it seems you've been holding on to that manual for quite some time now. Is there something you find difficult to express?" Lu Rian's heart raced. "Well, to be honest, I desire this manual immensely, but unfortunately, my finances are rather limited. I hope you find my predicament amusing." As soon as she finished speaking, her mind wandered once more. Could it be that he had been paying attention to me all along? Perhaps he has developed feelings for me? To be fair, Lu Rian held a strong confidence in her own beauty. Qin San feigned ignorance of Lu Rian's marital status and deliberately took the secret manual from her hands. "It is merely 20,000 spirit stones. If you do not mind, allow me to assist you in purchasing it." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief. A chance encounter, and he was offering to pay for me? That sum was not trivial. It was 20,000, not 200. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for me? Her heart raced like a startled deer, especially since Qin San was exceptionally handsome. In the outer sect, she had never encountered such an attractive man. Wealthy, charming, and generous. He seemed to embody every fantasy she had ever held regarding men. Yet, just as she was lost in thought, a powerful hand grasped her. "Young master, please let go," Lu Rian implored, her cheeks flushed with shyness. However, her body felt unresponsive, as if her strength had been suddenly sapped away. Thus, although she spoke, she did not immediately extricate herself from Qin San's embrace. Observing this, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Qin San's mouth. Indeed, she was quite the temptress. Consequently, he grew bolder. "My lady, your body feels quite warm. Are you unwell?" he inquired with a voice rich in magnetism. Lu Rian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. After all, she was a married woman, and being held by another man was rather disconcerting. She was particularly concerned about being seen by others. No, young master, you need not worry. I am merely feeling a bit fatigued. In her flustered state, she attempted to escape from Qin San's arms. However, in her twisting movement, she inadvertently brushed against a heated, steel-like object. As a result, the little strength she had regained quickly dissipated again. Thud. Now, she found herself fully enveloped in Qin San's embrace. Their bodies nearly pressed against each other. How scorching! How solid! How immense! When an unusual sensation coursed through her abdomen, 3 adjectives immediately sprang to mind. She could not help but imagine uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, compared to her husband, Taoist companion Jiba, this man was in an entirely different league, utterly incomparable. My lady, you still claim to be fine? Come, allow me to escort you home, Qin San said, all the while savoring Lu Rian's delicate form while expressing genuine concern. Yet, Lu Rian dared not accept. Her husband was downstairs. Being seen would surely lead to calamity. No, it is unnecessary. I truly am fine, young master. To be candid, I am already married. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. I hope you will release me. To this, Qin San was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Rian would adhere so strictly to the tenets of marital propriety. However, it mattered little. At this critical juncture, Lu Rian would undoubtedly find it difficult to forget him. He feigned surprise and spoke with a tone of disappointment. Ah? My lady has already taken a partner? Lu Rian silently nodded, striving to free herself from Qin San's grasp. Yet, she soon felt an inexplicable emptiness and regret. The warmth of his embrace had been undeniably comforting. How she cherished it. To have married a beauty such as yourself, your husband must be an illustrious genius, I presume? After all, only a genius deserves you. This statement further soured Lu Rian's mood. What genius? He is hardly a man. The young master is joking. My husband is quite ordinary. Is that so? Qin San still displayed a look of disappointment. However, he quickly forced a smile and said, no matter, allow me to escort you to the staircase. You are unwell and should return home early. Seeing the dejected expression on Qin San's face, Lu Rian felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. But she could only nod in agreement. Yet, just when she thought their affair would end there and they would no longer have any ties, Qin San unexpectedly took the martial arts manual from her hands and approached the counter. To her astonishment, he readily paid 20,000 spirit stones and then handed the very manual she had admired back to her. Young master, what is this? Qin San sighed and said, I had thought I had met the fated woman of my life today, but alas. Never mind, since you are already married. It seems we are destined to be apart. Consider this manual as compensation for my earlier offense. I hope you will not hold it against me. With that, Qin San turned to leave. However, his words completely unsettled Lu Rian's heart. The fated woman? He actually regarded me as the destined one. So he truly has fallen for me at first sight. Regret surged within her. How she wished she had not held hands with Daji Ba at the engagement ceremony. For, judging by this man's appearance, wealth, and demeanor, he could easily overshadow Daji Ba. In fact, Lu Rian felt that even if this man were an untalented fool, he would still surpass Daji Ba by 100-fold, if not 1,000 or 10,000 times. With this thought, Lu Rian suddenly took an unexpected action. Just as Qin San was about to turn back at the staircase, she unexpectedly grasped his hand and whispered in his ear, Number 72, South Sand Road, Outer Gate. That is where I reside. My husband will not be home tomorrow. If you wish to see me, you may come find me. By the way, I am Lu Rian. Upon hearing this, Qin San knew he had successfully hooked the fish. It was too easy, almost devoid of challenge. Very well, if I have time, I shall come find you. I am Hechuan. Thus, they parted ways. Lu Rian descended the stairs while Qin San made his way towards the third-floor staircase. Although he had already acquired 2 wood-based martial arts manuals, he had intended to visit the 3rd floor upon entering, for which he had also paid 10,000 spirit stones. Soon, he reached the 3rd floor without any hindrance. However, he was immediately taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The sheer volume of books in the entire space was beyond the capacity of the shelves. The hallways, the tops of the shelves, and every corner were overflowing with various books, to the extent that one had to tread carefully, lest they accidentally topple a precariously stacked pillar of books. Yet, beyond the overwhelming quantity, what left Qin San speechless was the disarray. It was utterly filthy. The classification cards on the bookshelf were coated in dust, rendering them nearly illegible. Countless cobwebs adorned the corners of the shelves, and any book casually picked up would disturb a multitude of spiders. A mere breath could stir up a cloud of dust. These observations were sufficient to conclude that this 3rd level was rarely frequented. Only the path leading from the entrance to the counter remained clear. Excuse me, do you have any wind spirit roots techniques available for study? Given that searching for such information felt akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, Qin-san had no choice but to consult the counter attendant on this level. The attendant was lounging in a grand chair, dozing off, and upon being disturbed, a flicker of surprise and impatience crossed his eyes. Count 4 shelves over, the third row on the right. Those are all related to wind. As for whether there are any techniques, you'll have to look for yourself. I wouldn't know. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and promptly closed his eyes again. Qin-san, however, was not incensed by the attendant's demeanor. After all, he too was somewhat lethargic. It was indeed irritating to be disturbed during a moment of rest. Following the attendant's directions, he soon located the designated shelf and began to explore the third row on the right. The books on the third level differed significantly from those on the first two. The latter boasted intact covers, clear inscriptions, and each cover bore a summary of its contents. Although they could not be opened, one could easily discern the nature and characteristics of the techniques, facilitating selection. In contrast, the majority of the third level's books had damaged covers, and even those that were intact often had worn inscriptions. Many were severely missing pages. In such circumstances, devoid of any content descriptions and locked shut, how was one to discern the nature of the tome in hand? No wonder this place was so deserted. It was akin to opening a blind box. Moreover, the prices were exorbitant. Each book was priced in the tens of thousands of spirit stones, with thicker volumes commanding even higher prices. Yet, the thicker tomes were evidently not techniques, but rather ancient texts chronicling legends. Qin-san flipped through several volumes, unable to ascertain their content, and ultimately returned them one by one to their places. Just as he contemplated whether to give up, he suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice. Observing a plethora of ancient texts before you, I will now activate the auxiliary identification function for your convenience. Chapter 23, Young Master, we meet again. What? The system has an auxiliary identification function? Impressive indeed. No sooner had Xiao Wu finished speaking than the scene before Qin-san transformed. As his gaze fell upon a particular book, annotations automatically appeared beside it. The love life of the celestial sword saint and his 9 mistresses, the epic battle between Flame Emperor Xiao Yan and Sea God Tang Si, private affairs of martial ancestor Lin Dong, the secrets between Emperor Yi and his mother-in-law. What in the world is this? What relevance does any of this have to wind? It wasn't until his gaze shifted to the top of the shelf that he discovered a forgotten manual nestled in the corner. Intermediate Spiritual Level Wind System Technique. Wind and Cloud Shoulder Step allows practitioners to experience a remarkable surge in speed, as agile as the wind and clouds. This technique grants an elusive body movement that renders one nearly impossible to capture. When executed, it can serve as a method of evasion or be combined with shoulder strikes to inflict substantial damage upon adversaries. Truth be told, Qin-san harbored no interest in violence or conflict. As a staunch advocate of a laid-back philosophy, he naturally preferred to avoid any form of strife. Thus, even with his cultivation, he found no inclination towards rigorous training. Such endeavors were sufficient when entrusted to Su Wanyun. However, he felt no aversion to a technique that could enhance his agility. Su Wanyun possessed extraordinary talent and was destined to become a formidable empress. Powerful foes would inevitably emerge, and should danger arise, he could rely on his agility to evade. He then noticed that the price of the technique was a mere 30,000 spirit stones. Astoundingly affordable. However, it soon became clear why this technique had remained unsold. The characters on the cover were entirely unfamiliar to him, likely belonging to an era even older than 3,000 years ago. Consequently, he decided to acquire Wind and Cloud Shoulder Step and proceeded to the checkout. As he passed by a bookshelf, a particular annotation caught his eye. This note appeared as he scanned a book, revealing a high-level fire attribute spiritual technique, True Flame Art. This technique enables practitioners to unleash higher temperatures and possess increased fire resistance, categorizing it as a state-type technique. His eyes lit up at this revelation, prompting him to halt and approach the book. He extracted it from the stack, revealing a dark, ancient cover adorned with 3 slightly blurred characters, True Flame Art. As Su Wanyun possessed a fire spiritual root, this technique was particularly suited for her cultivation. Not only would it benefit her, but he would also receive a return from the system, yielding a double advantage. He examined the book, pleasantly surprised to find its price was merely 50,000 spirit stones. Another fortunate find. With excitement bubbling within him, Qin-san prepared to secure True Flame Art, only to be interrupted by a voice from behind. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that technique. I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones. Turning around, he recognized the voice belonged to Su Wanyun's cousin, Su Qingqing. Hey, are you deaf? Did you hear me? Seeing Qin-san's lack of response, Su Qingqing's face darkened with irritation. Yet Qin-san had no intention of engaging with him. Given Su Wanyun's apparent disdain for the individual, he surely could not be a person of virtue. Get lost. 1,000 spirit stones. Do you think I'm begging? With that, he strode directly towards the counter to finalize his purchase. Su Qingqing's temper flared. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Su family, known as Su Shao, and their family ranked just below the Jiang and Tang families in the outer sect. How many dared to offend him in the outer sect? You blind fool. Don't you know who I am? Su Qingqing stepped forward, blocking Qin San's path. It turned out that a few days prior, Su Qingqing had discovered true flame art on the third floor of the library pavilion. However, last time I happened to be short on spirit stones and could not procure the true flame technique. Thus, this time I made ample preparations, intending to secure it. To my surprise, its placement had shifted. By the time I located it, an unknown youth had already gotten there first. Although those who can ascend to the third level are certainly not the lowly disciples from the lower tiers. There are few from the outer sect who stand on equal footing with me, and I am familiar with them all. This individual before me, whom I have never encountered, must surely be insignificant. Hence, I brazenly sought to seize the true flame technique from him. Little did I anticipate that this nameless fellow would dare to disregard me, to reject me. There was even a palpable air of disdain directed my way. How could I possibly endure such insolence? Meanwhile, Qin San, witnessing Su Qingqing's attempt at intimidation, felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had lived for over 3,000 years. How could he allow himself to be belittled by a younger relative? Was he out of his mind? I care not who you are. If you truly desire this technique, then come forth with sincerity and present 100,000 spirit stones. If you cannot produce them, then be gone. Do you understand? Depart. Qin San deliberately raised his voice, aiming to escalate the conflict and attract the attention of the guards. After all, the rules of the library were exceedingly strict. He surmised that even if Su Qingqing had connections, he would not dare to act against him. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Su Qingqing's face flushed crimson with indignation. The audacity! You are courting disaster. Do not say I did not warn you. Su Qingqing gritted his teeth as he spoke. In the next moment, the previously drowsy administrator appeared alongside several guards. What is happening here? Are you not aware that noise and disturbances are forbidden in the library? He hurried over, eager to discern who had disrupted his peace. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness. Although the Su family does not compare to the Jiang family, they are still ranked within the top 3 or 4. Furthermore, as a frequent patron of the library who maintains a good relationship with Jiang Feng of the Jiang family, Su Qingqing is nearly regarded as a VIP here. Oh, it is young Master Su. What seems to be the trouble? Su Qingqing promptly pointed at Qin San, declaring, he was sneaking about, attempting to steal a technique, but fortunately, I caught him in the act. You must apprehend him immediately and send him to the law enforcement hall for processing. The administrator's expression changed at these words. He turned to Qin San and inquired, is what young Master Su said true? Qin San nodded, certainly not. What is your name, and what rank of disciple are you? Qin San did not attempt to conceal his identity. The application for a pass required registration with an identification token. Qin San, a servant. At this, the administrator's expression darkened significantly. How could a mere servant possibly afford the 1,000 spirit stones required as a deposit to access the third floor? Clearly, there had been a grave oversight within the library. How dare a servant venture to the third level? What is to become of those below? After speaking, he gestured for the nearby guards to seize Qin San. You little thief, surrender at once. Accompany us to the law enforcement hall. Upon witnessing this, Qin San felt an intense surge of anger rise within him. Who is in charge of this library? Why are the attendants such ignorant fools? What is wrong with the minor staff? Shouldn't they check the pass to ascend to the third floor? Can mere labels determine everything? Without hesitation, he produced his pass. Look closely, this pass was obtained through legitimate means. Can this fool's baseless accusation lead you to conclude I am here to steal? Yet, several guards ignored him entirely, callously swatting the pass from Qin San's hand onto the ground. The leading guard sneered, humph. How could a mere servant afford a spiritual stone for a third floor pass? It must have been found, right? Our esteemed Su Shao would not wrongfully accuse you. Take him away. Before he could finish, 2 guards viciously seized Qin San's arms. Anger surged within him. He sought to avoid trouble, yet it seemed trouble had sought him out instead. He was lazy, not cowardly. After all, he was a venerable figure over 3,000 years old. How could these insignificant youths dare to humiliate him? Just as he prepared to unleash his spiritual power to repel the guards, a stunning young woman appeared, adorned with a veil and possessing a graceful figure. Hold on. What is happening here? Why such a commotion? Upon seeing her, the administrator's expression transformed into one of utmost respect. Miss, what brings you here? Su Qingqing displayed an expression of panic. Sister Shuer, you arrived just in time. This fellow was caught stealing here. Lin Shuer nodded in response, but did not direct her gaze at Su Qingqing. Instead, she smiled warmly at Qin San. Young master, we meet again. Chapter 24. Was it you who struck, or was it the dog? Indeed, Qin San was quite surprised. He had anticipated encountering this woman again in the library. He chuckled. What a coincidence. Does this library also fall under your jurisdiction? Indeed, the beautiful woman who appeared was none other than Lin Shuer, the head of the treasure pavilion whom Qin San had previously met. She was the head of the treasure pavilion and the young mistress of the library. Su Qingqing referred to her as sister, suggesting that Lin Shuer held a significant position. Was she perhaps an inner disciple assigned to the outer sect? At that moment, the atmosphere shifted into a strange tension as those present realized Qin San and Lin Shuer were acquainted. Su Qingqing wore a bewildered expression, as did the third-floor administrator and the other guards. In sum, they were all utterly baffled. Sister Shuer, do you know this person? Su Qingqing asked, drenched in sweat. Lin Shuer cast him a glance. Indeed, this young master is my friend. Is there an issue? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's complexion paled. How could this be possible? The esteemed inner sect sister Lin Shuer, head of both the treasure pavilion and the library, could not possibly be friends with a mere servant. He felt as though his mind were being ravaged by confusion. Of course, there's no problem, he stammered. Lin Shuer smirked, then turned to the administrator and guards. You claim my friend was stealing here? Have you verified his pass? In an instant, several individuals, including the administrator, turned pale, lowering their heads in silence. Su Qingqing stammered, unable to articulate a response. Lin Shuer then spoke in a firm tone. Humph. How do I usually discipline you? Do you not take the rules of the library to heart at all? With a wave of her hand, she commanded, apologize to my friend. The administrator, drenched in sweat, hastily complied, addressing Qin San with a bow. I sincerely apologize. It was our oversight. Please forgive our offense, esteemed sir. Observing this, Qin San had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. The misunderstanding is resolved. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your magnanimity. Soon, the administrator and guards withdrew, leaving only Su Qingqing, whose mood felt akin to having consumed something distasteful. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that there was something amiss. After all, Lin Shuer held a distinguished status, while this Qin San was merely a lowly servant. It was inconceivable that she would regard him as a friend. With this thought in mind, he could not help but inquire, May I ask, Senior Sister Shuer, how did you come to know him? Lin Shuer smiled gently and replied, Young Master Qin visited the treasure pavilion not long ago and brought substantial benefits to our establishment. To me, anyone who contributes to our profits is a friend. Do you think such a person would be a thief? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing was taken aback. What? This servant has actually brought considerable profit to the treasure pavilion? Could it be that he possessed something of immense value? Although incredulous, Su Qingqing felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Qin San was not as closely associated with Lin Shuer as he had initially thought. Clearly, I had misjudged him. If he could generate profits for the treasure pavilion, he must have gained even more himself. My accusations against Qin San regarding theft were unfounded, and I must retract them. At that moment, Lin Shuer turned her gaze back to Qin San and inquired, Young Master Qin, have you come to purchase something specific? Qin San shrugged and pointed at the technique in Su Qingqing's hands, saying, I intended to buy a technique, but he snatched it away and accused me of stealing. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer shot a piercing glance at Su Qingqing, causing him to shudder. Su Gongzi. Enraged, Su Qingqing shot a glare at Qin San, reluctantly returning the true flame technique. At this juncture, he could no longer forcefully claim the technique. Offending Lin Shuer could very well land him on the blacklist of the library, which would be counterproductive. Nevertheless, he was determined to acquire this technique. Once outside the library, he would devise a way to reclaim it. Brother Qin, it was all a misunderstanding. I apologize for the offense. No hard feelings. I am not one to hold grudges. Recognizing one's mistakes is the first step to improvement. I only hope that Su Xiao will refrain from looking down on others in the future. Accepting the true flame technique, Qin San was thoroughly satisfied and nodded to Lin Shuer before proceeding to the counter to pay with spirit stones. Su Qingqing squinted his eyes, having no intention of lingering any longer. He respectfully greeted Lin Shuer, saying, Senior sister, I must take my leave now. I hope you can forgive me for today's events. I assure you I will be more cautious in the future. With that, Su Qingqing descended the stairs, followed closely by Qin San, who managed to settle the payment. However, upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a fierce argument between Lu Ruyan and Dajiba. Darling, tell me the truth. Where did you obtain the spirit stones to purchase this advanced cultivation technique? Do you realize that even if I were to forego food and drink for an entire year, I might not be able to afford it? Are you concealing something from me? Lu Ruyan retorted angrily. Dajiba, do you insist on quarreling with me here? I have already stated that I spent my own spirit stones. Why do you need to concern yourself with it? Impossible. I am well aware of your family situation. You possess only a couple thousand spirit stones, yet this technique costs 20,000. What do you mean by that? Just because you cannot afford it. You feel entitled to meddle in my affairs. Let me make this clear. From now on, my matters are none of your business. I certainly cannot rely on you. As their argument escalated, the guards on the first floor could no longer hold their tongues. Enough. If you two wish to argue, do so at home. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. At this, Dajiba finally calmed down, turning to Lu Ruyan with a flushed face. Let us go home. Without a doubt, this incident only deepened Lu Ruyan's dissatisfaction with Dajiba. With an icy demeanor, she remarked, "You worthless fool. Do not even think about sharing my bed again." Ultimately, thanks to the intervention of the library guards, the farce came to an end. Just as the two were about to leave, Su Qingsheng happened to pass by them. Qin San, witnessing this, could not help but smirk mischievously. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking Dajiba's arm. Consequently, Dajiba's hand was propelled upward, inadvertently slapping Su Qingsheng on the back of his head. This was the last straw. Su Qingsheng, already in a foul mood, exploded in fury. "How dare you, you pathetic wretch!" He retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Dajiba's face, flattening his nose. Ouch! Poor Dajiba, completely taken aback, was left bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. As he struggled to rise, he intended to call out to his assailant, only to be met with Su Qingsheng's frigid glare. "What? Su Shao? I didn't strike you. If it wasn't you, then who? Did a dog bite me?" Su Qingsheng momentarily considered delivering another blow but thought better of it, given the setting at the library entrance. With a dismissive wave, he departed, leaving Dajiba in a state of utter frustration, clutching his nose. What on earth just transpired? Did my hand cramp up? My dear wife, where are you going? Wait for me. Stay away. Do not call me your wife. I refuse to have such a spineless husband. Lu Ruyan retorted, strutting away without casting him a glance. Chapter 25. Mastering techniques instantly in that moment. Qin San, having thoroughly humiliated Dajiba, finally exited the library with a sense of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure darted out from the side, pulling him into a secluded corner. It was none other than the waiting Su Wanyan. Why did you take so long to come out? How did it go? Did you achieve any success? Two wood-based cultivation techniques emerged before him. He presented entangled roots and spirit shield. Su Wanyan glanced at them several times, nodding silently. At last, Qin San had begun his journey into cultivation, albeit somewhat belatedly. It seemed necessary to find ways to procure elixirs that could enhance his cultivation in the future. Returning the techniques to Qin San, Su Wanyan instinctively inquired, "By the way, have you encountered my cousin? He appeared rather dejected when I saw him earlier." Qin San did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, "I did meet him, but your cousin is rather foolish. He attempted to frame me." Su Wanyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin San would clash with Su Qingsheng. It was known that Su Qingsheng possessed at least 2 years' worth of cultivation strength compared to Qin San. The mere fact that Qin San emerged unscathed was already a stroke of luck. What had transpired? Had he instigated the conflict? Qin San nodded slightly. "Yes. I spotted a technique on the 3rd floor that piqued my interest, and he also had his eyes on it. He accused me of being a thief, attempting to seize it for himself. Fortunately, the spirit stones you provided were ample enough to clear my name." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan's expression darkened. This indeed resembled Su Qingsheng's character. Yet, she was still surprised that Qin San had ventured to the 3rd floor of the library. However, that floor was known for hidden treasures, and it was evident that Qin San's technique did not originate from there. Did he acquire other techniques as well? The technique you mentioned earlier, did you obtain it from the 3rd floor? As expected, Qin San chuckled and shook his head. No? He then produced true flame technique. "Here, my lady, this is for you." Su Wanyan took it and was momentarily stunned. True flame technique, a high-tier fire element spiritual technique. It turned out that Qin San had gone to the 3rd floor in search of techniques for himself. This incident had also led to a rift with Su Qingsheng. Although he emerged unscathed, few dared to directly compete with Su Qingsheng for anything. Qin San, merely a novice who had just awakened his spiritual roots, displayed a remarkable courage that was indeed rare. A wave of emotion surged within her, accompanied by an unexpected sense of guilt. Why would you do this? Do you not realize that offending my cousin could be perilous? You are my lady. Assisting you is only natural. Besides, your cousin is my brother-in-law. Should I fear my own brother-in-law? At these words, Su Wanyan was left in a state of amused disbelief. Brother-in-law, indeed. Had it not been for the library, he might have faced dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, she regained her usual aloof demeanor. "I appreciate your kindness, but please refrain from such actions in the future." I have mentioned that we are merely a couple in name. There is no need for you to treat me so well. In response, Qin San did not feel disheartened. He could perceive that Su Wanyan's attitude towards him was gradually shifting. This woman, it was evident, was more than just stubborn. Beneath that facade lay a softness. Simultaneously, as Su Wanyan accepted the true flame technique, the voice of Xiao Wu echoed once more in Qin San's mind. The master bestowed upon his companion a high-level spiritual technique, accompanied by a promise of a five-fold return on its value. Additionally, there was a rare item, the abyssal jade spirit herb. Furthermore, a high-level wind-based technique, Dragon's Grasp, was included. Astounded by the fortune of acquiring a high-level wind technique, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. However, he pondered the utility of the abyssal jade spirit herb. It was said to restore practitioners who had succumbed to madness in an instant. Qin San was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. As such occurrences were exceedingly rare and of little relevance to him, he decided it best to seek an opportunity to sell it at the treasure pavilion. With that, he suggested to his companion that it was time to return home, and they set off towards the quiet mountain. Unbeknownst to them, just after their departure, a pair of vengeful eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on Qin San. It was Dajiba. Qin San, this time you are doomed. After leaving the library, Dajiba found himself increasingly discontent. Following a quarrel with his wife and an inexplicable blow from Su Qingqing, he was eager to vent his frustrations on an unfortunate soul. His thoughts turned to Qin San, who had been conspicuously absent from the library's first floor throughout his stay. Convinced he could find Qin San nearby, he waited in a secluded corner, and indeed, he spotted him alongside Su Wanyan. A sinister plan began to brew in Dajiba's mind. Ever since Su Wanyan was cast out from the Su family, she had been in hiding, and no one knew her whereabouts. However, now that he had located her, he could easily track her down. With both Su Wanyan rendered powerless and Qin San being an underachiever, even his third-tier cultivation would suffice to subdue them. This would not only offer him a chance to release his pent-up anger on Qin San, but might also allow him to become the first man to possess the once unreachable Su Wanyan, the former outer sect saintess. Had it not been for the accident 6 months prior that stripped her of her powers, she would have long since become a direct disciple of the sect leader. Thus, Dajiba stealthily trailed behind Qin San, navigating through the back roads of the outer sect until they reached Quiet Mountain. Upon returning home, Su Wanyan retreated to her room to bathe, while Qin San reclined on a large stone atop the mountain, entering the system. Within the system's domain lay 4 techniques: Tangled Roots, with Spirit Shield, Wind and Cloud Stride, and Dragon's Grasp. Initially, he had little desire to practice them, considering he could rely on the system to replicate Su Wanyan's techniques. However, since Su Wanyan possessed a fire spirit root and could only learn fire-based techniques, he realized he must cultivate the wood and wind techniques himself. As he prepared to study Tangled Roots, a voice from his mind interrupted him. Would the master like to learn this technique? The system can spare you the process of comprehension and grant immediate mastery. A moment of realization washed over him as he recalled having received a similar prompt before. At that time, he wished to study the Divine Flame Sword Intent technique, but lacking the necessary cultivation, he refrained from asking Xiao Wu for assistance in comprehension. In this moment, he promptly responded with learn. The next instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The Tangled Roots manual in his hand astonishingly vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, it felt as though a torrent of knowledge poured into his mind, flooding him with an abundance of memories pertaining to the application and techniques of Tangled Roots. Incredible. Instant mastery of techniques? Remarkable indeed. Low-tier yellow-grade technique Tangled Roots learned successfully. This technique is categorized as a growth type, comprising 10 levels. These levels are Single Root Tangle, Double Root Tangle, 4 Roots Tangle, 10 Roots Tangle, 100 Roots Tangle, 1,000 Roots Tangle, 10,000 Roots Tangle, 100,000 Roots Tangle, Million Roots Tangle, and Infinite Roots Tangle. Each level requires corresponding proficiency to advance, with the technique's grade increasing accordingly. The required proficiency levels are 0, 1, 5, 25, 125, 625, 3125, 15625, 78125, and 390625. With each usage of the technique, the proficiency increases by 1. Current proficiency, 0. Chapter 26. Brother, I implore you to show mercy. A growth-type technique? Qin San found himself somewhat bewildered. This term was unfamiliar to him, yet it was evidently impressive. According to Xiao Wu's explanation, the low-tier yellow grade referred to the first level of Tangled Roots. Thus, the second level would correspond to the mid-yellow, the third to the high yellow, followed by low spirit, mid-spirit, high spirit, culminating in the highest tier of low earth. Remarkable indeed. Furthermore, as long as he utilized it, his proficiency would improve, thereby elevating the technique's grade. Wasn't that rather simplistic? Remarkable indeed. Qin Sen realized that despite having read for 3,000 years, he remained a novice. At this moment, only 4 words could encapsulate his feelings. Incredible. Or remarkable. Indeed, master, it is as simple and effortless as that. Upon hearing this, Qin Sen wasted no time. He swiftly pointed with his finger and infused a patch of grass with wood elemental energy. Almost instantaneously, a root, as thick as a finger, burst forth from beneath the grass. In the next moment, the root, defying all logic, rose from the ground under his control and swiftly entwined a nearby stone. Congratulations. Master, Tangled Roots has advanced to the 2nd level, enabling the double root tangle. Current proficiency, 1. In an instant, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. The nature of this cultivation method was astonishingly effortless and remarkably simple. Typically, martial artists must first grasp the theoretical concepts within the manuals, endure prolonged periods of practice to enhance their proficiency, and continually apply and refine their skills in combat to achieve mastery. Common techniques often require days to weeks for completion. Yellow-grade techniques can take a month to several months, while spirit-grade techniques may demand years for full mastery. Yet his experience was entirely different. As long as he persistently practiced, the technique would automatically evolve, requiring neither deep contemplation nor participation in combat. This function seems tailor-made for me. Dual intertwining. Dual intertwining. My dual intertwining proficiency is at level 1, level 1, level 1. Congratulations, Master. Chaotic intertwining has reached the 3rd tier, allowing for 4 intertwining strands. Current proficiency, 5. Congratulations. Master, chaotic intertwining has reached the 4th tier, allowing for 10 intertwining strands. Current proficiency, 25. After reaching the 4th tier, Qin Sen did not continue his training. Instead, he swiftly learned the remaining 3 techniques through the system. He leaped down from the large rock, preparing to cook dinner. After all, to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. A man who can cook is forever the most handsome. However, just as he turned to gather wild vegetables nearby, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, the stealthy footsteps of someone approaching. Someone is coming. Who could it be? Could it be that the whereabouts of himself and Su Wanyan have been exposed? This is not good news. Thus, he feigned ignorance and crouched down to pick wild vegetables. Sure enough, a shadow swiftly passed by, about 10 meters away from him. Qin Sen narrowed his eyes slightly, while remaining inconspicuous. He couldn't help but curl his lips in a cold smirk. Whoever dared to intrude upon the world shared between him and Su Wanyan would meet a dire fate. Meanwhile, Daji Ba was panting heavily. He had not anticipated that Su Wanyan and Qin Sen would choose to hide in such a desolate place. No wonder no one had known for so long. But it mattered little, now he knew. Furthermore, he was just moments away from savoring his first bite of the saintly maiden's flesh. As he pondered, he stealthily approached, preparing to unleash a thunderous assault upon Qin Sen. That little brat. What if he was just a bit taller and bulkier than me? How dare he mock me? Prepare to meet your doom. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, raising his fist to strike Qin Sen's back. Little did he know, in the next moment, a strange sound echoed beneath his feet. Immediately, his right foot, which he had just stepped forward with, became ensnared by something. Looking down, his expression changed dramatically. Daji Ba realized that several tendrils of plants were climbing up his body. It is worth noting that while Daji Ba's cultivation was not high, he possessed a basic understanding of such matters. He recognized at a glance that this was a wood-type technique. What? Who is responsible for this? Of course it is me. Qin Sen thought to himself, turning around with a playful smirk on his face. Daji Ba was taken aback. You are supposed to be a worthless waste without spiritual roots or cultivation. How can you? Before he could finish, Qin Sen interrupted. You are curious about how I suddenly mastered wood-type techniques, aren't you? Rubbing his hands together, Qin Sen approached Daji Ba, who was now completely ensnared by numerous roots and could not move at all. The 2nd-tier spirit-building cultivation faced against the 3rd-tier condensed Dan was utterly one-sided. Naturally, Daji Ba was unaware of Qin Sen's true cultivation level and continued to struggle in vain. Release me at once. Qin Sen sneered. Release you? On what grounds? You have gone to great lengths to track me down, all for the purpose of teaching me a lesson. Do you think I would be foolish enough to let go of someone intent on harming me? Daji Ba was filled with panic. Unable to extricate himself from the clutches of the plant, it signified his impending subjugation. Despite Qin Sen having recently awakened his spiritual roots, he could easily extinguish his life. Thus, he hurriedly denied. Qin Sen, you misunderstand. I merely ventured out to hunt and happened to pass through this place. I had no intention of harming you. Upon hearing this, Qin Sen nearly burst into laughter, finding the explanation utterly contemptible. I apologize, but regardless of your intentions, now that you are aware of my and my wife's residence, it is a grave offense. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch to Dajiba's face. With a resounding thud, Dajiba was sent flying, landing a good 10 meters away. Poor Dajiba had only recently suffered a broken nose at the hands of Su Qingqing, and now, his nose was utterly flattened, a catastrophic fracture. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart racing in terror. Had he known, he would never have come. This Qin San was clearly no fool. The force of that punch was enough to demonstrate that his cultivation was not inferior to his own. Qin San, no, third brother, I beg you, show mercy. I understand my mistake. Unfortunately, Qin San had already harbored murderous intent. There was no way he would let Dajiba escape. Should he return, their whereabouts would inevitably be exposed, bringing upon a cascade of troubles that would surely overwhelm him. Moreover, the true threats to him and Su Wanyun were not merely Jiang Feng or Tang Youyou, but rather the formidable families behind them. Show mercy? You should instead prepare for regrets in the afterlife. With that parting remark, Qin San deftly manipulated the roots, hurling Dajiba towards the nearby cliff. Although Silent Mountain was not particularly high, standing at around 700 or 800 meters, anyone falling from such heights, even at the peak of the condensation realm or spirit building, would face certain death. After a piercing scream, Dajiba vanished without a trace. Qin San dusted off his hands and returned to the front of the house, just as Su Wanyun emerged from her bath. Qin San, did you hear that? I thought I heard a scream just now. In an effort to spare her worry, Qin San feigned ignorance. My lady, perhaps you misheard. I didn't hear anything at all. Su Wanyun scanned the surroundings and scrutinized Qin San closely. Once she confirmed that there was nothing amiss, she felt relieved. Perhaps I did mishear. Shortly thereafter, Qin San prepared a table of vegetarian dishes, and the two dined in the back room, exchanging little conversation. However, Su Wanyun's gaze remained fixed on Qin San, her exterior composed, yet her mind was awash with thoughts. She suddenly realized that this man, whom she had casually employed as a shield against Jiang Feng, was indeed quite suitable as a partner. He was handsome, skilled in cooking, protective, and caring. Aside from his penchant for reading risque novels, he possessed no vices. She had no doubt that if she remained a mere bystander, she might gradually come to accept this life. Yet, she could not afford to do so. From the moment she embarked on the path of cultivation, her aspirations transcended the confines of the humble Tianyin sect and the small northern domain. What she sought was to traverse the entirety of this world. Thus, after dinner, she solemnly addressed Qin San. In the days to come, I shall retreat elsewhere to cultivate in preparation for the outer sect competition in a month. Therefore, during the remaining time, you must exercise caution alone and avoid provoking those you cannot contend with. Furthermore, diligently cultivate the techniques you have acquired and do not fail to meet my expectations. Chapter 27. My mind is full of you. Su Wanyun's decision was driven by two primary motivations. On one hand, she wished to ascertain the extent of Qin San's capabilities within this brief month. As her partner, even if merely in name, he should never be relegated to a subordinate position. After all, she could not remain by Qin San's side eternally. There would inevitably be moments when he must confront challenges on his own. If he cannot even manage that, what sort of man is Qin San? On the other hand, her recent experience in the trial tower made her acutely aware of her insufficient strength. Although she had refrained from using her trump card, the divine flame sword intent, she was still dissatisfied with her performance. She was certain that Jiang Feng had held back during the trials. She realized that only by becoming stronger could she truly dominate her peers. The upcoming outer sect competition next month represented the starting point for her ascent to greater heights. With that, she packed her belongings and departed from the peak of Jingyu Mountain, leaving Qin San in a state of bewilderment. Why was she suddenly going into seclusion? He had hoped to deepen their relationship further. Fortunately, it seemed that Su Wanyun was not ending their relationship. She simply intended to train, likely in preparation for the imminent outer sect competition. Thus, for the next several days, Qin San remained on the mountaintop, occupying himself with the Jade Lotus Sutra, practicing his techniques, and providing spiritual stones to CC. However, he struggled to shake off his lazy habits. He barely managed to fully master the wood spirit shield technique, which required only 200 proficiency points. As for his other techniques, he had advanced the twisted roots technique to the 5th level, achieving close to 500 proficiency with 100 roots entangled. The dragon sucking hand and the stormcloud shoulder step had higher levels, with full proficiency exceeding 10,000. Comparable to the 7th level of twisted roots. He abandoned practice after reaching just 100 proficiency for those. Nevertheless, this was still commendable. The power he could unleash was astonishing. Particularly with the dragon sucking hand, it proved exceptionally useful, allowing him to form a vortex of spiritual energy in his palm that could draw targets from afar. While it lacked lethality, it was undoubtedly a formidable control technique that could be combined with offensive techniques for a counterattack. catching enemies off guard. One day, as usual, Qin-san practiced twisted roots at the mountaintop. After some time, his proficiency neared 600, and he was on the verge of reaching 1,000 roots entangled. Suddenly, CC peeked out from his embrace, curiously asking, "Hey, how did you manage this? Why have you suddenly made such rapid progress after 3,000 years without cultivation?" "It's changing daily," Qin-san chuckled, "because I am a genius. I simply lack the awakening of my spiritual roots until now, and with that, I am bound to make remarkable strides." CC scoffed, "I think it's because you married a good wife. Without Su Wanyan, you'd still be unable to awaken your spiritual roots after another 3,000 years. Originally, Qin-san had divulged to CC the method of awakening the wood's spiritual root, yet he concealed the existence of the system within him. After all, such esoteric matters would render him a target of ridicule, as few would believe or comprehend them. However, it must be said that after a fortnight of separation from Su Wanyan, Qin-san found himself yearning for her presence. He recalled the words of his genius companion who had introduced him to the Tianyan sect 3 millennia ago. Once a person steps outside their comfort zone, they often find it impossible to return. Qin-san, I truly envy your ability to remain so comfortably laid back. Yet, perhaps you should venture into new experiences, for you may discover more splendid vistas awaiting you. 3,000 years had passed. His dear friend was now but a distant memory, likely long deceased. Qin-san had to admit that after leaving the forbidden grounds, he had undergone a transformation. He began to feel a sense of loneliness, an awakening of desires inherent to his manhood. In the past, his needs could be satisfied with mere gestures, but now his mind frequently wandered to the forms of Su Wanyan and Yu Xiangning, and even occasionally to the figure of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. Hadn't she disclosed her address to him a fortnight ago at the library? A mischievous thought crossed his mind. It would be just the diversion he needed to seek her out. There exists a saying, a friend's wife should not be wronged. But a foe's wife? That is a different story altogether. After all, Dajiba had already departed from this world. With this thought, Qin-san promptly ceased his cultivation and invited CC into the room, presenting her with several hundred spirit stones. "Stay indoors and do not venture out. I shall be back shortly." CC's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Oh, this is indeed unprecedented. What are you up to, little one? Do not ask too many questions. I shall return soon." "All right, but come back quickly. These spirit stones are barely enough for 2 meals. How dare you? In my previous life, I must have sinned greatly to have raised such a gluttonous creature." Indeed, CC had an insatiable appetite, consuming hundreds of spirit stones daily. Over the past fortnight, it had amounted to nearly 10,000. Fortunately, his substantial resources allowed him to support her. Thus, Qin-san set off alone down the mountain towards the outer sect. Meanwhile, on the hillside of a cliff behind the Jingyu mountain, a disheveled man with a sunken nose finally crawled back up from the branches he had clung to. He let out a furious roar towards the cliff. "Qin-san, we are sworn enemies." Upon reaching the outer sect, Qin-san quickly located Lu Ruyan's residence from memory. The door was firmly shut, but faint sounds of laundry being scrubbed could be heard from within. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home?" The scrubbing ceased abruptly, followed by the sound of light footsteps. As expected, when the door opened, he was greeted by the enchanting figure of Lu Ruyan. The moment she laid eyes on Qin-san, her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. "Young master," he. Yet, in the next instant, she glanced around nervously, as if fearing discovery. Once assured of their privacy, she pulled Qin-san inside. The interior was modest but impeccably clean, infused with the delicate fragrance of fresh flowers. As Qin-san observed, he deliberately inquired, "Miss Lu, are you home alone? Where is your husband?" To his surprise, upon hearing the name Dajiba, Lu Ruyan's temper flared. "Oh, don't mention him. Ever since he left the library that day, he has vanished without a trace. I even suspect he has offended someone and met his demise outside. Of course, it would be best if he were dead, as that would allow me to gracefully terminate our engagement at the marriage pavilion and reclaim my single status." Qin-san was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan harbored no feelings for her husband. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he was merely a gold needle mushroom, poor and unattractive. What emotional value could he possibly bring to Lu Ruyan? "By the way, young master he, why have you taken so long to seek me out? I thought you had forgotten about me," she continued. Qin-san chuckled softly. "How could that be? Since our parting that day, I have constantly thought of you, Miss Lu. However, I have been entangled in trivial matters, which prevented me from keeping our appointment." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's heart soared. It turned out he had been thinking of her all along. Unable to contain her fervent emotions any longer, she stepped forward and embraced Qin-san. "Young master he, you may not know, but since that day, you've been on my mind incessantly. Indeed, for several days. Her thoughts had been consumed by him, leading to an overwhelming desire that she could not suppress. Had Qin Sen not appeared today, she had even prepared a wooden carving of a dragon for her own amusement that evening. Chapter 28. The strong men begin at 1 hour. Lu Ruyan's sudden assertiveness made Qin San's heart race. This woman was truly soft in body. Simultaneously, he confirmed his suspicions. Lu Ruyan's desires were exceedingly vigorous. Miss Lu, what is this? Young master, do not say a word, Lu Ruyan interjected, placing her delicate finger upon his lips. She then pulled him into her chamber and pushed him onto the bed. Qin Sen could easily predict what was about to unfold, so he chose to remain silent and allow Lu Ruyan to take the lead. And indeed, she did not disappoint him. Qin San's hands were not idle either. Lu Ruyan, with a rosy complexion, murmured, "Young master, do you think I am an improper woman?" At her words, Qin San chuckled inwardly. "You are certainly an improper woman. A proper woman would never hold hands with a fool like Dajiba." She must have thought he was robust simply because of his burly appearance. Furthermore, a proper woman would not remain unconcerned about her husband's disappearance for half a month and then seek solace in another's embrace. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he replied, "How could that be? Miss Lu, you appear to be a woman who understands the value of a home." Lu Ruyan was overjoyed by his response and began to envision a beautiful future with Qin San. He, of course, would not refuse such an opportunity. After all, why turn down a gift that had presented itself? Moreover, he felt no guilt regarding the wife of an enemy. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, "Of course. Even if you did not wish for it, I would desire it." However, Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, but just then, a knock echoed through the door. "Madam, please open the door. I am back." In an instant, a startled cry filled the air. Qin San hurriedly covered her mouth, then disregarding everything else, swiftly embraced Lu Ruyan and donned his clothes. Undoubtedly, his astonishment surpassed that of Lu Ruyan. Dajiba was, astonishingly, still alive. "Madam, what has happened? Please open the door." Upon hearing the scream, Dajiba's expression changed, and he knocked with greater urgency. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who was slow to react, trembled in fear. If discovered, her reputation would be utterly ruined. After all, extramarital affairs were strictly forbidden in their sect. "You must leave through the back door," Lu Ruyan urged, dragging Qin San to the rear of the house and hastily opening the back door. Qin San, feeling helpless, could only nod in dismay. "Miss Lu, would you not come with me?" Lu Ruyan shook her head in a panic. "No, my husband has already heard my voice. You must go alone. Do not worry about me." "Worry? Why should I worry?" Qin San had never intended to take things seriously with Lu Ruyan. He had merely been tempted by her beauty. Now that his objective was accomplished, whether they would meet again was uncertain. Thus, he did not linger and quickly departed. It was only then that Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. After closing the door, she returned inside, just in time for the impatient Dajiba to kick the door open. "Madam, where are you?" At that moment, Lu Ruyan was dressing before the bed. Seeing Dajiba burst in, she immediately displayed her annoyance. "Are you out of your mind? You've broken the door." Dajiba was taken aback and replied, "Madam, why did you not open the door for me? And what was that scream about?" Lu Ruyan composed herself and replied, "It was because of you. I was asleep, and upon hearing your knocking, I hurriedly got out of bed and twisted my ankle. It's all your fault." Hearing this, Dajiba's face filled with guilt, and he approached Lu Ruyan to embrace her. "I am so sorry, madam. Does it still hurt? May I help you?" He pulled Lu Ruyan down to sit. Lu Ruyan's heart raced, but she quickly pushed him away. "Of course it was just a nightmare. Who told you to touch me? I do not require your assistance. You have yet to explain why you disappeared for over 10 days. If you had not returned, I would have thought you were dead. By the way, what happened to your nose? Why do you look so disheveled? Have you been seeking pleasure with other women and were caught by their families?" Upon hearing this, Dajiba deflated like a punctured balloon. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The truth is, while hunting, I accidentally slipped and fell off a cliff. Thankfully, I was spared by divine intervention." He dared not reveal the truth to Lu Ruyan. If she discovered he had been tracking the former saintess Su Wanyun, it would expose his nefarious intentions. Little did he know, Lu Ruyan was indifferent to his well-being. Her earlier remarks were merely a tactic to divert Dajiba's thoughts. She succeeded. "Humph. How could I marry such a useless man, who can even fall off a cliff while hunting?" Her words, though not lethal, were deeply insulting, leaving Dajiba with his head bowed in silence. "Madam, please do not say such things. How is it possible that a single hour has passed?" Dajiba, having never encountered such a phenomenon, could hardly believe it. Yet, he found it curious why his wife was so certain, as if she had experienced it herself. On this day, Dajiba, unsurprisingly, faced neglect. Lu Ruyan wouldn't even allow him a touch, treating him throughout as a stranger, which only fueled his ire further. He attributed all this to that Qin San. "Humph. Young man, do not revel too soon. I am now aware of your residence with Su Wanyun, and I know you possess a with spiritual root. Once I recover from my injuries and sell this information to the Su and Jang families, there will undoubtedly be someone to aid me in seeking vengeance. Moreover, I might even profit from it. Meanwhile, Qin San returned to Jingyu Mountain, filled with elation. After 3,000 years of solitude, he had finally savored the pleasures of a woman. Indeed, it was splendid. To speak candidly, if one were to consider only the marital aspect, marrying a woman like Lu Ruyin would certainly be a dream come true for any man. However, a woman so easily swayed by others is clearly not of good character. During their entanglement, the system had previously inquired if Qin San wished to bind Lu Ruyin as a partner. He had outright refused. He had no interest in someone of such mediocre talent, especially one who was not a maiden, to be his woman. She must at least be on par with Su Wanyun in both beauty and aptitude. After all, he was counting on his wife to support his cultivation efforts while he reclined in comfort. Humming a tune, he made his way home, continuing to recline on a large rock, indulging in a delightful nap. Unbeknownst to him, night fell silently. However, while he was soaking in a wooden tub, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed through the mountains. What is happening? Could it be a beast? Chapter 29. The fragrant maiden in peril at the outer sect law enforcement office. Yu Xiangming was engrossed in reading a letter. It was a message from Su Wanyun, delivered by carrier pigeon, bearing extraordinary news. Su Wanyun's dantian had recovered, restoring her cultivation. Moreover, at this moment, Su Wanyun was deeply focused, preparing to astonish everyone at the outer sect grand competition in half a month. How wonderful, Wanyun! I knew you would not succumb to despair. I believe that soon, you shall reclaim all the glory you have lost. However, just as she reveled in her excitement, a disciple from the law enforcement team abruptly arrived. Captain, we have a grave situation. Yu Xiangming's expression shifted. What has happened? We just received word that several outer sect disciples encountered a mysterious beast attack at the foot of Jingyu Mountain and are now trapped. Their lives hanging by a thread. What? Such a thing has occurred? It should be noted that previously, a disciple had perished near the back mountain due to an attack. That was why she had been patrolling the area for traces of the beast. Yet, while she found no sign of the creature, she was bitten by a mysterious venomous entity. Had it not been for her encounter with a man named He Chuan, who helped her expel the toxins from her body, she might have already met her demise. Yet, it had been but a short while, and now a beast had reappeared at Jingyu Mountain. This was not good news. For both the back mountain and Jingyu Mountain fell within the sect's territory. For millennia, all demonic beasts have been banished to the demonic beast mountain range. The sect has established robust protective barriers to isolate this range, thereby preventing any incursion of these beasts into the inner sanctum of the sect. However, the recent emergence of demonic beasts raises a troubling question. Does this signify a breach in the protective barriers? Contemplating this, Yu Xiangming hastily gathered a group of disciples and made her way to Silent Whisper Mountain. Meanwhile, upon hearing the terrifying roar, Qin San did not succumb to curiosity and seek out the source of the sound. Despite having attained the second tier of spirit building, he was acutely aware that some demonic beasts far exceed the strength of practitioners at the same level. As the saying goes, curiosity can be fatal. Curiosity has never been a commendable trait. After his bath, the roar ceased to echo, prompting him to commence his cultivation at the mountain's summit. His technique, Tangled Roots, had reached a remarkable level of 1,000 entwined roots, indicating that he could concurrently control 1,000 plant roots, an extraordinary feat. Although this technique is not offensive in nature, achieving 1,000 entwined roots bestows an unparalleled control capability, rendering him a formidable presence in both duels and group battles. Exhausted, he noted the initial proficiency required was modest, allowing for swift advancement. Yet, he was taken aback by the exponential increase in proficiency demands as he progressed. To illustrate, while achieving 1,000 entwined roots necessitated only 625 points of proficiency, advancing to 10,000 entwined roots would require over 3,000 points, a staggering geometric escalation. However, Qin San did not consider that had another practitioner of wood element cultivation attempted this technique, they might have perished in the endeavor without reaching such heights. The average individual must possess exceptional insight to elevate a technique to the next level, akin to transforming and innovating foundational practices. For him, time alone sufficed. Next, he decided to enhance wind and cloud shoulder step. As a mid-tier wind attribute technique, it was inherently superior to lower-tier movement techniques and outperformed others of the same rank. Additionally, it could be employed in conjunction with strikes, functioning as an offensive technique. However, mastering it to perfection demanded a staggering 15,000 points of proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the swifter the movement and the greater the striking power. Based on Qin San's estimations, given his current reserves of spiritual energy. Even with 3 times the capacity of a practitioner at the same level, it would take nearly a year to fully cultivate it. A truly protracted endeavor. In the following hours, Qin San continued his training until he was drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to retire for the night, the long-absent roar resounded once more. The deep, ferocious sound reverberated through the tranquil night, echoing across silent Whisper Mountain. Subsequently, a faint clamor and the sound of metal clashing emerged from below. A battle has commenced. Have they come to confront the demonic beasts? Suddenly, he recalled the fragrant maiden, Yu, whom he had encountered on the back mountain. She had mentioned that demonic beasts were lurking in that area, having injured outer disciples, which prompted her to enter the cave for inspection. Could it be that the law enforcement division is involved this time? Yet, how could demonic beasts appear within the confines of the sect? Upon reflection, he became acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding the situation. For 3 millennia, he had known that his sect had banished the ferocious beasts to the Beast Mountain, establishing formidable defenses. Moreover, Jingyu Mountain was also part of the sect, situated closer to the outer gate than the rear mountains, thus making the appearance of any beasts highly improbable. The sudden emergence of a beast, therefore, must surely be attributed to some underlying cause. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qin San hurried down the mountain, primarily driven by the desire to ascertain whether the individual battling the beast was the fragrant maiden. If she were present, he would offer assistance. If not, it was of no concern to him. Before long, Qin San traced the sound to a valley at the mountain's base. To his astonishment, he beheld a familiar visage. It was none other than Yu. In the valley, over a dozen disciples clad in the garb of the law enforcement division were collaborating with Yu to confront a tiger-like beast. Scattered across the ground were several fallen disciples, some missing hands, others feet, and a few had even lost their heads, evidently having perished in battle. The beast was a 9-striped golden brow tiger, a formidable 3rd-tier creature, comparable in strength to mid to late-stage spirit-building warriors. Its attacks, imbued with the essence of metal, possessed remarkable destructive and defensive capabilities. Qin San quickly discerned that Yu Xiangning's group stood no chance of victory. The disciples of the law enforcement division were merely at the mid-stage of the condensed dam level. Although Yu Xiangning exhibited 2nd-tier spirit-building prowess, she could never hope to match the 9-striped golden brow tiger. Within the fray, the beast unleashed foul gusts from its maw, and the 9 golden stripes upon its forehead shimmered with an eerie luminescence, reminiscent of flowing metal. With a lithe physique, each pounce of the creature stirred up fierce winds, and wherever its claws struck, the very rocks splintered. Yu Xiangning wielded a soft sword, deftly evading the beast's strikes while attempting counterattacks. Her hair was disheveled, and her attire bore multiple wounds, stained crimson with blood. As she gasped for breath, she intermittently invoked special wood-based techniques to restrain the beast, which momentarily astonished Qin San. Could it be that she possessed a wood affinity as well? Meanwhile, the other disciples attempted to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to encircle the 9-striped golden brow tiger. Yet, who could have anticipated the beast's overwhelming might? With a mere flick of its paw, it tore through their makeshift barrier. One disciple, caught off guard, was swept away by the tiger's tail, soaring like a kite severed from its string before crashing heavily against the rocks, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the remaining disciples were paralyzed by fear. "Captain, we cannot contend with it. What should we do? We must retreat." Yu Xiangning's expression was grave. She was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their predicament. However, the challenge lay in the feasibility of retreating. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely declared, "I will hold it off. You all retreat. Quickly seek help from the director." At that moment, Yu Xiangning darted forward, positioning herself before the 9-striped golden brow tiger, swiftly employing her sword techniques to capture its attention. Upon witnessing the scene, the law enforcement disciples made a swift retreat, vanishing from Qin San's sight in an instant, leaving only Yu Xiangning behind. She struggled to manipulate a few tree vines to ensnare the limbs of the 9-striped golden brow tiger, unleashing a flurry of sword energy in a frenzied assault. Yet, in the face of her relentless onslaught, the formidable beast remained unscathed, effortlessly breaking free from the vines with a powerful shake of its massive form. Roaring in fury, the tiger's wrath reverberated through the valley. Yu Xiangning's expression shifted as she instinctively sought to create distance. However, in the blink of an eye, she was struck on the back by the tiger's tail, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood and send her sprawling forward. This was disastrous. As she struggled to rise, the 9-striped golden-browed tiger seized the opportunity to pounce. Its gaping maw opened wide, ready to consume Yu Xiangning whole. Despair flooded her heart. She realized rescue was futile. The distance from the law enforcement station to Silent Mountain was no less than 7 or 8 kilometers. Even if the disciples rushed to her aid, They would not return in less than half an hour. In this desolate wilderness, who could possibly come to her assistance? Even if help arrived, none would be a match for the tiger. Suddenly, she relinquished her fight, succumbing to a state of numbness as she awaited the inevitable approach of death. Yet, at that critical moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. In the next heartbeat, a figure appeared before her like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, Yu Xiangning beheld a scene she would never forget. The nine-striped golden-browed tiger was sent reeling, blood spewing forth from its mouth. Remarkably, this beast, weighing as much as 2 or 3 dozen adult men, was forcefully hurled aside by a single individual. At that instant, Qin San felt the tremor of his body and couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the wind and cloud shoulder step. He had not anticipated such a technique to be so formidable, capable of sending the nine-striped golden-browed tiger flying. Although pain pulsed through his shoulder, it remained within tolerable limits. Seizing the moment, he charged forward. By rank, the nine-striped golden-browed tiger far surpassed him in cultivation. Once it regained its bearings, defeating it would become an arduous task. With a swift maneuver, hundreds of plants erupted around him, their roots growing wildly and sprouting thick branches that ensnared the tiger tightly. Despite its prowess in the mid-stages of spirit building, the beast found itself unable to extricate itself from the numerous tendrils in a short span of time. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin San directed one of the roots to wrap around Yu Xiangning's sword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flew into his grasp. In an instant, he leaped atop the tiger's head, channeling all his strength into a fierce thrust aimed at its forehead. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as the blade effortlessly pierced through the tiger's skull and into its brain. Grasping the hilt, Qin San twisted it, and thus, the formidable third-tier beast met its untimely demise. The entire ordeal transpired in less than half a minute. Meanwhile, the once despondent Yu Xiangning finally regained her senses. She was saved. Someone had rescued her. The strength of this individual left her utterly speechless. My goodness, what just transpired? He was capable of controlling over 100 plants simultaneously. At that moment, Qin San, atop the tiger's head, slowly turned around. A look of incredulity gradually spread across Yu Xiangning's delicate face. It was him, Yichuan. Upon hearing her voice, Qin San leaped down from the tiger's head and approached her with a smile. Hello. No, dear sister, it seems we meet again. He helped Yu Xiangning to her feet. Although his gaze lingered on her prominently elevated chest, as her clothing had been torn, revealing a splendid expanse of white. Yu Xiangning noticed this and her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She quickly raised her hand to shield herself. What do you mean, dear sister? I am clearly much older than you, she exclaimed bashfully. Qin San merely scratched his nose, offering no explanation. Aside from your ample bosom, in what other way do you surpass me? He teased. By the way, how did you come to be here? With a grin, Qin San replied. I was cultivating nearby when I heard the commotion and rushed over. I never anticipated encountering you. Are you all right? At his words, a deeper blush crept across Yu Xiangning's face. She nodded and said, I am fine. It's merely superficial wounds. Thank you for your concern. As she spoke, her head suddenly dipped, and the memory of their first encounter flooded back. However, this second meeting sparked a curious thought within her. Could this be fate? Contemplating this, she felt an urge to learn more about Yichuan. What technique did you just employ? How were you able to control so many plants at once? Huh. It's called entangled roots, he replied. Unbeknownst to him, the mere utterance of this name caused Yu Xiangning to freeze momentarily. Entangled roots? Isn't that a low-tier yellow-level technique? It dawned on her that she had indeed encountered this technique in the library. However, she had dismissed it, believing her own similar yet superior technique to be far better. Little did she realize, when Yichuan utilized it, it proved to be extraordinarily formidable. It surpassed her own mid-tier, yellow-level technique, Vine Art, by several magnitudes. Yes, it is a low-tier, yellow-level technique. But how can it be so powerful? Qin San replied vaguely. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I just practiced it, and it became impressive. This seemingly casual statement only served to astonish Yu Xiangning further. For the simpler the technique, the more challenging it is to unleash its full potential. Achieving such profound effects with a low-tier technique requires extraordinary comprehension. This indicated that Yichuan must possess an exceptional aptitude for martial arts. Yet, he appeared no different from Su Wanyan. At that moment, Qin San suddenly produced a fresh flower and offered it to Yu Xiangning. Here, take this. You have several wounds bleeding. Applying the petals to your injuries will quickly halt the bleeding and prevent scarring. This is a misty flower I harvested from the forbidden area. Aged 500 years. The misty flower serves as the primary ingredient in the crafting of healing elixirs. However, with an age of 5 centuries. Even if it does not yield an elixir, it possesses remarkable healing capabilities. Yu Xiangning, being somewhat worldly, recognized it at a glance. This misty flower is over 500 years old. Where did you acquire it? Undoubtedly, Hechuan repeatedly shattered her understanding of the world. After all, such a precious spirit flower with such an extraordinary age is something that an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime, and its value is nothing short of exorbitant. The blossom given by Qin San, if presented at an auction, could easily fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones. I found it in an inconspicuous place. I have many more. Would you like some? You have many more? Yu Xiangning felt her mind struggling to comprehend. Such a rarity, just one plant, is exceedingly uncommon. Yet, Hechuan had stumbled upon an abundance. What astonishing luck. Chapter 31, Su Wanyan returns. Moments later, Yu Xiangning turned her back to Qin San and tended to her wound. Blushing, she expressed, "Thank you so much today. I owe you my life." Qin San chuckled. "What? Do you intend to repay me?" At his words, Yu Xiangning paused, lowering her head as she replied, "Naturally, I will find a way to repay you in the future." Haha, why wait for the future? How about you offer yourself to me now? After all, with 2 lives at stake, I fear you might never be able to repay me, Qin San said half-jokingly, his gaze once again drifting to Yu Xiangning's bosom. He was genuinely attracted to her, and this attraction differed from his feelings for Lu Ruyan. With Lu Ruyan, it was more about seeking vengeance against the Jiba. However, with Yu Xiangning, he found her genuinely appealing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had he met Yu Xiangning before Su Wanyun, he would never have uttered the word willing at the handholding ceremony. Yu Xiangning was the first woman who stirred his desires. At this moment, feeling Qin San's intense gaze, Yu Xiangning's heart raced. Yet, she was no longer a naive girl and quickly regained her composure. "Please, don't tease me." "Well, it's getting late. I must return to the law enforcement department to report," she stated. Although she did not explicitly refuse him, her words delicately conveyed her rejection of Qin San. While she believed he was jesting, it was prudent to establish clear boundaries to avoid misunderstandings. After all, she was a widow in her 30s. Who would wish to marry an older widow? Even if someone did, she could not accept it herself. Moreover, the man before her appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Meanwhile, Qin San seemed to sense Yu Xiangning's intention to distance herself. However, he was unconcerned. He was attracted to her, but would not impose his desires. As the saying goes, there is plenty of time ahead. "Very well, be careful on your way back. I shall take my leave now," he said, preparing to head home for some rest. Just then, Yu Xiangning inexplicably called out to him. Wait. What is it, young lady? Is there something else?" Qin San halted and inquired. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiangning suddenly produced a handkerchief from her bosom and handed it to Qin San, without uttering a word, before turning and running away. Qin San stood frozen in place, taking a long time to regain his composure. Indeed, she was a woman of contradictory words and feelings, yet there was promise. It turned out that in the Xianyao continent, there existed an unwritten tradition. When a woman gifts a man a handkerchief, it signifies her deep regard for him and her willingness to offer him the chance to pursue her. Thus, Yu Xiangning's gesture undoubtedly conveyed a message to Qin San. She was willing to give him an opportunity. Contemplating this, Qin San could not resist bringing the handkerchief to his nose, inhaling deeply. The familiar scent of milk was delightful. However, he remained unaware that Yu Xiangning, who had already distanced herself, was suddenly overtaken by regret. "Oh dear, did I really just give him my handkerchief? I must be out of my mind." While lost in her thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted her. Looking up, she saw it was the head of the law enforcement department, Director Li Qiushui. "Xiangning, how are you? What about the 9-patterned golden brow tiger?" Reporting to the director. "I am fine. The 9-patterned golden brow tiger has been slain." Upon hearing this news, Li Qiushui's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What? You killed a 9-patterned golden brow tiger?" Li Qiushui was well aware of the creature's formidable strength. It was an entity that even she would require considerable effort to defeat. Although Yu Xiangning was not without strength herself, it was reasonable to assume she was not yet at the level to vanquish such a beast. Indeed, Yu Xiangning quickly shook her head in denial. Reporting to the director, "It was not I who killed the 9-patterned golden brow tiger, but rather another individual." "Oh, Xiangning, what exactly transpired? Did some elder happen to pass by and come to your aid?" Yu Xiangning initially intended to disclose the truth, but upon reflection, she changed her mind. She felt that given Hechuan's age and strength, he should have been a well-known prodigy in the outer sect, yet she had never heard of him before. This indicated that Qin San was not one to seek the limelight and was likely living in seclusion. If she revealed his identity, it could bring unnecessary trouble to Hechuan. Reporting to the director, "The individual was masked, and I could not recognize him. After he killed the 9-patterned golden brow tiger, he departed. However, I suspect he resembled an elder." Li Qiushui nodded in understanding. Perhaps this elder wished to keep his identity concealed. "Very well, you have sustained considerable injuries. Let us return to the law enforcement department without delay." Thus, Yu Xiangning followed Li Qiushui back to the outer sect's law enforcement department. Meanwhile, Qin San had already returned to his dwelling, nestled comfortably with CC, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Qin San enjoyed another dozen days of tranquility. His cultivation had not progressed, which implied that Su Wanyun's had not either. This piqued his curiosity. Hadn't she awakened the sacred phoenix body? Why had her cultivation not advanced? Moreover, tomorrow marked the outer sect's grand competition. How could she make a remarkable impression under such circumstances? Until a voice resonated in his mind, belonging to Xiao Wu, offering clarity. Congratulations, Master. Your partner Su Wanyun has comprehended the second form of the divine flame sword intent. Radiant light piercing the sun. The power of duplication is activated. Master has learned the second form of the divine flame sword intent, radiant light piercing the sun. In an instant, Qin San's memory expanded, enriched with newfound knowledge. All insights were related to the essence of swordsmanship. It turned out that Su Wanyun was engrossed in the study of the divine flame sword intent and the intricacies of sword mastery. No wonder she had yet to achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation. However, in the next moment, Xiao Wu spoke up. Congratulations, Master. Your companion Su Wanyun has ascended to the first tier of spirit building. The power of duplication has been activated. Master has achieved the initial stage of the third tier of spirit building. The three danshians within him expanded almost simultaneously. Although the expansion was modest, the leap from second to third tier was still a significant advancement. If previously his spiritual energy reserves allowed him to perform the wind and cloud shoulder technique 300 times consecutively, now he could manage at least 400 times. How exhilarating. Qin San rubbed his hands together in excitement and immediately set off to gather wild vegetables nearby, as he anticipated Su Wanyun's imminent return. Indeed, within approximately half an hour, he spotted the beloved figure of Su Wanyun. Compared to a month ago, her aura had become even more ethereal and transcendent. Clad in a flowing red gown, complemented by her natural beauty, she resembled a phoenix goddess incarnate. Madam, you have finally returned. How was your cultivation? Upon seeing Qin San, Su Wanyun rarely offered a faint smile, nodding in response. Yes, it has gone fairly well. But her gaze was soon drawn to the lavish spread of lunch laid out before her, instantly igniting her appetite. She had longed for these dishes. Ever since she had tasted Qin San's cooking for the first time, she found herself enamored by its flavors. Moreover, during her month of secluded cultivation, his image and smile frequently surfaced in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room and seated herself, picking up her chopsticks to sample a bite. The food was still warm, indicating it had just been prepared. A wave of warmth surged within her. Had he truly cooked for her every day during this past month? Anticipating her return? Chapter 32. Departure for the Outer Sect Grand Competition. After dinner, Qin San, as was his custom, took the initiative to wash the dishes. Although there was little conversation between him and Su Wanyun during this time, he sensed that her gaze toward him had softened considerably. Madam, after a month of seclusion, you must be exhausted. Allow me to fetch you some water for a bath. Hesitating for a moment, Su Wanyun ultimately did not decline. All right. Thus, Qin San cheerfully filled a bucket with water and discreetly added a few drops of spirit flower essence. These flowers had been gathered from the forbidden grounds and were over 1,000 years old, known for their remarkable effects in alleviating fatigue and rejuvenating the spirit. Most importantly, they possessed an exquisite fragrance. To ensure Su Wanyun could perform at her best in the upcoming competition, he spared no expense, fully aware of the flower's immense value. Madam, the water is ready. You may bathe now. I will step outside. With that, Qin San prepared to close the door and leave. Little did he know, Su Wanyun suddenly called out to him. Qin San, wait a moment. Huh, madam, is there anything else you need help with? With a blush adorning her cheeks, it appeared she had grappled with her thoughts before finally saying, please turn around first. Once I am in the tub, could you help me massage my shoulders? Oh. Once this statement was made, Qin San's heart immediately began to race. She actually wanted me to stay and assist her with a shoulder massage? Could it be that she had accepted me? Did she wish to create a life together? No problem, I shall turn around then. After all, Qin San had lived for 3,000 years and understood the principle that haste makes waste. Therefore, she refrained from taking advantage of the situation and obediently turned away. Moments later, the sounds of Su Wanyun undressing and entering the wooden tub reached her ears. All right, you may turn around, came the permission, and Qin San eagerly turned back. But in the next moment, she was taken aback. It turned out that Su Wanyun was wrapped in a bath towel, securely encased. Had I misinterpreted her intentions? Madam, I am approaching, she announced. Qin San stepped behind Su Wanyun, her hands making contact with her shoulders, gently kneading them. It must be said that this was the most delicate skin she had ever encountered. Even though Yu Xiangning's skin was already exquisite, Su Wanyun's youthfulness rendered it even more remarkable. Unfortunately, apart from her shoulders, there was nothing else to behold. Madam, is my pressure acceptable? Qin Sen inquired idly. However, to her surprise, there was no response. Leaning down to inspect closely, she discovered that Su Wanyun had fallen asleep. Has she perhaps succumbed to excessive comfort? Qin Sen did not believe this to be the case. It was evident that Su Wanyun had undergone tremendous hardships during her month of training. It was even possible that she had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep. Observing her defenselessly resting her head against the edge of the tub, a pang of sympathy arose within Qin Sen. What kind of pain must this woman have endured to be so relentlessly determined to grow stronger? Very well. This is all my fault. If I had not boasted, Su Wanyun would not feel such immense pressure. Lost in thought, Qin Sen's gaze softened. She unwrapped the bath towel cocooning Su Wanyun and, with the utmost respect, proceeded to cleanse her flawless form. Finally, she lifted her out, dried her off, dressed her in undergarments, and gently placed her on the bed. After completing everything, she closed the door behind her and returned to her own quarters. It was from this moment that a sudden thought struck her. She must conquer Su Wanyun and ensure that Su Wanyun willingly becomes her woman. Vowing to protect her for AL at this moment, Qin Sen felt invigorated. After dressing, he promptly opened the door. Madam, I am ready. Let us set forth. Su Wanyun stood at the threshold, scrutinizing him for a moment before her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. An inexplicable flutter stirred within her. Upon awakening today, she discovered she had been clad only in her undergarments while sleeping in bed. This immediately conjured memories of the events from the previous night. She had been so fatigued that she fell asleep as soon as she entered the wooden tub. Therefore, it was evident that the subsequent occurrences were entirely the doing of Qin Sen. Undoubtedly, in times past, had anyone dared to intrude upon her dignity, she would have ensured their demise. Yet now, astonishingly, she felt no anger, only a simple sense of embarrassment. At that moment, Su Wanyun retrieved a small device from her storage bag, murmuring a few cryptic incantations. To her astonishment, the object transformed into a horse-like steed right before their eyes. Qin Sen paused, slightly taken aback. A mechanized beast? He queried. Yes. Can you ride? He asked. Qin Sen shook his head. I cannot. He spoke the truth. Such contraptions had not existed 3,000 years prior. He had only learned of their invention through literature. Although not as costly as true mounts, they were still far from affordable for the average person. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wanyun replied, No matter, I shall ride, and you may sit behind me. Then I am in your debt, madam, Qin Sen said, a radiant smile gracing his lips. By the way, once we arrive at the competition venue, stay close to me. Do not wander off. Although her tone was somewhat flat, the concern she held for him was unmistakable. It was clear she feared being separated and subjected to the cruelty of others. Understood, madam. Rest assured, he replied. Su Wanyun then gracefully mounted the mechanized beast, and he followed suit. This seemingly simple action astonished Su Wanyun, for Qin Sen's agile movements indicated that he had not neglected his training over the past month. Consequently, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Go, she commanded. No sooner had she spoken than the mechanized beast surged forward, galloping away. Qin Sen, taken by surprise, instinctively grasped Su Wanyun's waist. This waist is quite remarkable, he thought, but fearing her displeasure, he quickly released his hold. I apologize, madam, it was unintentional. To Qin Sen's surprise, Su Wanyun responded, It's fine, you may hold me. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, and internally, he felt an overwhelming joy. Thank you, madam. Thus, Qin Sen comfortably secured his grip around Su Wanyun's waist, while she once again recited incantations to accelerate the beast's speed. Madam, I presumed you intended to walk. Riding this mechanized beast may attract too much attention, Qin Sen inquired with a smile. Su Wanyun replied nonchalantly, I am going to the arena to compete. Is riding a mechanized beast not even more conspicuous? Upon hearing this, Qin Sen reflected on her words and found them to be valid. His anticipation grew, for he was genuinely curious to see the expressions of those who had once sought to undermine Su Wanyun upon witnessing her now. Chapter 33, I Shall Challenge. Before long, Qin Sen and Su Wanyun arrived at the cloud observation platform of the Tianyin Sect. Contrary to its name, this platform was not designed for the observation of clouds, but rather for hosting grand arena competitions, such as the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The purpose of this event was to determine the rankings of the Outer Sect disciples, from which the sect master typically selected their most favored disciples, often from the top 3 contenders. The cloud observation platform was enveloped in mist, offering a breathtaking view of the vast, white sea of clouds, hence its name. Today, the platform was buzzing with excitement, filled with the lively chatter of countless spectators. The Tianyin Sect's domain spanned thousands of miles, housing 200,000 cultivators. with outer sect disciples constituting a staggering 70%. The outer sect grand competition took place every 2 years, allowing any outer sect disciple the opportunity to participate, making each iteration of the competition particularly noteworthy. Su Wanyun had been the reigning champion 2 years prior, securing her victory with an overwhelming lead over the second place. Jiang Feng. She was virtually assured to become the sect master's chosen disciple, awaiting his return from seclusion. However, an unexpected turn of events led to her fall from grace, resulting in her removal from the outer sect rankings. Today marked her chance to reclaim her lost honor. At this moment, Su Wanyun and Qin Sen's arrival did not incite the anticipated commotion. A few disciples recognized her, but merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their discussions. Su Wanyun felt no surprise at this indifference. After all, who would pay heed to a fallen talent? Junior brother, who exactly is that He Chuan? I've heard he shattered the historical record for the trials in our outer sect. And aside from He Chuan, that Qin Yun is quite impressive as well. Had it not been for He Chuan, she would have set the record herself. I truly wish to witness the brilliance of these two prodigies. As Qin San listened to the murmurs around them, he instinctively turned his gaze towards Su Wanyun. With feigned ignorance, he inquired, "Madam, could the Qin Yun they speak of possibly be your assumed name?" "Indeed, it is I," Su Wanyun replied without denial, though her tone bore a hint of displeasure. He Chuan was the man who had tarnished her dignity. If he dared to step onto the arena today, she vowed to slay him. Otherwise, the guilt she harbored towards Qin Sen would periodically resurface, piercing her heart. Thus, she continued forward with a stern expression. Qin Sen murmured to himself as they walked, a smile gracing his face. He was no fool. He understood the significance of this pseudonym. It was merely a combination of his surname and her given name. "Madam," Su Wanyun paused momentarily, glancing back at him with curiosity. "What is it?" "Never mind. I forgot what I wanted to ask," he replied, playfully calling her a fool. With a slight huff, Su Wanyun turned away and resumed her stride. However, Qin San could barely contain the grin that spread across his face. It seemed that it would not be long before the title of Madam would transform into a genuine reality. Soon, the pair found a relatively quiet spot, settling in as they awaited the commencement of the outer sect grand competition. Time passed, ticking away second by second, until a certain moment. A sudden eruption of cheers arose from the crowd gathered at the cloud observation platform. It was Yin Feng, the foremost genius of the outer sect in the earth element. And senior sister Xiao Yufei has arrived as well. She is far ahead among the water element disciples. Look over there, it's Su Qingsheng, the talented cousin of Su Wanyun. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, several figures ascended the contestant seats at the platform. However, among them, a particular male and female figure captured the most attention. Although both were among the top 10 seed contestants of the outer sect competition, they stood in stark contrast to the other 8. Their positions were remarkably prominent. The onlookers continued to speculate about the two. As expected of the genius from the leading family of the outer sect, in my opinion, Zhang Xiao is undoubtedly the frontrunner for this outer sect competition. I wouldn't be so sure. I've heard that Tang Youyou has recently made significant breakthroughs, so it's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Enough of your debates. In my view, they are merely here to contend for 3rd and 4th place. Suddenly, a voice silenced the surroundings. Yet, the crowd quickly discerned the reason. Indeed, a new contender, He Chuan and Qin Yun have emerged. Unless they are using false identities or possess hidden strengths that deter them from participating, it remains uncertain who will secure the 1st and 2nd positions. At this moment, while the crowd was engrossed in their discussions, one of the seed contestants began to scan the audience. It was Tang Youyou. Sure enough, before long, she spotted Su Wanyun in a corner, a cold smile curling on her lips. Humph, how bold of her to show up. I wonder if she has the courage to ascend the stage as agreed that day. Simultaneously, Su Wanyun felt Tang Youyou's gaze upon her. Their eyes collided at that instant, sparking a silent clash. A flicker of disdain crossed Tang Youyou's face, while Su Wanyun responded with a dismissive glance. This unvoiced confrontation went unnoticed by most in attendance. Soon, a resounding voice echoed throughout the cloud observation platform. The Grand Elder of the Inner Sect has arrived. The protective elders of the Inner Sect have arrived. Accompanied by this booming declaration, several figures soared from the horizon. Each individual bore distinct, colorful wings shimmering with spiritual energy. A flight skill attainable only by those who have reached a certain level of cultivation. At the forefront was an imposing elder, clad in exquisitely crafted attire that signified his exalted status. The presence of each individual behind him radiated an unimaginable sense of pressure, attesting to their unfathomable cultivation levels. Even before they landed, the disciples present bowed in reverence. The Inner Sect elders hold a transcendent status. Moreover, the few who had come today were even above the 6 peak masters of the Inner Sect. This underscored the significance of this outer sect competition. The reason was simple. This grand selection would directly determine the candidates for the true disciples of the sect leader. At this moment, the elders gracefully landed. The presiding elder on the podium, Li Daoran, addressed. Li Daoran pays respects to the Grand Elder and all protective elders. No need for formalities, the Grand Elder replied calmly upon landing. Li Daoran then bowed respectfully. Thank you, Grand Elder. Subsequently, as the esteemed inner sect leaders took their seats at the forefront, the presiding elder, Li Daoran, approached the podium. The biannual outer sect competition is officially commencing today. The rules remain unchanged. Those who fall from the stage or concede defeat shall be deemed the losers. Combatants are strictly prohibited from inflicting fatal harm on one another. Furthermore, apart from the 10 pre-selected seed contestants, any other inner sect disciples may challenge these 10 seed contestants. But they are afforded only one opportunity. Now, let the 10 seed disciples make their entrance. Upon concluding his address, the 10 seed disciples emerged upon the elevated platform, surveying the gathered crowd from their lofty vantage point. While this rule may appear equitable, it is rare for anyone to dare challenge a seed contestant, as their prowess and lineage far surpass those of ordinary disciples. Tang Youyou's gaze once again fell upon Su Wanyun, though she remained silent. The provocation in her eyes was unmistakable. In the next instant, Su Wanyun did not disappoint her. Stepping forward, she coldly proclaimed, I, disciple Su Wanyun, challenge Tang Youyou. The moment her words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Almost every pair of eyes turned towards her in an instant. Chapter 34. Li Daoran's good intentions. What? Is that not the useless Su Wanyun? She dares to challenge the current outer sect prodigy, Tang Youyou? It seems she has truly lost her senses. From the observation platform, nearly all outer sect disciples pointed and whispered about Su Wanyun. After all, it was common knowledge that the once illustrious saintess, who had dominated the outer sect with her extraordinary talent, had now become a mere shell of her former self, possessing beauty but lacking any cultivation. Among the seed contestants, Jang flashed a look of surprise. He had not anticipated Su Wanyun's appearance here, nor her audacity to challenge Tang Youyou. To him, Su Wanyun was destined to be his prize. The reason he had refrained from employing his family's influence to locate her over the past 6 months was that he deemed it unnecessary. Once he became the true disciple of the sect leader, a mere word from him could compel the sect leader to ensure Su Wanyun became his woman. Thus, he had been diligently honing his skills, eager to make a remarkable impression in the competition. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the man standing beside Su Wanyun. His eyes narrowing. This fellow has also arrived. Has he been with Su Wanyun all along? Indeed, he recognized Qin San, the servant who had held Su Wanyun's hand during the handholding event. He had assumed Su Wanyun chose Qin San merely to evade him, thinking she would subsequently dismiss him. To his astonishment, Su Wanyun had chosen to keep him by her side. An uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within Jiang Feng. Su Wanyun would rather remain with a servant than accept him as her man. How could he tolerate such an affront? Meanwhile, not far from Jiang Feng, Su Qingqing also felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Could his useless sister have truly lost her mind? Did she still believe herself to be the former saintess of the outer sect? How ludicrous. It was a pity that the heads of various families were not present today. Otherwise, they would surely be amused to tears. However, the next moment, he caught sight of a familiar face. What? It is him? Could it be that Su Wanyun, at the handholding gathering, is linked to this man? Reflecting on the events that transpired in the library, Su Qingqiang grasped the entirety of the situation. The servant, having procured the true flame technique, could it be anything other than a gift for Su Wanyun? Yet, even if she were to possess the true flame technique, what would it matter without cultivation? Such a martial arts manual would be rendered utterly useless. At this moment, as the crowd pondered their own thoughts, only Qin San wore a smile, encouraging Su Wanyun. Madam, keep it up. You are exceptional. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun unveiled a smile that had never graced her face before. This smile resembled the melting of ice and snow, heralding the arrival of spring, captivating all the male disciples present. For even if Su Wanyun were rendered powerless, her ethereal beauty remained an irresistible allure for men. Simultaneously, Su Wanyun uttered a statement that left bystanders utterly astounded. Rest assured, I shall never disappoint you. Boom. The outer disciples surrounding them were struck as if by lightning, as if they had heard something unfathomable. Su Wanyun, engaging in playful banter with a man? Could it be that this individual is the servant who held her hand? Yet, Su Wanyun had long been perceived as an unapproachable figure. Although she successfully held hands at the gathering, the intent behind her actions was all too evident. It was merely a guise, a shield. But now, the unfolding narrative deviated from their expectations. Nearby, a small enclave gathered, composed entirely of those disciples who had once pursued Su Wanyun but failed. If glances could kill, The collective daggers of their stares would have slain Qin San countless times over. How outrageous. They had believed Su Wanyun would fall for Jiang Feng, and thus chose to withdraw, only for her to select a worthless servant. This indignation could not be tolerated. Let us unite to eliminate this scoundrel. At this moment, Tang Youyou suddenly rose from her seat, casting a challenging gaze towards Su Wanyun. Su Wanyun, I truly did not anticipate that you would regard that servant as your husband. Just because he casually spoke one day, you rushed over to humiliate yourself. Is it your pride at play, or have you lost your senses? She continued. Do not think I am unaware. On that day, when you unleashed your spiritual pressure, it likely inflicted irreversible damage upon your body. If things went awry, your residual spiritual energy may have been entirely depleted by now. It turned out that disciples whose dantian had been destroyed due to severe injury do not retain their spiritual energy indefinitely. Typically, it dissipates within a year. However, if one forcibly attempts to cultivate during this time, the duration for energy depletion shortens significantly, leading to a complete descent into mortality. Thus, Tang Youyou was confident that Su Wanyun had already lost her spiritual power, a mere mortal, devoid of spiritual energy. Daring to challenge her could only be driven by madness or a desire to prove a point. Tang Youyou had reason to believe it was the latter for Su Wanyun. Yet, in response to her taunts, Su Wanyun calmly replied, there is no need for such futile remarks. Soon enough, you shall understand. I fear only that you may not dare to accept. Tang Youyou burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, what a joke. Why should I be afraid? As she spoke, she retrieved her treasured sword from her storage pouch, preparing to leap onto the arena. Just then, a voice rang out, halting Tang Youyou. Hold on. The outer sect competition has its own rules. One cannot act recklessly. The presiding elder, Li Daoran, spoke sternly, directing his gaze towards Su Wanyun. Su Wanyun, why do you not withdraw? Li Daoran, the most senior elder of the outer sect, was often responsible for overseeing various significant events. He had previously played matchmaker for Qin San and Su Wanyun at the handholding event. Elderly, does the sect stipulate that married female disciples cannot participate in the outer sect competition? Upon hearing this, Li Daoran was momentarily taken aback. Well, that is not necessarily the case. Before he could finish, Su Wanyun interjected, or perhaps it is because my dantian has been shattered, and the sect has stripped me of my rights? That is not at all what I meant. Li Daoran retorted, somewhat vexed, setting aside his position within the outer sect. He had initially intervened to prevent Su Wanyun from humiliating herself. At that moment, several voices of encouragement arose. Elderly, since Su Wanyun wishes to prove her courage, shouldn't you, as an elder, support her? Indeed, our Tianyin sect permits competition. If she wishes to participate, let her. Who knows, perhaps Su Wanyun has already recovered her dantian. These voices came from elders of other families, who had come specifically to cheer for their younger generations. Seeing this, Li Daoran felt helpless. He could only concede, very well. If you are resolute, Su Wanyun, then you may proceed. However, he added thoughtfully, attempting to provide Su Wanyun with a viable path. Tang Youyou ranks second among the 10 seed contestants. You currently lack the qualification to challenge her directly. If you wish to duel her, you must first challenge Luo Dahai, who ranks 10th. His intention was simple. Tang Youyou was exceptionally strong, and as Su Wanyun's sworn enemy, the risk of severe harm was too great should they face off directly. Although he did not share a deep connection with Su Wanyun, he had held her in high regard, having even conferred upon her the title of Holy Maiden. He truly did not wish to see her come to harm. Nevertheless, even facing Luo Dahai, Su Wanyun's decision remained fraught with peril. The 10 seed contestants were formidable, and as a person rendered incapable, Su Wanyun would likely suffer severe injuries unless her opponent showed leniency. Of course, this was the best solution he could conceive. Should he alter the rules further or prevent Su Wanyun from challenging, he would find himself unable to account for his actions to the Grand Elder. Chapter 35, A Swift Victory. At this moment, upon hearing Li Daoran's consent, Su Wanyun ceased her protests. Although she was to first challenge the 10th seed contestant, she was indifferent. It merely meant she would take a little longer, allowing Tang Youyou a few extra days of pride. Meanwhile, seated at a distance in the audience, several elder faces from the Su family bore expressions of profound displeasure. Is this Su Wanyun truly intent on bringing disgrace upon the Su family? She has already been rendered useless, yet she continues to humiliate herself. We should have found a way to expel her from the clan long ago. Indeed, her initial retention in the outer sect was solely based on her appealing appearance, in hopes that her eventual marriage to the Jang family might yield some benefit for us. Yet, she, oblivious to her fortune, chose to hide away and rejected Jiang Feng's hand in favor of a mere servant. Be that as it may, since she severed ties with the family, she is no longer one of us. If she wishes to bring shame upon herself, so be it. Undoubtedly, The elders of the Su family care little for Su Wanyun's fate. Their sole concern lies in the potential embarrassment she might cause the family. At this moment, the competition has entered the registration and drawing phase. The very first match that follows will see Su Wanyun challenge Luo Dahai. During this interval, Qin San and Su Wanyun waited together. Suddenly, a few figures pushed their way into proximity. ISNT that the servant Qin San? How's it going? Does your esteemed outer sect saintess wife grant you her favors? If you've already enjoyed her company, why not share your experiences with us? After all, everyone is quite interested in your wife, haha. Upon hearing such vulgar remarks, Su Wanyun's expression darkened instantly, and she prepared to strike. However, Qin San swiftly restrained her hand, whispering, "Madam, now is not the time. Allow me to handle this." Su Wanyun hesitated momentarily before nodding slightly, refraining from revealing her strength. Qin San turned to face the familiar, yet detestable faces of those who had once trailed after Tang Youyou like ants. He feigned pride, declaring, "Haha, my wife certainly sleeps with me, and every day, no less. What is the matter? Are you envious? It's understandable, given that you lot are mere wastrels, fit only to trail behind Tang Youyou and savor her leftovers. You've likely never even held a woman's hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the provocateurs were visibly rattled, for Qin San had indeed struck a nerve. They had never touched a woman. "You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Don't think we won T-Act just because we're in the observation terrace. Oh, putting on a brave face, are we? Come on then, strike me. I'll stand here and let you hit me. Do you have the courage?" In response to Qin San's taunts, the group seethed with fury. Why do not allow the words of others to disturb your tranquility, for soon enough, they shall realize who the true ants are. As he spoke, he gently took Su Wanyun's hand, and her initial reaction was a slight tremor. Yet, remarkably, upon hearing Qin San's words, she immediately relaxed, not rejecting his warm grasp. Nodding, she dispelled her distractions and regained her composure. At last, the drawing of lots concluded, and the competition officially commenced. The opening match had been introduced as a challenge due to Su Wanyun's initiative. Li Daoran, with a complex expression, addressed her. "Very well, Su Wanyun. Since you have bravely volunteered to challenge Tang Youyou, you shall first face Luo Dahai in the arena. Should you prevail, you will replace him as a seed contestant in the subsequent competition. Luo Dahai, you may ascend the stage now." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man, seated at the end of the seed contestant row, broke into a wicked grin. With a loud shout, he leaped into the competition arena. The stage measured 100 meters by 100 meters, encompassing a vast area of 10,000 square meters, designed to allow external disciples to unleash their full potential during the contest. Standing in one corner, Luo Dahai drew his trusty blade, pointing it at Su Wanyun. "Indeed, once the revered saintess of the outer sect, you are truly as beautiful as a celestial being. To be frank, I have admired you for quite some time. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to ensure your defeat is dignified." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun merely replied with two indifferent words, "No need." Then, under the watchful gaze of thousands, she approached the edge of the arena. With a graceful flip, she leaped onto the stage. Ha! To think she had to walk to the edge of the platform before jumping. It appears her cultivation has truly waned. How audacious she is to challenge a seed contestant. She must be out of her mind. What a pity, she could have married young Master Jang instead of enduring this ordeal. Do not be so quick to judge. Her presence could yield some intriguing spectacles. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted in the crowd, some mocking, others lamenting, some shameless, and a few lewd. Yet, without exception, no one believed in Su Wanyun's prospects. Only Qin San maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout. As Su Wanyun ascended the stage, she promptly drew her own sword. "Su Wanyun, you may strike first, lest I be accused of bullying the weak," Luo Dahai said with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wanyun's expression remained unchanged as she calmly retorted, "You should go first. Otherwise, you might not even have the chance to strike." Her words drew gasps from all the disciples present. Hiss, that tone is quintessentially Su Wanyun. But the problem is, you are no longer the formidable saintess who dominated your peers. Speaking like this now, is it not akin to slapping your own face? Indeed. Luo Dahai was incensed by her words, his eyes narrowing with irritation. Once, Su Wanyun had the right to be arrogant, but now, she was undoubtedly insulting him. Humph. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall see whether you truly possess the merit of such confidence. As he spoke, Luo Dahai's aura surged continuously, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the 8th rank in the condensed dance stage. The treasured blade in his hand radiated a faint golden glow, bolstered by his metal-type spiritual energy. Yet, Su Wanyun remained utterly composed, standing there without any intention of making a move. With a thunderous roar, Luo Dahai unleashed a ferocious strike. The blade sliced through the air with a golden aura, producing a deafening whistle as it cleaved through the atmosphere. In that moment, the disciples in the audience held their breath, some unable to suppress their gasps. Such a domineering strike. No wonder he is one of the top 10 seed contestants. Even the venerable elders seated on the high platform nodded in approval. Indeed, this cohort of seed contestants appears to be more gifted than those of previous years. To wield high-tier yellow-level techniques to such an extent, this young man possesses remarkable insight into the art of the blade. However, the elders of the Su family wore particularly grim expressions. They believed that Su Wanyun was destined for defeat in this battle. Yet, just as the blade's aura bore down on her, Su Wanyun finally made her move. She raised her sword and waved it casually. With a resounding note of the blade, a crimson sword light burst forth. It lacked any earth-shattering sound or terrifying presence. Yet, this seemingly ordinary strike altered the sky's hue and significantly heated the air. In the next moment, the red light engulfed the blade's aura, and the fiery sword wave sent the bewildered Luo Dahai flying off the stage. One strike, and victory was hers. Chapter 36. Dare to lay hands on my man? Seek death? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena, as if time itself had come to a halt. All present stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Even the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect and the protective elders on the high platform wore expressions of disbelief. Undoubtedly, the most astonished among the crowd were Jiang Feng, Tang Youyou, and Su Qingqing. The first to break the silence was Tang Youyou, her eyes wide with incredulity as she muttered, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." She actually restored her cultivation. Jiang Feng, too, was taken aback. He had thought Su Wanyun would never rise again, yet here she was, having regained her dantian and cultivation. While it was true that Su Wanyun had only demonstrated the 8th rank of condensed Dan, far inferior to his own prowess, the might of that single strike was enough to obliterate Luo Dahai, proving that within their realm, there was scarcely anyone stronger than her. How intriguing, Su Wanyun. You are indeed the woman I, Jiang Feng, have chosen. This only intensifies my desire to possess you. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How did she recover? Was it not said that once the dantian was destroyed, the possibility of restoration was non-existent unless one stumbled upon extraordinary treasures? Could it be that she was fortunate enough to encounter such rare materials? The elders of the Su family in the audience were equally caught off guard. What on earth? This girl actually, how could this happen? Has she not already lost all possibility of recovery? When I personally examined her meridians and dantian, they were clearly shattered beyond repair. How could she possibly recover? Just as everyone grappled with this astounding outcome, Su Wanyun slowly sheathed her sword and turned to Li Daoran, saying, "Elderly, please announce the results." Li Daoran was momentarily at a loss, only realizing the situation at this moment. A wave of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Yes. I hereby declare that in the first challenge, Su Wanyun emerges victorious. Luo Dahai is eliminated. From this day forth, Su Wanyun shall take Luo Dahai's place in the subsequent matches. No, I have not lost. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. It was the charred Luo Dahai, struggling to rise, intent on climbing back onto the stage. However, after just a couple of steps, his complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Bang! Mere seconds later, when Su Wanyun returned to Qin San's side, the entire viewing platform erupted in fervor. My goodness, this is explosive. Truly the most sensational event in a decade. The fallen Outer Sect Saintess is making a comeback? Could it be that she is destined to reclaim her former glory? On the high platform, the Inner Sect Grand Elder and the various guardians exhibited a myriad of expressions. It must be said that Su Wanyun's recent display of skill had genuinely astonished them, for they had not anticipated that her sword strike would possess such formidable power. As if she had harnessed a force they had yet to comprehend. Eventually, the Grand Elder could not restrain himself any longer and inquired, "Elderly, what is the meaning of this? Was it not previously established that Su Wanyun's injuries were irreparable?" It became clear that Su Wanyun had, in her prime, surpassed all Outer Sect prodigies and had already been recognized by the Inner Sect, being deemed the foremost candidate for the sect leader's direct disciple. However, following her mishap, her position had to be forfeited, leading to the unprecedented scale of the Outer Sect competition we witnessed today. Yet, even the Grand Elder and the Guardians had not anticipated that someone whose dantian had been rendered useless could rise again, and in such a short span of time, return to this level. Though Su Wanyun had not yet regained her former peak, she was perilously close. At this juncture, Li Daoran clasped his hands and addressed the Grand Elder. Indeed, at that time, Su Wanyun's injuries could only be healed by the rarest of heavenly materials, which, as you are aware, our Tianyin sect lacks, and even in the entirety of the northern region, such treasures are likely non-existent. Thus, it was believed she had no chance of recovery. As for her current restoration, perhaps it is simply fate's decree. Ah, destiny's decree, you say? That assertion may be premature. She merely defeated Luo Dahai, leading to the impression that she is destined for first place. The words came from an elder of the Tang family. It was evident that even if Su Wanyun regained her cultivation, he doubted her ability to ultimately triumph. As he spoke, the previously grim-faced elders from various families nodded in agreement. Only the members of the Su family exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. What should we do now? If that girl regains her cultivation, will the family head allow her to return to the clan? Indeed, her earlier performance was astonishing. Yet it still pales in comparison to the young master. Regardless, upon our return, we must inform the family head and see how he decides. Alas, the real trouble lies in the fact that she has formed a partnership with a mere servant. Had we known she could recover, we would never have driven her from our home. Now, we have become the laughingstock of others. As expected, one elder finished speaking, and others began to mock. Are you regretting it now? It's too late for regrets. You were the ones who drove Su Wanyun away. Indeed, to allow such a talented individual to marry a useless servant, the Su family's handling of this is truly remarkable. The expressions of the Su family members turned a shade of deep purple. They wished to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, they were unable to refute the accusations. Meanwhile, the person most delighted in the entire scene was none other than Qin San. Although he had long anticipated Su Wanyun's effortless victory, witnessing her triumph was a moment of indescribable satisfaction. A crescent smile involuntarily graced his lips. How could he contain his joy? What are you so pleased about? Now that Su Wanyun has regained her cultivation, do you really think she would still have eyes for you? A useless person like you is unworthy of her. Sooner or later, she will cast you aside. Suddenly, familiar voices chimed in. They were none other than the few ants who had previously provoked him. They hadn't wandered far, keeping a close watch on the situation. Upon witnessing Su Wanyun's victory, they were taken aback. Simultaneously, envy towards Qin San, the servant, surged within them. Seeing his smug expression only fueled their ire, prompting them to hurl insults once more. Unfortunately, such taunts bore little weight. Qin San merely touched his nose, not even glancing in their direction. How foul. No wonder you can't even touch a woman's hand. With a mouth like that, you scare people away before you even get close. Upon hearing this, the ruffians gnashed their teeth in rage. One of them discreetly drew a dagger, intending to stab Qin San in the side. However, just then, a figure floated gracefully into the scene. Accompanying her was Su Wanyun's chilling voice. You dare to touch my man. Are you seeking death? Chapter 37. The Su family's plans. As soon as Su Wanyun's words fell, she had already gathered a fierce fire spirit energy in her hand. The ruffians were instantly terrified, particularly the one holding the dagger, who dropped it with a clatter. Just as Su Wanyun was about to strike, Qin San gently restrained her arm. With a smile, he said, My dear, there's no need to bother with them. They are but insignificant flies. Hitting them would only tarnish your hands. Seeing this, Su Wanyun's anger began to subside, yet her imposing demeanor remained. Kneel. Slap yourselves 20 times. With a thud, the lackeys of Tang Youyou collapsed to the ground, frantically slapping their own faces while pleading, Saint Lady Su, Brother Qin, we're sorry. It was our careless words. We hope you, great ones, can forgive us. Su Wanyun surveyed the group with a frigid gaze, instantly plunging them into a state of icy trepidation, silencing their breaths. Aren't you going to leave? They stammered. Yes, we shall depart immediately, they exclaimed, hurriedly retreating like flies. Though they were followers of Tang Youyou, faced with the now rejuvenated Su Wanyun, they were reduced to mere insects. Should Su Wanyun choose to unleash her true power, a single slap would suffice to obliterate them. At that moment, Qin San disregarded the insignificant creatures and turned his attention to Tang Youyou in the distance. It was a pity he hadn't directly challenged her earlier. Had he done so, she would have comprehended the vast chasm separating a phoenix from a mere wild chicken. In response, Su Wanyun smiled indifferently, no matter. She will come to understand in due time. As the two conversed, Li Daoran spoke once more, esteemed disciples. The first round of challenges has concluded. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge the seed candidates? I shall grant you a moment to contemplate. Silence fell in response. It was absurd to think that the seed candidates could be easily defeated. Aside from extraordinary talents like Su Wanyun, who would dare take such a considerable risk? Even those who believed themselves formidable would find no reason to wade into murky waters at this juncture. Failure could lead to a loss of face. In any case, there could only be one true disciple. Apart from the top 3, no one else had the qualifications. The remainder would have to wait for the upcoming promotion conference next month, where they could ascend to the inner sect through examinations and rankings. At that time, being favored by one of the 6 major peaks of the inner sect, and becoming a direct disciple of the Peak Lord would equally bring glory to their families. Before long, the moment for contemplation elapsed. Since no disciple wishes to challenge, we shall proceed with the next round of matches according to the prior draw, Li-Daoren declared. The outer sect competitions were divided into preliminary rounds, the top 32, the top 16, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, culminating in the final contest for supremacy. The 10 seed candidates automatically qualified for the top 32. Thus, the forthcoming preliminary rounds were to select an additional 22 participants. Due to Su Wanyun's victory over Luo Dahai, she had become a seed candidate by exception, meaning she would not need to compete in the upcoming preliminaries. As the preliminaries commenced, a disciple accompanying Li-Daoren approached Su Wanyun, inviting her to ascend to the high platform to observe the matches. She graciously accepted the invitation. Before the gathered crowd, she took Qin San's hand and stepped onto the platform, ultimately seated in the last position of the seed candidates. Qin San stood behind her, beginning to massage her shoulders. Initially, Su Wanyun blushed at the unexpected intimacy, but was soon overtaken by the soothing technique, allowing herself to revel in the moment. In that instant, Qin San felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, including those from the esteemed elders of the inner sect at the podium. Their sharp eyes bore down from afar, instilling in him a profound sense of pressure, as if their scrutiny sought to strip him bare and expose his innermost secrets. Fortunately, he wore the concealing spirit ring, rendering him untroubled by the prospect of revealing his cultivation. Even now, he maintained a smile while continuing to massage Su Wanyun's shoulders. Her shoulders were exquisite, delicate as if devoid of bone, smooth and refined. From his elevated position, he could fully appreciate the graceful curves of Su Wanyun. A flame ignited within Qin San's heart. He believed that the Jiang wind yearned to consume him whole. Indeed, as he glanced towards the first seat, he met the ravenous gaze of Jiang Feng. He smiled faintly and calmly averted his eyes. "Madam, is the pressure satisfactory?" he inquired. Receiving a confirming nod from Su Wanyun, "Yes." Su Wanyun quietly settled into her seat, closing her eyes in meditation. Qin San, meanwhile, observed the competition while massaging her, exuding an air of leisure and satisfaction that sparked envy among many onlookers. As the preliminary rounds unfolded over 3 days, running from dawn until dusk, the audience's thoughts diverged, particularly those from the Su family, who were eager to vacate the observation platform. Su Wanyun's restoration of her powers had thoroughly disrupted their plans, and doubts began to surface regarding their earlier decision to abandon her in favor of nurturing Su Qingqing. After the day's competitions concluded, Qin San and Su Wanyun returned to Jingyu Mountain. To avoid revealing their residence, Su Wanyun employed a mechanical beast once more, choosing a secluded path, which thwarted many would-be followers. Jiang Feng, too, was keen to ascertain Su Wanyun's whereabouts, yet, as the young master of the Jiang family, he could not engage in such actions under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. Instead, he arranged for some clan members to discreetly investigate in the coming days. Meanwhile, at the outer gate of the Su family, upon returning home, Su Qingqing promptly informed the family head, old Madame Su, about Su Wanyun's situation. Upon hearing of Su Wanyun's restored powers, old Madame Su's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to convene a family meeting. "Esteemed members, what are your thoughts on today's events?" she asked, her voice commanding silence. After a considerable pause, an elder named Su Dongpi finally spoke. "From Su Wanyun's performance today, it is evident that her strength has returned to approximately 70% of its peak. At this rate, it won't be long before she surpasses Su Qingqing." A collective gasp echoed in the room. Old Madame Su furrowed her brow, finding it hard to believe, yet she had great faith in Su Dongpi's judgment. "How shall we address this matter? If we neglect it, could it adversely affect us?" Su Dongpi chuckled softly. "Not at all, in my view. This may actually present an opportunity." His remark drew the attention of all present. "Elder Pai, please elaborate," urged old Madame Su. With a smile, Su Dongpi continued, "Madam, Su Wanyun is of the Su bloodline. As long as she remains within the Tianyan sect, she will always be a member of our family. As for Qin San, in my opinion, he lacks the qualifications to be Wanyun's husband. Therefore, I propose we extend some benefits to Qin San, persuading him to dissolve his partnership with Su Wanyun." Old Madame Su narrowed her eyes, stating, "A mere servant is easy to deal with, but our greatest challenge lies in appeasing Wanyun. After all, we were the ones who cast her aside. She is likely to harbor resentment towards us. What suggestions do you have regarding this matter?" With a confident smile, Su Dongpi remarked, "This is quite simple. Su Wanyun's Dantian has recovered, and she undoubtedly lacks cultivation resources. Therefore, if you are willing to make a small sacrifice, she will certainly return willingly. At that time, with the support of both Qingqing and Wanyun, even if we cannot secure a true disciple, Having two peak masters as closed-door disciples would be sufficient to elevate the Su family's status. Thus, in my opinion, our immediate concern should be to identify He Chuan and Qin Yun. Their existence may pose a threat to Jiang Feng and Tang Youyou. Should Jiang Feng and Tang Youyou lose their chances at true disciples, they will inevitably compete fiercely for the closed-door disciple slots. Chapter 38, Still One Move. The Enforcement Hall. It is said that half a month after Xiang Ning returned from the quiet depths of Jingyu Mountain, she has been diligently recuperating at the strong insistence of Li Qiushui. This led her to miss today's competition. Fortunately, this afternoon, upon examining her injuries, Li Qiushui confirmed her complete recovery, thus permitting her to return to her duties. In tomorrow's competition, she will lead the disciples in maintaining order at the outer perimeter of the observation cloud platform. However, at that moment, she heard astonishing news from several disciples of the enforcement hall. Su Wanyun had publicly challenged Tang Youyou during today's grand competition. Though their duel was halted by Li Daoran, Su Wanyun nonetheless stunned the entire audience by defeating Luo Dahai, thereby securing her position as a new seed candidate. This news undoubtedly filled her with immense joy. How wonderful that Wanyun has ultimately returned. The mere thought of the expressions on the faces of the Su family brought her secret delight. One must remember that a decade ago, she too was a highly sought-after genius of the outer sect. However, after her family encountered misfortune and lost all resources, she had no choice but to abandon her cultivation and marry into the Su family. Little did she expect that on the very next day after becoming a daughter-in-law of the Su family, her husband would meet with an untimely death. Consequently, she became known as the ill-fated daughter-in-law, rumored to bring misfortune to her spouse. Ultimately, she was expelled from the Su family. Had it not been for Li Qiushui's recognition of her talent, leading her to join the enforcement hall, she might have long since been reduced to a figure of ridicule, the Black Widow. Wanyun, I believe in you. You will surely reclaim the peak and recover all that you have lost. Keep it up. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the mountain cabin, Qin San sneezed uncontrollably, having sneezed several hundred times. Damn it, who is cursing me from behind? Beside him, Su Wanyun couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. I suspect all the disciples of the sect are cursing you. What is so strange about that? Yet, after saying this, she took out a relatively thick set of clothing from her storage pouch. The mountain nights are chilly. You must take care. After all, unlike me, you do not possess profound cultivation as your support. Receiving the clothing she offered, Qin San felt a warm sweetness in his heart. Thank you, my lady, he grinned. After putting it on, he curiously inquired, My lady, you have already revealed your strength before everyone today, so your family must be aware of it as well. I wonder what your plans are next. His question was not without merit. Even though Su Wanyun had not fully regained her peak, her performance today was enough to prompt the Su family to reassess her potential. Should they come knocking on her door tomorrow, imploring her to return to the Su family or even to dissolve their engagement, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Su Wanyun, however, was not naive. She immediately discerned the underlying implications of Qin San's words. Are you concerned that I might abandon you? She inquired. Is there not a possibility of such a scenario? Qin San awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, Su Wanyun's smile faded, and she replied coolly, You will know when the time comes. Now, I must take a bath. Please leave. At her words, Qin San's lips twitched in confusion. What did that mean? Would she or wouldn't she? Yet, he did not dare to press further and reluctantly exited her room. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile had begun to form at the corners of Su Wanyun's mouth. The following day, they resumed their journey to the Guanyuntai to witness the competition. However, this time, as they approached the venue, Su Wanyun instructed Qin San to deploy a mechanical beast and provided him with a mask to blend in with the audience. The intent was clear. After yesterday's events, Qin San had become the target of public scrutiny, potentially drawing the ire of those with ulterior motives. Although he was qualified to remain at the elevated seating alongside Su Wanyun, doing so would only incite a stronger backlash from the crowd. Su Wanyun was not concerned about the ordinary outer disciples. Her worry lay with Jiang Feng. As the saying goes, a cornered dog may leap over the wall. Qin San's actions from the previous day had evidently provoked Jiang Feng. Should Jiang Feng, in a moment of recklessness, mobilize his family's resources, Qin San's position would undoubtedly become perilous. Understanding Su Wanyun's concern for his well-being, Qin San acquiesced to her request. This decision resulted in a few days passing without any encounters with Yu Xiangning. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day preliminary rounds concluded. The 22 disciples who advanced would have a day of respite before competing against the 10 seeded participants for a place in the top 16. While this day of rest was unfair to those who had sustained injuries during the competitions, such was the customary rule, and no one dared to contest it. As the battle for the top 16 commenced, the clashes upon the stage grew increasingly intense. Su Wanyun drew a disciple with a water spirit root. whose beauty and proficiency in water-based techniques sparked considerable discussion. Yet, as Su Wanyun took the stage, the audience's attention swiftly reverted to her. The impression she had left from her battle days prior was indelibly etched in their minds, particularly her enigmatic swordplay, which had concluded the fight before many had even fully grasped what transpired. Now, witnessing her once more, the spectators were utterly captivated, eager to unravel the subtleties of her techniques. Among them were the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect and several protective elders. Lin Xinru, Su Wanyun's younger sister, had met her senior sister previously and expressed a desire for mercy in their encounter. Lin Xinru exhibited a humble demeanor and displayed considerable grace. However, Su Wanyun perceived a flicker of coldness in her gaze. With a silent scoff, Su Wanyun nodded slightly. "Please, sister, I must apologize," Lin Xinru exclaimed, and in an instant, her long sword was drawn, glistening with the morning dew. Accompanied by a delicate reprimand, the azure sword energy transformed into a veil of mist, swiftly enveloping Su Wanyun. However, one must not be deceived by this ethereal haze, for it was merely a manifestation of concentrated water elemental energy. Should one fail to escape its grasp in time, they would face a barrage of relentless strikes. Yet, Su Wanyun remained nonchalant, casually wielding her sword. Clang! A fierce flame surged forth, instantaneously dissipating the entire curtain of water. Yet amidst the flames, a searing strike unexpectedly swept through, narrowly grazing Lin Xinru's forehead. In that moment, Lin Xinru was drenched in perspiration, her fighting spirit extinguished as she sheathed her sword and bowed in surrender. "Thank you, senior sister Su, for your mercy, I concede." She was acutely aware that the previous strike had nearly cost her her head, a speed far beyond her capacity to react. She had no doubt that Su Wanyun had held back. Soon, with Lin Xinru's voluntary concession, Li Daoran promptly announced the outcome. Su Wanyun victorious. Under the astonished gazes of the disciples, Su Wanyun returned calmly to her seat. Advancing to the top 16, each disciple was permitted only one match per day, which meant Su Wanyun would not re-enter the arena until the following day. Meanwhile, several elder guardians at the officiating table continued to ponder the event. Once again, a single strike had determined the victor. Moreover, Su Wanyun's swordplay, though fundamentally basic and devoid of any advanced techniques, exuded an enigmatic quality. Lin Xinru, despite her prowess, which was comparable to Luo Dahai, had been decisively overwhelmed in a single blow. This led the elders to believe that Su Wanyun's comprehension of swordsmanship had seemingly multiplied in strength. Even they found themselves perplexed by her abilities. Naturally, the elders, including the Grand Elder, were now more concerned with He Chuan and Qin Yun, as neither of their names had been called during the registration process. This suggested that both had likely used pseudonyms. To identify them, one could merely distinguish them in the upcoming matches, for with one male and one female participant, recognition would be inevitable. Chapter 39. One strike is sufficient to defeat you. Before long, the top 16 were determined on that very day. The 10-seeded competitors, true to form, remained steadfast and occupied their positions. However, a shift occurred in the subsequent day's quarterfinals, where two relatively obscure disciples managed to triumph over the 7th and 8th-seeded competitors. Remarkably, they were a male and a female. The male, named Qin Chuan, and the female, Mu Jianyun, were also partners in the Dao. Consequently, everyone became convinced that He Chuan and Qin Yun were indeed these two. If one were to remove the upper part of the character for Qin, it would yield He. Furthermore, Mu Jianyun, following her husband's surname, made perfect sense. Adding the grass radical to the character for Cloud would render it as Yun. This revelation sent shockwaves through several families within the outer sect, prompting them to take immediate action. As soon as the competition concluded, they dispatched representatives to court the two. For many families in the outer sect were merely branches of the inner sect. As the two individuals smoothly entered the inner gate, they were destined to become the cornerstone of their inner circle's influence, which included the Su family. However, the Jang and Tang families refrained from such actions, having discerned that although Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun exhibited unexpected prowess, they evidently had not yet reached the level of Jiang Feng and Tang Youyou. Thus, they chose to remain inactive, preparing to investigate further the following day. That night, it seemed as though old Madame Su had regained 10 years of youth upon learning from Su Dongpi that he had successfully recruited Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun. The smile on her face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Subsequently, she was willing to offer a considerable amount of the Su family's resources to the two. Young Master Qin. Miss Mu, rest assured, as long as one of you becomes the true disciple of the sect master, my Su family guarantees that you will have an inexhaustible supply of resources in the future. Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun were equally astonished, bowing in gratitude. However, The couple found it quite peculiar why so many prominent families were suddenly vying for their attention. Despite their commendable performance in the trial tower, they had never before garnered any recognition. It was indeed a curious predicament. Rest assured, head of the family, we shall strive diligently, they declared. From this day forth, we are members of the Su family, willing to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Excellent. Then you both should rest well tonight. I await your good news tomorrow, came the delighted reply. The couple then took residence in the Su family. Upon entering their room, Mu Jianyun inquired, Darling, what do you think is going on? Why are so many families seeking to recruit us? Qin Chuan chuckled, My dear, it is undoubtedly because we are exceptionally formidable. I have come to realize that they must see the potential in us to compete for the top position, which is why they are extending their olive branches at all costs. This implies that Jiang Feng and Tang Youyou, currently ranked first and second, are not as formidable as we had imagined. Mu Jianyun's eyes brightened with understanding. So, it turns out we have already become prodigies in the outer sect? Yet, we were entirely unaware. It is our fault for being so focused on our cultivation. Without comparison, how could we know? Enough of that. Let us not dwell on anything else. The beds of these esteemed families are quite comfortable. Let us hasten to sleep. At her husband's eager words, a flush of color appeared on Mu Jianyun's cheeks. What sleep? It is evident you have other intentions. That night, the Su family remained restless. Even old Madame Su, who had not experienced such excitement in over 40 years, found herself tempted to summon a servant for a bit of indulgence. Alas, Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun were indeed quite the source of commotion, their cries echoing like a fervent boar and a female cat. Had it not been for their potential contributions to the Su family, they would have long been dispatched to the Beast Mountains to feed the beasts. The following morning, the competition for the top 4 was set to commence. Li Daoran, once again presiding as the elder, announced, Esteemed guests, the top 8 of this grand competition have been determined. Now, let us invite the 8 disciples to the stage. With that, 8 figures gracefully leaped onto the high platform. The individuals are Jiang Feng, Tang Youyou, Su Qingcheng, Yin Feng, Xiao Yufei, Qin Chuan, Mu Jianyun, and Su Wanyan. Among them, the first 4 serve as the pillars of their respective families, underscoring the significance of familial resources in the life of a martial artist. This is precisely why Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun ultimately chose to align themselves with the Su family. However, this development is not favorable for Su Qingcheng, who feels betrayed by his family. Despite being a legitimate heir, he perceives the inclusion of 2 unfamiliar faces into the Su family as a slight against his capabilities. Nevertheless, he harbors enough confidence to prove his worth in the forthcoming competition. At that moment, Li Daoran called out, Now, let the 8 contestants draw lots to determine their opponents. The matchups will be as follows, number 1 against number 8, number 2 against number 7, and so forth. With that, he tossed 10 bamboo sticks toward the 8 participants. Each contestant casually grasped a stick and glanced at the number in hand. Su Wanyan drew the number 1 and promptly handed the bamboo stick to the disciple who had come to record the results. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder at the host table were scrutinizing Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun, questioning whether they were indeed He Chuan and Qin Yun. Under their expansive spiritual awareness, the cultivation levels of both were transparent, revealing them to be at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of Dan condensation. Yet, they could not shake the feeling that these 2 did not measure up to the record-breaking standards of the trial tower. After all, they had observed previous matches and noted that neither had showcased a performance as remarkable as that of Su Wanyan. Their standings in the trial tower rankings fell short of the top 5, barely scraping the edges of the top 10. The dilemma was that if they were indeed not who they claimed to be, there appeared to be no suitable alternatives. Reluctantly, the elders decided to analyze the situation further once the competition commenced. If necessary, they would confront them directly. Before long, the order of matches for the quarterfinals was announced. Su Wanyan was set to face none other than Tang Youyou in the first match. Their gazes clashed once more. Su Wanyan maintained her composure, seemingly impervious to any emotional disturbance. In contrast, Tang Youyou wore a sly smile. Su Wanyan, you truly are full of surprises. It seems fate has destined us for this battle. In the past, I acknowledged that I was no match for you. But today, I can only say that your luck has run out. I am no longer the person I once was. With a sudden burst of energy, a presence of peak second-rank spirit building erupted, causing the audience to collectively inhale sharply. What? Tang Youyou has actually broken through to the peak of second-rank spirit building? She had been concealing her strength all along. The spectators were astonished. Incredible. It appears that the true disciple will emerge between her and Jiang Feng. Subsequently, Tang Youyou leapt into the air, executing a flawless spin as she elegantly ascended the stage. Drawing her sword, she pointed it towards Su Wanyan seated among the spectators. Su Wanyan, I ask you once more, what do you possess to challenge me? Observing this, Su Wanyan smiled, her lips parting slightly. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the audience, excitement brewed. Qin followed Su Wanyun, both parting their lips in unison. Then, from hundreds of meters away, as if united in spirit, they declared in harmony, "One move to defeat you is sufficient." Chapter 40. Could this be the long-lost sword intent from a millennium ago? A roar of astonishment erupted throughout the venue. The elder on the podium and the guardian elders exchanged glances, each displaying signs of displeasure. They perceived Su Wanyun's arrogance as excessive. In the past, she indeed possessed the capital for such hubris, but now Tang Youyou's cultivation had reached parity with Su Wanyun's peak. To utter such words now seemed somewhat disrespectful to her opponent. Consequently, it was not just the elders. Many families in the audience began to mock her. The most caustic of all were undoubtedly the Tang family. Absurd. Did Su Wanyun still believe she was the same person as in her heyday? Underestimating Youyou would lead to her downfall. Humph. This girl is ultimately unable to change her nature. She is far too self-assured. On the arena, Tang Youyou was deeply provoked and had no intention of holding back. Very well, you said it. But do not blame me for not giving you a chance. When your limbs are severed, do not weep. With that, she raised her sword high, and a golden radiance, far more potent than that of Luo Dahai, enveloped her. She too possessed a golden spiritual root, which significantly amplified her swordsmanship beyond that of other roots. Noticing this, Su Wanyun leaped gracefully, descending upon the arena with a perfect parabolic arc. Today, Tang Youyou still wore that iconic long dress, while Su Wanyun had unusually donned a set of red combat attire, exuding a strikingly heroic aura. However, the change in her attire did little to conceal her unparalleled beauty, though Tang Youyou believed herself to be quite attractive. Ranking at least among the top 3 in the outer sect, standing before Su Wanyun made her feel a profound sense of inadequacy, intensifying her irritation. Su Wanyun's confidence was one matter, but her arrogance was another. Having wasted so much time with a damaged Dantian, even if you managed to recover by chance, what right do you have to act so pretentious? Make your move. I need not exert myself against you. Her words held merit. After all, even within the inner sect, there were not many disciples whose cultivation exceeded the second tier of spirit building. In the outer sect, apart from Jang, she did not believe anyone else could reach such a level. Yet, Su Wanyun remained unmoved, simply positioning her sword horizontally and calmly stating, "You may attack first. As I mentioned, one move to defeat you is sufficient. Should I strike first, you may not have a chance." At this moment, as the first match was about to commence, the entire venue erupted in unprecedented cheers. The anticipation was palpable, for one was the current darling of the outer sect, and the other, the former saintess. Their rivalry was notorious, marking this match as perhaps the most eagerly awaited confrontation before the ultimate showdown. In a corner of the arena, Yu Xiangning watched Su Wanyun with great enthusiasm. While others may doubt her, she was certain of one thing. Su Wanyun would never embark on a venture without assurance. Throughout her life, she has never tasted defeat, and today shall be no different. Just then, a voice suddenly captured her attention. In the corner stood a masked man, fervently waving his arms and shouting towards Su Wanyun, "Cheer up, you are the best." It is worth noting that since Su Wanyun's fall from grace, Tang Youyou has emerged as the new darling in the eyes of all external disciples. Even upon her return, few truly rallied in her support. The majority remained silent observers. Thus, this man stood out remarkably among the audience. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Yu Xiangning found the figure strikingly familiar. The more she looked, the more he resembled someone from her memories. After whispering a few words to the enforcer beside her, she stealthily approached the man, though only his eyes were visible. Yu Xiangning, having served long in the enforcement division, had honed an insight far surpassing others. She could not only discern details, but also identify a person by their scent. She recalled distinctly that the fragrance emanating from him mirrored that of the masked figure, a subtle rose aroma reminiscent of Su Wanyun. "Hey, Hitsuin," she called tentatively from behind Qin-san. He turned in surprise, recognizing a familiar face. "Little sister, is that really you?" Yu Xiangning's face lit up with delight. Qin-san, equally astonished, quickly understood why Yu Xiangning was present. As a member of the enforcement division, she was likely there to maintain order at the cloud viewing platform. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Yu Xiangning inquired. Qin-san scratched the back of his head and replied with a chuckle. "I caught a chill recently and have been sneezing inexplicably at night. It feels more comfortable to cover my nose." Yu Xiangning harbored no suspicions about this explanation. She then glanced towards the arena and remarked, "I saw you cheering for Su Wanyun earlier. You must really like her, right?" Qin-san responded with a smile. What male disciple in the outer sect would dare say he doesn't like her? Hearing this, Yu Xiangning paused in surprise, then realized the truth in his words. Indeed, when it comes to beauty, it would be difficult to find anyone in the outer sect who could rival Su Wanyun. Any man would be captivated. The reasons for the lack of suitors were twofold. In the past, no one was worthy of her. Now, no one could approach her. She nodded with a smile. That makes sense. After all, if she is second in beauty, no one would dare claim the first position. Unbeknownst to her, Qin San suddenly interjected. Though you may not be first, I believe you could take second place. Haha. At his words, a deep blush spread across Yu Xiangming's cheeks. She looked at Qin San with a mix of shyness and playful reproach, saying, "Stop joking about second or third place. I'm over 30. You? Over 30? He exclaimed. Yes, can't you tell? Qin San shook his head earnestly. Of course I can't. To me, you look at most a year or two older than Su Wanyan. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangming's face flushed even more, but within her heart, a glimmer of delight took root. Thanks to the imminent commencement of the competition, Su Wanyan has ascended the arena. The gazes of those around her are fixed upon the stage. Otherwise, if it were to be noticed that she, the esteemed captain of the law enforcement division, was engaging in flirtation with a man, displaying a bashful demeanor, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of gossip. At this moment, accompanied by fervent cheers, Yu Xiangming's attention is once again directed towards the arena. It is about to begin. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Qin San's smile fades, his expression becoming inscrutable as he gazes at the stage. Su Wanyan. Upon recognizing their shared opinion, Yu Xiangming cannot help but exclaim, I feel the same way. How many moves do you think she will need to secure victory? Qin San grins and utters two words, one move. On the stage, Tang Youyou, who has been repeatedly looked down upon by Su Wanyan, finally raises her longsword high. The blade instantly enveloped in a golden radiance. This is of your own making. Prepare to face my attack. Break the mountain and cut the peak sword. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surges forth, seemingly intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space, slicing towards Su Wanyan with astonishing speed. The onlookers display expressions of sheer terror. How powerful! The might of this sword would be challenging even for an ordinary third-grade spirit builder to withstand. This is undoubtedly a spirit-level technique. Even one of the protective elders can't help but rise in astonishment. This woman has achieved a remarkably high level of control over golden spirit power. However, in the next moment, Su Wanyan unsheaths her sword as well. The fire cloud sword technique. The shattering blade. Boom. A slender red sword energy shoots forth, meeting Tang Youyou's golden sword energy head-on with perfect precision. In contrast, the width of the red sword energy is merely half that of the golden. Humph. With such limited skill, how dare she boast? I believe Su Wanyan has truly become overconfident. This girl's flaw lies in her arrogance, always believing herself to be the same prodigy as before, unaware that some things, once lost, can never be regained. The Tang family members chuckle derisively. Little do they know, in the next second, their laughter is abruptly silenced. The elder seated at the head of the hosting table stands up abruptly, murmuring to himself, what? Is this the long-lost sword intent? Chapter 41. Hechuan, is this all? At this moment, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, the slender sword energy unleashed by Su Wanyan unexpectedly shatters Tang Youyou's golden sword energy with overwhelming force. Despite the fact that the red sword energy is significantly narrower than the golden one, this inexplicable scene unfolds. The red sword energy appears to disregard all, tearing through the golden sword energy. No, this is impossible. This cannot be happening. Tang Youyou's exclamation mirrors that of her previous opponents who were defeated by Su Wanyan, as well as the members of the Tang family below. Just as her words fall, that red sword energy pierces through her shoulder. There is no blood, for the wound instantly scabs over due to the intense heat. Yet the pain is undeniably real. The precious sword clatters to the ground. Tang Youyou drops to one knee, clutching her shoulder with one hand. She lifts her head, her gaze now devoid of the initial confidence and pride. Only a profound terror and indescribable shock remained. One strike was sufficient to defeat you. It turns out that from the very beginning, Su Wanyan never boasted. She truly possesses this capability. Outside the arena, Su Dompi leapt from his seat with a loud thud. What? Wanyan has already returned to the first rank of spirit building? Yet, the might of her sword was utterly astonishing. In the competitor's area, Su Qingqing's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He realized that had he been the one on stage just now, he too would have been unable to withstand that astonishing strike. How could this be? Jiang Feng's expression shifted. He had assumed that even if Su Wanyan regained her prowess, it would be impossible for her to return to her peak. As long as he secured the position of true disciple, Su Wanyan would still be within his grasp. Yet, unexpectedly, that strike had instilled in him an overwhelming sense of threat. No, it seems the original plan cannot proceed as intended. In tomorrow's finals, regardless of who the opponent may be, I must secure first place. Otherwise, who knows which true disciple will ultimately prevail. At this moment, Tang Youyou, propping herself on her knee, slowly rose again, trembling as she raised her treasured sword, eager for another battle. However, before she could muster her energy, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from the podium above. Enough. Your resolve has shattered, and continuing will only bring you humiliation. Step down. Upon hearing this, Tang Youyou's body quivered violently. She turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. To her shock, it was the Grand Elder of the inner sect. In that instant, she collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, her spirit seemingly vacated from her body, leaving her in a daze. Indeed, her resolve had been ruthlessly shattered by Su Wanyun. Even if she strained to maintain her composure for the sake of pride, it was merely a futile struggle. That strike had not only revealed the former Su Wanyun, but had also illuminated the true disparity between genius and prodigy. While many can be called geniuses, prodigies are ultimately one in a myriad. Meanwhile, Li Daoran hastily announced, in this round, Su Wanyun is victorious. Boom. The observation platform erupted. Su Wanyun's name reverberated across the heavens. Those who once doubted her, those who mocked her, those who believed she could never rise again, all changed their attitudes after this battle. Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun. Ha ha. I knew it all along. There can only ever be one outer sect saintess, and that is Su Wanyun. Su Wanyun flicked her fingers, and the sword blade rebounded off the ground, perfectly returning to its sheath. At the moment she turned, an invisible aura radiated from her. As they felt this aura, the onlookers finally understood that the once prodigious saintess was not merely returning. She had already returned. After this battle, Su Wanyun proudly returned to her seat. Only when she glanced toward a corner of the arena did a subtle smile grace her lips. Indeed, Qin Sen also offered her a faint smile in response, acknowledging his wife. He had long anticipated the outcome of the first match. Yet he felt a genuine joy for Su Wanyun. How delightful. Hey, what are you laughing at, looking like a lovesick fool? Yu Xiangning could not help but jest. Qin Sen touched his nose and replied, of course, she smiled at me. To which Yu Xiangning retorted, self-absorbed much. Huh, do you really think she was smiling at you? Are you well acquainted with her? Yu Xiangning remained silent, but cast a meaningful glance at Qin Sen, internally thinking, of course she was smiling at me. After all, I am her aunt. Soon, the atmosphere at the venue calmed slightly. Tang Youyou walked off the stage, dejected. A group of Tang family members quickly escorted her away. Her defeat had brought disgrace to the Tang family, leaving them no face to remain at the observation platform. Following this, the second match was announced. Next, please welcome Yan Feng and Qin Chuan to the stage. The recently subdued atmosphere once again surged with excitement, albeit not as fervently as before. However, for a select few, this match became a pivotal battle. Is it finally here? Let us see your prowess, Qin Chuan, as you shatter historical records in the trial tower. The Grand Elder stroked his long beard, exuding a solemn demeanor. The surrounding Elder Guardians also displayed a serious expression. For Qin Chuan was indeed the He Chuan they had speculated about. In the blink of an eye, a robust figure wielding dual hammers, Yan Feng, descended from the heavens, landing heavily on the stage and causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Qin San, whom the Su family held in high regard, elegantly leaped onto the platform. The members of the Su family felt a surge of excitement. Anyone capable of breaking the trial tower's historical records would surely handle Yan Feng with ease. At that moment, the Su family would boast four prodigies, Su Wanyun, Qin Chuan, Mu Jianyun, and Su Qingqing. Which family in the outer sect could rival such strength? Yan Feng, please enlighten me. Yan Feng clasped his hands in salute towards Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan nonchalantly shrugged. Don't waste time. Come at me. He brimmed with confidence. Ever since he was recruited by the Su family yesterday, he and his wife Mu Jianyun had transformed from poverty to affluence, leading him to regard the so-called seed players as mere trifles. After all, the formidable Tang Youyou had succumbed to a woman whose dantian had been destroyed. Therefore, Yan Feng, who ranked below Tang Youyou, was even less noteworthy. Humph, the top 10 in the outer sect are merely hollow titles. Yet, in the next moment, his disdain transformed into fear. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from within Yan Feng, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that left Qin Chuan gasping for breath. What an astonishing Earth-type spiritual power. In an instant, he uttered two words. Unbelievable. Take this. Yan Feng charged forward with a piercing gaze. His earthy spiritual energy, as tangible as substance. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan instinctively drew his sword to strike, but when he attempted to slash at Yan Feng's arm, a resounding clang echoed. Sparks flew. Yan Feng remained unscathed. Immediately, Yan Feng charged forward, colliding with Qin Chuan, causing him to spit blood and fly straight out of the arena. In just one encounter, the battle concluded. The Grand Elder of the inner sect was left speechless, as were the protective elders and Li Daoran. The members of the Su family were utterly astounded, rendered almost catatonic. What? The one who shattered the historical records of the trial tower, Hechuan, is this? Chapter 42, The Unworthy Genius. The prodigy reduced to uselessness, it was unmistakable to even the most oblivious observer that Qin Chuan was far from being Hechuan. Despite Yin Feng's commendable performance, it fell significantly short of the standards required to break the trial tower's records. Therefore, it was impossible for Qin Chuan to achieve such feats. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect finally turned to the Protective Elders and uttered 3 words: mistaken identity. The Protective Elders displayed expressions of embarrassment, and doubts began to surface regarding Mu Jianyun. If Qin Chuan was not Hechuan, then could Mu Jianyun still be Qin? Suddenly, Mu Jianyun leaped from the contestants' area to stand before Qin Chuan. Upon discovering him unconscious, she shouted furiously at Yin Feng on the stage. How could you be so ruthless? I will fight you. Without hesitation, she sprang onto the arena, drawing her sword and charging forward. Witnessing this scene, Li Daoran became infuriated and attempted to intervene, but unexpectedly, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect transmitted a message. Let us observe first. This momentary hesitation on Li Daoran's part granted Mu Jianyun the opportunity to strike. Take this. However, when her sword met Yin Feng, the result was the same as with Qin Chuan. It failed to breach even the outer layer of Yin Feng's solidified spiritual energy. Instead, it produced a crisp sound before being deflected. Yin Feng frowned and retaliated with a swift slap. The crowd watched as Mu Jianyun followed in Qin Chuan's footsteps, tumbling out of the arena. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. How could this couple, intended to replace the seed contestants, possess such meager strength? Finally, the Grand Elder confirmed their suspicions. They had guessed incorrectly. Qin Chuan was not Hechuan, and Mu Jianyun was not Qin Yun. Their names merely bore a slight resemblance, but in reality, they were utterly unrelated. Moreover, as the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, his insight was exceptionally keen. Qin Yun, what kind of elixir did you and Qin Chuan consume prior to this? With your abilities, it is inconceivable that you could defeat the seed contestants. Upon hearing this, Mu Jianyun was struck with terror. Forgive us, Grand Elder. We inadvertently obtained 2 body enhancement pills and consumed them before the competition in hopes of achieving a good result. With this revelation, the truth came to light. The body enhancement pill could significantly elevate a warrior's strength for a brief period. While Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun were not without merit, they paled in comparison to the seed contestants. After taking the pills, they barely reached the level of the seed contestants, enabling them to secure a place among the top 8. Now, with the effects of the elixir waning, their true selves were inevitably revealed. Yet, they had become conceited due to the recruitment efforts of their respective families. One truly believed in their own formidable prowess, thinking they could rival the seeded contenders. The current predicament is nothing short of self-inflicted. At this moment, after the elder bestowed a knowing glance upon Li Daoran, he promptly declared, Now, I hereby announce the annulment of Mu Jianyun and Qin Chuan's positions in the top 8. They are to exit the arena immediately to avoid disrupting the forthcoming matches. Thus, Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun were unceremoniously expelled from the observation platform, eliciting a chorus of dismay from the audience. This was utterly absurd, relying on enhancement elixirs to secure a top 8 finish, only to believe oneself truly capable, was the epitome of folly. Naturally, the one regretting this the most was Su Dongpi. His expression resembled that of one who had tasted something utterly repugnant, as he contemplated how to report back to the family patriarch, Su Laotai. After all, the Su family had expended nearly 200,000 spirit stones in an effort to cultivate these 2 individuals. If he could not devise a means to rectify this blunder, he feared his position within the Su family would become untenable. Soon, the competition resumed. Due to Mu Jianyun's unexpected exit, Jiang Feng, who was meant to face her, advanced by default. Though the battle between Su Qingqing and Xiao Yufei was equally intense, very few remained to witness the conclusion. After all, Su Qingqing could hardly match the renown of Su Wanyun within the same family. Ultimately, Su Qingqing fell just shy of victory against Xiao Yufei, contributing to a minor upset. In an instant, the spirits of the Su family members plummeted to an abyss. Of course, Qin San was oblivious to these developments. Shortly after Su Wanyun's victory, Yu Xiangning excused herself to conduct patrols, bidding him a temporary farewell. Finding himself alone and disinterested, he decided to return to Jingyu Mountain ahead of her. There, he prepared a sumptuous meal, waiting at the entrance for Su Wanyun's return. As evening descended upon the Su family hall, the family head, Su Laotai, wore an expression as withering as a chrysanthemum, remaining silent. The gathered members of the Su family bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word, until a moment arrived when Su Laotai could no longer contain herself. What? Have you all lost your voices? 200,000 spirit stones, and in return, We have ensnared two imbeciles. Do you think spirit stones rain down upon us? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the trembling Su Dongpi. Dongpi, this is your doing. What shall we do now? Speak. Knowing he could not evade responsibility, Su Dongpi knelt and bowed 3 times. The family head blames this old man for mistaking waste for talent, he lamented. Su Laotai slammed her hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, not only are you blind, but you are also devoid of intellect. You mistook waste for talent and prodigies for failures. Let us not forget. You were the first to cast your vote for expelling Su Wanyun. Unappeased, she turned her ire upon the kneeling Su Qingqing. Qingqing, in the past half year, how much have we invested in your cultivation, manpower, resources, and finances? And this is the measure of your gratitude towards our family's expectations? You truly have left me utterly disheartened. I must have been blind to heed your slanderous words and facilitate Su Wanyun's departure, unaware that she has always been the true prodigy. Listening to the grievances and accusations of Elder Su, the members of the Su family fell silent, each one as mute as a fish. Su Qingqing's complexion turned ashen, not daring to utter a single word. The patriarch, in light of the current predicament, could see only one course of action. Suddenly, an elderly man, whose experience was comparable to that of Su Dongpi, spoke up. What course of action? Inquired another. The elder replied, given Wanyun's current prowess. Even if she does not secure first place in this assembly, second place is practically assured. Thus, at the very least, she will obtain a position as a closed-door disciple. Did Su Dongpi not mention that with a little sacrifice and proper appeasement, Su Wanyun would undoubtedly return willingly? At that time, we can restore her status as a clan member, thereby reinstating the Su family's former glory. Upon hearing this, Elder Su pondered for a moment. While that may be true, we currently have no knowledge of where the girl is hiding. Moreover, who will undertake this task? You? The elder chuckled softly. Since it was Su Dongpi who proposed this plan, naturally, he should be the one to execute it. This declaration immediately garnered the approval of the assembly. After all, everyone had a hand in driving Su Wanyun away initially. Now, to mend the situation would be a source of embarrassment. Who could bear to face that? They were eager to shift the burden onto someone else, and Su Dongpi was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Indeed, whoever proposes should carry it out. I also believe Dongpi is the most appropriate choice, as he has always been the strategist for our Su family. In an instant, Su Dongpi's expression morphed into one of dismay. Just as he was about to plead for refusal, Elder Su interjected decisively. Very well, it is settled. Su Dongpi, I give you 2 days to locate Su Wanyun and bring her back. Otherwise, you shall leave the Su family. As night fell, Su Dongpi wandered alone outside the gate. He was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself for his imprudent suggestions that had led to such trouble. Setting aside the question of whether he could even find Su Wanyun's whereabouts, it remained uncertain whether she would even be willing to meet with him. Regrettably, with no other options, he had to muster the courage to search. At that moment, he meandered through the southern district of the outer sect, where the majority of ordinary disciples resided, as it was the most affordable area. Having left the family, Su Wanyun no longer had the support of familial resources, making it impossible for her to reside in a more upscale neighborhood. Unbeknownst to him, after a thorough inquiry, he found himself empty-handed. Just as despair began to settle in, a voice suddenly called out to him. Are you from the Su family, Senior Dongpi? A relative of Su Wanyun? Su Dongpi was taken aback, turning to see a man with a bandaged nose. Who are you? He inquired. Oh, I am Dahiba, the man replied. Su Dongpi scrutinized him for a moment, unable to recall any acquaintance. I don't believe we have met. Dahiba chuckled. Ah, Senior, you certainly wouldn't recognize a minor character like me. However, I am confident you would be interested in a certain matter. Raising an eyebrow, Su Dongpi asked, what matter? Dahiba then leaned in close and whispered something in his ear. Unbeknownst to him, Su Dongpi's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What? Is what you say truly genuine? Hee, how could I dare deceive you? However, if you wish to know, I require some compensation, Dajiba remarked, rubbing his fingers together. His intentions unmistakably clear. Without further ado, Su Dongpi produced a pouch of spirit stones and tossed it to Dajiba. Here are 20,000 spirit stones. Accept them. But let me make one thing clear. Should you deceive me, you shall be well aware of the consequences. Ecstatic with joy upon receiving the spirit stones, Dajiba reveled in the prospect of profiting from selling to the Su family and subsequently to the Jang family, reaping even greater rewards. By heavens, I am fortunate indeed. No longer will I face disdain from my wife. During this time, Dajiba had been recuperating at home, subjected daily to the scorn and belittlement from Lu Rian. The humiliation led him to forego attending the grand outer sect competition. He was often coerced into kneeling on a washboard, and without enduring a full month of this torment, he was barred from her bed. Thankfully, with Lu Rian currently absent, he seized the opportunity to inquire with neighbors about the competition. To his astonishment, he learned that Su Wanyun had regained her cultivation. Furthermore, she had overwhelmingly defeated Tang Youyou. In that moment, he realized a lucrative opportunity had arisen. The Su family had previously cast out Su Wanyun without a second thought, and her resurgence would inevitably lead them to regret their actions and seek to reclaim her. Thus, he intended to approach the Su family for benefits before Lu Rian returned. To his surprise, he encountered the hurried Su Dongpi. It was evident that someone of Su Dongpi's stature could not be found in the vicinity of ordinary outer sect disciples without purpose. He was clearly searching for someone. Indeed, his assumption was correct. Su Dongpi had come in search of Su Wanyun. Rest assured, esteemed Dongpi, before you, I am but a mere ant. How could I dare to deceive you? Daji Ba said, ingratiating himself. Su Dongpi nodded and quickened his pace towards Jinyu Mountain. At that moment, Qin San and Su Wanyun were savoring a sumptuous dinner. The atmosphere within the room was tranquil, a comfort to both. Though Qin San sensed something amiss with Su Wanyun's demeanor today. Madam, what troubles you? Did we not win the competition? Why do you appear so despondent? At this, Su Wanyun froze, initially intending to offer an explanation. Yet, as she opened her mouth, a sigh escaped her lips. It's nothing. Perhaps I am merely fatigued. She lowered her gaze, her heart pricked with discomfort at the thought of her body having been touched by a stranger. This feeling intensified after the day's competition. Among the final 4 competitors remained Jiang Feng, herself, Yin Feng, and Xiao Yufei. It was clear that Xiao Yufei could not be He Chuan, and Yin Feng's physique did not match. Thus, the only possibility left was Jiang Feng. Could it be that Jiang Feng is indeed He Chuan? Although the He Chuan of her memories differed in hairstyle and voice from Jiang Feng, it was conceivable that he was deliberately disguising himself. If he were indeed he, would that not imply that she might not prevail against him? At that moment, Jiang Feng threatened her once more with the events of that day, coercing her to sever ties with Qin San or compelling her to undertake actions she was reluctant to perform. How would she face Qin San then? This very reason intensified the guilt and anxiety festering within her. Meanwhile, oblivious to the profound impact her false identity had on Su Wanyun, Qin San merely smiled and remarked, "Feeling tired? I'll fetch you some water shortly. Make sure to take a good bath and rest early. After all, we have another battle tomorrow, and you must ensure you're in peak condition." Su Wanyun remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. However, at that moment, a voice, both familiar and unwelcome to Su Wanyun, suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Wanyun, are you there?" In an instant, she sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed toward the door. How could this be? Her residence was nestled in the secluded and hidden depths of Jinyu Mountain, nearly impossible to locate without prior knowledge of the path. Countless individuals had attempted to track her down over the past 6 months, yet none had succeeded. Why was he here? Simultaneously, Qin San's expression darkened, for he had already surmised who had divulged her whereabouts. Dajiba? Humph, this fool is courting death. "Madam, I shall answer the door," he offered. "No need. I will go. I know who it is," Su Wanyun replied coolly as she opened the door herself. Indeed, the person who met her gaze was exactly as she had anticipated. She refrained from inquiring how Su Dongpi had found her, for the grand competition was nearing its climax. Her cultivation had recovered to 80%, and the days of hiding were now behind her. "Second grandfather, what brings you here?" Upon hearing her voice, Su Dongpi immediately donned a concerned and benevolent smile. However, upon noticing Qin San's presence within the room, his heart sank. It appeared that the situation was worse than he had anticipated. Su Wanyun was indeed living with this man. "Wanyun, I beg your pardon for intruding uninvited. The head of the family has been worried about you, which compelled me to seek your whereabouts and ascertain how you are faring." As soon as this statement escaped his lips, Qin San, who had been enjoying his meal, rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Worried? If you truly cared, would you have waited until now to come? Isn't it merely a reaction to Su Wanyun's astonishing performance in the competition that has prompted your regret and urgency to have her return to the Su family?" Su Wanyun immediately let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Then why did you all take so long to come? Why wait until now?" Su Dongpi's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "Ah, it's just that your residence is too secluded. We have been unable to locate you." Secluded, perhaps. But for Su Wanyun, such words are merely childish play. Attempting to deceive me seems rather juvenile. With that, Su Wanyun returned to her seat, deftly serving some dishes into Qin San's bowl with a smile. She then looked up at Su Dongpi, her expression sweet yet tinged with sarcasm. "Second grandfather, as you can see, I am quite happy with my husband. If your sole intention is to ascertain my well-being, then you may return to the family head with your report. I must soon partake in a bath with my husband, and it would be inconvenient to host you at this moment." Chapter 44. A return to the Su family? Impossible. What? Bathing together as a couple? Upon hearing Su Wanyun's words, Su Dongpi's expression instantly froze, becoming as rigid as stone. This revelation only deepened his concerns. He feared that Su Wanyun might have already shared a bed with that servant. Absolutely not. Such a union was unthinkable. Su Wanyun is the pride of the Su family. How could she be involved with a mere servant? It is essential to understand that within the realm of martial artists, not only must one adhere to social standing, but lineage also holds paramount significance. The Su family has boasted generations of heritage without a single prodigious talent emerging until Su Wanyun. Thus, her bloodline is of utmost importance to the family. Only when paired with another superior bloodline can its full potential be realized. Merging it with inferior lineage would be nothing short of sacrilege. Wanyun, may I finish my words? In all honesty, the family head wishes for your return. Ever since your departure, she has been consumed with worry for your well-being, which has taken a toll on her health. Only you can restore her vitality. For this reason, the family head has promised that should you agree to return, not only will she bestow upon you a generous supply of spirit stones, but she will also grant you the family heirloom, the Taichi spirit fire seed. Upon delivering this message, Su Dongpi sighed with relief, his countenance revealing newfound confidence. The Taichi spirit fire is a rare flame born of nature itself, a coveted treasure for fire affinity martial artists, possessing an irresistible allure for those skilled in fire manipulation. Successfully refining this fire could significantly enhance their cultivation and elevate the quality of their fire affinity power, amplifying the potency of their fire-based techniques. In her earlier days, Su Wanyun, with her extraordinary talents, had repeatedly requested the family head to obtain the Taichi spirit fire. However, at that time, the elder Su hesitated to part with it, hoping to retain a strategic advantage. After Su Wanyun's fall from grace, the elder even boasted of her foresight in not wasting the Taichi spirit fire on someone deemed unworthy. Now that Su Wanyun is on her path to recovery, Su Dongpi believed she would have no reason to decline his offer. Indeed, when Su Wanyun heard about the Taichi spirit fire, a fleeting glimmer of desire sparkled in her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a smile, though not one of joy, rather tinged with irony. Oh, did the family head truly say such a thing? Su Dongpi, oblivious to the underlying tone, replied with a grin, of course. How could I jest about such matters? Su Wanyun then posed a probing question. Oh, may I inquire what conditions must be met to acquire this Taichi spirit fire? At her words, Su Dongpi's expression shifted, his previous confidence evaporating as trepidation took its place. How could she possibly know there would be conditions? To be honest, there is indeed one requirement. Pray tell, she urged, to become the champion of this external disciples' grand competition. As he spoke, he observed the subtle changes in Su Wanyun's demeanor. Noting that her smile only deepened, he stood up from his seat. Really? Of course it's true. I swear by the heavens. If you are willing to return to the Su family and seize the leadership, that Tai spiritual fire shall be yours. Su Dongpa raised his right hand, seemingly to affirm the veracity of his words. Little did he know, Su Wanyun suddenly let out a cold scoff. You can inform the family head that such a mere Tai spiritual fire does not interest me. If your sole purpose in coming here is to persuade me to return to the Su family, then I shall be blunt. It is impossible. As her words fell, Su Wanyun pointed dismissively towards the door, saying, Second uncle, it is getting late. Please do not disturb the marital life of my husband and me. I shall not see you out. Make yourself comfortable. One must admit, Su Wanyun's dismissal was quite abrupt, catching Su Dongpa completely off guard. He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when Su Wanyun slammed the door shut that he realized she was no longer the Su Wanyun of yore. Now, persuading her to return to the Su family seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Reluctantly, he returned to the Su family, feeling both dejected and anxious, preparing to relay this matter to the matriarch. Meanwhile, Qin Sen could not help but give Su Wanyun a thumbs up. Although marrying her had not been his original intention, it now appeared that he had made no mistake in choosing her as a partner. The Su family must truly regret their actions now. My lady, why did you refuse such a wonderful opportunity? Qin Sen inquired with a smile. Su Wanyun furrowed her brow and replied, Do you truly wish for me to return? Not exactly, but after all, it is the Tai spiritual fire. If you possessed it, your potential and strength would surely ascend to new heights. Su Wanyun could not entirely dismiss this notion. However, when she recalled the decisiveness and coldness with which the Su family had cast her aside, she felt no lingering sentiment for them. Su Dongpa's visit today was solely due to her restoration of cultivation. Had she not recovered, not a soul would have cared if she perished. While the Tai spiritual fire held a certain allure, it was not enough to compel her to relinquish the resentment and humiliation she harbored. Moreover, the heavenly fires are categorized into 4 levels: spiritual fire, mysterious fire, true fire, and sacred fire. Spiritual fire is merely the lowest tier. Why should she cling to such a trivial enhancement? Given time, once she reached a higher level, she could seek the mysterious fire or the true fire instead. As for my affairs with the Su family, you need not concern yourself. In any case, I shall never forgive them for a mere trifle. Rest assured, should the Su family dare to bring you harm, I will protect you. Now, I am going to take a bath. You may return to your own quarters. Unbeknownst to her, Su Wanyun believed Qin San's words stemmed from concern for her safety, prompting him to reassure her. Little did she realize that Qin San was solely preoccupied with the Tai's spiritual fire, a rarity in itself. The probability of even encountering a spiritual fire is exceedingly slim, let alone the mysterious or true fires. In the realm of spiritual roots, there are countless fire spirits. Yet those who truly possess extraordinary flames are scarcely 1 in 100,000. Now that the Su family has a ready source, how could it possibly be squandered? After all, once Su Wanyun refines it, it would bring immense benefits to herself as well. Upon Su Dongpi's return, he promptly informed the matriarch of the Su family about his encounter with Su Wanyun. At this news, the matriarch's expression darkened considerably. What? Did that girl truly say such a thing? It is absolutely true that she has returned home, but not only that, she seems to be quite close with that servant. Qin San, I even suspect they may have shared a bed. The matriarch nearly leapt up in outrage. How outrageous. This treacherous girl. She ought to remember that her current standing is largely due to the Su family's unwavering support over the years. Were it not for the consumption of so many precious spiritual herbs and restorative pills, how could her Dantian have possibly recovered on its own after shattering? And now, she harbors a grudge over a trivial matter from half a year ago, choosing a worthless servant as her partner? She is utterly tarnishing the Su family lineage and betraying our ancestors. Hearing this, Su Dongpi could not help but think, what purpose does it serve to voice such grievances now? When Su Wanyun faced her troubles, who was it that first dismissed her worth? Yet, he dared not speak such thoughts aloud. All he could do was tremble and ask, Matriarch, what should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch suddenly displayed a cunning glint in her eyes. Currently, the only one with a close relationship to Yu Xiangning is Su Wanyun. Since she refuses to return to the Su family, let her abandon any hopes of becoming a true disciple. With that, she pulled Su Dongpi close and whispered a few plans into his ear. Chapter 45. The milk-scented maiden faces danger after Qin San departed from Su Wanyun's residence. He felt a twinge of frustration. He sensed that something was amiss with Su Wanyun today. Despite their improving relationship, there was an inexplicable sense of distance, as if she had erected a psychological barrier between them. However, he dismissed such thoughts. His priority now was to investigate the situation at the Su family. Having returned empty-handed, the Su family would undoubtedly seek retribution. It was likely that once Su Wanyun's second uncle returned, he would devise some insidious plot. Thus, when Su Dongpi descended the mountain, Qin San followed closely behind, managing to catch up and trail him all the way to the Su family estate. The guards at the Su family were not particularly vigilant. They were merely outer disciples at the early stage of forming their cores. With his current abilities, Qin San effortlessly infiltrated the premises. Hiding just outside the room of the matriarch, he overheard everything. They planned to capture the milk-scented maiden, so Su Wanyun must hold a deep bond with her. No wonder Su Wanyun was so ecstatic upon winning the competition. Fortunate for me to have been alert. Had the Su family succeeded, the lady would have truly found herself in a precarious position. Undoubtedly, the Su family's actions aim to use Yu Xiangning as leverage, potentially influencing Su Wanyun's upcoming competitions. Regrettably, the plans have been prematurely uncovered by him, thus rendering them no longer a source of fear. As for why the Su family does not take direct action against him or Su Wanyun, the answer is rather straightforward. Presently, Su Wanyun is a prominent figure in the competition, receiving significant attention from the inner sect elders. Should she mysteriously disappear or encounter misfortune before the event, it would be all too easy to trace such an incident back to the Su family. The Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder of the inner sect are not to be trifled with. At this moment, after Su Dongpi departed from the residence of the old lady Su, Qin San discreetly followed him. He soon discovered that Su Dongpi had summoned several elders of the Su family and donned night attire for their mission. Approximately an hour later, Qin San trailed this group of Su family elders to a secluded area on the back mountain, specifically, the very site where he had once been confined. The eerie darkness of the secluded area was ominous, with towering trees surrounding it, making it an ideal spot for ambush. I have arranged for someone to notify the law enforcement department. When they arrive, seize her immediately, Su Dongpi instructed, before directing several individuals to seek refuge in hidden locations. Meanwhile, Qin San concealed himself in a corner, leisurely awaiting the unfolding events. As anticipated, before midnight, Yu Xiangning arrived with a contingent of followers amidst the shadows of the night. A group of enigmatic figures cloaked in darkness encircled Yu. One among them inquired, "Uncle, what shall we do now? Should we eliminate her?" The leader of the black-clad men shook his head. "There is no need. She is now the captain of the law enforcement division and holds great favor with Li Qiushui. Killing her would only bring us trouble. We shall bind her and, at the morrow's competition, relay the message to Su Wanyan." The others nodded in silent agreement. However, one individual suddenly remarked, "Uncle, I heard this woman is still a virgin. Is that true?" "It should be," came the reply. "What? Are you interested?" "Heh. After all, she was the most beautiful woman from the outer sect a decade ago. What man wouldn't desire to share a moment of intimacy with her?" The leader shook his head but made no effort to intervene. "Then make haste. We are expected to report back." "Fear not, uncle. I am not a young lad in my 20s. How long could it take?" "At most 2 minutes." Thus, the black-clad man hastened towards Yu, his hands trembling with anticipation as they reached for the knots binding her garments. Simultaneously, the man referred to as uncle produced a carrier pigeon from his cloak, attaching a note to its leg. With a swift motion, he sent the pigeon soaring into the night sky, heading towards the outer sect. Don't touch me. Stop." Perhaps due to her higher cultivation level, Yu had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that filled her with dread. She could hardly believe that her beauty had drawn such unwanted attention, and they dared to commit unspeakable acts before their peers. Remarkable. Over 30 and still looking like 20. I've awaited this day for so long. One of them licked his lips, finally untying the last knot. Just one more step, and he would behold the form that haunted his dreams. Another black-clad figure spat. "You old pervert, it seems you've long harbored improper thoughts about her. Humph, dare you claim you've been indifferent? And what of it? But you need not be so impatient. Wouldn't it be better to take her away and enjoy her later?" "Take her away? I fear that by the time we do, her purity will have been lost to you lot, leaving no share for me." At that moment, as the clothing of Yu was on the verge of being stripped away, the black-clad men could not suppress their greedy gazes. After all, Yu beauty and figure were indeed exceptional. Were it not for Su Wanyan, one could scarcely find another in the outer sect to rival her. Even Tang Youyou would pale in comparison. However, just as the eager man's hand was about to part Yu clothing, a voice as sinister as a specter suddenly echoed through the darkened forest. "How dare you? A group of decrepit old wretches bullying a woman." It was a sight to behold, having encountered many repugnant families, but none so vile as this. Whoosh! A shadow darted forth. A masked figure appeared behind the group of black-clad men. It was none other than Qin San. Chapter 46. Burn, keep burning. At this moment, Yu lay motionless on the ground, her dazed gaze laboriously shifting toward the source of the voice. As she discerned the figure before her, a glimmer of light pierced through the depths of her despair. It was him, undoubtedly him, though his face was obscured. Her keen perception allowed her to recognize him instantly. He Chuan. He had returned. This enigmatic youth. Why did he always appear in her moments of peril? Was it mere coincidence or a fated connection? "Who are you?" Su Dongpi, concealed beneath a black hood, spoke in a low, gravelly tone, sensing that his identity might have been compromised due to the stranger's words. How could this individual possibly know that they belonged to the same family? "Who am I?" "I am the one here to take your lives," Qin San retorted, unperturbed by the presence of the cloaked figures. Although he sensed that their cultivation level surpassed his own, he had mastered the art of intertwining roots to 1,000 strands. Coupled with 2 formidable wind-based techniques, he was more than capable of handling them. In a swift motion, Su Dongpi, not wishing to waste any time, signaled to his companions. In an instant, the black-clad figures understood and unleashed their spiritual power towards Qin San. "Die? Who dares to thwart our plans? You are courting death." At that moment, Qin San remained motionless, his gaze sweeping over his opponents, calculating their strengths. 2 were at the 3rd tier of spirit building, 1 at the 4th, and the leader was at the 5th tier. "Apologies," he declared. Dragon-sucking hand. With a thrust of his left palm, a small vortex materialized, producing a piercing shriek as the air erupted. The first black-clad assailant suddenly felt an overwhelming force. His body uncontrollably lifted into the air, hurtling towards Qin San. What the hell is happening? What bizarre technique is this? Wind-based? Seizing the opportunity, Qin San closed in, his shoulder ready to strike with the wind and cloud shoulder charge. In the next moment, he crashed his shoulder into the chest of the black-clad assailant. With a resounding crash, the first attacker spat blood and was sent flying. "Damn it! How dare you harm my nephew? You little brat, you seek death." The 2 remaining black-clad figures, consumed by rage, swiftly surrounded him, emanating 2 distinct types of spiritual energy, one golden, the other earthy. Explosive fist. Earthquake palm. Yet, Qin San merely sneered. The mountains were abundant with vegetation, where there were plants, roots would flourish. Here, even if his opponents were several times stronger, he could maintain an invincible position. 100 roots entwined. Suddenly, the ground erupted without warning. Nearly 100 dark green roots burst forth, instantly ensnaring the two black-clad figures. What the hell? You practice wood-based techniques? Are you a dual-element cultivator of wind and wood? What kind of wood technique is this? How is it so powerful? The two black-clad figures were filled with horror as they struggled to break free, only to find the roots binding them to be incredibly resilient, tightening with every attempt to escape. The most critical aspect is that this individual is capable of simultaneously commanding nearly 100 plants. Typically, wood-based techniques can only manipulate a few. To manage dozens is considered an exceptional feat. Yet, this person can drive 100 plants. Thus, this individual must either possess an exceedingly advanced technique or be a prodigy among those with spiritual roots. At this moment, Su Dongpi sensed impending doom. The opponent's strength evidently surpassed his expectations. If this continued, the plan was bound to be jeopardized. You little rascal, if you wish to survive, refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall meet a gruesome end. Boom. A fiery red glow enveloped Su Dongpi. Like Su Wanyun, he too possessed a fire's spiritual root. Qin Sin snorted coldly, unperturbed. While wood is indeed vulnerable to fire, it must be a fire of considerable might. After all, quantity can lead to qualitative change. With his 1,000 entwined roots, an ordinary fire spiritual root disciple would be utterly helpless, unless faced with an adversary holding an absolute advantage in cultivation. With your capabilities, one might wonder who will truly meet a gruesome fate. Upon hearing this, Su Dongpi could no longer contain himself. Very well. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, the young man declared, prepared to meet your demise. He ceased to restrain his spiritual energy, unleashing the full force of his 5th-tier spirit cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a terrifying beastly roar erupted from the surrounding forest. Instantly, all present, including Su Dongpi, turned their gazes toward the source. Soon after, a series of branches snapping echoed through the air. What on earth is that? Exclaimed a black-clad man ensnared by plants. Su Dongpi's expression shifted dramatically as well. It was the soul-devouring demon spider. This creature, a top-tier entity among 3rd-tier demonic beasts, not only possesses a potent venom, but is also capable of shooting resilient webs to create traps. In terms of strength, it surpasses even the 9-striped golden brow tiger. Even several peak spirit cultivators working in concert might find it challenging to slay it. At this moment, its abdomen swelled ominously, mandibles snapping open, and a jet-black silk was ejected, instantly weaving a sticky web ahead. The noxious venom dripped from the silk, corroding the ground into hissing, deep pits. Su Dongpi's first instinct was to flee. However, the two black-clad individuals ensnared by Qin San were his brothers, and the injured one was his nephew. Naturally, he could not abandon them. Otherwise, the Su family would suffer irreparable losses, and he would have a difficult time explaining himself to the family head. You brat. I shall eliminate you first. With that, Su Dongpi concentrated his spiritual energy and swiftly struck toward Qin San. Yet, Qin San had anticipated his move. Dragon Absorption Hand. With the force unleashed, it directly lifted Su Dongpi off his feet, sending him uncontrollably toward him. But Su Dongpi was no fool. He quickly thrust his palm forward, attempting to use the reaction force to slow his descent. However, in the next moment, a mass of plants ensnared him tightly. What the hell? How can you still control the plants? Su Dongpi was astonished. The mere act of binding his two brothers had already allowed the opponent to command nearly 100 plants. Now, astonishingly, one can still exert greater control. Fortunately, fire is the nemesis of wood. At the moment he unleashed his spiritual power, the surrounding plant roots crackled as they were seared. Qin Sin narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the spectacle. Swiftly, he altered his strategy, extending his hand towards another black-clad figure ensnared nearby. In the blink of an eye, the figure, enveloped in a mass of vegetation, was flung towards the soul-devouring spider. No, please no. The spider, seizing the opportunity of readily available prey, opened its maw wide, releasing venom that drenched the plant-clad figure. As it hit the ground, a horrific scream echoed. The black-clad man was grotesquely disfigured by the corrosive liquid. The bloodthirsty spider did not relent, descending to the earth and extending a tube from its mouth, which it thrust directly into the man's skull, voraciously siphoning away his essence. In an instant, he was reduced to a pitiful heap of flesh. Good heavens, how formidable! Witnessing the repulsive scene, Qin San felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, turning his gaze, he proceeded to replicate the maneuver, sending a second bundle rolling towards the soul-devouring spider. No, not again. The second black-clad individual met the same grim fate. Qin San reveled in his actions. Su Dongpi, now seething with rage, felt his vision narrowing. In the briefest of moments, 2 of his brothers had perished. If this vengeance remained unavenged, how could he claim the title of brother? With a resounding crash, he finally broke free from Qin San's botanical prison. You fool! Has no one taught you that fire conquers wood? Dare to slay my brothers, and you will surely perish. However, what he did not anticipate was that, just as his words fell, a multitude of plant roots, too numerous to count, surged towards him from all directions. In shock, he turned to Qin San, only to find the latter's eyes gleaming with mockery. Burn away if you dare. Let us see whether you incinerate faster than I can bind you. Chapter 47. How could she be unharmed? It must be said, within the dense forest of the back mountain, where roots entwined chaotically. This was truly a technique for controlling opponents. Boom. A surge of roots, 5 times more than before, rushed towards Su Dongpi, as if heralding a revival of nature. Seeing this, Su Dongpi's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Who are you? It was absurd to simultaneously control hundreds of plants. Such a technique was beyond anything he had ever seen or even heard of. What was even more critical was that throughout this display of overwhelming power, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Qin San. If one were to encapsulate Su Dongpi's current emotions in 2 words, it would be utter bewilderment. In 4 words, it would be completely flabbergasted. For with such a multitude of plants, he had no time to ignite them. In mere moments, Su Dongpi found himself ensnared once more by a plethora of vine-like roots, while Qin San showed no mercy, wrapping him in layer upon layer until he was encased in dozens of coils, leaving only a small opening for his head. Curse it all. The roots connecting to the ground elevated Su Dongpa, and with a swift motion, he was launched directly towards the soul-devouring spider. This creature had just drained the life from 2 individuals and was momentarily perplexed by the sight of yet another offering soaring towards it. How amusing these humans are, it mused. They voluntarily provide me with sustenance, even leaving an orifice for my consumption. With no hesitation, it unleashed a spray of venom into the newly arrived morsel. The highly corrosive liquid immediately inflicted excruciating agony upon Su Dongpa, who soon succumbed to the poison, becoming yet another meal for the soul-devouring spider. Meanwhile, Qin San approached Yu Xiangning, who was gazing at him in a daze. Unable to restrain himself, he removed his mask and quipped, "Well, I've saved you thrice now. I believe you might consider offering yourself in gratitude." As he spoke, he lifted Yu Xiangning into his arms. Her soft, delicate form emanated a faint scent reminiscent of milk, a fragrance that Qin San found utterly enchanting. At that moment, Yu Xiangning spoke, "If I truly offered myself, would you accept me?" But the instant the words left her lips, regret washed over her. As a woman in her 30s, what right did she have to claim a boy barely past 16? Moreover, she had unwittingly caused the death of her own husband. To her surprise, Qin San nodded earnestly. "Of course, why would I refuse?" It was in that fleeting moment that a flutter of emotion stirred within Yu Xiangning's heart. "Enough of this for now. Let us leave this place," Qin San declared, preparing to escort her back to the law enforcement division. However, just as he turned, a voice reached his ears from a distance. That fellow is still alive?" It turned out that the cloaked figure he had previously sent sprawling with his wind and cloud shoulder technique was now crawling slowly, attempting to escape. Qin San smirked, and with a flick of his fingers, he commanded a root to ensnare the man's neck. "Die for me," he declared, snapping the neck with a decisive crack, and the man fell lifelessly to the ground. With everything settled, Qin San understood that lingering in this location was unwise. The soul-devouring spider was formidable, and even with his current invincibility among peers, he could not guarantee victory against such a creature, especially while carrying the weakened Yu Xiangning. Soon, they successfully returned to the outer gate. After a period of rest, the effects of the sedative within Yu Xiangning's system had nearly dissipated. "That will suffice. You may leave me here," she stated. Although the night was quiet and the outer gate was nearly deserted, there were always patrolling guards near the law enforcement division. Concerned about potential gossip, Yu Xiangning declined Qin San's offer to escort her further. Qin San, understanding her apprehension, set her down with a smile. "Very well, rest well. I shall await you here for the grand competition tomorrow. Shall we go together then?" Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Yu Xiangning's cheeks, yet surprisingly, she did not protest. "All right, then I shall see you at the observation platform tomorrow." With that, Qin San turned and walked away, his heart brimming with delight, though he could not quite articulate the reason behind it. "In any case, I find that being with this woman brings me a certain joy. It is not to say that Su Wanyun is lacking. Rather, she exudes an air of aloofness that is absent in Yu Xiangning. Were it not for the binding of the system that tethered him to Su Wanyun, Yu Xiangning would undoubtedly consider her the most suitable candidate for a companion after leaving the confines of the Forbidden Land. This woman fulfills all his fantasies of an ideal wife and mother. As for the Su family, Not long after the matriarch instructed Su Dongpi to undertake a particular task, she received a carrier pigeon message from him. It contained but 2 words, mission accomplished. Upon reading this, the matriarch smirked coldly. Did they wish to sever ties with the Su family? Not a chance. As long as the blood of the Su family runs through your veins, you remain one of us. One might wonder why the matriarch is so determined to have Su Wanyun return to the family lineage. The answer lies in a time-honored rule of the Tianyin sect. Should a disciple be fortunate enough to become the close disciple of a peak master or the true disciple of the sect leader, their corresponding family would receive elevation from the sect, along with unimaginable benefits and resources. Thus, for the Su family, Su Wanyun's potential return to the family tree is of utmost importance. Though the endeavor to kidnap Yu Xiangning is fraught with peril, the prospect of compelling Su Wanyun to return renders all risks trivial. Consequently, the following morning, the matriarch set off with several family elders to the Guanyantai, notably absent of Su Dongpi and his companions. She found this unsurprising, reasoning that Su Dongpi must be with the other 3, keeping a watchful eye on Yu Xiangning. Indeed, after scanning the surroundings several times, she found no trace of Yu Xiangning. Instead, the disciples from the enforcement division wore grave expressions, whispering among themselves, which only solidified the matriarch's conviction of Yu Xiangning's disappearance. She promptly dispatched her prearranged personnel to wait at the entrance for Su Wanyun's arrival. Before long, Su Wanyun appeared. As before, Qin San was not by her side. Upon entering the Guanyantai, she suddenly felt something hurtling towards her. Her expression shifted, and she instinctively caught it, discovering it to be a note. It bore a succinct message: Yu Xiangning is in our hands. The note did not specify what she should do nor divulge the identity of the kidnappers. Yet Su Wanyun instantly comprehended that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Su family. The impetus stemmed from Su Dongpi's disheartening return last night. They intended to use Yu Xiangning as leverage to force her back to the Su family. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within her heart, her beautiful eyes radiating a cold glint. Matriarch Su, you are coercing me. Of course. While she felt an overwhelming urge to confront the Su family for an explanation, the lack of evidence and the impending competition rendered such actions unwise. If matters escalated, it would yield no benefits for her and could potentially plunge Yu Xiangning into even greater peril. Silently taking her place among the competitors, she soon spotted Matriarch Su in the audience. The matriarch had never attended before, yet today she had made an unexpected appearance. Moreover, Su Dongpi was not by her side. The answer had long been evident. Patriarch, what do you think Su Wanyun will do? Would she genuinely wish to return to the family rather than confront us? Old Madame Su chuckled, assuring, rest assured, after today's competition, I guarantee she will return on her knees. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression abruptly froze. The once cheerful visage transformed into a pallid hue, and she abruptly rose from her seat. What? How is it that she is unharmed? At the entrance of the observation platform, Yu Xiangning entered the venue, her complexion radiant. Chapter 48. No need for a second move impossible. How could this happen? Didn't T. Dongpi say he had captured her? Old Madame Su could not restrain herself, exclaiming loudly, which startled several elder members of the Su family nearby. Madam, this is the competition venue. Please be mindful. It was only then that old Madame Su realized her lapse and hurriedly sat back down, her mood plummeting to an all-time low. Madam, what is going on? Why is Yu Xiangning here? Indeed, didn't you say Su Dongpi had secured her? The elders also regarded Yu Xiangning with puzzled expressions. However, old Madame Su had no explanation. Just the night before, she had received a message from Su Dongpi, and he, along with 3 others, had not yet made an appearance today. Could it be that unforeseen circumstances had arisen after their success? Elders Wu and Lu, you two hurry to the back mountain and see if you can find Dongpi and the others. Upon hearing this, the 2 elder members of the Su family promptly set off. Yes, Patriarch. Soon, they departed, and the grand competition was about to commence. In the audience, a buzz of discussion filled the air. Countless outer disciples were speculating on which of the 2 prodigies would prevail in today's contest. Would it be the current recognized outer sect leader, Jiang Feng, or the reborn former saintess, Su Wanyun? Perhaps it would be the Earth-type champion, Yin Feng, or the rising star of the past 2 years, Xiao Yufei. Throughout the previous days of competition, all 4 had demonstrated an undeniable dominion, rendering any opponents utterly incapable of resistance. It was either with a single move or within 3 moves. Naturally, the most fervent topic of conversation revolved around Jiang Feng and Su Wanyun. Once the second best, Jiang Feng had been fervently pursuing excellence over the past 6 months. The Jiang family had spared no effort in providing him with the finest resources, elevating his prowess to unprecedented heights. Conversely, although Su Wanyun had faced setbacks and temporarily fallen from grace, she had, in just a few days, delivered one shocking performance after another. Regardless of who claimed the championship title, it would come as no surprise. Additionally, many speculated about another matter, the rankings of He Chuan and Qin Yun on the trial tower. As of now, these two prodigies, who had shattered historical records, had yet to make an appearance, prompting the crowd to wonder if they might be among today's four competitors. Even the Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder of the inner sect shared this sentiment. Previously, they had mistaken Qin Chuan and Mu Jianyun for He Chuan and Qin Yun, resulting in a considerable misunderstanding. Now, only four contestants remain, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the answer must lie among these four. However, to everyone's astonishment, as the competition was about to commence, only Jiang Feng and Su Wanyun had arrived at the venue, while Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei were conspicuously absent. At that moment, Li Daoran hurriedly appeared at the host's podium and whispered a few words to the Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder. What? Is this true? Upon hearing Li Daoran's words, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow, and the Guardian Elders expressed their regret one after another. Ultimately, the Grand Elder instructed Li Daoran with a few more words, after which Li Daoran stepped forward to the podium. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to announce a shocking piece of news that left the entire audience astounded. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The semi-finals originally scheduled for today have been moved up to the final match due to Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei's sudden decision to forfeit. Therefore, today's match will feature Su Wanyun against Jiang Feng. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. What? Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei both forfeited? Why? Did something happen to them? This is unprecedented. It's the first time anyone has forfeited in the semi-finals. And they both forfeited at once. They had been performing so well until now. Finally, someone unveiled a piece of insider information, which quickly spread throughout the crowd. You may not know this, but yesterday, both Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei entered the trial tower. Upon reaching the 9th level, they were forced to withdraw due to exhaustion of spiritual energy and serious injuries. They must have felt hopeless about the competition today, hence their decision to forfeit. Is that true? Well, if you don't believe it, you can check the rankings of the trial tower. I happened to pass by yesterday, and the current 3rd and 4th places are indeed Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to grasp a significant realization. The true identities of He Chuan and Qin Yun could be eliminated from consideration based on Yin Feng and Xiao Yufei. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun, seated among the contestants, suddenly changed her expression, casting a cold glance at Jiang Feng. If Yin Feng was not He Chuan, could it indeed be Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng, in turn, looked at Su Wanyun, his eyes filled with astonishment. So, Su Wanyun is actually Qin Yun? The more he contemplated that Su Wanyun's current partner was Qin San, the more he felt this possibility was exceedingly high. Su Wanyun, I never expected you would rather bear the surname of a mere servant than accept me as your partner. Today, I shall make you realize how foolish your choice truly is. Do you genuinely believe I cannot break the records of the trial tower? That was merely me holding back, choosing not to advance further. As thoughts raced, a graceful figure suddenly cut through the sunlight, leaping onto the stage amidst the gaze of the crowd. It was none other than Su Wanyun. Jiang Feng followed closely, executing a splendid entrance with a powerful leap. The two stood facing each other, each harboring their own thoughts. As they drew their respective swords, the battle was about to begin. The present champion and the former champion are set to face off in a duel that promises to be unparalleled in history. Jiang Feng has pursued Su Wanyun for many years, and it remains uncertain whether he will show mercy today. However, it is highly unlikely, for Su Wanyun has held Jiang Feng in disdain, compelling him to exert all his effort to prove his worth. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, Yu Xiangning could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "You accurately predicted the outcome before. Who do you believe will triumph today?" It was then that Qin San, standing beside her and wearing a mask, confidently replied, "Without a doubt, Su Wanyun will win." "Oh, are you so certain?" Yu Xiangning inquired. "Indeed. I not only believe she will emerge victorious, but I am also convinced that she will achieve this without needing a second strike." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangning laughed. While she too believed in Su Wanyun's potential for victory, she acknowledged that Jiang Feng's prowess should not be underestimated, as he arguably held a significant advantage over other contenders. Moreover, Su Wanyun had only recently recovered her abilities after 6 months of obscurity and had yet to reach her former peak. Thus, even if she were to win, it would likely be a fiercely contested match. Winning with a single strike? Absolutely improbable. You underestimate Jiang Feng far too much. Although she had previously defeated Tang Youyou in one move, that was merely due to Tang's excessive arrogance, which shattered her resolve. If Su Wanyun were to face Jiang Feng earnestly, it would require considerable effort on her part. Qin San shook his head, disinterested in engaging in further debate, and chuckled. "How about we make a wager?" "Oh, What are the terms of your bet? If I win, you must kiss me. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangning's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she did not oppose him. Instead, she asked, and if you lose? If I lose, I shall kiss you. Yu Xiangning nearly burst into laughter. This man was exceedingly shameless. So, regardless of the outcome, he would benefit? Strangely, she felt no inclination to refuse the wager and instead smiled sweetly, saying, very well. I accept the bet. Do you think I fear you? Chapter 49. The Illusion of the Fire Phoenix. The Birth of an Extraordinary Demon. Huh, you said it. Don't regret it later. Qin San's excitement soared upon receiving Yu Xiangning's agreement. He was captivated by her smooth, plump cheeks, longing for something he had suppressed for 3,000 years. As the saying goes, in youth, one is unaware of the value of a woman. In old age, one laments missed beauty. It was a pity he was uncertain of her status. If she were indeed unclaimed, it would be perfect. She would undoubtedly be his second partner in the path of cultivation. Humph, who said I would regret? Yu Xiangning huffed playfully, her gaze shifting to the arena. At that moment, Li Daoren urged, all right, Jiang Feng, Su Wanyun, you may begin. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, looking at Su Wanyun, and asked, Wanyun, why must you reject me? Am I truly that detestable to you? Su Wanyun coldly retorted, detestable is an understatement. I have long stated that you are unworthy of me. You. Jiang Feng seethed with rage. Unworthy of me? Does that servant merit your esteem? He is nothing but a waste. Su Wanyun's tone was frigid as she replied, I'm sorry. Even if he is a waste, he is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. This utterance undoubtedly inflicted humiliation upon Jiang Feng. Very well, since this is the case, today I shall unveil my true self. You shall comprehend how foolish a decision it is to reject me. In an instant, a rare crimson spirit energy erupted around Jiang Feng, and a peculiar phantom materialized behind him, a roaring flame giant bear. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder on the platform abruptly rose to his feet. What? This is the wild bear spirit. Jiang Feng has awakened his spirit body. The protective elders were equally moved. Though they were previously unaware of who had awakened the fire sacred body, the spirit body itself is exceedingly rare. It appears that the Zhang family has indeed invested substantial resources over the past 6 months. Otherwise, awakening a spirit body would be akin to scaling the heavens. It seems Jiang Feng had previously held back his performance in the trial tower. Su Wanyun had already touched upon a fragment of the lost sword intent. But in a confrontation against a spirit body, the outcome remains uncertain. Given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that He Chuan and Qin Yun are none other than Jiang Feng and Su Wanyun, which is truly exciting. One must realize that in this world, physical constitutions and extraordinary flames are categorized into spirit bodies, mysterious bodies, true bodies, and sacred bodies. Yet, even merely awakening a spirit body has a probability of less than 1 in a million. Throughout the illustrious history of the Tianyan sect, few have accomplished this feat thus. At this moment, all present were astounded by the spectacle, particularly the Su family. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng awaken his spirit body, the matriarch of the Su family turned pale with dread. Although Su Wanyun had yet to return, she represented the sole hope of the Su family. How could they prevail against a spirit body? Conversely, the Jiang family wore expressions of elation, as if the victory of this battle was already assured. However, while the majority of the audience believed Su Wanyun would surely be defeated, her demeanor remained calm and unperturbed, as though she merely regarded the situation as trivial. What is there to be proud of in merely possessing a spirit body? You may strike first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes darkened. Su Wanyun, you are truly too arrogant. Even now, I may not be defeated by you at your peak. I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Yet, his words were not without merit. After all, even at her pinnacle, Su Wanyun had never awakened a spirit body. Thus, Yu Xiangning in the audience could not help but feel that Su Wanyun was overly conceited this time. Given her character, such a disposition would prove extremely disadvantageous. Unbeknownst to her, Qin San beside her remained unfazed, stating, do not worry, for I am certain of my victory in this wager. Yu Xiangning regarded him with astonishment, unable to fathom the source of Qin San's confidence. Consequently, she refrained from responding, focusing intently on the arena. At that moment, Jiang Feng made his move. Wanyun, you have lost. Whoosh. With a horizontal slash, he unleashed a crimson flame strike. This attack was immense, nearly 1/3 of the arena's length. As it sliced through the air, it emitted a piercing shriek. Flame moon slash. Boom. The furious blaze of the flame slash, despite being several meters away from the arena, scorched the ground along its path to an inky blackness, evidencing an unfathomable temperature. The audience rose as one, their countless eyes fixated on Su Wanyun, eager to witness how she would unravel this predicament. Goodness, Jiang Feng's initial strike was so formidable. Was he aiming for a swift victory? Humph. Su Wanyun was far too arrogant. Anyone would find it difficult to endure such an affront. Alas, she remained unable to temper her proud disposition. A genius may carry an air of superiority, yet one must never succumb to reckless hubris, for it only leads to self-inflicted hardship. Should she falter in this battle, her resolve would undoubtedly be shaken, making future advancements exceedingly challenging. However, soon every individual present wore a look of stupefaction. Su Wanyun merely lifted her sword slightly. There were no extravagant movements, no domineering spiritual energy, nor dazzling techniques. With an air of nonchalance, she effortlessly swiped at the fiery slash. Astonishingly, the sword chi, which seemed destined to incinerate all, dissipated into nothingness. What? Goodness gracious! What on earth just happened? Without a doubt, upon witnessing this scene, the audience was rendered speechless. Even the esteemed elders of the inner sect stood agape, utterly flabbergasted. It appeared to transcend the realm of their comprehension. Most incredulous of all was Jang, the very individual at the center of this spectacle. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have questioned whether he was ensnared in a delusion. No, it was impossible. How could this be? How did you achieve such a feat? As Su Wanyun sheathed her sword, an expression of contempt adorned her face. She coolly remarked, Jiang Feng, do you understand why I said you are unworthy of me? It is because, quite simply, you are indeed unworthy. Beneath the astonished gazes of the crowd, her aura surged with an unprecedented intensity. This was not merely the aura of cultivation. It was of a far more terrifying and supreme nature. Boom. The sky suddenly shifted in hue. The previously azure expanse was instantaneously engulfed in crimson flames. Shortly thereafter, a phoenix apparition, 100 times larger than Jiang Feng's fiery shadow, materialized above the observation platform. With a resounding crack, the elder's seat shattered beneath him. As he gaped at the fiery phoenix, his entire being trembled with overwhelming excitement. The sacred body of the flame phoenix. It was revealed that the one who awakened the sacred body was none other than Su Wanyun. Heaven bless our sect. Who could have anticipated that our Tianyin sect would give rise to such an unparalleled prodigy in a millennium? Simultaneously, Yu Xiangning had long forgotten the wager. Her gaze fixed in a daze upon the enormous apparition looming above the observation platform, rivaling the size of the arena itself. In her ear, she heard Qin San's confident voice. Now, do you believe my words? In the next moment, Su Wanyun unsheathed her sword again. It was still a seemingly casual strike. Yet this very sword unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying energy in an instant. A blade of sword chi, as thick as an arm, shot forth. It did not touch the arena but left a deep, straight fissure measuring several meters on the stage. Ultimately, it struck Jiang Feng's treasured sword, shattering it to pieces. As the river breeze swept away, it soared directly from the stage. Chapter 50. I am Qin Yan. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. On the towering observation platform, the only sounds were the howling wind and the synchronized breaths of the audience. Thousands of eyes stared vacantly at the arena. Su Wanyun stood proudly to one side, enveloped in flames, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens. With an air of superiority, she sheathed her sword. Undoubtedly, this battle redefined everyone's perceptions, revealing the stark and unsettling chasm between prodigies and geniuses. Yet, only Qin San understood that this was far from Su Wanyun's limits. For if one were to classify sword intent into 10 realms, she had merely grasped the second level. She had not even employed the divine flame sword intent. At that moment, a flash of purple light appeared from a great distance, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The purple light shattered the sound barrier and manifested in the sky above the observation platform at an astonishing speed. In that instant, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect was the first to bow and kneel. Qiu Wanqian respectfully welcomed the arrival of the sect leader. Following suit were several elder protectors. Ao Tsankong welcomed the sect leader. Lu Bowen welcomed the sect leader. Ma Qitao welcomed the sect leader. Zhong Xuanzi welcomed the sect leader. Subsequently, Li Daoran, adopting a more humble posture, prostrated in reverence. Outer sect member Li Daoran pays homage to the sect leader. Boom. The scene erupted. The sect leader, who almost never appeared in the outer sect, had graced the venue with her presence. However, at this moment, Qin San was taken aback. The sect leader? So young? So beautiful? Such an alluring figure? It turned out that the one receiving the homage of the crowd on stage was a goddess of ethereal beauty. In terms of appearance, she could easily rival Su Wanyun. She appeared to be of a similar age to Yu Xiangning. Nevertheless, Qin San was not foolish enough to assume that this sect leader was merely a teenager, for to hold the position of sect leader, one must be an exceptional talent among the disciples of a generation. The reason she appeared youthful was due to her cultivation. It was said that upon reaching the Xianzong realm, one's lifespan could transcend the limitations of a century. Thus, the current sect leader of the Tianyin sect was undoubtedly a powerful figure of the Xinzong realm. Though she appeared young, her true age had surely surpassed 100 years. 200 years was not beyond the realm of possibility. Be careful with that infatuated gaze of yours. That is the sect leader. Watch out. She might sense it and obliterate you with a mere thought. Suddenly, Yu Xiangning chided in a soft voice. It was then that Qin Sin snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Hell, what? I was just surprised that our sect leader is so young and beautiful. I still think you surpass her, he said, instinctively reaching out to pat Yu Xiangning's shapely figure. Hey, Yu Xiangning jumped in surprise, but fortunately, she managed to stifle her voice just in time to avoid attracting attention from those nearby. You lewd person. How could you be so excessive? Qin Sin chuckled. My apologies, it was purely impulsive. Yu Xiangning flushed, her expression feigning anger. In truth, it was more a matter of shyness. She herself could not comprehend why. Clearly, just moments ago, Qin San had exhibited a most disrespectful and vulgar act. Yet, she found herself incapable of feeling even the slightest anger. Had it been anyone else, they would have swiftly retaliated with a strike. At that moment, on the arena, Su Wanyun finally tempered her once lofty demeanor. The fiery phoenix apparition dissipated, and she knelt gracefully, paying her respects. Disciple Su Wanyun, I pay homage to the sect master. At this juncture, Ling Qingyu regarded Su Wanyun with eyes filled with warmth and affection. With a gentle wave of her hand, she softly declared, Elders and disciples, you may rise. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wanxian and the others gradually stood up. However, Su Wanyun remained kneeling, for she understood that the sect master had come specifically for her. Indeed, Ling Qingyu approached Su Wanyun with a smile and uttered the words that invigorated all present. Words that seemed both exhilarating and natural. Su Wanyun, congratulations on your return to the pinnacle, once again becoming the most outstanding outer sect disciple in nearly a century. Now, I ask you just one thing. Do you wish to become my true disciple? Boom. The atmosphere in the hall erupted. Countless individuals were left astounded. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented comeback. From the initial status of the holy maiden of the outer sect, she had plummeted from grace, becoming a pariah forsaken by all. Yet, within a mere month, she awakened her supreme fire physique and ascended once more to the pinnacle. Moreover, in the outer sect competition, she triumphed over contemporary prodigies with overwhelming superiority, ultimately earning the sect master's recognition. It was astonishing, utterly incredible, and profoundly inspirational. Without a doubt, from this moment forth, Su Wanyun's future would embark on a uniquely different path. Her tale would henceforth be inscribed in history, becoming a legendary narrative recounted by future generations of disciples. Indeed, even Qin San in the audience revealed a rare smile, one that emanated from genuine satisfaction. Su Wanyun had succeeded. His efforts had not been in vain. Yu Xiangning was already overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. For among those who knew Su Wanyun, none understood the humiliation and pain she had endured better than she. Yet now, all of that had dissolved into the ether. Those who had once kicked her when she was down and betrayed her loyalty would ultimately taste the bitter fruits of their own actions today. And the most glaring example of this was undoubtedly the Su family. No. This wretched girl has actually become a true disciple. This cannot be. She belongs to my Su family. She must be restored to the family lineage. The family of a true disciple will reap boundless benefits, potentially even gaining direct entry into the inner sect and enjoying the privileges of inner sect disciples. However, Su Wanyun was no longer listed in the family tree. Hence, the benefits that rightfully belonged to the Su family would undoubtedly fall to that Qin San, a mere servant. This was a reality that the old matriarch of the Su family could not accept, even if it meant facing death. Beneath the arena, Zhang Feng gazed incredulously at Su Wanyun on stage, his eyes filled with frustration and regret. He had never anticipated that even with 6 months of time and numerous elixirs to enhance his abilities, the gap between him and her not only failed to diminish, but instead widened significantly. In that moment, he truly comprehended the validity of Su Wanyun's words. He was indeed unworthy of her. But the question remained, was Qin Sin truly deserving? In an instant, all his fury redirected towards that mere servant named Qin San. He swore that the woman she could not possess would be unattainable for anyone else, especially not for a servant. Just then, Su Wanyun provided her answer. I am willing. Applause erupted, nothing but applause. Although Su Wanyun had once fallen to the depths, this competition transformed the attitudes of all who had once mocked her. Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun, Su Wanyun, Saintus, 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 Saintus. The waves of sound reverberated, creating a commotion throughout the outer sect. It was not until Ling Qingyu personally called for silence that the scene began to gradually calm. She smiled gently, as if she glimpsed a hope for the Tianyin sect to reclaim its former glory in the northern domain. Very well. In that case, I shall grant you an hour to prepare before your departure. At that time, the Grand Elder Qiu Wanqian will personally escort you into the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan nodded earnestly, and from that moment on, she altered her address. Yes, Master. Qiu Wanqian, do you have anything to add? Ling Qingyu inquired, turning to him. Qiu Wanqian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly aware of something. Returning to the sect master, I indeed have one question for the Qilin maiden to confirm. The title of Qilin maiden is a respectful designation for true disciples, signifying a prodigious talent bestowed by fate. As Su Wanyan awakened the flame phoenix sacred body, she undoubtedly embodied the essence of the Qilin maiden. Oh, then please ask. Thus, Qiu Wanqian smiled and addressed Su Wanyan. Wanyan, might I inquire if the Qinyin listed on the trial tower rankings is you? Su Wanyan did not shy away from the truth and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I am Qinyin. Chapter 51. Shameless Su Laotai. The observation platform, which had only just quieted, erupted once more with fervor. Damn, I should have realized it sooner. Her partner is named Qin San, and her name contains the character Yun. That must make her the Qin Yun of the Qin family. Alas, it is regrettable that such a celestial flower has been placed amidst dung. Why would the illustrious Qilin maiden choose to be with a mere servant? If Qin Yun is indeed Su Wanyan, then who is the first-ranked Hechuan in the trial tower? Is it Jiang Feng? Just as the crowd speculated fervently, Qiu Wanqian also displayed a look of perplexity. If Qin Yun has appeared, then who is this Hechuan? Wanyan, do you happen to know who Hechuan is? Could it possibly be Jiang? Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan immediately denied it. He is not. Hechuan is 100 times stronger than him. The moment those words left her lips, Jiang Feng's expression turned a shade of ashen. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about such a contender in the outer sect. It was one thing for Su Wanyan to surpass him. After all, she possessed a supreme sacred body. Though he lost, it was not a shameful defeat. But what of this Hechuan? If he has broken the records of the trial tower, why then does he not dare to appear in the grand competition? Could it be that he resorted to some underhanded means to cheat during the tower challenge? At that moment, Yu Xiangning, standing beside Qin San, cast him a peculiar glance. Hechuan, are they talking about you? Qin San's eyelids twitched, and he quickly denied it, saying, what are you talking about? They are referring to the one who broke the historical record in the trial tower. How could that possibly be me? It turned out that Yu Xiangning had long surpassed the age of entering the trial tower, so she had never paid attention to it, and was unaware of this matter. After pondering for a moment, she did not harbor any doubts. Although she recognized that Hechuan was quite formidable, he possessed a wood spirit root. Unfortunately, wood-based techniques were largely ineffective within the trial tower, as there were no manipulable plants inside. As a fellow warrior with a wood spirit root, she was acutely aware of this fact. Well, I suppose you are right. If you truly had such abilities, you would have certainly stepped onto the stage to compete for the title. Upon hearing this, Qin San felt displeased. Damn it, I was merely being modest. How could you look down on me? Just wait until I pinch your behind. With a playful gesture, he made a light sound. Ah, you again, how insufferable. Yu Xiangning exclaimed, startled, her gaze towards Qin San filled with a mix of reproach and shyness. She realized she could no longer stay with this man. Who knows what other outrageous acts he might commit? If it were in a private setting, it could be excused, but here in public? Humph. I won't bother with you anymore. I have matters to attend to, she declared, turning on her heel and fleeing from Qin San's side. Qin San touched his nose, a familiar scent of milk lingering on his fingers, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This woman had actually escaped. Nonetheless, it was time to head home. He was indeed the husband of Su Wanyun, and according to sect regulations, with Su Wanyun becoming a true disciple, he could accompany her as her partner. Although this would not change his status as a servant, he could still enjoy a series of rewards and the treatment of an ordinary inner sect disciple without the need for cultivation. In due time, he could pass on the acquired benefits to Su Wanyun, and the system would return rewards. Ah, the dream of an easy life was once again within reach. Thus, Qin San withdrew early from the cloud viewing platform, unaware that an unexpected event was unfolding atop it. I, Su Shime, head of the outer sect Su family. Pay my respects to the sect leader. The elderly matriarch of the Su family, appearing travel-worn, approached the arena and respectfully bowed before Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu, intending to leave, paused, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Ah, it is the matriarch of the Su family. What brings you here? The matriarch replied, to speak frankly, sect leader. I must confess that when Wanyun lost her cultivation, I made a grievous mistake in a moment of poor judgment. However, Su Wanyun is still of the Su family bloodline, and I have felt immense guilt ever since. Therefore, I implore the sect leader to allow Wan Yun to return to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu's gaze turned sharp. She was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Su Wanyun's expulsion from the Su family and understood the countless taunts Su Wanyun had endured over the past 6 months. Suddenly, old Madame Su sought to reinstate Su Wanyun in the family tree, evidently motivated by Su Wanyun's ascension as a true disciple, unwilling to relinquish such a promising ally. How ironic it is, for had you foreseen this day, would you have acted differently? When my disciple was cast out by your hand, did you ever contemplate that this moment might arise? And now, you dare to solicit my assistance? Upon hearing these words, old Madame Su trembled visibly. The sect leader's plight is my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes. It is I who have been foolish. Nevertheless, the Su family has bestowed upon me a nurturing grace. It was through my unwavering support and the allocation of substantial resources that she emerged as the Outer Gate's holy maiden. Thus, I beseech the sect leader to grant us a chance at redemption, considering the care my family once provided. Witnessing this scene, at least 90% of the Outer Gate disciples could not suppress their disdain for old Madame Su's shamelessness. Oh, when she had fallen into disgrace, you discarded her. Now that she has transformed into a paragon, you shamelessly seek to benefit from her rise. What a twisted sense of fortune. Regrettably, with the sect leader present, most dared only to whisper their scorn, refraining from loud outbursts. At that moment, Ling Qingyu glanced at Su Wanyun and inquired, "Disciple, what are your thoughts?" Yet, Su Wanyun resolutely shook her head, respectfully reporting to my master, "I do not wish to return to the Su family." Ling Qingyu sighed softly. In truth, she found old Madame Su's actions quite disgraceful. However, her mindset was deeply traditional, believing that regardless of one's innate talents, one should not become ungrateful. Old Madame Su's words held a kernel of truth. If one disregards the events of 6 months ago, the Su family did indeed invest significantly in Su Wanyun's upbringing. Furthermore, Su Wanyun's current awakening of the Flame Phoenix sacred body is undeniably linked to the Su family's previous sacrifices. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to dismiss the matter outright. Instead, she spoke to Su Wanyun, "Disciple, I understand the humiliation you feel. Yet, I firmly believe one must not forget their roots. While the Su family has erred, as a scion of their bloodline, perhaps you should afford them an opportunity. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun's expression shifted. She had not anticipated old Madame Su would invoke emotional appeal before the sect leader. And quite skillfully at that. Should she continue to oppose firmly, she would undoubtedly be labeled as ungrateful by her master. Thus, despite her inner resistance, she felt compelled to respond more diplomatically. "I shall defer to my master's judgment." "Very well, it is decided. Su Wanyun's identity as a member of the Su family shall be temporarily restored. However, should the Su family engage in any further acts of betrayal, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, old Madame Su was instantly overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, sect leader. Long live the sect leader. Enough. Rise. The competition has concluded. All Outer Gate disciples may depart," Ling Qingyu declared, preparing to take flight. Unbeknownst to her, old Madame Su called out, "Please, sect leader, wait. I have one more matter to report." Ling Qingyu's expression flickered with impatience. A leader of an Outer Gate family was not entitled to engage her in conversation. However, constrained by the multitude around her, she had no choice but to pause. "Elder Su, you may not be aware, but at the previous handholding conference, Wanyu was paired with a mere servant, who is nothing but a waste, having yet to awaken any spiritual roots," Elder Su hastily remarked. Chapter 52, 1 month later. A reunion in the inner sect. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, Su Wanyu nearly erupted in anger. Initially, out of respect for her master, she was willing to grant the Su family an opportunity for redemption. This, however, was her limit. Yet now, this elderly woman dared to bring up such a matter. The intent was all too clear. She wished for Wanyu to sever her bond with Qin San. Before Wanyu could respond, Ling Qingyu shot her a look of astonishment. "Wanyu, is what Elder Su said true?" Su Wanyu's complexion turned pale as she reluctantly nodded. "Yes, master. It is true. But master, Qin San." Before she could finish, Ling Qingyu interrupted, "Nonsense. How can you be so willful? Do you not realize that you are now the Qilin maiden of our sect, endowed with an unparalleled sacred physique? How could a mere servant be worthy of you? If word of this gets out, people will surely ridicule us for having our Qilin maiden wed to a useless servant." As these words echoed, the observation platform erupted in a cacophony of voices. Indeed, Su Wanyu was now the Qilin maiden. How could that Qin San be worthy of her? The sect leader was not wrong in this regard. To be worthy of the Qilin maiden, one must at least be a Qilin son. Amidst the discussions, Su Wanyu felt both furious and anxious, yet she found herself utterly powerless. "Master, Wanyu, I understand what you wish to convey. You may feel that this will hurt your partner. But have you considered that your future will surely not be confined to this small Tianyan sect? Even the entire northern region will merely be a stepping stone for your ascension. Do you truly believe that a servant can keep pace with you? Can a servant truly belong to your world? Thus, I advise you to hasten and dissolve this union. You should focus all your energies on cultivation for now. Matters regarding your partner can be deliberated upon once you enter the inner sect. Upon hearing these words, Elder Su was elated. She had made the right bet. If she could persuade Su Wanyu to divorce, then only the Su family would reap the benefits. Qin San would never gain anything from Su Wanyu. Given the sect leader's stance, it was evident that she intended to find a Qilin son for Su Wanyu as a match. The union of a Qilin maiden and a Qilin son would surely yield a true heir, elevating the Su family to the status of a great clan. Just then, Su Wanyu suddenly knelt before Ling Qingyu, catching everyone off guard. Master, may I have a word? Ling Qingyu furrowed her brow. Speak. Su Wanyu replied. In truth, my husband is no longer a waste. He has awakened his spiritual roots and is diligently pursuing cultivation. This revelation left Ling Qingyu momentarily stunned. Oh, what type of spiritual root does he possess? Master, he has a wood elemental root. Wood elemental root? Are you serious? Ling Qingyu expressed her disappointment. The scene erupted into a chorus of laughter. How amusing. It turns out to be the weakest of all, the wood spirit root? A disciple of the wood spirit root. No matter how diligently they cultivate, it is exceedingly difficult for them to ascend to greatness. The sect leader spoke truly. They are but a mere servant. A far cry from Su Wanyun's realm. Ling Qingyu sighed, saying, Wanyun, do you realize that among the 5 elemental roots, the wood spirit root is the weakest? In the vast history of the Xinjiao continent, there have only been a handful of wood spirit root cultivators who have achieved unparalleled strength. In contrast, other elemental roots have produced a multitude of talents every century. Do you truly believe he can ever catch up to you with just a wood spirit root? Su Wanyun inhaled deeply and replied, Master, I understand. Perhaps he may not reach my level, but I have unwavering faith in him. All I desire is to grant him an opportunity. It seemed that Ling Qingyu, moved by Su Wanyun's sincerity, let out a resigned sigh. Very well. Since you have such faith in him, I shall grant him a chance. At the External Disciples Promotion Conference next month, if he can successfully pass, I will refrain from dissolving your engagement. However, that will afford him merely a year's time. My condition is that within this year, he must become one of the inner sect's 10 outstanding disciples. Only then can I accept your relationship. The 10 outstanding disciples represent the 10 most extraordinary inner sect disciples among thousands. To attain such a status is no small feat. Each of them is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Yet, Qin San is merely a newly awakened martial artist with a wood spirit root. To even dream of becoming one of the 10 within a year is utterly fantastical, let alone to survive the promotion conference in a month's time. Thus, all present regarded this as an impossible task. Nevertheless, Su Wanyun resolutely nodded. I accept. Very well, let it be so. You may now return and convey this information to your partner. With that, Ling Qingyu did not linger, unfurling her thunderous wings and soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder of the inner sect also departed, leaving only Li Daoran to oversee the orderly exit of the crowd. Old Lady Su had already joyfully mingled with the throng, leading a group back to the Su family. Su Wanyun, seething with frustration, found no outlet for her emotions. With time running short, she needed to find Qin San quickly to share the agreement made with the sect leader. Otherwise, their relationship would indeed come to an end. Although she had never truly believed that she and Qin San could reach a lasting bond, even once considering them to be from different worlds. Confined to a mere nominal marriage, she had not anticipated that in just under a month of companionship, she would develop an attachment to Qin San that was hard to sever. Thus, she resolved to give him a chance, to see if this man would strive for her sake. At Jingyu Mountain, Qin San returned, blissfully reclining on a large stone. Hey, your wife is so impressive. Aren't you worried she might leave you? Cece poked her head out from his collar. Enough already. She certainly cannot bear to part with me. Oh, how vain she has become. Indeed, with my culinary prowess, she could never leave my side. Just as he spoke, Cece suddenly retracted her head and nestled back into his embrace. Qin San also sensed the approaching footsteps and promptly leapt down from the rock. As expected, the visitor was none other than Su Wanyun. Madam, welcome back. Congratulations on your triumphant return to the pinnacle, leaving everyone in awe. Yet, Su Wanyun did not display the joy he had anticipated. Instead, her expression was laden with unprecedented gravity. Qin San, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? After a brief silence, Su Wanyun, with piercing eyes, remarked, If I were to say that I wish to dissolve our bond, how would you respond? The previously resolute Qin San who had just been so confident in front of Cici, was instantly petrified. What on earth is happening? Su Wanyun offered no explanation, stating, "You now face two choices. The first, to sever our connection. You may continue your duties as a servant, free from any targeted malice. I shall do my utmost to ensure your comfort in the outer sect. The second, to refuse dissolving our bond. However, you will not be able to enter the inner sect with me, and in the forthcoming month, your situation will become exceedingly perilous, potentially life-threatening." Upon hearing this, Qin San instantly grasped the situation. It must be that after his departure from the Guanyuntai, unforeseen events had transpired, with the Su family being the primary suspects. After contemplating, Qin San suddenly gazed at Su Wanyun with an unusual seriousness. "I apologize, madam, but I cannot accept either of those choices." Su Wanyun was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Qin San smiled slightly and replied, "Because I choose a third option. I will overcome all obstacles and become an inner sect disciple. Then, in a month, I shall reunite with you within the inner sect. What? Do you wish for me to be consumed by the system and vanish into nothingness? Not a chance." Chapter 53. Seeking Lu Rian again, Su Wanyun departed without bidding farewell to Qin San. Yet, at the moment she turned, a radiant smile involuntarily blossomed upon her face. It must be said, Qin San's response had utterly taken her by surprise. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather logical. For if Qin San had chosen to sever their bond for his own preservation, it would only indicate that she had misjudged him. Thankfully, she had not. This realization allowed her to finally proceed to the inner sect with a sense of ease. Before long, she arrived at the enforcement division. After half a year of separation, Su Wanyun was once again reunited with Yu Xiangning in close proximity. "Aunt, Wanyun." The two embraced and wept. Though words were few, everything was conveyed in silence. "Aunt, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself in the outer sect." Yu Xiangning wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Wanyun's eyes, unaware that her own cheeks were already soaked with tears. "Yes, I will. Wanyun, you must strive diligently, even more than before. For only in this way can you show those who scorn you and wish to see you fail that you are an insurmountable chasm they can never cross." Indeed. Su Wanyun nodded, preparing to return to the Guanyuntai. Considering the time, the Grand Elder Ao Tsangtian had been waiting there for quite some time. However, suddenly, Yu Xiangning remarked, "By the way, Wanyun, I have heard about what transpired after the grand competition concerning your companion. What does he have to say?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanyun smiled gently. "Do not worry, Auntie, I have faith in him." Yu Xiangning was taken aback. Frankly speaking, from her perspective, she hoped that Su Wanyun would soon sever ties with the servant, Qin San. After all, they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Wanyun chose to trust that good-for-nothing. Yu Xiangning pondered for a moment and sighed. "Well, I realize I cannot change your mind. If that is the case, would you like me to keep an eye on his situation?" Su Wanyun showed a look of gratitude. In the entire outer sect, the only person who genuinely considered her well-being was her aunt. "No need, Auntie. If he lacks even this capability, it merely indicates that I have misjudged him. So please continue to believe in me." Yu Xiangning smiled as well, no longer insisting. "All right, I trust you, and for your sake, I am willing to trust him too. Take care, Auntie." "Yes, take care." After a stick of incense, Su Wanyun arrived at Guanyuntai, and under the Grand Elder's guidance, she successfully entered the inner sect. From that moment on, her new stage was set to commence. Meanwhile, not long after Su Wanyun's departure, Qin San began to diligently practice his techniques. First, he tackled the chaotic root entanglement, then the dragon-sucking hand, followed by the storm cloud shoulder step. However, after a short while, he grew fatigued. "Damn, I'm exhausted. Lying down feels much more comfortable. After all, it's just a promotion conference for me. Isn't it merely a trivial matter?" Thus, he shamelessly reclined. Indeed, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement, showing no ambition whatsoever. Cici reappeared. What do you know? This is called balancing work and rest, understand? You've only practiced for 5 minutes. Believe it or not, 5 minutes of practice for me is equivalent to what others achieve in 5 months. Surprisingly, Qin San was not exaggerating. His cultivation methods were incredibly simple, so mundane that they bordered on tedious. Chaotic root entanglement. Then proficiency level 1. Storm cloud shoulder step. Then proficiency level 1. In just those 5 minutes, the improvement he achieved was indeed something that others might not attain even in 5 months. Thus, he lay there with a sense of justification. However, as he lay there, he felt an emptiness within. For a month, he had spent half of it in close company with Su Wanyun. Indeed, people do change. He found himself thinking of Su Wanyun, or perhaps more broadly, thinking of women. After 3,000 years of being a lone bachelor, once he had tasted the sweetness of beauty, he could never return to his former self. That's right. Lu Rian. That wretched Ji Ba, Last time you narrowly escaped death. This time, let us see how you meet your end. Qin Sin realized that his desire for revenge was quite strong. Thus, he got up and headed towards the outer sect, leaving CC behind with some spirit stones. As he set off on his quest to find a woman, before long, I returned to the residence of Lu Ruyan, where the door stood ajar. As I approached, I overheard a conversation between two individuals, Daji Ba and Lu Ruyan. Madam, pray tell, do you harbor affections for another man? Humph. And what if I do? Who's to blame for your lack of capability? How am I lacking? Did I not just present you with 20,000 spirit stones? Huh. Is 20,000 spirit stones truly impressive? Prove your worth by acquiring another 20,000. Otherwise, do not expect to ever touch me again. Daji Ba found himself in a lamentable state, having finally sold information about Su Wanyun's residence to the Su family, thus earning his first fortune. He had intended to use this sum to curry favor with Lu Ruyan, hoping to gain her admiration. However, Lu Ruyan promptly squandered the money on an array of exquisite garments. Fine, buy them if you wish, he thought. Yet, upon her return, she refused to model them for him, barred him from even a simple touch, and relegated him to the floor. At last, unable to endure the situation any longer, Daji Ba posed his earlier question, but after a few exchanges, he fell silent once more. Lu Ruyan was indeed stunning. The most extraordinary woman accessible to an ordinary outer disciple. He could not scold or strike her. He could only swallow his frustration. After all, he still harbored hopes of sharing her bed. Thus, steeling his resolve, Daji Ba declared, very well. If I bring you another 20,000 spirit stones, you shall sleep with me tonight. Lu Ruyan, of course, doubted his ability to procure such a sum. Did he truly believe spirit stones appeared by mere chance? Go ahead. Then, if you fail, do not return. She scoffed. It's merely a matter of a golden needle mushroom, and you dare accuse me of having another in my heart? If I truly did, what could you do about it? Daji Ba seethed with rage, but chose not to argue further. He exited the door, heading towards the Jang family, for they were his only hope of earning additional spirit stones. However, whether he could amass another 20,000 remained uncertain, especially with the news of Su Wanyun's victory in the grand competition and her ascension to true disciple spreading widely. Thus, the value of the information he possessed regarding the residence was now solely tied to matters concerning Qin San. He could only hope that Zhang Feng would take an interest in Qin San. Meanwhile, hidden behind a pile of debris at the door, Qin San had already discerned this situation but chose not to intervene. A mere Zhang Feng was hardly a threat. Once Daji Ba departed, he swiftly slipped inside the dwelling. Lu Ruyan was startled, her eyes widening as someone intruded, prompting a scream. However, just as her mouth opened, a pair of strong hands covered it. It's me, came the voice. Upon hearing it, Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy. Hechuan, it's you. Qin San smiled, of course. Who else would it be? Lu Ruyan, abandoning her previous quarrel with Daji Ba, immediately nestled against Qin San, her demeanor transforming into that of a sweet, playful bird. You're so annoying. I thought you were a villain. One must admit, Lu Ruyan exuded a captivating allure. As she spoke, her body instinctively began to rub against Qin San. Qin San, ignited by her teasing, disregarded all else and swiftly lifted her onto the bed. However, Lu Ruyan suddenly pressed against his chest and said, wait a moment. What is it? Qin San inquired. Lu Ruyan smiled coyly, then retrieved a garment from the wardrobe beside the bed. I specifically purchased this new outfit in anticipation of your arrival. Would you like to see me wear it? Qin San furrowed his brow, finding nothing particularly remarkable about the clothing. Nevertheless, he replied, sure. Thus, Lu Ruyan eagerly donned the dress. It was only at that moment that Qin San realized the true allure of the garment. It was a provocative, form-fitting dress. My goodness. Charge. Chapter 54. Curious? Let us see your performance. Zhang family, Zhang Feng's residence. The room lay in disarray. Alongside furious roars, the sounds of objects being violently tossed echoed throughout. Damn it. How infuriating. Why? Su Wanyun, you reject me, don't you? You look down upon me, don't you? It matters not. I shall ensure you understand the repercussions of your actions. You regard that servant as your husband. Then I shall eliminate him. You shall never have the chance to see him again. As for your beloved Yu Xiang Ning, since you cannot be mine, I shall claim her as my own. I will ravage her mercilessly, tormenting her day and night. Every humiliation you've inflicted upon me will be transferred to her. At that point, I shall see if you dare to speak to me with such arrogance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's emotions calmed slightly, and he confidently declared, Father, do not worry. While I may not attain the status of a true disciple, securing a position as an inner disciple is certainly within my grasp. His words were not mere bravado. After all, within the entire outer sect, only Tang Youyou could somewhat rival him. There was undoubtedly a place for him among the inner disciples. At this moment, Jiang Zhannan was preparing to depart when a thought struck him. Ah, there is something you must pay attention to. The current leader of the trial tower, He Chuan, has been mysteriously silent. I suspect he is lurking within the outer sect, planning to make an appearance at the promotion conference. Therefore, do not let your guard down. You wouldn't want to stumble at a critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, I almost forgot about that character, He Chuan. Humph. He has merely surpassed a record. Does he truly believe I am incapable? Tomorrow, I shall visit the trial tower and shatter your record. Young master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Suddenly, a servant of the Jiang family rushed in with urgency. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Who is it? What do they want? The servant leaned in to whisper a few words. Jiang Feng's expression shifted in surprise, and he hurried to the entrance of the estate. Meanwhile, Dehiba was nervously rubbing his hands together. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, he immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. I am Dehiba. It is an honor to meet you. Young Master Jiang. Jiang Feng squinted, sizing him up before asking, do you truly know the whereabouts of Qin-san? Dehiba clasped his hands in reverence. Absolutely I. A mere insignificant figure would never dare deceive young Master Jiang. Jiang Feng nodded. Speak. What do you desire in return? Hee, young Master Jiang, you are straightforward. I have no particular demands, just. As he spoke, Dehiba rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, and Jiang Feng instantly comprehended his implication. Without further ado, he produced a pouch from his robes and retrieved a distinctive paper voucher. Here is a voucher worth 30,000 spirit stones. You may exchange it for spirit stones at any spirit stone hall within the outer sect. Upon seeing this, Dehiba's eyes gleamed with excitement. As expected from the Jiang family, your generosity surpasses that of the Su family. 30,000 spirit stones. There are countless disciples in the outer sect who would never earn such an amount in their lifetime. Thank you, young Master Jiang. In truth, Qin-san resides at the peak of Jingyu Mountain. Although the path is treacherous and concealed, it is easily navigable once you know the way. Dehiba then meticulously detailed the route up the mountain. Jiang Feng finally understood. It turned out Su Wanyan had been hiding at Jingyu Mountain all along. Humph. I was just looking for you, Qin-san. I did not expect it to be so effortless. Just wait. After dismissing Dehiba, Jiang Feng summoned a guard from the Jiang family, provided a few instructions, and turned to re-enter the house. At the Lu Rian residence, Qin-san lay bare-chested upon the bed, with Lu Rian draped over him, completely unclad. Exhaling a fragrant breath, she exuded an enchanting and moist aura. Young Master He, I have a question I have long wished to ask you, she said, while Qin-san caressed her backside, replying, what question might that be? I have heard that a mysterious prodigy has recently emerged in the trial tower, shattering the historical records of the sect. His name is He Chuan. You wonder if he might be you? Lu Rian said this with a hint of anticipation in her voice. After all, who does not admire strength? Who does not cherish the notion of genius? Every woman harbors dreams of a prince charming in her heart. The He Chuan before her, in both appearance and prowess, was a perfect match. Thus, what remained was his strength. Coincidentally, he bears the name He Chuan, the same as that enigmatic genius. Although the characters may differ, the phonetic similarity alone was enough to pique Lu Rian's curiosity. Qin-san, upon hearing this, slightly curved his lips in a smirk. Hee, do you guess if I am? You are so mischievous, just tell me. Lu Rian's heart raced, playfully punching Qin-san's chest. Yet, the movements of her body stirred a fire within Qin-san once more. Hee, if you wish to know, you must showcase your performance. What performance? Are you not yet satisfied? Satisfied? How could that be? After 3 millennia of suppression, one cannot simply be appeased with a fleeting moment. Qin-san grinned. Of course. We have not seen each other for several days, yet we have only indulged once. Surely, one night is necessary to truly satiate. Lu Rian felt her body become feverishly warm upon hearing this. As her hand reached out, she discovered that he had indeed regained his vigor. The question lingered. Had it been less than 2 minutes since their last encounter? How intense? Determined to uncover the answer she yearned for, Lu Rian resolved to embrace the moment. After all, she had yet to fully indulge. Thus, she quietly positioned herself beneath Qin-san, parting her luscious lips, moist and inviting like jelly. Chapter 55. The thrill of his presence. Knock, knock, knock. Madam, please open the door. I have delightful news to share. Outside, a voice filled with trepidation called out. What do we do? He has returned. Madam, I know you're inside. Please, open the door. Dajiba shouted, his tone growing increasingly urgent. He possessed a key. Yet the door could also be locked from the inside, which had led him to kick it open last time. Today, however, Lu Rian had once again locked the door, leaving Dajiba with an uneasy feeling. Qin-san observed Lu Rian's flustered demeanor, yet his heart remained untroubled. Come, lie still, I shall hide beneath the covers. Will this not lead to discovery? Fear not, it shall not. With that, Qin Sen shifted aside, curling beneath the blankets next to Lu Rian. She swallowed nervously, her heart racing to its peak. Yet, inexplicably, there was a thrilling excitement coursing through her veins. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly descended from the bed. I'm coming. Why the delay? She unlocked the door and quickly dove back under the covers. Just then, Daji Ba entered, greeted by a tantalizing view of Lu Rian's alluring back, causing his mouth to water. Alas, Lu Rian was swift, disappearing beneath the blankets in a heartbeat, cocooning herself tightly. Hee, madam. Did you foresee my success in earning spirit stones, and thus awaited me in bed? Lu Rian forced herself to appear calm, and said, Oh, come on. I've just finished bathing. That's all. You said you've earned some spirit stones? How much did you earn? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Dahiba immediately walked up to her like an eager puppy, carefully taking out the spirit stone exchange note. Lu Rian was stunned. She hadn't expected him to actually earn so many spirit stones. You. Where did you get this exchange note? My dear, don't ask about that. Just let me get into bed now. I can't wait any longer. Dahiba was already getting impatient. As he spoke, he began undoing his belt. But then, Lu Rian said coldly, Wait. Not today? Huh. Why not? My stomach isn't feeling well. It might be that time of the month. What? Are you stupid? Don't women have a few days each month when they can't, you know? Hearing this, Dahiba suddenly understood. His expression immediately changed from excitement to disappointment. How? How could it be such a coincidence? Well, what can I do? If you find it troublesome, why don't you go find a man instead? Men don't have that problem. Lu Rian spat out. Dahiba had no choice but to shake his head with a bitter expression. All right then. I guess we'll just have to wait until you're better. You keep sleeping on the floor? MHM. Lu Rian suddenly shivered mid-sentence, letting out a soft moan. She quickly reached out to stop the mischievous hand that was wandering over her body. But the hand wouldn't listen at all. It was incredibly strong. And she couldn't resist it. My dear, what's wrong? Dahiba asked, his eyes involuntarily drifting toward Lu Rian's blanket. Lu Rian panicked and deliberately raised her leg high, then clutched her stomach. Oh, my stomach just hurt for a moment. It's nothing. Oh, I see. Should I make you a cup of warm water? No need. Husband, you should get some rest. You must be tired after earning so many spirit stones. Hearing this, Dahiba couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It seemed his wife's attitude toward him had already changed. Once Lu Rian's time of the month was over, he would be able to happily return to bed. How wonderful. And so, Dahiba contentedly made a bed on the floor and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, not long after lying down, he began snoring like thunder. Lu Rian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although it had only been about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it felt like an eternity, agonizing, unbearable, and filled with longing. All because Qin San, hidden under the blanket, was just too playful. She didn't dare make a sound or move. It was both thrilling and nerve-wracking. And just then, a head popped up beside her, wearing a mischievous smile. Lu Rian was shocked. You're still at it? But my husband is still here. Here? That's what makes it exciting. Qin San covered Lu Rian's mouth with one hand and whispered softly in her ear, He's not your husband. From now on, I am. Hearing this, Lu Rian's face flushed bright red instantly, but the longing in her heart made her nod uncontrollably. But he would never willingly end our relationship. Qin San curled his lips into a smile and suddenly pulled out a furry-looking plant. Simple. Just mix the powder of this plant into his food tomorrow, and he will. He didn't finish his sentence, because he knew Lu Rian had already understood. Indeed, Lu Rian initially displayed a fleeting expression of trepidation. Yet, almost immediately, she seemed to have resolved upon a decision, nodding emphatically. Very well, I shall take action tomorrow. Oh, that's more like it, my dear heart. Not a whisper would escape her lips. Consequently, Lu Rian spent the entire night with her heart lodged in her throat. The following dawn, before the sun had graced the sky, Qin San, seizing the opportunity while Lu Rian and Daji Ba remained in a deep slumber, quietly donned his garments and slipped away. Having reveled through the night, he felt both satisfied and sufficiently entertained. His time with Lu Rian had reached its conclusion. Upon returning to Jingyu Mountain, Qin San relished a refreshing bath and then collapsed onto his bed, preparing for an extended slumber. Cece, curled beside him, slept as soundly as a pig. The spiritual stones he had previously provided had long since been consumed. Qin San truly had no idea what manner of creature Cece was. It seemed to devour spiritual stones as if they were mere sustenance. Despite his extensive reading, he had never encountered a beast that matched its peculiar characteristics. It appeared that a visit to the Beast Appraisal Pavilion was in order. Otherwise, this peculiar arrangement would continue indefinitely. However, just as he was about to recline, a sharp instinct alerted him. An enemy was near. Prior to attaining the Earth Profound Realm, he lacked spiritual awareness and relied solely on his instincts. which had always proven remarkably accurate. He sprang from his bed and flung open the door. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, in that instant, 3 flames suddenly flared to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of piercing air, several fire arrows descended from various directions, striking the cluttered storage room where he had been sleeping. Given that the storage was constructed of wood, it ignited rapidly upon contact with the flames. By the heavens! My house! In the next moment, 3 assassins clad in dark garb emerged before Qin San, using the burning wooden structure as a wall to completely block his escape. Humph! Boy, with death imminent, I shall grant you a chance to leave your last words. Chapter 56. CC's perverse poison. At this moment, Qin San bore a countenance rife with both fury and irritation. He truly wished to avoid expending energy unnecessarily. Yet, contrary to his desires, fate had conspired against him. And here were those seeking their demise. Most infuriatingly, they had set ablaze the cozy abode he had reserved for Su Wanyan. In an instant, his gaze seethed with wrath. He maintained his composure and inquired, "Who sent you?" One of the assassins scoffed, "With death at your doorstep, do you truly lack awareness of whom you have offended?" "Whom have I offended?" Qin San mused, acknowledging that he had indeed crossed paths with numerous individuals. After all, he had made his presence known at the Guanyantai. It was safe to say that not only did most of the outer sect recognize him, but at least a couple of tens of thousands had laid eyes upon him. Among these, it was likely that some were die-hard fans of Su Wanyun, unable to accept the reality of his status as her companion. They had ample motive to eliminate him. However, the fact that he resided at Jingyu Mountain remained a closely guarded secret known to but a select few. Without a doubt, the assassins who had come today were from the Jang family. After all, Daji Ba had unexpectedly earned 30,000 spiritual stones last night, undoubtedly selling information to Zhang Feng following the Su family's lead. It seemed that Su Wanyun's words held merit. In the coming month, it is certain that I shall not experience any pleasant days. Contemplating this, Qin San smiled faintly and remarked, "As the saying goes, vengeance knows no bounds. My 3 esteemed brothers, I advise you to take your leave. Otherwise, I cannot predict what may transpire shortly." However, upon hearing this, the 3 assassins erupted into hearty laughter. What a joke! A mere waste with only a wooden spiritual root dares to act pretentiously before us? Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. Unbeknownst to them, Dajiba had already apprised Zhang Feng of Qin San's general circumstances. It was revealed that Qin San was not a novice. He possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th rank in the condensed Dan realm and commanded a controlling technique. Thus, the individuals he dispatched were all at the 5th rank of condensed Dan. 3 such 5th rank warriors confronting a single 3rd or 4th rank with spiritual root was akin to cleaving through melons and vegetables. Even with a controlling technique, it would be futile. At that moment, one of the assassins unleashed his spiritual power and charged forward, brandishing a steel blade that gleamed ominously in the moonlight. Recognizing that battle was inevitable, Qin San could only sigh in resignation, preparing to employ his entangling technique to bind the 3 to their demise. Little did he know that at that very instant, a small white snake suddenly emerged from the burning wooden house. One of the assassins, taken aback, let out a startled cry, "What is that?" In quick succession, the white figure darted from the first assassin's shoulder to the back of another. This was swiftly followed by a second scream. Within a mere 2 to 3 seconds, 2 of the cloaked figures collapsed, curling into a ball, trembling violently. "Woo, so cold. It burns." Hearing their incessant wails, Qin San could not help but feel astonished. The white figure was, of course, CC. But why did one cry of cold and the other of burning follow after CC bit them? Sure enough, in just a moment, the first assassin was inexplicably frozen into a popsicle, his entire body enveloped in frost, with cold air emanating from him. The other erupted with blue smoke from his mouth and nose, his body rapidly transforming into charred remains. The last remaining assassin stood there, utterly dumbfounded, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. "What is happening? What have you done? Why are they like this?" In response to his queries, Qin San shrugged and replied, "How should I know? I did not lift a finger." The assassin, now in a state of panic, attempted to flee. Yet, CC did not grant him such an opportunity. With a ghostly swiftness, she slipped into his pant leg, wriggled to his waist, and bit down fiercely. "Oh!" the assassin exclaimed, staggering to the ground, only to be met with an unbearable agony within. Blood erupted from his mouth, mingled with numerous fragments. Upon closer inspect and contemplation, CC perched on his shoulder and remarked, "Hey, having resolved 3 of your troubles, how do you intend to reward me?" "Get lost. I didn't require your assistance. I could have managed on my own," he retorted. "I don't care. I aided you, and you owe me a reward." CC scoffed. Qin San twitched his lips, playfully flicked her forehead, and then encircled her with his arm. I'll grant you 1,000 spirit stones later. Too little. I am in the midst of growing. 2,000. Still insufficient. I can sense that I am on the brink of evolution. Evolution? Is that true? What would I gain by deceiving you? Otherwise, how could my poison have suddenly mutated? Qin pondered. Could it be that this creature had ingested too many spirit stones recently, altering its toxicity? Was it truly on the verge of evolution? 10,000. That is my bottom line. Cece finally felt somewhat satisfied. Now that's more like it. Qin chose to ignore her, hastily disposing of 2 corpses over the cliff. He then cleaned up the melted blood and turned his gaze towards the charred storage room with a resigned expression. There was no alternative, tonight. He would have to sleep in Su Wanyun's room. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the lingering scent of her unique rose fragrance. She had left in a hurry, neglecting to take several personal belongings, including some intimate garments. Qin picked one up and inhaled deeply, sighing, "My wife smells delightful." Regrettably, he surmised that he could not stay here for long. Once Jiang Feng discovered the failure of today's assassination, he would undoubtedly send more people. Moreover, it wasn't just him. The Su family might also take action against him. Otherwise, Su Wanyun would not have uttered those words upon her departure. However, after much deliberation, he felt that finding a new residence would be overly cumbersome. Compared to renting a room in the outer sect, this place at least offered him tranquility, free from worldly distractions. So be it. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall bury it. If Jiang Feng and the old matriarch of the Su family dared to come, he would ensure they met the same fate as today's assassins, never to return. Thus, he tossed a mere 10,000 spirit stones to Cece, and, clutching Su Wanyun's intimate garment, drifted into a blissful slumber. The next day at noon, having slept soundly, Qin donned a mask, hoisted Cece onto his shoulder, and descended from Jingyu Mountain. "Hey, where are you taking me?" "I'm taking you for an appraisal. To see what kind of creature you are." "Oh wait, what did you just call me?" "A creature. What the heck? You're the creature. Your whole family is a bunch of creatures. I'm so adorable." "Adorable? Let me ask you, where are the 10,000 spirit stones I gave you last night?" "I ate them. One night. 10,000 spirit stones? Do you think spirit stones grow on trees?" Qin was utterly bewildered. Cece resembled an insatiable abyss, never sated regardless of how much she consumed. The problem was, after devouring so much, aside from a change in toxicity, she still lacked any cultivation. Moreover, she remained such a slender little thing. This left Qin feeling like a fool, having squandered so many spirit stones. Chapter 57. One's own misdeeds bring ruin before long. Qin, after asking for directions, successfully arrived at the Beast Appraisal Pavilion of the Outer Sect. The Beast Appraisal Pavilion stands as a unique institution, dedicated not only to cataloging the various magical beasts that roam the vicinity of the sect for the enlightenment of outer disciples, but also to assessing the pets of these disciples. However, for the outer disciples, taming a magical beast to become their companion is no simple endeavor. It requires not only luck, but also consideration of the age and breed of the beast. Take Qin as an example. Cece, his pet, is akin to a creature raised from infancy. In contrast, the challenge of taming an adult magical beast is significantly greater. Thus, within the entire outer sect, those who possess a pet are a rare breed. Even when they do exist, they are typically small, low-level beasts with relatively mild temperaments. At this moment, as Qin stepped through the door, he was greeted by a mingled scent of books and dust wafting through the air. "Is the appraiser here?" "I wish to assess my pet," he inquired, rapping lightly on the counter, stirring the elderly man in gray robes from his slumber. The old man rubbed his eyes and looked up, his gaze landing on the young boy's shoulder, where a small white snake rested. "Cece, is this the creature in question?" he asked. "Indeed," Qin replied, placing Cece on the counter, where she immediately straightened up, tilting her head with an air of pride. "Ah, quite the haughty one. I see. What level of cultivation does it possess?" "It possesses no cultivation," Qin admitted. "Without any cultivation, can it truly be classified as a magical beast? What talk of companionship is there?" The old man raised an eyebrow, and Qin awkwardly scratched his nose. "Well, let us take a look first." The elder then donned his reading glasses and retrieved a hefty tome titled Compendium of Serpentine Beasts, which appeared to contain hundreds of pages. It encompassed every breed observable in the surrounding area of the sect, from the most humble to the most exalted. Yet, after flipping through the pages for half an hour, the old man was unable to find any breed that matched Cece's characteristics. Among the serpentine magical beasts, whether it be the ice-scaled white snake, the fire-scaled white snake, the crowned gale king snake, or any other rare white serpents, none match her traits. "I dare say she is likely not a magical beast at all. Could she be a mutated variety?" Qin raised an eyebrow. The old man shook his head, a mutated magical beast would exhibit distinct features, such as a single horn, dual eyes, 2 tails, or 3 eyes. Yet, he scrutinized CC's large, glistening eyes with long lashes. Aside from her lashes, possesses no distinctive traits. Are long lashes not remarkable? Qin asked earnestly. The old man opened his mouth, displaying an expression of incredulity. Ultimately, he bowed his head and inscribed on the appraisal document, "Unknown wild beast, likely a rare, ordinary white snake, with no clear breed classification. Here is your appraisal document. 1,000 spirit stones. What? Are you extorting me? For this, you charge 1,000 spirit stones?" Qin protested vehemently. "You haven't even clarified anything. Why must I pay?" However, the old man's subsequent remark left Qin speechless. "There's nothing to be done. The sect's regulations dictate this price. If you have grievances, take them to the inner sect and speak with the sect master." Resigned, Qin had no choice but to comply. For the Beast Appraisal Pavilion was a direct institution of the sect, and he felt ill-equipped to challenge their authority. Yet, the conundrum remained. If even the pavilion could not ascertain CC's breed, where could he turn for further appraisal? He could hardly believe that an ordinary wild beast could possess venom with elemental properties. Is there a more authoritative appraisal institution than this one? Qin, skeptical, inquired further. The elder raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed, the Beast Master Garden within the inner sect. The records there should be far more comprehensive than those here." "Thank you," Qin said as he promptly exited. It seemed that to discern the breed of CC, he would have to wait until he gained entry to the inner sect. Upon leaving the Beast Appraisal Pavilion, CC, infuriated, whipped her tail about and exclaimed, "How dare they call me a wild beast? I am clearly noble." "Noble? What exactly are you then?" Qin's eyes lit up. Could it be that this creature knew its own kind? Yet, to his surprise, CC's words faltered at the precipice of her lips. I forgot." She herself was puzzled, sensing a fleeting spark of insight moments ago, only to have it dissipate entirely. Ultimately, she could only sulkily burrow into Qin's embrace, revealing just her head. "Regardless, I am not a wild beast." Suppressing a chuckle, Qin gently patted her small head. "All right, I understand you are not a wild beast. Perhaps you are an ancient divine beast reincarnated, merely yet to awaken." His words were undoubtedly playful, for divine beasts existed solely in legend. Moreover, such creatures were presumed to possess unimaginable strength from birth. Having lived for over 2 millennia, CC had yet to cultivate any power. It was implausible for her to be one. Unbeknownst to him, CC took his jest to heart and couldn't help but retort, "Indeed, I may very well be a divine beast. You should promptly procure 1,000 spirit stones for me to feast upon." Qin stumbled in surprise. What the? Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a familiar locale, the treasure pavilion. A throng of people surged towards its entrance, evidently in anticipation of an auction. As he drew nearer, Qin spotted a notice, which boasted of an inner sect elder who had returned from an expedition bearing an ancient treasure box, rumored to contain mysterious artifacts. Perplexed, Qin pondered, if there were indeed mysterious treasures, why not simply open the box to see what lay within? And if opened, what would necessitate calling it a mysterious artifact? Clearly, something was amiss. He surmised 2 possibilities. First, the elder could not open the box and was unaware of its contents, thereby opting to sell it at the treasure pavilion, perhaps oblivious to whether it contained anything at all. Second, he had opened it, but remained ignorant of its contents or their significance. As for why it was being auctioned in the outer sect, the elder's notoriety alone could invoke a sense of unwarranted prestige among the outer sect disciples, thus heightening curiosity and driving up bids. With this thought, Qin lost interest. While he possessed a fair amount of spirit stones, he was no fool willing to squander them on something potentially worthless. However, in the next moment, his mind shifted as he caught sight of someone. Su Qingqing. Masked, Su Qingqing did not recognize him and brushed past him, accompanied by a servant from the Su family. "Young master, are you certain you wish to betray the family?" the servant questioned. Betray? Upon the return of Su Wanyan to the family tree, they discarded me like refuse. Not only did resources diminish by 90%, but they also swiftly reneged on their promise to pass on the Tai spirit fire to me. In light of this, I am left with no choice but to reclaim all that I have lost through my own efforts. The two spoke in hushed tones. Yet Qin still caught their words and instantly comprehended that something must have transpired following the conclusion of the grand competition yesterday. Su Wanyan had been compelled to reintegrate into the Su family lineage. It is no wonder she uttered such peculiar words as she departed. Observing Su Qingqing gradually blend into the crowd, Qin couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. The Su family truly exemplifies the essence of shamelessness. Is Su Qingqing not a mere reflection of the former Su Wanyan? As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. when Su Wanyun was expelled from the family. Su Qingsheng was undoubtedly an instigator in that matter. Otherwise, she would not have displayed such fury upon encountering him outside the library. Now, it is Su Qingsheng's turn to face the consequences. Very well, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Let us observe what this young man intends to do. If circumstances permit, I might even lend Su Qingsheng a hand. Chapter 58. The Auction of the Breaking Spirit Pill. Thus, Qin Sen stealthily followed Su Qingsheng into the auction hall. He soon overheard a conversation between him and a servant. The content was quite simple, encapsulated as follows. Su Qingsheng intended to align himself with the Jang family, leveraging their influence to seize control over the Su family's power. His purpose for visiting the treasure pavilion today was to seek items that could aid Jiang Feng in enhancing his cultivation or strength. This piqued Qin San's interest. Initially, he had thought to use Su Qingsheng against the Su family. However, he now saw the potential to simultaneously deal with both the Jiang and Su families. Consequently, as Su Qingsheng sought a seat, Qin San discreetly made his way to the purchasing point. He quickly encountered the steward from the last auction. Upon removing his mask, the steward immediately recognized him. "Ah, you are the distinguished young man who auctioned the Millennium 8-leaf grass last time?" Qin San smiled gently. "Indeed, that is I?" The steward's demeanor became exceedingly respectful as he hurriedly clasped his fists in greeting. "Might I inquire what you have brought to auction this time?" "Yes, I possess a pill. I wonder if it might pique your interest?" The steward paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. "As long as it is relatively rare, we would certainly be interested. However, it ultimately depends on the type of pill." Qin San then produced a brocade box and handed it to the steward. The steward received it with utmost care, opened it, and was immediately taken aback. "Is this the Breaking Spirit Pill? A pill capable of swiftly elevating a spirit-building warrior by a whole realm?" Qin San nodded with a smile. "Indeed. I am not well acquainted with the market price. I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed steward." After a moment of contemplation, the steward responded. "Young master, you are a black card VIP at our treasure pavilion, and there is no need for me to deceive you. Generally, the price of a breaking spirit pill hovers around 100,000 spirit stones. Our purchasing price typically aligns with 80% of the market value, thus amounting to 80,000. However, as the breaking spirit pill has not appeared in the outer sect for quite some time, should you choose to auction it directly, you might indeed earn a greater profit." Pleased with the answer, Qin San decided to proceed with the auction. "Very well. Can we include this in the upcoming auction?" After some contemplation, the manager replied, "No problem. Adding just one more item is a simple task. Leave it to me." Grateful, Qin San handed the broken spirit pill to the manager and returned to the VIP room. This exclusive chamber was accessible only to black card holders and was situated on a separate floor, ensuring its seclusion. From the window, one could survey the entire auction hall without fear of being noticed. At ease, Qin San sipped his tea while awaiting the bidding segment. Before long, the auction commenced amidst a vibrant atmosphere. As the host presented item after item, bids erupted from various seats, occasionally escalating into heated exchanges. However, Qin San found nothing appealing. The items were either of too low a grade or offered no benefit to Su Wanyun. Moreover, Su Qingsheng remained passive throughout, as he sought to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Feng and was clearly unimpressed by the ordinary offerings. As time progressed and the auction neared its conclusion, the moment Qin San had eagerly anticipated arrived, his broken spirit pill. Yet, this was not the one obtained from the elder at the trial tower. It was instead a toxic pill infused with the essence of a particular spiritual herb known as Wan Ku Chao. This herb, typically unremarkable and primarily consumed by certain beasts, had been extracted from a forbidden area, boasting an extraordinary age of 1,000 years. The significance of this age was profound, as any Wan Ku Chao exceeding 100 years would develop a colorless, odorless toxin within its leaves and stems. This toxin could obstruct a martial artist's meridians, disrupt their spiritual energy, and compromise their mental state, while being exceedingly difficult to detect. Only an alchemist with exceptional skills could discern its presence. For herbs aged between 1 to 200 years, the toxicity was mild and would dissipate with a few days of rest. Those aged 3 to 400 years could be managed with timely treatment. However, once the age surpassed 500 years, the toxicity became lethal, with consequences ranging from madness to death, depending on the quantity ingested. Indeed, the portion of Wan Ku Chao that Qin San had previously given to Lu Rian was a fragment from a plant aged 500 years. Unbeknownst to him, she had unwittingly consumed a pill laced with its powder, leading to her demise. To dispose of the body, she had to dismember him and bury the remains in a secluded spot in the mountains. Yet, Qin San was oblivious to these events and had no intention of further associations with Lu Rian. He was certain that the broken spirit pill in his possession would compel Su Qingsheng to act. As anticipated, the moment the broken spirit pill was revealed on stage, Su Qingqing's excitement was palpable. The starting bid was set at 20,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 2,000. As soon as the host finished speaking, Su Qingqing was the first to stand. 22,000. I bid 24,000. I raised to 26,000. I, from the Zhang family, bid 30,000. I, from the Zhu family, bid 32,000. To hell with it. I offer 38,000. Get lost. This is my family's domain. 42,000. Remarkably, many family members present today have gathered. In just a short while, the price surged to 96,000, with Su Qingqing being the bidder. Damn. Whoever dares to compete with me, regardless of which family you belong to, prepare to face dire consequences. Su Qingqing, clearly agitated, shouted loudly. Although such behavior was somewhat unbecoming, its effect was undeniable. The entire venue fell silent. After all, apart from the Su family, the attendees were merely small clans. Even when combined, their influence paled in comparison to that of the Su family, leaving them hesitant to continue the contest. 96,000 once. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Bear in mind, we haven't seen a broken spirit pill in the outer sect for 2 or 3 years. Miss this opportunity, and it will be gone. If you desire it, act swiftly. The host earnestly called out, hoping to elevate the price further, as he too had a commission to consider. Regrettably, after Su Qingqing's earlier outburst, the families that had initially contemplated raising their bids now fell silent. 96,000 twice. Only 5 seconds remain. 4, 3, 2, 1. A bid of 100,000 from the VIP room. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the spiritual speakers in the 4 corners of the venue. Su Qingqing's expression changed drastically as he turned to look at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, the windows of the VIP room were made of special materials, rendering the inside invisible from the outside. This sparked curiosity about which influential figure sought to acquire this broken spirit pill. Simultaneously, discussions erupted among the attendees. Didn't they say no one could ever access that VIP room? Is today an exception? It was rumored that only high-ranking members of the inner sect could enter that room. Could it be that an elder from the inner sect had arrived? Yet, how could such a distinguished individual be present in the outer sect's treasure pavilion? Su Qingqing's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. On one hand, he was wary of the identity of the bidder in the VIP room. On the other, he was unwilling to relinquish this rare broken spirit pill. His current predicament was quite precarious, having become a pawn within the Su family. If he couldn't align himself with a new powerful ally, he would only be further overshadowed by Su Wanyun. However, if he could seize control of the Su family's authority, he could continuously benefit from the rewards distributed by the sect through Su Wanyun. Not only could life become considerably more prosperous, but there was also the possibility of catching up. After weighing his options, he raised his bid once more. 100,000 and 5,000. Chapter 59, The Ancient Wooden Box. At that moment, upon witnessing Su Qingqing's renewed bid, Qin San in the VIP room could not help but smile with malice. This fool has indeed fallen into the trap. It turns out that the VIP room is equipped with a dedicated spiritual speaker that allows the esteemed guests inside to participate in the auction. Earlier, after seeing the price reach 96,000 without further bids, a bold idea had taken root in Qin San's mind. After all, the price did not meet Qin San's expectations. Fortunately, Su Qingqing did not disappoint him. 110,000. He raised his bid once more. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's expression darkened further. Caught in a moment of indecision. How infuriating. Who could possibly be in the VIP room? Although the broken spirit pill is rare, it shouldn't warrant such attention from an inner sect elder, should it? After pondering for a moment, he steeled his resolve and suddenly cupped his fists in the direction of the VIP room, declaring, I am unaware of which esteemed senior has graced the outer sect with their presence. It is a great regret that I have not had the honor to meet you. However, I must dare to request that you show mercy. To be candid, this broken spirit pill is of utmost importance to me. I sincerely hope that you could part with it and allow it to come into my possession. Upon hearing this, Qin San licked his lips, feeling as though he had successfully executed a cunning scheme. Su Qingqing's upbringing was indeed commendable, addressing him with such respect. Nevertheless, those titles were not misplaced. In terms of seniority, he was far more than just an elder. He should be referred to as an ancestor. Very well. If you can raise your bid to 120,000, this broken spirit pill shall be yours, Qin San proclaimed within the spirit chamber. As soon as Su Qingqing heard this, his brows knitted together, resembling an elderly woman in distress. His savings were limited, all combined. He had merely around 170 to 80,000, a sum he had accrued over the past 6 months since replacing Su Wanyan, derived from the resources granted by his family. However, times had changed, and he had been forsaken by the Su family. It would be challenging to obtain substantial spirit stones in the future. His heart was torn with anguish. Nevertheless, the inner sect elder had made his intentions clear. It indicated that as long as he bid 120,000, the other party would surely not raise the price again. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, since the esteemed senior has spoken thus, I shall not be remiss. I bid 120,000. As soon as his words left his lips, the host's smile brightened even further, for this was a full 20,000 spirit stones above his anticipated price. Do not underestimate this 20,000. Many in the outer sect could not save such an amount over half a lifetime. Excellent. The price has now reached 120,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Remember, this is a broken spirit pill capable of directly elevating a spirit-building warrior by a realm. Miss this opportunity, and there shall be no second chance. The host proclaimed passionately. Although no one beneath had made another bid, he felt no disappointment. All right, since there are no further bids, I shall bring down the gavel. 120,000 once. 120,000 twice. 120,000 thrice. Congratulations to this young master. Su Qingqing finally sighed in relief. He promptly paid the spirit stones and obtained the broken spirit pill. Without lingering, he hastily signaled his companions to depart from the treasure pavilion. Meanwhile, Qin San was thoroughly satisfied. As a VIP, after deducting the 10% share, he would still net over 100,000 spirit stones. Damn, the speed of earning spirit stones was faster than others picking up stones. Suddenly, a thought sprang forth. Wow, 100,000 spirit stones just like that? Looks like I'll have my rations for next month. Get lost. Qin San playfully smacked it, preparing to exit. Just then, the door swung open. The steward approached with a cheerful demeanor. Congratulations, young master. Here are your spirit stones, totaling 100,000 and 8,000. For your convenience, I have converted them into exchange tickets, making them easier for you to store. With gratitude, Qin San accepted the tickets and casually slipped them into his pocket, though they were actually placed in his system space. By the way, where's your esteemed master? Oh, our master has recently returned to the inner sect. She seldom comes here, the steward replied. Upon hearing this, Qin San raised an eyebrow. So Lin Shuer was indeed a disciple of the inner sect. To hold the position of master of the outer sect treasure pavilion as an inner sect disciple indicated her considerable status there. He wondered if he would have another opportunity to meet her in the future. At that moment, noticing Qin San's inclination to leave, the steward inquired. Are you preparing to depart, young master? There's nothing much left to do. Little did he know, the steward continued, to be frank. You might want to take a look at the final auction item before making your decision. Oh, are you referring to the ancient treasure box mentioned in the announcement? The steward smiled and nodded. Do you know any insider information? The steward did not hesitate, stating, I don't have all the details. But I heard from the master that this treasure box is quite special. Even the peak masters of the inner sect cannot unlock it. It seems to conceal some profound mystery. Such a box surely hides something extraordinary within. Therefore, if you are interested, it might be worth bidding on to study further. The final price shouldn't be too high. Upon hearing this, Qin San felt a flicker of interest. The peak masters were nearly as powerful as the Grand Elder and the sect leader, possessing strength comparable to that of the Protective Elder. If they could not open the box, it was unlikely that he could either. Well, I suppose I'll bid on it and see what happens. Very well. I shall wait a moment longer. Then I shall take my leave for now. I hope your journey proves fruitful, the steward said before departing. Eager to glimpse the treasure box, Qin San returned to the VIP room. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate of the treasure pavilion arrived on stage carrying a red bag. The host announced, Next, we present the highlight of today's auction. An artifact obtained by an elder from the inner sect 3 years ago. It is said that even the peak masters of the inner sect have been unable to unravel the secrets of this wooden box. If anyone wishes to study it, feel free to bid and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, you may unlock it and discover rare treasures of the world. With a swift motion, the red cloth was unveiled, revealing an ancient wooden box, entirely black in hue, before the audience. The box was adorned with various peculiar patterns, and at its opening were 3 circles, as if all the designs converged there. From a distance, Qin San could only discern these features. To uncover its full uniqueness, he would need to possess it. The starting bid for this treasure box is 30,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1,000 spirit stones. At that moment, a wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd, generally divided into 2 opinions. One perspective is that if even the peak master cannot open it, then as outer disciples, they are even less likely to succeed. If they cannot open it, they are deemed worthless. To spend 30,000 spirit stones on a worthless item would surely make one a fool. The other perspective is that some are willing to take a gamble. Since the peak master cannot unlock it, it must possess some profound mystery, undoubtedly containing treasures. Consequently, bids began to rise. I offer 31,000, 32,000, 33,000, 34,000. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 50,000. However, at this juncture, the number of bidders began to dwindle. After a grueling wait, when it finally reached 60,000, only 2 remained in contention. 80,000. The sound of the bell suddenly resonated, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Chapter 60. The Wood Elemental Sacred Body Relic Goodness. The dignitary in the VIP room has struck again. Truly befitting an elder from the inner sect, several thousand spirit stones are akin to mere hundreds in our possession. Naturally, at that level, one's monthly salary likely exceeds 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the easier it is to earn spirit stones. This elder's lavish spending suggests that their fortune rivals that of a medium-sized family in the outer sect. Unquestionably, curiosity about the identity of the individual in the VIP room intensified among the onlookers. The host began the countdown. 80,000 once. Silence enveloped the audience. 80,000 twice. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 80,000 thrice. Thunderous applause erupted. 80,000 spirit stones for a wooden box whose contents remain uncertain. Regardless of the outcome, this individual is undoubtedly extravagantly wealthy. Thus, today's auction concluded successfully. The host's face bore a smile that could rival the wrinkles of a 90-year-old matriarch. His commission for the day equaled the annual income of an ordinary outer disciple. How could one not be elated? Soon, the manager of the treasure pavilion returned to the VIP room, presenting the wooden box with a smile that Qin San had never before witnessed. This made Qin San feel as though he had been tricked. After painstakingly earning 100,000, he suddenly had to part with 80,000. It stung. Alas, with matters having reached this point, he could only hope that the wooden box would yield considerable returns. Otherwise, he would have to earn back those spirit stones from the treasure pavilion. Bidding farewell to the manager, Qin San hurriedly returned to Silent Mountain. He quickly took out the wooden box for a meticulous examination. Unexpectedly, he heard Xiao Wu's voice resonate in his mind. Master, the wooden box in your hand is known as the Spirit Awakening Box. Crafted 16,500 years ago, this box has been imbued with a special seal, with 2 methods to unlock it. The first method is to reach the Supreme Realm and break it open with sheer strength. The second method is to simultaneously inject 3 random types of spiritual energy into the box to unlock it. Upon hearing this, Qin San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Surely, this was tailor-made for him. The Supreme Realm, however, was clearly unattainable. Not even the sect leader could reach such strength, and it was doubtful if anyone could be found in the entire northern region who possessed that level of power. 3 types of spiritual energy. How fortuitous that he possesses precisely those 3. Su Wanyun's replicated fire, along with his awakened wood and wind elements, seemed to be the will of heaven. Taking a deep breath, Qin San immediately unleashed the 3 types of spiritual energy, channeling them into the wooden box. Then, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The intricate patterns adorning the box absorbed his energy, causing them to emanate 3 distinct glows. The left patterns glimmered with red light. The center radiated green, and the right shimmered with azure. These 3 lights converged through the patterns to the 3 circular openings at the mouth of the box. Then, with a click, a small gap appeared. Had he succeeded? Qin San's heart raced, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation. He then cautiously opened the box. Unbeknownst to him, in the next moment, a colossal surge of energy erupted. Boom. Goodness. Qin San was instantly thrown to the ground by the overwhelming gust. He rolled several times before regaining his balance. What on earth? Rising to his feet, he glanced back at the box, his pupils dilating in shock. For within the box floated a jade-green orb. Just the aura emanating from the orb hinted at an unimaginable reservoir of wood attribute spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, this was a celestial treasure of the wood element. Xiao Wu, can you discern what this is? Master, this item is a sacred relic of the wood element, left behind by a supreme wood root master a millennium ago. Consuming it can awaken the wood's sacred body in wood root warriors. What a windfall. 80,000 spiritual stones for a relic capable of awakening a sacred body. If the treasure pavilion were to learn of this, they would not only regret it, but might lament their fate to the point of self-destruction. At this moment, Qin San approached the wooden box, brimming with excitement. Initially, he contemplated consuming it himself. However, upon reflection, he realized the potential of replicating it for his partner. If he were to offer it to his companion, they could both benefit from the sacred body. In essence, if he consumed it, only he would gain from it. But if he gave it to his partner, Both would reap the rewards. Furthermore, bestowing the relic upon his companion would yield additional rewards. This was a sacred body relic. Imagine if he received even a mere double reward. It would be an unfathomable treasure. Thus, he promptly withdrew his outstretched hand and, with a resolute decision, closed the box. He could hardly contain himself. Originally, he had merely entertained the thought of taking Su Xiangning as his second partner, but now it seemed an inevitable course of action. Yet, he wondered if Su Wanyan would accept it. What if she became displeased and chose to sever ties with him? Would he then have to return everything he had copied from her? Master, your intuition is correct. If you have 2 or more partners and sever ties with one, you will lose all the benefits derived from that partner. Moreover, it will damage your immortal body, leading to rapid aging. The more partners you sever ties with, the quicker you will age, until you are ultimately reduced to ashes. So as long as one becomes a Dao companion, none can be spared. Although breaking off one will not lead to death, only to aging. Yet, having grown accustomed to being a handsome man, how could he accept becoming an old man? Should he age, even certain aspects of his life would be affected. What difference would that be from death? He carefully stored the wooden box and took a deep breath before returning to his room to lie down. He felt somewhat fatigued today. He would seek her out tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Jang family estate. What? Those 3 have yet to return? What is going on? Is it merely a 4th grade with spirit root? Are they truly incapable of handling it? Damn it. What a bunch of useless fools. Could it be they fell off a cliff and perished along the way? Jiang Feng had been sequestered in his room since last night, cultivating until the evening of the following day, awaiting news of Qin San's demise. Yet, after waiting endlessly without news, he could not restrain himself from stepping out to inquire. To his astonishment, the 3 sent to assassinate Qin San had still not returned, which ignited his fury. Just then, a servant approached to report. Young master, Su Qingqing from the Su family seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's brow furrowed involuntarily. He had little interaction with Su Qingqing and could not fathom why the latter sought him out. However, considering that the Su family surely wished to eliminate Qin San as well, he replied, "Let him in." "Yes, young master." Soon enough, Su Qingqing arrived at the Jiang family's estate and met Jiang Feng. "Young master Jiang, is that not Su Xiao? What brings you here today?" Jiang Feng held a low opinion of Su Qingqing, not only due to their disparity in strength, but also because Su Qingqing was merely a substitute. Propped up by the Su family after Su Wanyan's fall from grace, he felt they were not in the same league at all. However, Su Qingqing's subsequent actions elicited a look of surprise from Jiang Feng. "Young master Jiang, I have procured this spirit-breaking pill at today's auction. If you would not mind, please accept it." Upon seeing the brocade box presented by Su Qingqing, Jiang Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Initially skeptical, he opened it to find it indeed contained a spirit-breaking pill. "Su Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" A flicker of darkness passed through Su Qingqing's eyes. "Young master Jiang, may I have a word in private?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng ultimately nodded. "Very well." After dismissing the servants, Jiang Feng led Su Qingqing into a room. The allure of the spirit-breaking pill was too great for him to resist, and he was in urgent need of enhancing his strength. As long as it posed no detriment to him or the Jiang family, he was willing to grant Su Qingqing an opportunity. Once Su Qingqing articulated his intentions, a smile blossomed on Jiang Feng's face. "Ha ha ha, Su Xiao indeed harbors grand ambitions. I too believe that there are significant issues within your Su family. It is not merely a matter of character. Their conduct is utterly contemptible. Having witnessed Su Wanyan endure all this, now it is your turn. One can only imagine how repressed you must feel." Hearing these words, Su Qingqing's eyes brightened. "So, young master Jiang is willing to assist me?" "Assist? Why not?" Jiang Feng replied with a smile. "Moreover, this matter brings only benefits to the Jiang family, without any drawbacks." However, as Jiang Feng elongated his tone, Su Qingqing instantly realized that Jiang Feng had further demands. He promptly replied, "Jiang Xiao, feel free to speak directly. As long as you are willing to assist me with this task, I can agree to anything you ask." Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. "You need only pledge to do 2 things for me. First, eliminate Qin San. Second, I wish to possess Yu Xiangning." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. While dispatching Qin San seemed a straightforward task, merely requiring knowledge of his whereabouts, acquiring Yu Xiangning proved far more challenging. After all, since her departure from the Su family, she had become a member of the law enforcement division and currently held the position of captain. Taking action against her would not only be difficult, but could also lead to complications afterward. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that his role was merely to assist Jiang Feng in seizing an opportunity. Ultimately, should any issues arise, they would be Jiang Feng's responsibility. Thus, he nodded and declared, "No problem. As long as Jiang Xiao is willing to help me, everything is negotiable." Jiang Feng erupted in laughter. Ha! I appreciate your straightforwardness. Su Xiao, with such sincerity, I shall certainly not go back on my word. Of course, there is no need to rush with the matter concerning Yu Xiangning. For now, focus on eliminating that useless Qin San. That fellow shamelessly held hands with Su Wanyun in front of so many people and was flirting with her during the competition, bringing me great embarrassment. As long as he remains, I shall not find peace. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing clasped his fists and said, no problem. Leave Qin San to me. However, may I inquire if Jiang Xiao knows his residence? Jiang Feng nodded, then produced a sheet of white paper on which he sketched a rough route map. Although not entirely clear, it was supplemented with annotations for guidance. This was the detailed route provided by Deji Ba at that time. Follow this route to ascend Jingyu Mountain. He resides there. Su Qingqing accepted the paper, his eyes narrowing. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will present his head to you. Jiang Xiao, I bid you farewell. Jiang Feng nodded amiably. Su Xiao, I shall patiently await your good news. Night descended quietly. Qin San was sleeping soundly like a pig when a sudden voice jolted him from his dreams. Your Dao companion, Su Wanyun, has successfully cultivated the true flame art, activating the replication ability. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the technique True Flame Art. Goodness, that startled me. It appeared this replication function had its pros and cons. His lady was practicing deep into the night. Nonetheless, the advantage of the replicated technique was that it required no proficiency. There was no need for him to practice it himself. Whatever level Su Wanyun reached, whatever essence she comprehended, would be perfectly replicated, much like the divine flame sword intent. At this moment, Qin San found himself wide awake. His thoughts remained still, while the creature beside him lay motionless. It seemed its only activities were eating and sleeping, and it didn't even need to relieve itself. Qin San increasingly felt that it was abnormal. Was there truly no impurities in the spirit stones? Could it convert everything into spiritual energy for him to absorb? The question remained, where did the absorbed spiritual energy go? Why has there been no progress for over 2,000 years? Contemplating this, he descended from his bed and opened the door. The sky was a sea of stars, and the moonlight was enchanting. Yet, Qin San had no heart to appreciate the night. The peculiar intuition had returned. Recalling the 3 assassins from the previous night, he knew that someone would surely come today. But how many? Would Jiang Feng personally intervene? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He returned to the room and found the cosmetics left behind by Su Wanyun. Although she rarely wore makeup, every woman possessed the essentials. He took out an eyebrow pencil and a mirror, deliberately thickening and darkening his brows. Then, he applied a thick mustache beneath his nose and placed a large black mole on his right cheek. Lastly, he tousled his hair messily. Instantly, his appearance and demeanor transformed, making him seem at least 20 years older. Of course, in daylight, such a disguise would be easily discernible, but it was nighttime. As long as Qin San let his hair down a bit, who could see clearly? Thus, he sat on a large stone outside, feigning meditation. As time passed, that inexplicable intuition grew stronger, until, at a certain moment, he was nearly asleep again. A series of stealthy, rustling footsteps finally approached. They were here. A smirk appeared on Qin San's lips as he remained still. Sure enough, a figure emerged from beneath his bangs. Oh, only one person came. Could it truly be Jiang Feng? Su Qingqing found himself bound and unable to move, a tumult of rage and astonishment surging within him. You are not Qin San. Chapter 62. Who is Qin San? I have never heard of such a person. Upon hearing the voice, Qin San immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. It was none other than Su Qingqing. The realization dawned on him. This fellow must have encountered Jiang Feng, who had sent him here under some pretext. Fortunately, he had disguised himself. Otherwise, he would have been unmasked. Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap across Su Qingqing's face. Speak. Who sent you here? You dare strike me? Su Qingqing exclaimed in a fit of indignation. Yet, despite his bravado, he refrained from continuing, recognizing that the fact his identity remained undiscovered was, perhaps, a blessing. To speak or remain silent. Crack. Another slap landed, sending blood gushing from Su Qingqing's nose. Enraged, he felt smoke rising from his ears and nostrils, yet the tendrils binding him left him powerless to escape. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the appearance of the man before him. Clearly a middle-aged individual around 40 years of age. Had he been deceived by Jiang Feng? That seemed illogical. The man had a singular focus on eliminating Qin San. Why would he lead him astray? Or had he simply misstepped? Perhaps intimidated by the formidable power of his adversary. Su Qingqing dared not maintain his arrogance. Instead, he lowered his tone, saying, Esteemed senior, I may have made a mistake. This is a misunderstanding. I implore your forgiveness. Crack. Another resounding slap rang out. Su Qingcheng felt half of his face go numb, a tooth shattered. Senior, please cease. Qin-san scoffed. Speak. What business do you have with Qin-san? Do you intend to commit murder? Su Qingcheng swallowed hard, stammering. Of course not. I merely have some grievances with this individual and wish to teach him a lesson. Is that so? You must understand that committing violence within the sect is a grave offense. I could easily hand you over to the law enforcement division. Qin-san's voice was icy, startling Su Qingcheng. If he were to be delivered to the law enforcement division, his identity would be revealed. An entanglement with the Su family would surely spell disaster for him. I truly do not wish to kill anyone. Senior, please do not send me to the law enforcement division. Qin-san scoffed again, yet suddenly shifted his tone. Not sending you to the law enforcement division is possible. But you must show some sincerity. Sincerity? What do you mean, esteemed senior? Qin-san smirked, seizing Su Qingcheng by the hair and delivering another flurry of slaps. Are you truly so dense? It has been made abundantly clear. Dazed by the blows, Su Qingcheng's temper evaporated, leaving only desperation. I'm sorry, esteemed senior. How about this? I will offer you 30,000 spirit stones. Just let me go. Where? In my right pocket, there is a ticket for 30,000. Upon hearing this, Qin-san reached into his pocket and, indeed, retrieved a ticket for 30,000, exactly as promised. Now that is more like it. With that, he released the binding flora ensnaring Su Qingcheng and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. As Su Qingcheng scrambled to his feet, trembling, he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy. May I ask your esteemed name? Qin-san, satisfied, tucked the ticket away and waved his hand dismissively. I am merely an unknown nobody. Now be gone, and do not let me see you again. Indeed, I shall take my leave, Su Qingcheng declared, not daring to linger, fearful of further provoking this madman. Just as he was about to turn away, however, Qin-san called out to him. Wait. Su Qingcheng, drenched in sweat, replied, I am unaware of any further instructions from you, esteemed elder. The Qin-san you seek does not reside here. You have taken a wrong turn. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with hope. Could this individual be about to reveal the correct address of Qin-san? As if confirming his thoughts, the stranger proceeded to provide him with a set of directions. They were largely similar to those given by Jiang Feng, save for two misdirected turns along the way. Damn it, Jiang Feng is a fool to have made such errors. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side. This person appeared not to be an elder of the sect, but rather a senior disciple from the outer sect. It is known that there are over 100,000 outer disciples, most of whom fail to enter the inner sect by the prescribed age. Yet, a select few possess considerable talent for cultivation, and with their age as an advantage, have achieved remarkable prowess. For instance, the leaders of several prominent families within the outer sect are indeed formidable warriors. Clearly, the middle-aged man encountered earlier belonged to this class of outer disciples. Hence his willingness to spare Su Qingcheng for a mere handful of spirit stones. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Qingcheng expressed his gratitude and hastily departed. To avoid further missteps, he descended the mountain before retracing his steps according to the newly provided directions. Unbeknownst to him, during this time, Qin-san had swiftly changed his attire, altered his hairstyle, and applied a fresh visage. He arrived at the designated spot first, which was merely 100 paces from his residence, a barren patch of land devoid of anything significant. At this moment, Su Qingcheng meticulously compared the erroneous route given by Qin-san, then began his ascent once more. To ensure he did not stray, he took an entire hour to carefully climb the mountain. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. He arrived and beheld a man reclining on the grassy knoll, lost in slumber. Damn it! Surely, I shall not be mistaken again. He concealed himself behind a cluster of tall, wild grass, clutching his bruised face, his eyes glinting with resentment. Drawing his treasured sword, he stealthily approached. Qin-san, today, I shall take your life. He gritted his teeth, recalling the humiliation of the earlier beating and the neglect from the Su family. Resolute, he surged forth once more. The night wind howled through the mountains, rustling the spirit herbs, which not only masked his footsteps, but also concealed his murderous intent. Humph. Qin-san, you cannot escape. In that moment, the pent-up frustration transformed into unwavering resolve. The blade glimmered coldly in the moonlight as he moved with the stealth of a specter, lunging toward Qin-san. Qin-san, prepare to meet your end, he bellowed. The tip of his sword aimed directly at the man's groin. However, when the blade was but 3 inches from its target, the man on the rock suddenly sprang to life, unleashing a searing ball of flame directed at Su Qingcheng's face. Firepalm. Boom. The fireball struck Su Qingcheng squarely, incinerating his mask completely. Certainly, it also includes hair and eyebrows. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng was sent flying, his sword clattering to the ground. How dare this little rascal disturb my slumber? As the figure slowly turned, the The moonlight illuminated his face. It was an elderly man, older than before, with a full beard, appearing to be at least 50 years of age. How could this be? Su Qingsheng was utterly bewildered upon realizing this. Who are you? Where is Qin-san? Qin-san let out a cold laugh, deliberately lowering his voice into a soft, sinister tone. Who is Qin-san or Qin-si? I have never heard of them. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Qin-san approached Su Qingsheng, towering over him, gathering powerful fire energy in his palm, concealed by the spirit hiding ring. Even if he unleashed his powers, his true cultivation would remain hidden, creating an air of profound mystery in Su Qingsheng's mind. Su Qingsheng was thoroughly perplexed. It was evident that the person before him could not possibly be Qin-san. Had he wandered into the wrong place? Or had that master just now played him for a fool? I'm sorry, senior. I did not come to kill you. I was misled. Su Qingsheng, terrified, felt his soul leave his body, the memory of the pain fresh on his face. He struggled desperately, but found his limbs weak, unable even to crawl. After all, having encountered two formidable opponents he could not contend with, mistaking one for Qin-san in an attempt to ambush. Anyone in his situation would likely wet themselves. Let us speak of the Jang wind. Should matters escalate, the Jang family shall not spare oneself. Yet to remain silent would spell doom for me. I confess, the one who instigated me is a middle-aged man atop the mountain. Qin-san deliberately furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the 8 tyrants? Su Qingsheng, entirely unaware of the 8 tyrants and 7 tyrants, assumed that since the other party had mentioned it, it must be true. Yes, it is my father. My father. Qin-san, appearing stoic, was inwardly amused to the point of pain. Truly, a dutiful son. He then casually struck Su Qingsheng across the face. Speak. What benefits has he bestowed upon you that you would so ardently seek my demise? Do you not realize this is a grave violation of sect rules and could land you in prison? Su Qingsheng hastily clarified. Senior, you misunderstand. I came to kill someone named Qin-san. My father informed me that he resides here, so I came. Is this statement true? Absolutely true. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. Very well, I trust you dare not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall strangle you. Su Qingsheng felt more wronged than ever before. At that moment, tears streamed down his face, wishing he could kneel and lick the shoes of the individual before him. Alas, the disparity in strength was too great. He could not muster any resistance. I apologize, senior. I am being coerced. Please, spare my life. He added, by the way, I possess some spirit stones. I hope you will accept them, merely requesting that you grant me a reprieve. Qin-san, observing Su Qingsheng's battered visage, recalled the 30,000 spirit stones he had just received. This little brother-in-law was indeed a veritable bringer of fortune. How many spirit stones do you have? I still have 30,000. As he spoke, Su Qingsheng trembled as he produced another receipt. Qin-san, unceremoniously, snatched it away. Indeed, it was 30,000. This fellow is quite untrustworthy. He delivered a series of slaps, causing Su Qingsheng's head to sway. Is this all? Is it merely a morsel? Qin-san frowned, feigning an intention to continue the assault. No. Su Qingsheng quaked in fear. Senior, I truly have nothing more. My father previously beat me and took 30,000. This is all I have left. Qin-san shrugged, convinced he would not lie. Thus, he grew weary of further conversation, seized Su Qingsheng by the collar, and led him to the mounta. As Cici entered the room, she straightened up and stifled a yawn. Where have you been? I went to earn spirit stones. Where on earth could you earn them at this hour? Qin-san casually produced 1,000 spirit stones from his system. Why do you care? Just save some for later. I can barely afford to support you. Cici wrinkled her nose in disdain, but eagerly rolled the spirit stones into the corner, instantly revitalized. Thank you, Daddy. Your mother. The following morning, at the Jang family's villa, meteor fire slash. Boom. In the courtyard, several fiery meteors erupted upon impact, shattering a massive rock into smithereens, leaving even the fragments charred. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Feng felt immense satisfaction with his recent technique. Last night, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd tier of spirit establishment. Now, with a spirit-breaking pill obtained from Su Qingsheng, he could immediately rise to the 4th tier. He mused that if he were to face Su Wanyan again, he might not necessarily be defeated. However, he was not in a rush to consume the spirit-breaking pill. He would wait for Su Qingsheng to bring good news. Just as he was about to return indoors, a servant came to deliver a message. Young master, Su Qingsheng has returned. Jiang Feng promptly made his way to the hall, where he indeed found Su Qingsheng. To his astonishment, Su Qingsheng appeared battered and bruised, as if he had just endured a savage beating. What happened to your face? Don't tell me you lost to a mere unskilled servant. Su Qingsheng, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head. Young master, it's not like that. If it's not like that, then what is it? I'm sorry, young master. I followed the route you provided to assassinate Qin-san, but instead, I encountered a formidable middle-aged man who gave me a thorough thrashing. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. What? A middle-aged man? Yes, he goes by the name of Father. His cultivation is exceedingly high. I was no match for him. Could it be that you took a wrong turn? Zhang Feng asked, perplexed. Su Qingqing explained. I'm not sure, but that father said Qin-san resides elsewhere. And then? Did you find him afterward? No, I encountered another master, around 50 years old, and was beaten again. Zhang Feng was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Speak the truth. With no choice, Su Qingqing recounted the events that transpired at Jingyu Mountain in their entirety. Upon finishing, Zhang Feng realized he might have been duped by someone named Jiba. No wonder the 3 assassins he previously dispatched had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I can't believe this. With a swift motion, he slapped Su Qingqing across the face. Ouch! Young master, why did you hit me? Zhang Feng, incensed at having spent thousands of spirit stones on false intelligence, lashed out again. I can hit whoever I please. Do I need a reason? Thus, Zhang Feng unleashed his fury upon Su Qingqing. For an extended period, the Jiang family's villa was filled with the sound of brutal strikes and the anguished cries of Su Qingqing. Chapter 64. Jiang Feng's Descent into Madness. An instant stick later, Su Qingqing lay on the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, barely clinging to life. Yet, Zhang Feng ultimately spared him. For Su Qingqing still possessed a certain utility in his eyes. I will let you go for now. Take a few days to recuperate, and I shall seek you out again. With no other options, Su Qingqing returned to the Su residence, burdened with humiliation. To avoid attracting suspicion, he had to take a long detour through back alleys and eventually entered through the rear entrance of his home. Little did he know, upon reaching his backyard, he overheard a few servants whispering among themselves. Have you heard? The enforcement division announced yesterday that a soul-eating spider has appeared in the dead corner of the back mountain. Lord Su Dongpi, the 3rd and 4th masters, and the 7th young master have all been devoured by it. What? Such a thing happened? Indeed. The family had nearly fainted upon learning of this. After all, those masters constituted half of our Su family strength. With their demise, our power is halved. No wonder the family head looked so haggard. It turns out such a grave incident occurred. Fortunately, the eldest daughter has returned to the family tree, or our position in the outer sect would have plummeted. Speaking of which, I heard our young master has been cast aside. Not only will his resources be halved, but even the Tai spirit fire that was originally meant for him has been revoked by the family head. Of course, the young master cannot be compared to the eldest daughter. Last night, I overheard the family head say that if it weren't for the eldest daughter's incident, Su Xiao would never have had the chance to rise. True enough, the young man's aptitude is mediocre. He has relied entirely on the family's substantial support to squeeze into the top 5 of the outer sect over the past 6 months. In contrast, the eldest daughter relied solely on her own merit, utilizing less than a tenth of the family resources allocated to the young master. As Su Qingqing listened to their words, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palms. However, instead of confronting the servants, he returned to his room with a sullen expression. You look down on me, don't you? That's fine. Once I seize control of the Su family and obtain the Tai spirit fire, you shall all perish. Meanwhile, after returning to his own quarters, Zhang Feng retrieved the broken spirit pill that Su Qingqing had brought him. By consuming it, he would instantly elevate his cultivation to the 4th grade of spirit building. At that point, he would become the first in the outer sect to attain such a level before the age of 20. This alone was enough to make him the center of attention at the upcoming promotion conference. Gaining admission as the peak master's disciple would be a foregone conclusion. With that thought, he took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed the broken spirit pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering. He felt pure spiritual energy coursing through his meridians and into his dantian. Zhang Feng could distinctly sense the outer wall of his dantian rapidly expanding, and the internal spiritual energy began to pulsate joyfully, filling him with a profound sense of ease. Truly, the broken spirit pill was remarkable. However, just as Zhang Feng believed he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level, a searing pain struck him like a tearing force. It hurts. What is happening? My stomach. My dantian. In the blink of an eye, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Feng's forehead. Writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony, veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. Help me. Please, save me. His desperate cries soon caught the attention of the servants. Alarmed and bewildered, they hurried to inform the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenan. Upon his swift arrival, and after a brief examination of Zhang Feng's pulse, his expression changed dramatically. How could Fenger fall into such a trance? What on earth has happened? Fenger. In his dying moments, Zhang Feng struggled to speak. Father, I just consumed a broken spirit pill. What? A broken spirit pill? Where did you acquire such a thing? It was given to me by Su Qingqing. I never expected it would lead to this. With that, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Jiang Zhenan leaped to his feet, roaring, "Gather 100 Jiang family guards. We must head to the Su residence." It is well known that other families often boast numerous direct and collateral descendants, but the Jiang family traditionally follows a singular lineage, adhering to the principle of one master, one heir. This practice aims to preserve the purity of the Jiang bloodline, allowing them exclusive access to family resources. Thus, Jiang Zhenan was exceedingly indulgent towards Jiang Feng. Now, with his beloved son's life hanging by a thread, he could scarcely concern himself with family precepts. He swiftly assembled 100 Jiang guards and set off for the Su family. At that moment, old lady Su was in the family hall, beaming with delight. For a large box of supplies had just been delivered from the inner door. It contained not only a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs, but also dozens of ordinary level techniques and several yellow level techniques. Although these items might not hold much value for the inner disciples, they represented a tremendous fortune for the outer sect families. I am grateful for my audacity in making such a request before the sect leader. Soon, Su Wanyun will continuously bring great benefits to our Su family. I dare say, it won't be long before we surpass the Jiang family, becoming the foremost family of the outer sect. The saying goes, one person's ascension leads to the elevation of their kin, and this is precisely the case. Historically, if someone becomes a true disciple, their family inevitably rises in stature. In a century's time, should Su Wanyun ascend to become the new leader of the Tianyin sect, the status of the Su family would reach unparalleled heights, even garnering respect from the inner peak masters and elders. Indeed, the members of the Su family in the hall were all smiles, lavishly praising old lady Su, seemingly having forgotten the deaths of Su Dongpi and others. After all, while Su Dongpi and the like were crucial to the Su family, their significance paled in comparison to the advantages brought by Su Wanyun. However, just as the Su family reveled in visions of a promising future, a series of anguished screams erupted from outside the hall. Moments later, several Su guards were hurled into the hall, lifeless and beyond recovery. Witnessing this, old lady Su and the other members of the Su family turned ashen. Who dares to intrude upon my Su family? In the next instant, a countenance dark as night appeared before old lady Su, none other than Jiang Feng's father, Jiang Zhenan. Old lady Su, if I do not receive a satisfactory, the Jiang family stands as the foremost clan of the outer sect, wielding influence that far surpasses that of the Su family. Thus, upon witnessing the moment he stormed in with his entourage, the matriarch of the Su family, Elder Su, was instantly enveloped in a veil of shock and trepidation. Master Jiang, surely, we can discuss this amicably. What on earth has transpired? Why this grand display of force in my Su family's abode? Do not forget, Wanyun has now ascended to the status of the Qilin maiden. My Su family is no longer what it once was. Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the sect? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Zhenan wasted no time, delivering a resounding slap across Elder Su's face. Bang! You wretched old woman. Wanyun becoming a true disciple is her own affair. What merit does your Su family have to boast whilst remaining in the outer sect? Furthermore, do you presume there is no one from the Jiang family within the inner sect? Let me be clear. My Feng has succumbed to demonic obsession. And is it not your design that has orchestrated this calamity? A thunderclap of realization struck Elder Su, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Feng has fallen into demonic obsession? What relevance does that hold for my Su family? Chapter 65. Only the abyssal jade spirit herb can save him at this moment. Elder Su, clutching her face, was filled with bewilderment. It must be noted that there has historically been little contention between the Su and Jiang families. Aside from Jiang Feng's prior pursuit of Su Wanyun, no disputes had ever arisen. Yet now, Jiang Zhenan had come with such a formidable force to the Su family, asserting that Jiang Feng's plight was due to their machinations. Surely, there must be a cause for this turmoil. Though Elder Su was deeply offended, having been publicly humiliated at the age of 90 before so many young members of various families, it was indeed an unparalleled disgrace. Nevertheless, given the Jiang family's might, annihilating the Su family within a brief span would be a trivial task. As Jiang Zhenan had indicated, the Jiang family had formidable backing. Should they obliterate the Su family, it was unlikely that they would face severe repercussions from the sect. After all, Su Wanyun is Su Wanyun, and the Su family is merely the Su family, as long as the safety of the true disciple was not at stake. A mere outer sect family would hardly provoke the sect leader to hold an inner sect elder accountable. Thus, at this juncture, Elder Su had no choice but to yield. Master Jiang, please clarify. I truly do not comprehend what has transpired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenan recognized that Elder Su might indeed be oblivious to the situation. He promptly asserted, "Summon Su Qingcheng, and all will become clear." What? Su Qingcheng? The expression on Elder Su's face shifted dramatically, and she cast a glance at a nearby individual, prompting them to hastily make their way to the rear courtyard. At that moment, Su Qingcheng had just tended to his wounds, his head swathed in bandages. Upon receiving the summons from Elder Su, he was taken aback. Had she not abandoned him? Little did he know, upon entering the hall, he was met with the fierce gaze of Jiang Zhennan. Surrounded by a throng of Jiang family guards encircling the entire Su family hall, he was instantly bewildered. "Uncle Jiang, what is happening?" Without uttering another word, Jiang Zhennan delivered a swift slap that caused the bandages on Su Qingcheng's face to burst open, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Jiang, why did you strike me?" he exclaimed, genuinely confused. After all, he had provided Jiang Feng with a broken spirit pill. Theoretically, the Jiang family should have been grateful. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhennan's fury intensified. He transformed into a veritable avenger. Bang! In an instant, he unleashed a second strike with a thunderous force, sending Su Qingcheng flying. Jiang Zhennan, renowned as the mightiest patriarch of the outer sect, possessed a cultivation level that had reached the 9th rank of spirit building. Even the esteemed matriarch of the Su family, the venerable Su, could not contend with Jiang Zhennan in a single encounter. Su Qingcheng, being merely at the late stage of the 1st rank of spirit building, stood no chance against him. "Uncle Jiang, what have I done to incur your wrath?" Su's matriarch could no longer remain silent. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qingcheng was still a descendant of the Su family and had received comprehensive training over the past 6 months. Though he could not be compared to Su Wanyan, he had the potential to become a commendable inner disciple in the future. Stepping forward, she implored, "Indeed, Patriarch Jiang, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Zhennan's face darkened with fury. "You insolent fools! Do you have the audacity to question me? Do you not understand? It is because of that fool's worthless spirit elixir that my Fenger has gone astray. Though he has received timely treatment and is currently stable, it will not last long. Unless rare celestial herbs, such as the abyssal jade spirit grass, can be found, it will not be long before my Fenger becomes a madman, utterly bereft of reason." With these words, Su Qingcheng's countenance changed dramatically. What? Jiang Feng had consumed his worthless spirit elixir and gone astray? How could this be possible? He had indeed given Jiang Shao a spirit elixir, but how could it lead to such a calamity? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhennan's eyes nearly bulged with rage. "How would I know? It must be that you, in your desire to surpass Fenger at the Ascension Conference, deliberately poisoned the elixir." Su Qingcheng was both astonished and incensed. However, confronted by the formidable presence of Jiang Zhennan, he found himself momentarily bereft of confidence, even struggling to articulate a response. Meanwhile, the Su family members were equally bewildered. It had been ages since a spirit elixir had appeared in the outer sect. From where had Su Qingcheng acquired it? And if he possessed it, why did he not consume it himself, but instead gifted it to Jiang Feng? Could it be that he harbored resentment towards the Su family due to Su Wanyun's rise to prominence, seeking to ingratiate himself with the Jiang family? With this thought, the matriarch of the Su family glared fiercely, demanding, "Su Qingcheng, what on earth is going on? Explain yourself." Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Su Qingcheng quickly devised a response. "The spirit elixir was indeed given to Jiang Shao, but I acquired it at an auction held by the Treasure Pavilion. The reason I gifted it to Jiang Shao was that we both share the fire spirit root. His exceptional talent could greatly benefit my own cultivation. Consider this. The Jiang family's strength in the outer sect is well acknowledged, and I am no fool. I cannot afford to offend them." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Zhennan and the matriarch of the Su family fell silent. Although it could not be confirmed whether Jiang Feng's claims were entirely truthful, the assertion that the spirit elixir was obtained from the Treasure Pavilion could easily be verified. Furthermore, his desire to befriend Jiang Feng was not entirely without merit. After Su Wanyun became a true disciple, the attitude and treatment from the Su family towards him indeed underwent a significant transformation. He aspired to enhance his cultivation, and associating with geniuses of the same spiritual root was undoubtedly a shortcut. "Very well. Even if what you say is true, my Fenger is currently in grave danger. Thus, your Su family must take responsibility for this. At present, only the abyssal jade spirit grass can save my Fenger. I grant you 3 days. If you fail to procure it, I will destroy your Su family without hesitation. At that time, do not blame me, Jiang Zhennan, for being unreasonable." With that, Jiang Zhennan led his men away for the time being, leaving the atmosphere within the Su family at a freezing point. How outrageous. Jiang Zhennan is truly overstepping his bounds. To conclude that the broken spirit pill caused Jiang Feng to go astray without substantial evidence is clearly an indication that he perceives us as easy targets. One member of the Su family exclaimed angrily. However, another quickly interjected, I believe this matter was instigated by Su Qingqing. Does he not have other avenues to enhance his strength aside from befriending Jiang Feng? If he could bid for the broken spirit pill with those spirit stones, why did he not consume it himself to elevate his realm? What utter foolishness! No wonder he cannot compare to even a single strand of Su Wanyun's hair. These words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Su Qingqing, yet he could only grit his teeth and swallow the humiliation in silence. The matriarch of the Su family raised her hand to signal for silence. Enough. What use is there in discussing this now? Everyone must immediately mobilize all their resources to search for the abyssal jade spirit grass. If it remains unfound within 3 days, Jiang Zhenan's wrath will bring calamity upon the Su family. After her statement, the crowd nodded in agreement and dispersed. Once everyone had departed, the matriarch approached Su Qingqing. Slap. Another thunderous reprimand followed. You worthless fool. Look at the mess you've brought upon the family. Do you still dare to covet the family's treasured Tai spirit fire? Do you not take a moment to reflect on what kind of person you truly are? Upon hearing this, a hidden fierceness flashed in Su Qingqing's gaze, directed at the ground beneath him. Chapter 66. Encountering Lin Shuer again in the following 3 days, Qin San remained idle at Silent Whisper Mountain. In his leisure, he engaged in light-hearted banter with CC. When fatigued, he practiced his techniques. Although mastering several techniques seemed a distant goal, even a minor increase in proficiency by a few hundred points markedly enhanced their power. That afternoon, while practicing the dragon absorption technique, he had reached a proficiency of 1500. He could instantly draw a targeted object to himself from nearly 30 meters away, achieving a remarkable accuracy of 100%. Qin San mused to himself that if this technique were employed to seize a cute little creature from afar, it would be exceedingly delightful, especially when contending with beautiful female adversaries, as it could render them utterly powerless in an instant. Goodness, I never anticipated that after 3,000 years of living, I would discover such a wicked side of myself. He exclaimed. Hey, Qin-san, could you perhaps reconsider your approach with this technique? CC suddenly interjected. Startled, Qin-san asked, what do you mean? Well, when you absorb something, doesn't the spiritual energy in your palm form a vortex? She replied. If one could reverse the rotation of this vortex, would it not transform suction into propulsion? Upon hearing this, Qin-san's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed. How could I have overlooked such a notion? You fool, of course you wouldn't think of it. Get lost, Qin-san retorted, yet instinctively began to alter the flow of his spiritual energy as per CC's suggestion. To his astonishment, a force of propulsion emerged from his palm, sending CC flying away. Fortunately, he had harnessed a modicum of spiritual energy. Otherwise, CC might have plummeted off the cliff. Hey, are you trying to kill me by blowing at me? CC's shrill voice echoed back, but Qin-san had no time to respond, for at that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, Congratulations, Master, for comprehending your self-created technique, Push Dragon Palm. This technique has been classified as a high-level spiritual skill. Since the energy flow of Push Dragon Palm mirrors that of Absorb Dragon Palm, merely reversed in direction, the proficiency levels of both techniques will advance in tandem. To Qin-san's surprise, CC's casual remark had inadvertently led him to the creation of a new technique. Absorb Dragon Palm and Push Dragon Palm, one drawing in and the other pushing away, could serve both as a means of control and a form of attack. In the absence of vegetation to execute the entangling roots, these techniques could be considered divine skills for group combat. Of course, they were equally effective in one-on-one duels. Imagine, when an opponent charges at him with full force, a single application of Absorb Dragon Palm could completely disrupt their balance and rhythm. Following this, utilizing another technique for an instantaneous counterattack would leave few capable of responding, even if they managed to react. A subsequent Push Dragon Palm could thwart their retaliation while simultaneously propelling them away to meet their demise. How extraordinary! In his excitement, Qin-san selected a stone to practice upon. Proficiency of Push Dragon Palm, 1. Proficiency of Absorb Dragon Palm, 1. Proficiency of Push Dragon Palm, 1. Proficiency of Absorb Dragon Palm, 1. Proficiency of Push Dragon Palm, 1. Proficiency of Absorb Dragon Palm, 1. After several dozen repetitions, Qin-san's breathing grew labored, a result of his dwindling spiritual energy. Well then, that will suffice for now. Time to descend the mountain. Why descend? It had been 3 days since Su Qingqing obtained the spirit-breaking pill. He speculated that it must have reached Jiang Feng by now. If Jiang Feng had consumed it, he could exploit the situation to his advantage. Thus, he hastily consumed a qi-gathering pill, a token of affection bestowed upon him by Su Wanyun, and made his way to the outer sect. As expected, after a brief inquiry, he discovered that both the Jiang and Su families were nearing madness. Not only were they frantically seeking information about the abyssal jade spirit herb, but the Jang family had nearly come to blows with the Su family. Upon learning this, a sly grin crept across Qin San's face. The plan had succeeded. Jiang Feng had ingested his spirit-breaking pill and had succumbed to madness. At this moment, the setting sun bathed the sign of the treasure pavilion in a golden red hue. The treasure pavilion held auctions nearly every day, varying in scale from grand events to more subdued gatherings. Upon stepping into the treasure pavilion, a rich fragrance enveloped me instantly. The interior was adorned with opulence, indicating that a grand event was indeed underway. "Young master?" A clear, melodious voice rang out from behind. Turning around, I beheld Lin Shuer, dressed in a moon-white gown, her eyes sparkling brightly beneath her veil, clearly surprised to encounter me here. What a rare visitor. The last time, the Millennium 8-leaf grass garnered quite a bit of attention for the pavilion. I was just pondering when you might return, and lo and behold, you have come today. I rubbed my nose and replied, "In truth, I visited just a few days ago, but you were not present." Lin Shuer arched her brows and smiled. "I heard about it. It seems you sold a defective spirit pill, did you not? I wonder, dear sir, do you have any treasures to part with today?" With a slight smile, I retrieved a spirit herb from my storage pouch. The leaves of this herb were a deep, enchanting green, shimmering with silvery hues along the veins. It was none other than the abyssal jade spirit herb returned by the system. Upon seeing it, Lin Shuer's breath caught in her throat, her fingertips nearly grazing the leaves before retracting sharply, her expression undoubtedly one of shock beneath her veil. "Is this the abyssal jade spirit herb?" She lowered her voice, glancing around cautiously before pulling me into a nearby side hall. "Do you realize how rare this is? In nearly a decade, only 2 have appeared in the inner sect, and they were both flawed." "Is that so?" I yawned. "It's for treating someone who has succumbed to demonic frenzy. It holds no value for me. I was merely considering trading it for some spirit stones." Lin Shuer's gaze remained fixated on the abyssal jade spirit herb, her mind racing as she connected the dots. It was essential to note that her identity was not as simple as it appeared. While others believed she hailed from the inner sect, she possessed an undisclosed background. Just 2 days prior, she learned that Jiang Feng had apparently consumed a problematic defective spirit pill, leading to his current predicament. Now, here was a man presenting the very herb that could remedy such a condition. The implications were clear. Could it be that the defective pill he sold previously was the one Jiang Feng had ingested? After a moment's contemplation, she maintained her radiant smile and inquired, "Do you intend to auction it or sell it directly to me? If you choose to auction with this quality, the starting bid should be at least 50,000 spirit stones. If I were to purchase it, I could offer 150,000. What say you?" In terms of rarity, the abyssal jade spirit herb was undoubtedly on par with the Millennium 8-leaf grass, and at critical moments, its price could soar exorbitantly. Her offer of 150,000 stemmed purely from the herb's singular purpose, treating demonic frenzy. Without demand, it could languish unsold for a decade or 2. Moreover, the efficacy of spirit herbs diminished over time post-harvest, risking a loss should it remain unsold. Thus, her proposed price was high under any circumstance. Nevertheless, I opted for an auction. "Let us auction it. The last Millennium 8-leaf grass fetched 200,000. Perhaps there might be someone in need this time, and it could sell for even more." Lin Shuer regarded me with a deep gaze, further convinced of her suspicions. It appeared that Jiang Feng's demonic frenzy was indeed linked to me. Who was I, to possess treasures such as the Millennium 8-leaf grass and the abyssal jade spirit herb? After all, such rare treasures cannot be acquired solely through luck. Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Shuer said, "Very well, then please wait for a moment in the VIP room. Tonight's auction is most fitting for the abyssal jade spirit herb to be the grand finale." After leading Qin San to the VIP room from their previous visit, Lin Shuer managed to contain her excitement and hurried off to make arrangements. Undoubtedly, the treasure pavilion would once again create a sensation today. Chapter 67, A Profitable Venture. Outside the treasure pavilion, Su Qingcheng arrived, bearing dark circles under his eyes and beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Ever since Jiang Feng fell into madness, old lady Su had been relentlessly pressing him for the abyssal jade spirit herb, compelling him to search far and wide. Yet, he racked his brain and found no leads, ultimately resorting to chance at the treasure pavilion. Today marked his 3rd visit. "Steward," he called out, his tone urgent. "Is there any news of the abyssal jade spirit herb today?" The steward smiled slightly. "Please remain calm, young Master Su. I have just received word that tonight's auction indeed features the grand finale item, which is the abyssal jade spirit herb." "Really?" Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is the starting bid?" "I will offer triple the amount." However, the steward stroked his beard and replied, "I'm afraid that is not in accordance with our rules. The starting price is 50,000 spirit stones, and the final price will depend on the bidding tonight. If you are determined to acquire it, simply wait for the auction." "Very well. Thank you, steward." Su Qingqing expressed his gratitude, though his eyes darkened with suspicion. The refusal to accept his offer suggested that there were insiders who knew more than he did. He hurried back to the Su family to inform Old Lady Su of the news. Upon hearing the information, Old Lady Su sighed with relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the abyssal jade spirit herb had finally made an appearance. Without hesitation, she handed Su Qingqing a hefty storage bag. This contains 300,000 spirit stones. Ensure you secure that item for me. If the Jang family can navigate this crisis, our Su family will be spared from calamity. I warn you if anything goes awry. Prepare to be removed from the family tree, just as Su Wanyan was. Su Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, grandmother, please rest assured. I will certainly obtain the abyssal jade spirit herb. As night fell, the treasure pavilion's auction lit up the surroundings. Qin San lounged in the VIP room, enjoying complimentary spirit fruits, while Cici perched on the windowsill, observing the bustling crowd below. When the host ascended the auction stage, cradling the abyssal jade spirit herb, a hush fell over the entire room. Esteemed guests, we now present tonight's grand finale item, the abyssal jade spirit herb. This herb can dispel the affliction of madness. With a starting bid of 50,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 5,000. Seated in the front row, Su Qingqing waited for a moment. Seeing no one else bid, he boldly raised his hand, 55,000. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. The herb held limited utility for most attendees. Unless someone in their household had succumbed to madness, who would spend a fortune on it otherwise? Seeing this, a smug smile crept onto Su Qingqing's lips, convinced that the jade herb was destined for him. 100,000. Suddenly, a languid voice emanated from the direction of the VIP room, resonating throughout the hall via the spirit trumpet. Su Qingqing abruptly turned around to glance at the VIP room, his expression instantly darkening. What? There's someone else in the VIP room. And why are they competing with me again? The crowd was in an uproar. No one had anticipated that aside from Su Qingqing, there would be another willing to bid 100,000 for this herb. A hint of amusement flickered in the steward's eyes as he realized it was none other than the esteemed guest from the outer sect. Just before the auction commenced, he had learned from Lin Shuer about the origins of the abyssal jade spirit herb. It was evident that the young master was bidding solely to inflate the price. The VIP room had offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Was there a higher bid? At this moment, Su Qingqing trembled with anger, but fortunately, he had 300,000 in his possession, providing him with ample confidence. 110,000. 120,000. Qin San from the VIP room spoke again, his tone laced with ease. He aimed to make a substantial profit, while simultaneously undermining Su Qingqing and Jiang Feng. After all, this abyssal jade spirit herb was a return from the system. Aside from him and Su Wanyu, it would be ineffective for anyone else. Naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to raise the bid. The mere thought of Su Qingqing winning the bid and giving it to Jiang Feng, only for it to yield no results, brought him immense joy. Who told them to offend him, the ancestor of their sect? As expected, Su Qingqing continued to raise the bid. 130,000. Qin San, 140,000. 150,000. Qin San, 180,000. Damn it. 200,000. Qin San, 220,000. Good heavens. Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. In no time, the bid had soared to 220,000. He could no longer remain seated and stood up. Addressing the VIP room, may I inquire which esteemed senior is present? To be candid, I urgently require this abyssal jade spirit herb to save a life. And I hope the esteemed senior can part with it. However, the steward gently cleared his throat. Young Master Su, please adhere to the auction rules. I announced 220,000 once, twice, thrice. 230,000. Su Qingqing had no choice but to hastily place a bid, his frustration simmering to the point of explosion. Last time, during the bidding for the spirit elixir, he was not stopped. Now, it was clear they were forcing him to increase his bid. Yet, there was no recourse. The treasure pavilion had immense backing, and he could not afford to offend them either. Simultaneously, Qin San was gauging Su Qingqing's limits. If this fellow could not keep bidding, he would end up losing out entirely. 240,000. Su Qingqing bellowed. 280,000. Hearing this, Qin San chuckled. According to his estimations, even if this price was not Su Qingqing's absolute limit, it was likely close enough. Continuing to bid would entail too great a risk. Let's conclude it here. 280,000 once. 280,000 twice. 280,000 thrice. The gavel fell, and Su Qingqing collapsed onto his chair, taking heavy breaths, his back already chilled. Fortunately, he had succeeded at last. Jiang Feng would be saved. The Su family would be saved. In the VIP room, Qin San snapped his fingers. With 280,000 secured, even after deducting the treasure pavilion share, it amounted to a staggering sum. What a windfall. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuer arrived. She handed over the spiritual stones after deducting the 10% commission to Qin-san. A total of 2,520,000 spiritual stones. Your skill is remarkable, young master. I did not expect you to elevate the price to 280,000 spiritual stones. It truly caught me by surprise. Lin Shuer remarked with a smile. Qin-san chuckled. I nearly thought I was about to engage in a losing venture, yet unexpectedly, a generous benefactor emerged. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer couldn't help but chuckle softly. To be candid, it was quite fortuitous for the young master. Which is why I did not deter you when you mentioned the auction. Oh, what brings you to such a conclusion? Do you already know that someone is in need of it? Lin Shuer gazed intently at Qin-san and remarked, in the past few days, the Jang and Su families have been inquiring about the abyssal jade spirit grass, and they appear quite eager. Today, Su Qingqing from the Su family has come to bid. Likely for this very reason. Have you not caught wind of this, young master? Qin-san was no fool. He could discern the underlying implications in Lin Shuer's words. It was evident that suspicion had fallen upon him. However, it was reasonable to assume that as the master of the treasure pavilion, Lin Shuer was no ordinary individual and likely already knew the cause of Jiang Feng's predicament. Naturally, he did not wish to reveal that he was the instigator. At this moment, he feigned ignorance and said, I have no idea. I truly haven't heard anything. So I suppose I just stumbled upon a stroke of luck that led to this high price? This response, of course, did not satisfy Lin Shuer. Although Qin-san appeared composed and his tone was well masked, she believed she could not be mistaken. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. It seems your fortune is indeed remarkable. Rare treasures such as these are unattainable for most, yet you have acquired two in succession. I am increasingly curious about your true identity. Qin-san waved his hand dismissively. Ah, what identity do I possess? I am but a mere servant. A servant? Yes, a servant. If you don't believe me, take a look. He then handed Lin Shuer his servant identification badge. Upon seeing it, Lin Shuer displayed a look of astonishment once more. You truly are a servant. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin-san disregarded Lin Shuer's complex expression and turned to depart. Lin Shuer did not pursue him, but instead, her deep eyes sparkled with an even greater sense of astonishment than during their initial meeting. How could a mere servant manipulate both the Jiang and Su families so effortlessly? You have truly piqued my curiosity. It seems the outer sect is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 68. Another method at this moment. The sunset painted the sky in exquisite hues. However, the atmosphere within the Jiang family was as tense as frozen ice. Jiang Feng lay on the bed, his breath faint. His once pallid complexion now bore a strange, dark hue, indicating a further deterioration of his injuries. Beside him, Jiang Jinan had not closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days, his hair now half turned white. With tears streaming down his face, he had resigned himself to the thought of annihilating the entire Su family, convinced that Jiang Feng would not survive the night. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered to report, Master, Su Qingqing from the Su family has arrived. He seems to have obtained the abyssal jade spirit grass. What? Is that true? Then let him in at once. Soon, Su Qingqing burst into Jiang Feng's residence, clutching the abyssal jade spirit grass, and exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Jiang, I got it. The abyssal jade spirit grass. He held the grass aloft, his face alight with pride. Jiang Jinan had almost lost all hope, but now, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Wonderful. Bring it to me at once. He seized the abyssal jade spirit herb, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the silvery luminescence cascading from its leaves, confirming beyond doubt that it was indeed the coveted herb. This is splendid. With this, Fenger shall be saved. He immediately commanded his servants, hurry. Fetch the alchemist from the pill tower. As soon as we concoct the tranquil heart jade spirit pill, my Fenger will recover instantly. Su Qingsheng rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching Jiang Jinan. Uncle Jiang, this jade spirit herb cost my Su family over 300,000 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. To save young Master Jiang, our family's spirit treasury has already. He spoke with a deliberate intent to gain some advantage. For he himself was out of spirit stones and could only rely on the Jiang family for future support. A mere 300,000 spirit stones is nothing. Once my Fenger is healed, I shall reward you with 400,000. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's heart soared with delight. As long as old Madame Su remained unaware, that 400,000 would belong to him. What a windfall this would be. Before long, an alchemist hurriedly arrived. His name was Wang Yu, renowned in the outer sect. It was said that he was a disciple of the inner sect's pill tower master, Wang Chongyang, possessing the skills of a third-tier alchemist. Jiang family head. I hear you have acquired the abyssal jade spirit herb? Indeed. Master Wang, please take a look. Jiang Jinan presented the herb. Wang Yu took it, inspecting it closely. An emotion flickered across his face. It was unmistakably the abyssal jade spirit herb, allowing for the immediate crafting of the Tranquil Heart Jade Spirit Pill. Excellent. I shall trouble Master Wang then. Once completed, my Jang family will surely reward you handsomely. Wang Yu smiled slightly and waved his hand. No need for rewards. It is but a trifling task. With that, he entered a side chamber, retrieving an alchemy furnace to commence the pill-making process. Jiang Zhenan, accompanied by a crowd of Jiang family members, stood anxiously outside, with Su Qingcheng blending in among them. The former paced impatiently, while the latter schemed over the impending benefits. Before long, half an hour passed. Wang Yu emerged, drenched in sweat, holding a jade vial. Jiang family head, the pill is ready. Please allow young Master Jiang to consume it at once. Excellent. Jiang Zhenan accepted the vial and uncorked it. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, he poured the pill into Jiang Feng's mouth. The crowd held their breath, awaiting a miracle. However, moments later, the dark hue on Jiang Feng's body not only failed to dissipate, but instead spread at a visible pace. Suddenly, he coughed violently, expelling a stream of black blood, his breath growing weaker as if he were on the brink of death. Fenger, Jiang Zhenan's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly turned to Wang Yu. Master Wang, what is happening? Wang Yu also looked bewildered. Calm down, Jiang family head. Let me examine him. He stepped forward, taking Jiang Feng's pulse. The moment he did, his expression changed dramatically. What? How can this be? Jiang Zhenan could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, demanding, Master Wang, what is going on? What has this is something you should have discerned yourself. Jiang Zhenan's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. What on earth is going on? Observing this, Wang Yu's countenance flickered with displeasure. Here I am, extending my goodwill to assist in alchemy, and yet I am now being unjustly accused. Master Jiang, my method of concoction is without flaw. It appears that the issue lies within young Master Jiang, who seems to be afflicted by a peculiar repulsive force that clashes with the chaotic spiritual energy within him, exacerbating his injuries. Thus, in my humble opinion, there is but one possibility. Someone has tampered with the abyssal jade spirit herb. What did you say? Jiang Zhenan exclaimed, abruptly turning his gaze to Su Qingcheng, fixing him with a fierce stare. You scoundrel! Are you trying to harm my Fenger? Su Qingcheng, terrified, felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees. Uncle Jiang, please do not speak recklessly. That abyssal jade spirit herb was procured by me from the treasure pavilion. How could I have tampered with it? If you doubt me, you may inquire at the treasure pavilion. Curse it! Jiang Zhenan kicked him away, sending Su Qingcheng tumbling to the ground. It is well known that the last entities one should provoke, especially within the outer sect, are 4 establishments: the Law Enforcement Division, the Pill Tower, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Library Pavilion. The Law Enforcement Division and the Pill Tower are directly affiliated with the sect, while the Treasure Pavilion and Library Pavilion both possess significant influence. Therefore, Jiang Zhenan would never dare to stir trouble with the Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, every item auctioned by the Treasure Pavilion undergoes rigorous scrutiny to ensure its authenticity before being presented for sale. He staunchly refused to believe that the fault lay with the Treasure Pavilion. Consequently, he directed all blame towards Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng, listen closely. Regardless of your involvement in this matter, the abyssal jade spirit herb is what you brought. Should anything happen to my Fenger, the Su family shall await retribution. Wang Yu, witnessing Jiang Zhenan's uncontrolled fury, realized the gravity of the situation. After all, the Jiang family's influence is immense, and a disturbance could undoubtedly alter the dynamics of the entire outer sect. Master Jiang, please, do not act impulsively. I will administer a tranquil heart pill to young Master Jiang immediately. It may buy us another 2 days. With that, he hurriedly produced a pill and placed it into Jiang Feng's mouth. However, even with this action, Jiang Zhenan understood that it was merely a drop in the bucket. How could one procure another abyssal jade spirit herb in just 2 short days? Master Wang, is there any other method to save my Fenger aside from the abyssal jade spirit herb? Wang Yu bowed his head in contemplation, pondering for a considerable time, until finally, an idea emerged. Indeed, there is another approach. However, its execution may prove somewhat challenging. Before Wang Yu could elaborate, Jiang Zhenan urged him on. Master Wang, just speak. Whether it can be accomplished is my concern. My Fenger is in dire peril. If there is any chance to save him, I must try, regardless of the difficulty. Realizing he had no alternative, Wang Yu replied, if we can find a female disciple with a wood spiritual root whose cultivation level is comparable to young Master Jiang's, and then engage in dual cultivation, we might be able to leverage their contrasting attributes to dissipate the raging fire spiritual energy within him. Of course, what I propose is not merely ordinary dual cultivation. The fusion of yin and yang is essential. This approach may yield results superior to consuming the abyssal jade spirit grass. However, Such an action could potentially inflict unpredictable harm upon the young female disciple with the wood spirit root, possibly rendering her incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the trembling Su Qingqing suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Isn't there a wood spirit root disciple within the outer sect who possesses a similar cultivation level as Jiang Feng? That would be his and Su Wanyun's aunt, Yu Xiangning. Chapter 69. A martial contest for marriage? Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xiao is saved. Upon recalling Yu Xiangning, Su Qingqing erupted with excitement. Jiang Zhenan also immediately thought of her. Yet, the complication lies in the fact that Yu Xiangning's former husband had tragically passed away during a trial before their nuptials, leading the Su family to expel her from their home. Currently, she had become a member of the law enforcement division and was esteemed by Li Qiushui, even rising to the rank of captain. Approaching her was evidently not as straightforward as dealing with others. Of course, that was not the pressing issue at hand. The concern was that Su Qingqing, in his foolishness, seemed oblivious to the presence of outsiders. Did he truly wish for Wang Yu to report Zhang's intentions to the law enforcement division? The very next moment, he carelessly flung a provocation. Slap. A glimmer of hope. Indeed. Are you suggesting I summon the matriarch of the Su family to engage in a yin-yang union with my Feng'e? How absurd. At this moment, seizing the opportunity while Su Qingqing was dazed from the slap, Jiang Zhenan quickly clasped his fists toward Wang Yu, saying, Master Wang, I beseech you to forgive my earlier rudeness. I was overwhelmed with grief. Please, I ask for your understanding. Wang Yu sighed. It's nothing. I comprehend your desperation to save your son. I harbor no ill feelings. Unfortunately, I find myself unable to assist further, so I shall take my leave. With a nod, Jiang Zhenan escorted Wang Yu out. Once he returned to the room, his expression darkened as he addressed Su Qingqing. Young man, if you wish to avoid a grim fate, you had better devise an exceptional plan. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the Beast Valley to feed the beasts. The Beast Valley, situated in the southern region of the Tianyin Sect, is home to a multitude of ferocious creatures and is a territory even the inner sect elders dare not approach recklessly. Any martial artist below the earth profound realm who falls within would face certain death. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing trembled with fear and stammered, Master Jiang, please quell your anger. I do possess a method. It can allow you to procure Yu Xiangning without provoking the law enforcement division. Oh, pray elaborate. Su Qingqing took a deep breath. Master Jiang, you may not be aware, but although Yu Xiangning was cast out by my great-grandmother, her name remains on the family tree. The sect has a regulation stipulating that if a married female disciple encounters widowhood without offspring, the male elder has the right to arrange a new partner for her, thus contributing to the sect's lineage. Although a woman may refuse the individuals designated by the male elder, she cannot reject the arrangement entirely. At this juncture, Jiang Zhenan interjected excitedly, a martial contest for marriage. Precisely, Uncle Jiang. It is indeed a martial contest for marriage. Su Qingqing beamed with delight. He continued then, should you personally take to the stage and triumph over all challengers, she will have no choice but to become a member of the Jiang family. At that moment, do not say that you can save Jiang Xiao. You may even find some enjoyment for yourself. I presume that Uncle Jiang is not unaware of Yu Xiangning's beauty, correct? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that Yu Xiangning's beauty is known to nearly everyone in the outer sect. Aside from Su Wanyun, she stands as the most beautiful woman in the outer sect, even surpassing Tang Youyou from the Tang family. As a man in the prime of his life, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent. After all, his wife had passed away many years ago, and the maids in his household had grown tiresome. Occasionally, he yearns for the company of a beautiful woman. Who would have thought that you, young man, possess a modicum of cleverness? Very well. I shall now seek out old Madame Su. Soon, Jiang Zhenan arrived at the Su residence and found old Madame Su. She had presumed that Jiang Feng had already recovered and greeted him with, Congratulations, Master Jiang. Jiang Xiao should be, suddenly. A resounding slap echoed as a large hand struck old Madame Su's face. Congratulations to your mother. Jiang Zhenan, infuriated at the sight of the old woman, directly took his place at the head of the Su family. He then recounted the entire sequence of events. When old Madame Su learned the truth, she was utterly bewildered. Su Qingqing had spent 300,000 spirit stones to acquire the abyssal jade spirit grass, and it had proven ineffective? Had the spirit stones granted by the inner sect been squandered in vain? However, it was no longer merely a matter of spirit stones. It was a grave concern regarding the survival of the Su family. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Zhenan intended for Yu Xiangning to marry into the Su family, she promptly acquiesced. Very well, I shall notify Yu Xiangning at once. Master Jiang, rest assured, I believe Jiang Xiao will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Jiang Zhenan scoffed, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Meanwhile, Old Madame Su immediately dispatched someone to the law enforcement office to inform Yu Xiangning. At that moment, Yu Xiangning was interrogating an outer sect disciple accused of theft at the law enforcement office. Upon hearing that someone from the Su family had arrived, she hurriedly set aside her affairs and went to the case hall. When informed that old Madame Su wished to see her, an expression of astonishment crossed her face. After all, many years ago, when she had been cast out of the Su family, old Madame Su had declared that she never wanted to see her again. Now, the request for her return was perplexing. Could it be related to the Jang family matter? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. As a captain in the law enforcement office, Yu Xiangning was well aware of the events that had transpired in the outer sect over the past few days, especially the sight of Jiang Zhenan storming towards the Su family, witnessed by many. However, she had long ceased to regard herself as a member of the Su family. And as long as matters did not escalate to the point of requiring the law enforcement office's intervention, she felt little inclination to involve herself in the Su family's affairs. She had long seen through old Madame Su and the character of the Su family. Yet, when Yu Xiangning arrived at the Su residence, she was taken aback by old Madame Su's intentions. What? Grandmother, you wish for me to marry? Indeed. You are over 30 and have yet to bear a child for the sect. It is only natural that you should marry. But I do not wish to. Yu Xiangning stammered, flustered. Old Madame Su interrupted her sharply, showing no sign of gentleness. Silence. Do you think you can simply refuse? Do not forget, the sect has regulations. As a woman without children and bereaved of her husband, I hold the rightful authority to arrange a new marriage for you. After all, our sect has upheld internal lineage for centuries. You are not removed from the family register, which aligns perfectly with this rule. Thus, you must abide by it. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiangning was utterly taken aback. She had previously wondered why, after being expelled from the Su family, her name had not been erased from the family tree. It turns out they had left a contingency. Furthermore, she was convinced that the Su family's sudden actions were undoubtedly linked to the Jiang family. Although Jiang Feng's descent into madness had been meticulously concealed by Jiang Zhenan, Yu Xiangning's thoughts immediately turned to him. May I have some time to consider this matter? Yu Xiangning attempted to buy time. However, the next words from old Madame Su swiftly severed her escape route. There is no need for consideration. I know you will not agree. So I have already sent someone to inform the marriage pavilion to arrange a martial arts contest for your courtship. At that time, whoever stands victorious in the arena shall marry you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangning's complexion turned ashen. She never expected old Madame Su to act so swiftly. Just then, as if summoned, an elderly man arrived in a disheveled state. He was an elder from the outer sect's marriage pavilion. Ahem, old Madame Su. I have already made arrangements for the martial arts contest. It is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. I will personally act as the notary and preside over the courtship arena. Chapter 70. Jiang Zhenan makes his entrance. Early in the morning, the open space before the marriage pavilion of the Tianyan sect was already teeming with people. The announcement of the martial arts contest for courtship released by the Su family in conjunction with the marriage pavilion had swept through the outer sect like a tempest. Chief Enforcer Yu Xiangning, the widow of the Su family, remarrying. The victor may claim the beautiful lady. Every word was enough to stir the nerves of the outer sect disciples. At this moment, just past the hour of Chun, the stone steps surrounding the square were filled to capacity, with disciples even climbing rooftops and treetops to witness the spectacle, the clamor nearly lifting the clouds. Yu Xiangning stood in a private room on the second floor of the marriage pavilion, her fingertips tightly gripping the token of the enforcer's office. The sharp edges of the token pressed painfully against her palm, yet it paled in comparison to the chilling dread in her heart. Yu Xiangning, the time has come. You must make your entrance. The elder's voice from outside commanded with an air that brooked no dissent. Yu Xiangning abruptly turned, the copper mirror reflecting her pale visage. When she received the summons from old Madame Su the previous day, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing she could navigate the situation with her position as chief enforcer. However, upon seeing the sect's regulations presented by the elder from the marriage pavilion, particularly the rules stipulating that widows without heirs must adhere to their husband's family's arrangements, all thoughts of resistance shattered into dust. With such explicit sect rules, even her superior, Li Qiushui, could not intervene. Ultimately, she could not escape the fate of becoming a pawn of the Su family. At that moment, she couldn't help but envy her niece. Su Wanyun. At least Su Wanyun was a prodigy, capable of combating all injustices with her strength. Yet she herself lacked such capability. I understand, she replied, her voice trembling. Taking a deep breath, she tucked the law enforcement command token into her sleeve and straightened her back as she stepped outside. As she navigated through the throngs of people, countless gazes pierced her like needles, some filled with greed, others with sympathy, some mocking, and others lewd. Everyone understood that this contest for marriage, seemingly fair, was likely prearranged. Why else would the Su family have waited until today? That must be Yu Xiangning. Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. Such flawless skin and an alluring figure. After all, she was once the most beautiful woman in the outer sect. Even now, she resembled a celestial being. Although she was a bit older, her allure was undeniable. If only I could savor her beauty, I would gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Once Su Wanyan entered the inner sect, it seemed impossible to find another goddess in the outer sect who could rival her. Even Tang Youyou fell short, lacking the mature charm of a woman. Oh, I have secretly admired Captain Xiangning all along. The murmurs surged like a tide, yet Yu Xiangning remained oblivious. She ascended the stage, her gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below, suddenly spotting a few disciples from the law enforcement division in a corner. Their expressions were anxious. Yet bound by rules, they dared not approach, only clenching their fists in silence. At this moment, the elder of the marriage pavilion on stage cleared his throat, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Silence, everyone. The rules for today's marriage contest are as follows. Any outer sect disciple, regardless of their cultivation level, may register. Challengers will compete in pairs according to their registration order, with the victor remaining on stage until no one dares to challenge further. The ultimate victor shall become Yu Xiangning's partner. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted. I want to register. A burly man with a face full of flesh was the first to leap forward, cupping his fists towards Yu Xiangning and grinning. Captain Yu, my name is Li Hu, 35 years old, and a first-grade spirit builder. Following him, 7 or 8 others surged to the registration platform, comprising both young disciples in their 20s and elderly individuals with graying hair. Yu Xiangning stood on the stage, gazing at these men who were prepared to duel for her, feeling a mix of absurdity and melancholy. She recalled many years ago when Director Li Qiushui had patted her shoulder upon her entry into the law enforcement division, saying, "In this world, strength is the foundation of existence. Only with strength can one defy fate." Back then, she believed that through her efforts, she could break free from the constraints of the Su family. Yet in the end, she could not escape the fate of being treated as a commodity. But upon reflection, it made sense. She was, after all, the weakest with spirit root, coupled with mediocre talent. What future could she possibly hope for, relying solely on hard work? First match, Li Hu versus Zhang Ping. With the elder's command, the two figures instantly became entangled on the stage. Li Hu's steel blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, while Zhang Ping, agile, evaded with his nimble footwork. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with many beginning to place bets on the outcome. Yu Xiangning's gaze settled on the bulging veins of Li Hu, and a figure suddenly flashed in her mind. The one who was a bit frivolous, a bit lecherous, yet always there to rescue her from peril, He Chuan. She also recalled He Chuan's jest about wanting her to pledge herself to him. Tears welled in her eyes, and she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have accepted him back then. But now, she didn't even know where he was. Bang! A muffled sound abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Zhang Ping was struck in the chest by a kick from Li Hu, spitting blood as he fell from the stage. Li Hu, with an air of triumph, raised his blade and grinned at Yu Xiangning, saying, "Miss you, once I've dispatched these rabble, you shall be next." Before his words had faded, a swift figure darted across the arena, landing gracefully before Li Hu. The newcomer, clad in a blue long robe and possessing a handsome visage, was none other than the renowned expert from the outer sect, Zhou Ming. "Brother Zhou has arrived? I thought he was already betrothed," someone remarked. "Fool. Miss Yu is the captain of the law enforcement division. Marrying her is tantamount to establishing connections with half of the division." Another chimed in. "The sect has no regulations on how many wives a man may take. If I had Zhou Ming's prowess, I would pursue her as well." The discussions from the crowd filled Yu Xiangning with a profound sense of aversion. She felt as though she were a fish on a chopping board, subjected to the scrutiny of others. The various idle comments, born from each individual's ulterior motives, sent a chill down her spine. Undoubtedly, she would prefer to endure unwelcome advances from He Chuan than to hear the nauseating words spewed by these individuals. For all their bravado and conversation, how many would truly dare to step onto the stage? At that moment, she watched Zhou Ming draw his sword, observed Li Hu's begrudging fall, and witnessed one man after another fighting for ephemeral fantasies before her. Everything felt like an absurd nightmare. The knowing smile of Elder Su from the audience spoke volumes. The main event had yet to arrive. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the bloodstains on the stage were exchanged for new ones. Li Hu had lost an arm, Zhou Ming a rib, and several reckless disciples nearly lost their lives in the fray. Yet, the one constant was the predatory gaze of each challenger as they took to the stage, as if she were a mere trophy. Who would dare to step forth next? The victor upon the stage was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th rank in spirit building. He surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. his gaze lingering on Yu Xiangning as a wolf covets a lamb. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, clearly deterred from further challenges. The elder from the marriage pavilion stroked his beard, poised to announce the results. Unbeknownst to him, the crowd suddenly stirred. Make way, clear a path. With the brusque command, a passage opened within the throng. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe strode forward, his eyes sharp as a blade. Behind him trailed a dozen bodyguards from the Jang family, each exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Zhenan. The audience fell silent, the bearded victor paling, instinctively retreating a step. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiangning's heart plummeted to despair. How could it be Zhang Zhenan? Chapter 71. I am He Chuan. At that moment, Zhang Zhenan paid no heed to anyone else, striding directly to the edge of the stage, gazing up at Yu Xiangning. Sunlight fell across half of his face. The interplay of light and shadow revealing an unmasked greed and ferocity. It seems I have arrived late, he proclaimed, his voice low yet resonant. Reaching every corner of the square, Yu Xiangning is mine. Whoever dares to contest that shall taste the might of my fists. As his words fell, he moved slightly, effortlessly leaping onto the three-zhang high arena in a single bound. At the sight of this, the bearded man dared not linger any longer, hastily rolling and scrambling off the stage. What a joke! The foremost patriarch of the outer sect, Zhang Zhenan, would easily overpower 100 of him. What was there to fight about? Zhang Zhenan, observing the scene, let out a cold smile, flexing his wrists as his knuckles cracked with a sharp sound. His gaze fell upon the pale-faced Yu Xiangning, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Captain Yu, once the most beautiful woman of the outer sect. It's surprising that after all these years, you have become even more alluring, he remarked. Yu Xiangning found herself at a loss for words, disbelief etched across her bloodless face. She had assumed that the mastermind behind this martial contest for marriage was Jiang Feng, who, after failing to win Su Wanyun's heart, shifted his focus onto herself, thus pressuring the Su family. However, it was evident that the reality was far more complex. At that moment, Zhang Zhenan cast his gaze towards the crowd below the arena, exuding an overwhelming arrogance as he proclaimed, "Does anyone dare to challenge me? Is this multitude merely a pack of cowardly rats?" A thunderous uproar ensued. Zhang Zhenan was undeniably brazen, utterly disregarding those around him. Yet, most could only harbor their indignation in silence, for Zhang Zhenan was a ninth-grade spirit-building expert, and those within the outer sect capable of contending with him were few and far between. I have heard tales of the Jiang Patriarch's supremacy in the outer sect. Today, I shall seek to learn from you. Suddenly, a figure shot up to the arena like an arrow released from its bow. This individual, known as Iron Arm, was Zhao Ming, at the pinnacle of fifth-grade spirit building, renowned for his close-quarters combat techniques. His arrival elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. It's Elder Zhao Ming. Who would have thought Iron Arm would also show up? It is said he is a martial fanatic, disinterested in women. He must be here to challenge Zhang Zhenan's arrogance. Jiang Patriarch, allow me to demonstrate my skills. Zhao Ming declared on stage, his fists colliding with one another, producing a series of sharp cracks. The iron bone-shattering fist. Golden spiritual energy entwined around his fists, hurtling towards Zhang Zhenan's chest with tremendous force. Zhang Zhenan merely raised an eyebrow, even refraining from exerting half of his strength. As Zhao Ming's colossal fists descended, he nimbly sidestepped, delivering a swift palm strike to Zhao Ming's chest. Mountain-crushing palm. Bang. Crack. The resounding sound of bones shattering accompanied Zhao Ming's agonized scream as he plummeted from the stage like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the crowd and igniting a wave of gasps. Zhang Zhenan dusted off his palms, as if merely brushing away a few specks of dust. Is there anyone else? In that moment, the silence was palpable. How terrifying. The disparity between a ninth-grade spirit builder and a fifth-grade spirit builder was indeed insurmountable. The so-called Iron Arm Zhao Ming could not withstand a single strike. Fortunately, it seemed that Zhang Zhenan's arrogance had not gone unchallenged. Another figure leaped onto the arena. It was Lu Qing, known as the Swift Sword Master, whose cultivation surpassed Zhao Ming's, reaching the sixth-grade spirit building. Jiang Patriarch, brace yourself. Moon reflected in water. Without further ado, he swung his sword, thrusting it forward with a blade enveloped in azure water spiritual energy, aimed directly at Zhang Zhenan's throat. Yet, mere inches from its target, the blade was effortlessly pinched between two fingers. Your swordplay is far too slow. How can you call yourself a swift sword master? Truly laughable. Zhang Zhenan flicked his fingers, causing Lu Qing's grip on the sword to shatter, sending the blade flying from his grasp. Following this, a whip-like kick struck him at his side, and Lu Qing fell as if struck by a heavy hammer, curling up and rolling off the stage, unable to rise for quite some time. The defeat of two renowned external disciples left the audience in complete silence. Those who had initially been eager to participate exchanged glances, suddenly hesitant to step forward. Undoubtedly, the chasm between a 9th-grade spirit builder and those of the 5th and 6th grades was insurmountable, not bridged by mere courage or luck. Jiang Zhenan surveyed the surroundings, his cold smirk becoming increasingly pronounced. It seemed that no one dared to challenge him any longer. Elder, may we announce the results? The elder of the marriage pavilion nodded silently. With all registered challengers defeated and no one left to take the stage, it was only fitting that this contest for marriage come to a close. Esteemed guests, given that the head of the Jiang family possesses exceptional strength, and no one dares to challenge, I hereby declare. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. The voice was clear, emanating from the rear of the crowd. Though soft, it pierced through the noise, reaching every ear distinctly. The crowd turned to see a figure clad in a gray long robe parting the throng as he approached. He stood tall and composed, his face obscured by a dark mask, revealing only a pair of piercing, yet clear eyes. Earlier, 30 minutes prior, Qin San had just descended from Jingyu Mountain, intending to gather information about Jiangfeng near the Jiang residence. Ever since Su Qingsheng had taken away the abyssal jade spirit grass, he had been awaiting news of Jiang Feng's demise. However, upon reaching the main thoroughfare of the outer sect, he witnessed a throng of disciples rushing towards a certain direction. Let us go see. Yu Xiangning is hosting a contest for marriage. Is that true? She was once the most beautiful woman in the outer sect. Qin San's heart sank. Why on earth was the delightful girl hosting a contest for marriage? He hurriedly mingled with the crowd, and as he drew closer to the marriage pavilion, the throng thickened, and the atmosphere grew more fervent. Indeed, when he finally reached the outskirts of the square and caught sight of that familiar figure on the stage, Qin San's fists clenched tightly. Yu Xiangning, dressed in a simple gown, stood there like a magnolia battered by a tempest. Her eyes filled with despair, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. The arrogant Jiang Zhenan on stage further implied there was more to the story. Could it be related to Jiang Feng? Was he still alive? Thus, when Jiang Zhenan defeated the swift swordsman and the elder of the marriage pavilion was about to announce the results, he made his entrance. Damn it! Yu Xiangning was the woman he had set his sights on, especially after sharing intimate moments with her. How could she be claimed by another? At that moment, several Jiang family guards sternly reprimanded him, stepping forward to block his path. Who dares to disrupt the affairs of the Jiang family? Seeing this, Qin San suddenly darted to the side, his movements fluid as flowing water. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind several guards, none managing to touch the hem of his garment. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Oh, this young man seems quite skilled, but his identification badge indicates he is merely a servant, and judging by his voice, he sounds quite young. Could he be a hidden master? Forget it. Even if he possesses some skill, what does it amount to in comparison to the master of the Jiang family? After all, with a 9th-grade spirit establishment, even Su Wanyun would not stand a chance against him. Indeed, amidst the idle chatter, Qin San steadily approached the arena. Gazing up at Jiang Zhenan with a smile in his voice, is a 9th-grade spirit establishment truly worthy of claiming invincibility? The outer sect's waters are rather shallow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenan's earth spirit power surged dramatically, and he laughed heartily. Ha! Young man, I genuinely wonder who granted you such confidence. If that is the case, state your name. Allow me to experience your esteemed skills. Qin San smirked, then lightly tapped his toes on the ground, effortlessly soaring onto the stage. He casually uttered 2 words, I am Hechuan. Chapter 72, Battle Against the 9th-Grade Spirit Establishment. Boom. The moment Qin San announced his name, the entire venue erupted in commotion. What? He is called Hechuan? Is he truly the Hechuan who shattered the historical record of the Trial Tower? Incredible. This fellow did not participate in the grand competition, yet has appeared at this moment, but he does not seem particularly strong. Could he possibly be someone with the same name? It cannot be ruled out that this individual is masked, perhaps to avoid recognition, deliberately disguising himself. On the edge of the arena, Yu Xiangning, who had been engulfed in sorrow, suddenly lifted her head, revealing an expression of disbelief. She initially thought he was merely another challenger seeking his own downfall, thus she did not even spare him a glance. Hearing his name now, she abruptly realized. That voice. It belongs to none other than Hechuan. Indeed, upon seeing the figure on the stage, tears began to flow uncontrollably. It is he. The one who always arrives in times of peril, with his lighthearted yet slightly mischievous demeanor. However, after the fleeting joy, an overwhelming sense of worry and fear surged forth. In this world, there are few individuals she holds dear. One is Su Wanyun, and the other is Hechuan. Yet the problem lies in the fact that Hechuan now faces Jiang Zhenan, the strongest master of the outer sect. There is no chance of victory, particularly since the Hechuan that others speak of, the one who broke the trial tower record, is not the same as the one she knows. This is something He Chuan has explicitly stated. Only because He Chuan, like her, possesses a wood spirit root, and a wood spirit root warrior, even with the same realm as Jiang Jin's, stands little chance. This is not merely a matter of cultivation, but rather the inherent disadvantages of wood-type spiritual power and martial arts. Are you insane? You are no match for him. Quickly withdraw. Yet Qin San not only refused to back down, but also strode directly towards her. As their gazes met, Qin San smiled gently. Last time, when I suggested you offer yourself to me, you declined. After today, you cannot possibly refuse again, can you? With that, he turned to face Jiang Jinan. Yu Xiangning stood frozen in place, tears brimming in her eyes. It turns out he has always been earnest, willing to confront the strongest master of the outer sect for my sake. But does he not realize that even if Wan Yun were present, she could not possibly defeat Jiang Jinan? Yu Xiangning intended to step forward to stop him, but an elder from the Inyuan pavilion swiftly intervened, blocking her path. Yu Xiangning, since this is a contest to win a spouse, anyone who voluntarily steps onto the stage must duel according to the established rules. How can you arbitrarily intervene? Step aside. Yu Xiangning's complexion paled, revealing a look of helplessness. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinan wore a sneer, clearly amused. He Chuan is quite clever, indeed. Although I am unsure if you are the rumored He Chuan, since you are courting death yourself, I can hardly be blamed. It is essential to note that Jiang Jin's is no fool. From Yu Xiangning's reaction, it is evident that she is well acquainted with the He Chuan before her, and their relationship seems to be of significant importance. As Yu Xiangning is about to become his woman, she cannot afford to let this man escape easily. In the next moment, he suddenly brandished his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of earth elemental energy. A practitioner of earth elemental roots possesses profound and substantial energy. Through their techniques, they can exert a degree of control over earth and stone, making them versatile in both offense and defense. Having surpassed 40, Jiang Jinan is well versed in the characteristics of earth elemental energy. With the influence of the Jiang family in the outer sect, he possesses an extensive repertoire of earth techniques. The most formidable head of the family would not be merely a name. The rock sword technique. Shattering strike. Boom. Jiang Jinan swung his sword with great force, the blade sending shards of earth and stone flying as it struck the arena, causing a minor eruption of debris. Although this move appeared grandiose, the earth elemental energy was intricately infused within each fragment, carrying tremendous impact. Qin San, witnessing this, felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly. An unprecedented thrill coursing through him. Since attaining his cultivation, he had never encountered a true adversary. Despite Jiang Jinan's absolute advantage in cultivation, he felt no trepidation of defeat. True fire palm. Boom. With a swift motion, a ball of intensely high-temperature fire surged forth. Upon contact with the shards of earth and stone, they were instantaneously melted away. The audience below gaped in astonishment. Goodness, how is his true fire palm so powerful? The temperature of that spiritual fire can instantaneously liquefy stone? I have seen Su Wanyu use this technique, but never at such a high temperature. The true fire palm was renowned as one of Su Wanyu's peak techniques. With only 2 techniques to her name, the fire sky sword technique and the true fire palm, she diverged from the common path of accumulating numerous techniques, opting instead for a few, yet refined methods. It is precisely this unique approach that rendered her almost mythical against opponents of the same realm. Even those employing higher-level techniques found it challenging to compete with her. Yet, the audience's perception is now being reshaped. The He Chuan on the stage, executing this true fire palm, seems even more formidable than Su Wanyu at her zenith. However, little do they know that it is not Qin San's prowess that is extraordinary. Rather, Su Wanyu had recently mastered the fire-based auxiliary technique, True Flame Art, and as Qin San replicated it, the effectiveness of his other fire techniques naturally escalated. Just then, Jiang Jinan, witnessing the fireball charging towards him, felt a shift in his expression. Quite impressive. Watch this, earth wave surge. He swung his sword horizontally, the sword energy suddenly stirring the ground's earth and stone, creating a wave-like shockwave. In an astonishing turn of events, the surface of the arena transformed into a soft cushion under the influence of earth elemental energy, abruptly propelling a stone wall upwards with a resounding crash. Boom. A fireball exploded, scattering debris in all directions. Jiang Jinan successfully neutralized Qin San's assault. He suddenly emitted a cold laugh, swiftly closing the distance to Qin San. Your end is nigh. Rock Mountain Palm. As the words escaped his lips, Jiang Jinan's palms flipped, channeling his earth-based energy into a formidable force that descended upon Qin San like a small mountain. Reacting instantly, Qin San unleashed the blazing palm to confront the oncoming attack, yet was met with an overwhelming sense of dread. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Jiang Jinan's colossal palm shattered Qin San's fireball, sending him hurtling backward, perilously close to the edge of the arena. In stark contrast, Jiang Jinan stood firm, undeterred, continuing his relentless pursuit. Ha! A mere initial stage spirit builder dares to challenge me? Such foolishness. Although he could not discern the precise level of Qin San's cultivation, his basic deductive skills allowed him to estimate it. Based on their earlier exchange, he surmised Qin San's prowess to be at most of the first or second rank in spirit building. While he was indeed exceptional among the younger generation, compared to Jiang Jinan, he was merely courting death. In this moment, victory was assured. Meanwhile, the spectators began to murmur among themselves. Oh, this individual possesses remarkable skill. He appears to have attained spirit building. How astonishing that he had never revealed this before. They speculated about his fiery elemental affinity, suspecting he might rival Tang Youyou in strength. Could it be that he is the one who broke the Trial Tower's record? It was challenging to ascertain. If he were indeed that person, his strength should exceed Jiang Feng's, yet he did not seem to reach such heights. On the other side, Yu Xiangning's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise and concern. She was astonished to discover that He Chuan, whom she believed to possess a wood elemental affinity like herself, was actually a dual elemental practitioner of both fire and wood. Could he truly be the He Chuan who topped the Trial Tower rankings? Had he concealed his true abilities? Her concern stemmed from Jiang Jinan's terrifying power, which left her feeling that He Chuan stood no chance. As Jiang Jinan continued to force Qin San towards the edge of the arena, a glint of cunning suddenly flashed in Qin San's eyes. Dragon-sucking palm. Chapter 73. The frenzied Jiang Jinan. The dragon-sucking palm is a remarkably peculiar technique. It possesses no actual offensive capability and cannot inflict harm upon an adversary. Therefore, when activated, it does not emit a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Only the target will sense its pulling force. Consequently, when Qin San unleashed it, those around were entirely oblivious. However, Jiang Jinan was less fortunate. Charging forward with all his might, he was completely unprepared. The combination of inertia and unawareness left him with insufficient time to react upon feeling the sudden pull. What in the world? Boom. In an instant, the suction from Qin San's palm surged forth as he simultaneously activated the wind and cloud shifting steps, deftly altering his stance and regaining his balance. Just as Qin San evaded the attack, an unsuspecting Jiang Jinan lost his equilibrium and tumbled off the stage. At that moment, the entire audience was left utterly astonished. To everyone's astonishment, Qin San's footing proved remarkably stable, allowing him to evade the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinan crashed to the ground face first with a resounding thud. The dull impact echoed across the square, reminiscent of a massive stone plummeting into a serene lake. Jiang Jinan tumbled onto the surface at the edge of the arena in a most disgraceful manner, his cheek making intimate contact with the unforgiving blue stone, instantly leaving a streak of crimson. A profound silence enveloped the scene for what felt like an eternity. All eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. The head of the Jiang family, a recognized powerhouse ranked at the 9th tier of spirit cultivation, had fallen from the stage? Surely, I must be mistaken. Has the head of the Jiang family truly lost his footing? What transpired just moments ago? It appeared as if Jiang Jinan had stumbled on his own accord. Conversations surged like a tidal wave, initially laced with uncertainty, soon escalating into unabashed uproar. I told you, He Chuan was merely fortunate. Indeed, it was Jiang Jinan's own blunder. The 9th tier spirit cultivator loses to a novice in such a manner. This will surely become a source of ridicule. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to incur the wrath of the Jiang family? Nonsense. The truth stands plainly before us. Are we not permitted to speak of it? The disciples below exchanged whispers, their gazes toward Qin San filled with an air of incredulity. They believed that Jiang Jinan had faltered due to carelessness. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that He Chuan's prowess could have shaken a 9th tier spirit cultivator. The elder from the marriage pavilion atop the stage was equally astonished. His hand halted mid-stroke of his beard. Having lived through much and presided over no fewer than 20 marriage contests, he had never witnessed such a scene. The elder opened his mouth, glancing between the composed Qin San and the fallen Jiang Jinan, momentarily at a loss for judgment. Yu Xiangning stood in the corner of the arena, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had observed closely. Jiang Jinan had clearly lunged toward He Chuan, only to suddenly lose his balance as if yanked by an unseen force. Yet, as she scrutinized He Chuan, she found no signs of anything amiss. Could it truly be that Jiang Jinan had been careless? At that moment, none felt more aggrieved than Jiang Jinan himself. Prostrate on the ground, his cheek throbbed painfully, but the rage simmering in his chest was far more excruciating. He distinctly sensed an unexpected pull at the precise moment his center of gravity shifted. This was no accident. That scoundrel must have employed some deceitful trick. Jiang Zhen sprang to his feet, half his face swollen and bruised. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a particularly fearsome visage. He glared at Qin San on the stage, his eyes ablaze with a ferocious intensity. What trickery did you employ? Qin San shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. That accusation is rather unamusing, Jiang family head. Clearly, you lost your footing on your own. Why cast blame upon me? Nonsense. Jiang Zhen roared, his spirit energy surging violently within him. Did you employ some sinister technique? How else could I have lost my balance so suddenly? Sinister technique? Qin San chuckled as if hearing the most ludicrous jest. If the Jiang family head cannot bear to accept defeat, simply say so. Why concoct such excuses? You seek death. Jiang Zhenan was seized by a surge of anger, and had it not been for the presence of the elders, he would have lunged at Qin San and torn him apart. The murmurs from the audience grew louder, incredulous that such a formidable clan leader could not bear to lose. How shameful it was, blaming others for one's own mistakes. Yichuan was right. A loss was a loss, and there was no need for such trivial chatter. These remarks pierced Jiang Zhenan's ears like needles, further fueling his already uncontrollable rage. He knew that if news of this incident spread, it would tarnish the Jiang family's reputation irreparably. At that moment, the elder of the Inyuan pavilion finally composed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem, clan leader Jiang. The arena only concerns victory or defeat, not the process. Since you have already fallen from the stage, according to the rules be damned. Jiang Zhenan interrupted the elder rudely. That brat clearly employed despicable tactics. You must not be deceived by him. The elder frowned, his tone growing serious. Clan leader Jiang. I observed the entire match and did not witness Yichuan employing any foul methods. Rather, it is you who questions my integrity. Do you intend to disregard the Sect's regulations? Though the elder was wary of the Jiang family's power, as a member of the Inyuan pavilion, it was his duty to uphold the fairness of the duel. Seeing the elder's resolute stance, Jiang Zhenan's voice took on a frenzied edge. I care not. That brat surely used deceit. Yu Xiangning must be mine. No one can take her away. He was acutely aware that Jiang Feng lay at home awaiting death. And only Yu Xiangning could save his son. No matter what, he must take her away today. What do you intend to do? Qin San's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward to shield Yu Xiangning. Jiang Zhenan let out a menacing laugh, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting from him. A yellowish aura coalescing into a tangible form. What am I doing? Of course, I am going to kill you, you deceitful little wretch. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he disregarded the presence of the elder and lunged directly at Qin San on the arena. Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the overwhelming aura sent the disciples in the audience retreating in fear, each face reflecting a mixture of shock and indignation. Insanity. The clan leader had truly lost his mind. How dare he disregard the elder and commit violence in public? Yu Xiangning's face, however, Qin San obstructed her. In the face of this earth-shattering strike, his expression remained remarkably calm. With his feet slightly apart, he slowly raised his right hand. The tip of his sword angled towards the ground. A drastically different aura emanated from him, no longer the previous nonchalance, but rather an overwhelming dominance that seemed to disdain everything. Yet, just as he was cultivating the divine flame sword intent, preparing to unleash his most formidable move, a furious voice suddenly echoed across the square. Jiang Zhenan, do you dare to act recklessly on the martial arts engagement platform? As if I do not exist? The crowd turned towards the voice, discovering that an elder from the Affinity Pavilion had, unbeknownst to them, drawn an ancient longsword, its blade shimmering with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. Although he was merely an 8th-tier spirit-building practitioner, slightly inferior to Jiang Zhenan, he stood resolutely, unafraid. Confronting the Tinjiang rock shadow, the elder had been incensed by Jiang Zhenan. Indeed, how arrogant Jiang Zhenan was to disregard even the elder of the Affinity Pavilion. Jiang Zhenan narrowed his eyes and sneered. Old man, even if you are from the Affinity Pavilion, you shall not impede my acquisition of Yu Xiangning today. Step aside. Yu Xiangning was the only lifeline capable of saving Jiang Feng. He would not permit failure. Bastard. The elder shouted angrily, his longsword tracing a circular arc. The Affinity Pavilion is the foremost institution of our sect. How dare you, an outer sect head, act so recklessly? Today, I shall capture you and hand you over to the inner sect for judgment. The Affinity Pavilion, indeed, ranks among the highest authorities of the sect. After all, for centuries, the Tianyin sect had flourished thanks to the continuous organization of matchmaking events by the Affinity Pavilion. Thus, in a certain sense, the status of the Affinity Pavilion surpassed that of a law enforcement hall. Just as the elder's words fell, his longsword unleashed layers upon layers of golden sword energy, forcefully tearing a rift in the rock shadow. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was still slightly lacking, and after the collision of the two forces, he let out a muffled groan, being forced back. However, at this critical juncture, a glint flashed in Qin San's eyes. In order to unleash this earth-shattering palm strike, Jiang Jinan had gathered all his spiritual power into his palms, leaving his foundation remarkably unstable. Dragon-sucking hand, with a slight movement of his palm, an imperceptible pulling force silently coiled around Jiang Jinan's ankle. This force was insufficient to shake a 9th-tier spirit builder, but the timing was impeccably precise, coinciding perfectly with the moment Jiang Jinan stepped forward, when his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise. Jiang Jinan felt a stumble beneath him, his figure immediately swaying, causing the rock shadow he intended to send forth to veer off course. Not good. In that instant, terror surged in his heart. He sought to steady himself, but it was already too late. His towering figure, having stumbled, shot forth like a kite with its string cut, hurtling directly towards the elder of the Affinity Pavilion. The elder was also taken aback. He had intended to block Jiang Jinan and create a sliver of opportunity for Qin San, never expecting such a turn of events. As Jiang Jinan barreled towards him with a gust of wind, he instinctively raised his sword. Uft! The crisp sound of blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the bustling square. Jiang Jinan looked down at his chest, half of the sword's body having pierced through his heart, disbelief flooding his eyes. Blood gushed forth along the blade, instantly staining the collar of his garments. Jiang Jinan wished to utter something, yet all that escaped his lips was a mouthful of blood. Turning his gaze to Qin San, he noticed a fleeting smirk upon the latter's face, and his heart swelled with resentment and bitterness. For even in death, he had only begun to grasp that the stumble moments prior was no mere accident. Alas, he had lost the opportunity to expose the truth. Thud! Jiang Jinan's heavy form collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. The square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, staring blankly at the unfolding drama on the arena. The elder, gripping the still-bloodied sword, wore a look of utter bewilderment. His mouth opened in vain, unable to articulate a single word. Jiang Jinan was dead? The elder had slain the head of the Jang family? Surely not. It seemed as though the head had inadvertently thrust himself upon the elder's blade. After a brief, stunned silence, the square erupted into an uproar more intense than any prior commotion. Goodness, how could this be? The head of the Jang family had slipped and impaled himself on the sword? How fortuitous for He Chuan. The disciples buzzed with chatter. Their eyes filled with envy as they regarded Qin San. To them, it was clear that Jiang Jinan had hastened his demise in his eagerness to slay Qin San, inadvertently colliding with the elder's sword. A victor indeed. How remarkable it is that the head of the Jiang family has inadvertently met his demise in such a manner, an occurrence so rare that it happens but once in a millennium. It has become evident to me that, at times, fortune outweighs strength and significance. Surely, this fellow must have stepped in dog excrement before venturing out. Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinarily fortunate? At this moment, Qin San turned to Yu Xiangning, only to find her still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. He couldn't help but chuckle. What is the matter? Are you still processing this? Let it be known that from this day forth, you are officially mine. Yu Xiangning, regaining her senses, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she playfully admonished him. Who said that? We haven't even completed the formalities. Yet, despite her words, her heart blossomed with warmth. With Jiang Jinan gone, she had finally freed herself from the shadow of the Su family. From this night onward, she would no longer have to fear being exploited by them. As Qin San gazed upon her bashful demeanor, he was about to draw her into his embrace, when suddenly, a notification from Xiao Wu echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully acquiring the second partner. Yu Xiangning detected that Yu Xiangning possesses a wood spirit root. With a cultivation level of second-tier spirit building, mastering the techniques wood vine technique, flying leaf sword technique, and unraveling threads. Replication ability activated. Replicating techniques wood vine technique, flying leaf sword technique, unraveling threads. I have also detected that Yu Xiangning is a first-tier alchemist, possessing unparalleled alchemical talent. Master has gained the ability to replicate alchemical techniques. Current number of partners, 2. System has evolved to the second stage. Replication ability has been enhanced. In the future, Master can attain cultivation through the first partner, Su Wanyun, always maintaining a level higher than hers. Moreover, through the second partner, Yu Xiangning, Master can acquire alchemical skills, always remaining a tier above her. Congratulations, Master. You have become a second-tier alchemist. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Qin San stood there in shock, his mind flooded with a torrent of memories. In addition to the 3 techniques, he gained profound insights into alchemy. He never anticipated that Yu Xiangning was, in fact, A first-tier alchemist with an extraordinary talent unmatched in history. Had he stumbled upon a remarkable fortune? After all, alchemists are among the most esteemed professions in the Xinjiao continent. With countless warriors numbering in the billions, there are but a mere fraction, less than 1 in 10,000, who possess the gift of alchemy. This means that, in the Xinjiao continent, only 1 in every 10,000 warriors might have the potential to become an alchemist. Consequently, alchemists are highly sought after wherever they go. Even a first-tier alchemist can amass wealth that ordinary warriors can scarcely imagine. And Yu Xiangning, with her unparalleled talent, was destined to acquire boundless spirit stones in the future. Truly impressive. Moreover, Qin San was astonished to discover that his system could upgrade. While it seemed superficially unchanged, the enhancements were significant. Previously, he could only replicate up to twice the cultivation level from Su Wanyan. Yet, as his cultivation level continued to rise, the practical benefits of that twofold increase would become increasingly negligible, and the gap between his and Su Wanyan's realms would diminish, eternally existing within the same realm. Yet the circumstances have shifted. As Su Wanyan's level ascends, he will eternally remain a notch above her. Additionally, Yu Xiangning's alchemical prowess has become formidable. Initially, his affection for her was merely innocent, but now she has transformed into a veritable koi fish, brimming with boundless potential for wealth. Hey, what is wrong with you? At this moment, Yu Xiangning, noticing his distraction, could not help but inquire. Qin San snapped back to reality, grinning widely. It's nothing. I just feel unexpectedly happy. Haha. He reached out and embraced the beauty in his arms. Yu Xiangning instinctively resisted for a moment, but upon realizing she had become his partner, she blushed and acquiesced. Don't be so reckless. There are so many people watching. Indeed, let us hasten home. What? But I still have to return to the law enforcement hall. Let South leave this place first. Unquestionably, the outer sect disciples surrounding the arena were in a frenzy. How could they engage in such public displays of affection in broad daylight? Yu Xiangning, who usually maintained a stern and frosty demeanor, instilled fear in others due to her position in the law enforcement hall. Little did they know she had long been involved with someone else. And that He Chuan was even more despicable. Knowing full well that everyone was watching, he still dared to embrace her, deliberately provoking them. Wah, I can't stand it. I must rush home and vent my frustrations on my wife. Damn that He Chuan, I loathe you. Qin San disregarded the envious glares directed his way, swiftly pulling Yu Xiangning away from the scene. Sunlight bathed the two of them, warm and radiant. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the shadows beneath the stage, several core disciples of the Su family returned home with grim expressions. Simultaneously, the guards of the Jang family could only carry Jiang Jinnan's lifeless body back with heavy hearts. This day would undoubtedly alter the fate of the entire outer sect. The patriarch of the foremost family, Jiang Jinnan, met an untimely death in the contest for marriage. The news swept through every corner like a tempest. Meanwhile, Qin San, now Yu Xiangning's partner, became the hottest topic once again. On one hand, people were curious whether the individual on the arena was indeed the same as He Chuan on the trial tower leaderboard. On the other hand, many speculated that this He Chuan might be an imposter, not the genuine article. After all, during his battle with Jiang Jinnan, aside from the flame palm technique, he exhibited no remarkable skills and remained in an absolute disadvantage. Had it not been for the unexpected incident, victory would have been impossible. Of course, these were matters for another time. The crux of the situation was that the Su and Jiang families were on the verge of an explosion. In the Su family's main hall, upon receiving the news, Elder Su was immediately jolted upright. What did you say? Jiang Jinnan is dead. Yes, Patriarch. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Jiang family leader slipped and impaled himself on the sword of the elder from the marriage pavilion, piercing his heart. Elder Su stammered, collapsing back into her chair, her face ashen. This is disastrous. The outer sect Jiang family is merely a branch. The true Jiang family within the inner sect is a terrifying force. Beside her, Su Qinsheng was already paralyzed with fear. He had believed that orchestrating this contest for marriage would surely resolve the Su family's crisis. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinnan met his demise in the arena. What left them even more astonished was that the victor boldly declared himself He Chuan. Is He Chuan truly formidable? Old Madame Su murmured. The messenger disciple shook his head. Not particularly. He seems to excel in only one technique, the blazing palm, executed with remarkable proficiency, perhaps surpassing Su Wanyan in her prime. Yet he has shown no other remarkable talents. Many speculate that he has appropriated another's name. Upon hearing this, old Madame Su could only shake her head. The authenticity of He Chuan was no longer the pressing issue. With Jiang Jinnan's death, it was inevitable that the true Jiang family from the inner sect would soon dispatch someone to tidy up the aftermath. She needed to swiftly gather her belongings and conceal herself and her kin. However, Before she could make her move, an unprecedented pressure descended upon the entire Su family. The overwhelming force rendered everyone breathless, immobilizing them in place. This was dire, a formidable earthly immortal. No sooner had old Madame Su spoken than a figure flashed into the hall like a gust of wind. The onlookers barely had time to discern the person's features before screams of anguish erupted in succession. In an instant, apart from old Madame Su and Su Qingqing, everyone else lay lifeless. The core members of the Su family had nearly all perished. At that moment, old Madame Su finally discerned the identity of the assailant. Her pupils narrowing in shock. It was an elder from the second peak of the inner sect. I am Jang Biaha, old Madame Su. Accompany me to the Jang family. The speaker, a man in his 60s, was gaunt and sharp-featured, yet his mere presence exuded an air of undeniable authority. Old Madame Su's heart sank. She had not anticipated such swift action from the Jang family. Less than half an hour had passed, and they had already arrived from the inner sect. Witnessing the slaughter of her kin, including several brothers and grandchildren, filled her heart with indescribable sorrow and rage. Nevertheless, a wise individual does not act impulsively in the face of danger. The only path to survival lay in complying with their demands. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. As long as Su Wanyan remains, the humiliation endured by the Su family today will surely be repaid in due time. Very well, I shall comply, she responded, casting a glance at Su Qingqing, hoping he would remain to manage the aftermath. Little did she know that in the next moment, Jiang Bieha said, "You too shall come." Old Madame Su's heart dropped. This was bad. Did he intend to eradicate the entire Su family? Chapter 76. Old Madame Su takes the field. Before long, old Madame Su and Su Qingqing arrived at the Jiang family. Accompanied by Jiang Bihe, they dared not act recklessly along the way, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to their demise. Jiang Bieha, as an elder of the inner sect, held a status far beyond that of outer disciples. Thus, even if he were to slay the two of them, he would likely face little consequence. "Enter," commanded Jiang Feng's servant as he opened the door, gesturing for old Madame Su and Su Qingqing to proceed. The two complied without protest, following Jiang Bieha inside. Within the room, Jiang Feng lay upon the bed, his eyes vacant and staring blankly at the ceiling, his body trembling as if afflicted by some strange ailment. In a state of confusion, she muttered indistinctly, unaware of her own words. Yet, what drew the eye most was the conspicuous bulge of his trousers. An ominous premonition inexplicably arose within the old lady Su, prompting her to inquire of Jiang Bieha. "Elder, may I ask why you have summoned us?" Jiang Bieha's tone was frigid, reminiscent of a soulless stone figure, regardless of circumstances. The outer sect Jiang family is still a branch of the inner sect Jiang family. Jiang Feng is undeniably a part of my Jiang family. His current state is inextricably linked to your Su family. With that in mind, what do you suppose is the purpose of my summoning you here? At his words, the old lady Su trembled violently. "Elder, but the head of the Jiang family has passed away, and Yu Xiangning has become another's wife. I truly do not know what to do." However, before she could finish, Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. "Grandmother, there is still a way." "Oh, Qingqing, do share your thoughts," the old lady Su exclaimed with excitement. Su Qingqing continued, "Great-grandmother, are you not a wood spirit root? Moreover, your cultivation level is at the 3rd rank of spirit building, which is close to Jiang Shao's level. If you and Jiang Shao..." Upon hearing this, the old lady Su's expression shifted drastically. She was no fool. She could discern the implications behind Jiang Feng's predicament. It was previously stated by Jiang Zhenan that only a female with a cultivation level close to Jiang Feng's who possessed a wood spirit root could engage in dual cultivation with him to alleviate his demonic state. And she happened to be a wood spirit root, with her cultivation level only slightly above Jiang Feng's. This meant that aside from Yu Xiangning, she was the only one capable of saving Jiang Feng. However, the dilemma was that she had not been intimate for over 40 years, and she was more than 70 years his senior. How could she possibly engage in dual cultivation with Jiang Feng? "Nonsense. What are you babbling about?" Slap. A sharp crack echoed as the old lady Su's hand struck Su Qingqing's face. "Ah!" Su Qingqing cried out, falling to the ground, yet still unwilling to relent. "Great-grandmother. At this juncture, there is no other way. Only through dual cultivation with Jiang Shao can the Su family be saved." Just then, Jiang Bieha approached. "Indeed, old lady Su. You now face 2 choices. First, you can take action yourself to save Jiang Feng. Second, I will annihilate your Su family. Choose your path wisely." The old lady Su stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her premonition had come to fruition. From the moment Jiang Bieha appeared, she realized she could not escape this calamity, though she had never anticipated it would be of such a morally reprehensible nature. "Elder Jiang, is there truly no alternative?" Jiang Bieha seemed to have lost his patience. an oppressive aura emanating from him, instilling fear in the old lady Su, who dared not utter another word. After a moment of silence, it appeared she had made a resolute decision. Very well, I shall go all out today, as long as the Jang family spares the Su family. What is a mere duel cultivation? After all, it has indeed been decades since I have engaged in such matters. Slap. Jang Youyou struck with a forceful blow, his demeanor stable until he heard the words of the old lady Su, at which point his expression darkened. Be silent. Itching, 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 how dare you? That is merely a sign of old age. Hurry up and finish this. Once done, be gone. I shall not even glance at your visage, which resembles that of an aged chrysanthemum. If it were not for the sheer lack of alternatives, do you truly believe I would allow you to undertake this task? After 4 decades of menopause, I find your presence utterly repugnant. With that, I drew a chair and sat directly facing the bed. The elderly matriarch, covering her face, felt both humiliated and profoundly embarrassed. Despite her advanced age, she remained a woman, did she not? Moreover, did this old wretch intend to observe? Qingcheng, turn your face away. Naturally, Su Qingcheng had no desire to behold the figure of a 90-year-old woman and hastily averted his gaze. Yet, Jang Youyou, with a forceful tug, pulled him back. Look closely. If you blink, I shall end you. Su Qingcheng was at a loss, nearly in tears. Was Jang Youyou some kind of perverse old man? Surely, any woman under 40 would suffice, and even one aged 50 would be tolerable, but to witness a 90-year-old's performance in person? Was that not an affront to the eyes? Yet, he could only seethe in silence. At that moment, he could do nothing but fix his gaze firmly upon the bed. Seeing this, the elderly matriarch's heart sank. Very well, as long as it preserves the Su family lineage, anything is worth it. Furthermore, Jiang Feng, being young and vigorous, could indeed alleviate the loneliness she had endured for the past 40 years. Thus, in the ensuing time, a rather shocking scene unfolded within Jiang Feng's chamber, accompanied by sounds that were equally jarring. Meanwhile, after leaving the matchmaking platform, Qin San and Yu Xiangning arrived at a familiar location, the secluded corner of the back mountain, the entrance to what was once a forbidden cave. Why have you brought me here? Yu Xiangning's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Qin San's gaze. Qin San, removing his mask, gently lifted her chin. Ah, this is where we first met. What do you think my intentions are for bringing you here? Yu Xiangning blushed deeper, her body inexplicably heating up. The mere mention of their first encounter conjured the embarrassing scene of their initial drug use within her mind. Stop it. I still have matters to attend to at the law enforcement office. Qin San scoffed at this. Come now, today is the most significant day of your life. Even your director has no reason to deny you a holiday, does he? As he spoke, he could not resist the urge to become more intimate. Once a man has tasted a hint of sweetness, he can hardly withstand temptation. If his relationship with Su Wanyun had blossomed from an accident, his fondness for Yu Xiangning was entirely spontaneous. Thus, he found himself utterly defenseless against her charm. Each time he saw her, he was compelled to seize the opportunity. Now that Yu Xiangning had become his legitimate wife, those previous trifles were utterly insufficient. Before long, Yu Xiangning found herself pinned to the ground. In a delicate dance of resistance and acceptance, her face flushed with a rosy hue, exuding the fragrance of orchids, her beautiful eyes clouded with allure. Stop it. You're being so annoying. Ah, dear wife, you speak incorrectly. It is said that a man must have an edge to be loved by a woman. If I were not so, would you still harbor affection for me? Humph, who said I liked you? I merely find your stubborn demeanor amusing. Soon, you shall witness whether your defiance surpasses mine, she teased, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. However, as Yu Xiangning's garments appeared nearly undone, a sudden sound pierced the air from the cave's entrance. Without warning, a carrier pigeon alighted upon Qin San's head. Chapter 77. The Divine Physician's Manual. Where did this pigeon come from? Qin San pondered, perplexed. Ever since Su Wanyun entered the inner sect, he had returned to a state of solitude in the outer sect. Aside from Cece, the only one he could count on was Yu Xiangning, his newly appointed partner. However, Cece could not write, and he had left her at Jingyu Mountain before departing. Who could possibly send him a message via pigeon? It was evident that the letter was from Yu Xiangning. Indeed, upon retrieving the note from the bird's leg, he discovered it was addressed to him in her handwriting. What astonished Qin San further was the seal on the envelope, which bore the insignia of the inner sect. Madam, your letter. Yu Xiangning, who had been feeling quite flustered by Qin San's teasing, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After casting him a reproachful glance, she rose to take the letter and opened it. The moment she glanced at its contents, sheer elation illuminated her face. Wonderful. I have succeeded. What do you mean by succeeded? Qin San was utterly confused. Snatching the letter from her hands, he scrutinized it closely, his eyes widening in disbelief. The inner sect's pill tower? You were accepted into the inner sect's pill tower? and they require you to report to the outer Sect's pill tower within half an hour? At that moment, Yu Xiangning realized she could no longer conceal her secret. With a hint of remorse, she spoke, "I'm sorry, He Chuan. I truly didn't anticipate such a sudden turn of events, and I hadn't the chance to inform you before we became partners. My lifelong dream has always been to become an alchemist. A few months ago, I participated in the assessment at the outer Sect's pill tower. Afterward, they instructed me to await notification, and I never imagined I would receive a response at this moment." Upon hearing this, Qin San felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Is this really happening? Must you disrupt my moment of triumph? However, he was not particularly surprised by the outcome. The system had informed him of Yu Xiangning's prowess as a first-grade alchemist, leading him to suspect she harbored her own secrets. He had not anticipated that she would secretly participate in the assessment at the outer Sect's pill tower and be directly accepted into the inner sect. This meant she would soon join Su Wanyun as an inner sect disciple, did it not? Seeing Qin San's delayed reaction, Yu Xiangning began to worry he was displeased. "I'm truly sorry. I never expected things to unfold this way, but becoming an alchemist is my lifelong aspiration." Though she did not finish her thought, Qin San found himself at a loss. After all, the system compelled him to cherish and support his beloved wife. "Very well, I understand. In that case, madam, you must hasten to the pill tower without delay. The threshold for entering the inner sect's pill tower is exceedingly high. Only those with exceptional talent are admitted. Your acceptance is a testament to your extraordinary alchemical abilities. Given time, I am confident you will emerge as a renowned grand alchemist." After speaking, Qin San smiled faintly and gently pressed his lips against Yu Xiangning's. Initially taken aback, Yu Xiangning's face soon blossomed into a sweet smile. She had not misjudged this man after all. Consequently, she playfully pecked at the corner of Qin San's mouth. Then, hastily tidying her clothes, she prepared to return to the outer gate. However, at that moment, Qin San suddenly grasped her hand and said, "My lady, please wait. I have something to present to you." "What is it?" Yu Xiangning inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Qin San smiled mysteriously and promptly retrieved a wooden essence sacred relic from his system space. "My lady, this was bestowed upon me by the elder of the trial tower. It is said that consuming it can assist a martial artist in altering their constitution. I hope it proves beneficial to you." He stated this modestly, not wishing to appear too ostentatious, as a sacred relic of such nature was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangning's eyes brightened, and she expressed no skepticism. "Alter my constitution? How wondrous." Yet, after accepting the relic, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. "Husband, such a precious item, why would you give it to me?" Qin San interrupted her. "It's all right. He gifted me 2 of them, and I have already consumed one." With that, Yu Xiangning felt reassured. She accepted the sacred relic, and Qin San took her hand, leading her away from the secluded area of the back mountain. They halted only when they neared the outer gate. "My lady, I shall not accompany you further, lest the Jang family catch sight of us and create trouble for me later," he chuckled. Though reluctant, Yu Xiangning could not deny the truth in his words. With Jiang Zhenan's demise, the inner Jiang family would undoubtedly seize control of the outer Jiang family. If they were to discern his true identity, his situation would become perilous. His previous decision to conceal his face was likely made with this consideration in mind. "Please take great care, my husband. The outer gate promotion tournament is in just over half a month. You must not encounter any mishaps." With her eyes glistening, she could no longer restrain herself and threw herself into Qin San's embrace. He grinned, playfully patting her backside twice. "All right. Did you not say you were much older than me? Why are you crying now? How embarrassing. You're incorrigible," Yu Xiangning retorted playfully, escaping his grasp. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the path towards the pill tower with determination. Yet, halfway through, she turned back with a smile. "Husband, I will await you in the inner gate. I promise we shall complete the unfinished business from earlier." Qin San nodded with a smile, gesturing a heart with his hand. "Remember, you promised. Next month. In the inner gate." Indeed, Yu Xiangning departed, even more abruptly than Su Wanyun, leaving Qin San feeling a sudden emptiness. The heavens were clearly toying with him. He had failed to consummate with his first wife, and now the second was also eluding him. Was this fate compelling him to seek solace with Lu Rian? Fortunately, there was at least one matter that brought him slight joy. That was Yu Xiangning's acceptance of the sacred relic, which triggered a reward from the system. Gifted the second partner, Yu Xiangning, 1 wooden essence sacred relic, received double value in return. "Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the universe's most powerful medical tome, Heavenly Physician's Classic, a medical tome, and the most powerful in the universe, no less." Qin San was eager to uncover the reasons behind this entity's claim to be the strongest in the universe. It turned out that on the Xinqiao continent, besides warriors and alchemists, there existed a myriad of professions. Among these were healers dedicated to saving lives, weapon and artifact smiths, and talisman masters skilled in array formations. However, the most prevalent roles remained those of alchemists and healers. Nonetheless, in Qin San's understanding, the profession of healing had declined into obscurity over the millennia, while it remained an indispensable vocation in various cities and sects across the continent. Its standing could not be compared to that of the alchemists. This decline stemmed from the loss of medical knowledge, which rendered many ailments untreatable. Even the simplest of fractures could become a terminal condition on the Xianxiao continent. Furthermore, many ailments could now be cured through the consumption of medicinal pills, leading to an increasing reliance on alchemists and a growing disconnect in the transmission of medical skills. However, the drawbacks of medicinal pills were glaring. They were both exorbitantly priced and required exceedingly rare materials for the crafting of high-grade pills. For instance, to heal a fracture, one would need to consume the black gold continuity pill, which could only be concocted by a fourth-tier alchemist, with each pill costing around 100,000 spirit stones. While advanced warriors might afford this, lower-tier warriors could only wait helplessly for their bones to heal on their own, often resulting in permanent residual effects. Nevertheless, upon returning to the summit of Quiet Mist Mountain and retrieving the Heavenly Physician's Canon, Qin San found his ingrained perceptions of the past 3,000 years utterly shattered. The world of alchemical medicine was indeed one and the same, and the path of healing was paramount. Chapter 78, Jiang Feng Awakens. In the Jiang family's villa, within Jiang Feng's chamber, the elderly matriarch, devoid of any clothing, lay atop him. Her corpulent form exuded an indescribable odor of aged sweat, while the sagging flesh pressed against Jiang Feng's chest, forming unsightly lumps. Despite her pallid complexion, a blissful smile graced her lips. Who would have thought that at the age of 90, she could still experience the joys of womanhood? The loss of her cultivation was a trivial matter. Indeed, all her wood-based spiritual energy had been entirely devoured by Jiang Feng's overpowering fire energy. Yet, one could not deny the effectiveness of this exchange. Jiang Feng not only stabilized his aura, but also regained a normal complexion. Not long after, as if awakening from a vivid dream, Jiang Feng found himself roused. He felt as though he had engaged in a passionate dream where he battled with a beauty for 300 rounds, reveling in the experience. At that moment, he sensed someone pressing down on him and instinctively embraced. Was it not merely a dream? However, upon opening his eyes, he let out a shrill scream as if he had encountered a ghost. What is this? With a forceful shove, he sent the still enraptured matriarch flying across the room, where she crashed into the corner and fainted upon impact. It was only then that he noticed two others present in his chamber. One was an elder from the inner Jiang family, his paternal great-uncle, Jiang Bia, and the other was Su Qingqing. Great-uncle, what brings you here? Why is old lady Su haunting me? He sat up in shock. The wind blew cold. At that moment, it seemed as if he suddenly grasped a profound truth. Immediately, an intense chill welled up from the depths of his heart. Could it be that his recent spring dream was somehow tied to old lady Su? But why? Why was this happening? Before Jiang Bia could utter a word, he dashed to the side and began to violently vomit into the chamber pot. He retched until his face turned pale, unable to expel anything further, before finally turning to Jiang Bia. At this juncture, Jiang Bia also stood up from his seat. Jiang Feng, there are matters I must divulge to you. Soon enough, Jiang Bia recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding his obsession and the death of Jiang Zhenan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was left utterly stunned. Simultaneously, the fury within him became uncontrollable, and he charged towards Su Qingqing, unleashing a torrent of blows upon him. Su Qingqing was indeed unfortunate. He had just been forced to witness the grotesque and revolting image of his own great-grandmother, only to now find himself on the receiving end of a beating. His heart was a tumult of anger and humiliation, yet, being under someone else's roof, he dared not resist. He could only wait until Jiang Feng had exhausted himself. Then meekly pleaded, "Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry, please stop. If you hit me again, I might die." Jiang Feng howled to the heavens. "Father, your death was so tragic." Jiang Feng was left speechless, his head bowed in despondency. In that moment, he truly felt like a failure. "Great uncle, I understand now. I will not let the Jiang family down, nor betray the expectations of our ancestors." Jiang Bia let out a sigh of disappointment, and then suddenly reached into his pocket, flicking a medicinal pill towards Jiang Feng. "This is the fire spirit pill, given to you by the family head. Consume it, and it will aid you in breaking through your spiritual body, bringing you closer to the level of a profound body. I will arrange for someone to take over the matters of the outer sect of the Jiang family. You need not worry, just focus on your cultivation. Well then, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. As for how to deal with old Madame Su and Su Qingqing, that is for you to decide." With those words, Jiang Bia departed, leaving behind the dazed old Madame Su and the bruised Su Qingqing. Standing before Su Qingqing, Jiang Feng looked down with a gaze full of cold disdain. I implore you, young Master Jiang, grant me a chance to live. I am willing to do anything. Just spare me. Su Qingqing, despite not knowing why he pleaded for mercy, felt compelled to do so. After all, he believed he had committed no wrongdoing. He had spent a fortune to acquire the broken spirit pill, and subsequently invested heavily in the abyssal jade spirit grass. Ultimately, he even devised a plan to force Yu Xiangning into participating in the martial arts contest for marriage. Throughout it all, his intentions had never been to harm Jiang Feng. He merely sought the Jiang family's protection to seize control of the Su family. Yet, each of his steps had led to misfortune. After consuming the broken spirit pill, Jiang Feng went astray. The clear heart jade spirit pill only worsened his condition. The martial arts contest led to Jiang Zhenan's demise. This series of unfortunate events left Su Qingqing questioning whether fate had conspired against him. Why had every decision gone awry? Could it be that he had unknowingly become a pawn in someone else's game? It was at that moment that Jiang Feng spoke. If you wish to survive, it is possible, provided you accomplish one task. Hearing this, Su Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of relief and quickly responded, Young Master Jiang, please instruct me. I will do whatever is within my power. Thus, Jiang Feng crouched down and whispered a single phrase into Su Qingqing's ear. You must kill that old hag. Once you pass the promotion conference assessment, I will allow you to associate with me. Su Qingqing's expression first turned pale, but soon morphed into a sinister grin. Very well. Chapter 79. Is Cece evolving? Late at night, Su Qingqing returned to the Su family home, carrying the nude old Madame Su on his back. With the clan's elite nearly wiped out, many servants had fled, leaving the Su residence eerily silent. Only a few loyal servants remained to tend to the bodies, arranging the deceased in the ancestral hall, covered with white cloths. Upon seeing Su Qingqing return with the exposed old Madame Su, the loyal servants were struck with shock and fear. Young master, what on earth happened? Su Qingqing remained silent, simply instructing, do not ask too many questions. Go. Burn all the bodies. The servant was taken aback. He had anticipated that Su Qingqing would immediately arrange a proper funeral and notify the law enforcement division. Instead, the matter was dismissed so hastily. Yet, he dared not question further and complied. As you command, young master. Dismiss the servants. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Su Qingqing's eyes. He subsequently confined the elderly matriarch of the Su family to the dungeon designated for the punishment of errant family members. The clang of the iron door closing roused Su Laotai from her stupor. Upon realizing her imprisonment, she was taken aback to see Su Qingqing standing outside the cell. Qingqing, what are you doing? Release me at once. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qingqing scoffed, you decrepit old hag. Do you still presume to command me? Su Laotai was utterly astonished. As she gazed into Su Qingqing's eyes, brimming with resentment, she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Su Qingqing, are you attempting to rebel? I am your great-grandmother. Let me out. Huh, great-grandmother? You dare to claim such a title? At 90 years of age, you disgraced the Su family with your lasciviousness. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being my great-grandmother and a member of the Su clan? I shall say this once. Hand over the Tai spiritual fire, or I shall summon 100 abstinent old men to entertain you. Su Laotai's expression shifted dramatically, and she rebuked him. You, how dare you? Such actions are beyond the realm of morality. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Ha! Wrath of heaven? I believe you are the one who deserves divine retribution. Truly sickening. Fury coursed through Su Laotai's veins, yet she found herself devoid of spiritual power, her dantian destroyed by Jiang Feng's fiery essence. Reduced to a state akin to that of Su Wanyun in the past. Qingqing, listen to me. I acknowledge my past transgressions, but you cannot treat me this way. I promise that once I gather a new cadre of talents to restore the Su family's vitality, I will return the Tai spiritual fire to you. Is that agreeable? Regrettably, Su Qingqing remained impervious to her pleas. With a calm demeanor, he replied, unrepentant and obstinate, then wait here. I shall seek others. Since you found pleasure with Jiang Feng, I shall ensure you experience it to the fullest, until death. With that, he turned to leave. Su Laotai, now gripped by fear, cried out, wait. I will tell you, Qingqing. I will tell you. Speak. With a resigned sigh, Su Laotai divulged, the Tai spiritual fire is hidden beneath my bed. Lift the central stone slab, and you will find a wooden box. Upon learning the location of the Tai spiritual fire, a malevolent glint flickered in Su Qingqing's eyes. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword and executed a swift maneuver. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced through the iron bars, plunging directly into Su Laotai's heart. In that moment, her pupils constricted, and she departed this world with a countenance etched in regret and fury. Soon thereafter, Su Qingqing located the seed of the Tai spiritual fire. It was a minuscule red crystal, no larger than a fingernail, yet it emanated a terrifying aura capable of raising the temperature of an entire room. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the Tai's spiritual fire and seated himself in meditation to commence the arduous process of refinement. Time passed swiftly, and less than 3 days remained until the external door promotion event. At Jingyu Mountain, Qin San sat atop a large boulder, closing the Heavenly Physician's manual in his hands. What an astonishing medical technique exists in this world. To cut through flesh, secure broken bones with iron nails, and then stitch it all back together. Finally, with the application of the bone spirit flower juice externally, one can recover 70% within 3 days and achieve complete healing within a week. Astonishingly, this is even more effective than consuming the black gold discontinuous elixir, and the cost is less than 1,000th of that. Impressive, truly impressive. During this period, Qin San has thoroughly studied this medical manuscript. Although it contains an abundance of content and spans a wide array of topics, the system has once again demonstrated its unparalleled convenience. While he cannot absorb knowledge as rapidly as he does with martial arts manuals, everything he has read becomes permanently ingrained in his memory. Furthermore, the related skills are swiftly mastered. In other words, now that he has completed this manuscript, he has acquired all the medical techniques within it. The only exception is the latter part, which details a finger technique known as Ghost Gate 13 fingers, requiring a certain level of cultivation to be executed. The higher the cultivation, the better the healing effect, allowing him to treat more difficult and complex ailments. If he were to attain the legendary sacred realm, this technique could even revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. However, the sacred realm is a distant and ethereal tier, even for someone as talented in martial arts as Su Wanyun. It remains uncertain whether she can achieve it in her lifetime. If she cannot, it would likely be challenging for him as well. Lost in thought, he jumped down from the stone, tucked away the Heavenly Physician's compendium, and stretched languidly. Unbeknownst to him, a moment later, Xiao Wu's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Master. Your companion Su Wanyun has broken through to the 3rd rank of spirit building. Master is always 1 rank above your companion, thus breaking through to the 4th rank of spirit building. Oh, his first wife has made another breakthrough. How convenient it is to elevate one's cultivation simply by reading at home. Delightful. The legendary sacred realm seems not entirely unattainable. At this moment, feeling the expansion of his dantian, Qin San felt thoroughly at ease and turned to enter the house. He noticed CC still asleep and sighed in helplessness. This little useless one has consumed over 20,000 spirit stones in just 20 days and shows little change. Should I consider abandoning her? He approached CC, intending to wake her. However, upon contact, he was taken aback as his finger recoiled from the sudden heat. This is absurd. He possesses a fire spirit root and has a strong tolerance for high temperatures. Yet, he was burned by CC, which was clearly unusual. CC. He became anxious, his face betraying an unprecedented tension. After all, they have been soulmates for 2 millennia, and the notion of abandonment is merely idle talk. Yet, after calling out to her for some time, CC remained unresponsive. Were it not for her serene expression and steady snoring, Qin San might have believed she was on the verge of self-ignition. It must be said, such an abnormal phenomenon is a first in over 2,000 years, leaving Qin San utterly at a loss. Could it be that she is about to evolve? Regardless, she does not appear to be in distress. So he decided to keep her close for now, wrapping CC in a cloth pouch. He tucked her into his embrace and whistled as he made his way towards the outer gate. 3 days remain. To pass the time, one might venture into the trial tower, perhaps to witness the breaking of historical records and ascertain what rewards might be bestowed by the Elder Guardian. Meanwhile, at the Jang residence, boom, with a resounding explosion, the door of the small house in the courtyard shattered. I never anticipated that my Berserk Bear spirit body would evolve into the Berserk Bear profound body. This is splendid. With this, who among the outer disciples could possibly rival me? Jiang Feng excitedly stepped out as the fiery bear apparition behind him dissipated. Although the profound body could not compare to Su Wanyun's sacred body, his aspirations had lessened. He merely aimed to become a closed-door disciple. Each one is it? You think breaking records is a feat? Today, I shall shatter your records. Chapter 80. Confrontation at the trial tower. In Jiang Feng's estimation, He Chuan, who had fought against his father and stolen Yuxiangning, was likely the one who had broken the record in the trial tower. After all, according to later inquiries, many believe that He Chuan possessed the cultivation of early spirit building. In the outer sect, reaching spirit building before the age of 20 was exceedingly rare, and the probability of 2 appearing simultaneously was even more minuscule. Shortly thereafter, at the foot of the trial tower, Jiang Feng spotted He Chuan's name on the Elder Guardian's leaderboard. Elder, I wish to challenge the trials. The Elder Guardian recognized Jiang Feng at once. a look of pity crossing his features. Once the second in the outer sect, he was now overshadowed by Su Wanyun, and with his father's demise. He was likely here for a final effort before the promotion conference. Before long, Zhang Feng successfully entered the trial tower and swiftly dispatched his foes, progressing from the first to the sixth floor in less than 3 minutes. Each level was conquered in mere seconds. How astonishing! I never expected that after the evolution of my spirit body, my combat prowess would exceed 5-fold, as he felt the tumultuous fire spirit energy within him. An unprecedented confidence surged within Zhang Feng. What if I break the record? In comparison to me, they fall woefully short. With an indomitable spirit, Zhang Feng ascended to the 7th floor. At the same time, at the entrance of the trial tower, a masked man appeared. Elder, I trust you are well. I am He Chuan, here to challenge the trial tower. Upon hearing the name He Chuan, the elder guardian's murky eyes sparkled with interest. He had just seen off Zhang Feng, and now this mysterious figure who had shattered records had arrived, igniting his curiosity. One was a once celebrated prodigy of the outer sect, the other a mysterious dark horse. If only he could witness who among them was superior. With this thought, the elder's frail fingers lightly twirled the copper bell at his waist, and the faint sound of gears turning echoed from deep within the tower. Chuckling, he handed the mother and son token to Qin San. Young man, proceed inside. However, I must confess, I have added a few surprises within the tower today. Let us see how you fare. Qin San, intrigued, accepted the token without a second thought and stepped through the tower's entrance. Inside the 7th floor, Zhang Feng had just smashed the last puppet with a single punch. Feeling the surging power within him, he smirked coldly. He Chuan? Merely a stroke of luck. Watch as I reclaim my rightful glory. He strode purposefully towards the 8th level, crimson spiritual energy surging between his fists, brimming with combat fervor. However, the moment he stepped into the 8th level, Zhang Feng abruptly halted. The scene before him diverged strikingly from his recollections. In the center of the previously empty stone chamber stood a semi-transparent water mirror, reflecting the visage of another stone room. What was the meaning of this? He recalled it being different before. In his bewilderment, he surmised that the trial tower had undergone some modifications and chose not to delve further into it. After vanquishing the puppets of the 8th level, he seated himself in a meditative posture to recuperate. Yet, before long, a masked figure appeared in the stone chamber on the other side of the water mirror. Who could that be? Zhang Feng's pupils constricted sharply. The figure in the mirror dashed forward with remarkable speed, effortlessly demolishing 8 puppets with a series of swift strikes, the process both decisive and efficient. What kind of technique was this? Earth-based? Metal-based? Unable to discern the nature of the opponent's spiritual energy through the water mirror, he could only speculate about their identity. Wait a moment, this was the 8th level. Who could traverse it so effortlessly? Could it be that this individual was He Chuan? A thunderous realization struck Zhang Feng's mind. After all, since Tang Youyou's Dao heart was damaged and she vanished without a trace, the only one capable of breezing through the 8th level, aside from himself, would be that enigmatic He Chuan. Who else could it be? Simultaneously, Qin San also caught sight of another person in the water mirror. Zhang Feng. This fellow was still alive. Had he discovered some special method of healing? Had he found a suitable partner for the union of yin and yang? It turned out that since studying the heavenly physician's canon, Qin San had learned of a peculiar healing method for those who had fallen into madness. This method involved engaging in union with a woman of similar cultivation and opposing attributes to soothe the chaotic spiritual energy within. The earlier competition for Yu Xiangning's hand in marriage must have been orchestrated by the Jiang and Su families. However, after Qin San had succeeded with Yu Xiangning, the Jiang family was left seeking another. Who could be the unfortunate woman in this scenario? At this moment, observing Zhang Feng's furious glare through the water mirror, Qin San was struck by a sudden impulse. It seemed this fellow had already deduced his identity as He Chuan. Thus, let him once again experience the sensation of being crushed beneath someone else's might. He chuckled. With that, he ascended the steps to the 9th level. On the other side, Zhang Feng could not abide the thought of lagging behind anyone, especially not an adversary indirectly responsible for his father's demise. Consequently, he too immediately stepped onto the 9th level. The elder guarding the tower sat outside, stroking his beard and grinning like a cunning old fox. He had just secretly activated the trial tower's mirror corridor mechanism, dividing the same spatial level into 2 identical regions, connected by the water mirror. This arrangement allowed both individuals to witness each other's progress, while ensuring they remained isolated from direct contact. This was a hidden feature of the trial tower that had not been employed for centuries. At this moment, on the 9th level of the trial tower, Zhang Feng faced 9 puppets, his rage simmering. His father's death, the title he had been robbed of, and the presence of He Chuan on the other side of the water mirror. All of these emotions coalesced into a potent impetus for battle. compelling him to abandon his weapons and strike the puppets with his bare fists. Fiery mountain fist, enveloped by a fist infused with flames. A single strike shattered the chest of a puppet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the water mirror, Qin San had just stepped into the 9th layer. Observing Jiang Feng's fervent combat style, he couldn't help but smirk. Fool, do you not have any spiritual energy left? With a swift movement, he initiated the wind and cloud shoulder step. Unlike the rear mountain, the tower lacked vegetation, rendering wood-based techniques useless. Therefore, Qin San could only rely on fire and wind techniques here. For the moment, fire was unnecessary. Boom, boom. Qin San transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting among the puppets. Each shoulder charge struck precisely, and within mere moments, 9 puppets lay in ruins. He even had the leisure to give a thumbs-down gesture to Jiang Feng in the water mirror. It must be said that his strength had increased exponentially since their last encounter, all thanks to Su Wanyun's remarkable comprehension. Her cultivation, technique enhancement, and mastery of sword intent had all indirectly elevated Qin San's capabilities. Hebei, you seek death. Jiang Feng's eyes were ablaze with fury upon witnessing that gesture, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. He had never endured such humiliation. Unfortunately, the water mirror could not penetrate, nor could it convey sound. He could only stifle his anger and ascend to the 10th layer, determined to see who would prevail faster. Finally, having conquered the 9th layer, Jiang Feng ascended to the 10th, albeit a few minutes slower than Qin San. It seemed as if Qin San had deliberately waited for him. Only after Jiang Feng had reached the top did he follow. The 10th layer presented a unique challenge. Instead of puppets, 2 second-tier top-tier phantom beasts emerged. Despite their lesser numbers, these beasts were often more formidable than several warriors of the same rank combined, making this layer significantly more difficult. This time, Jiang Feng learned from his previous mistakes, refraining from squandering spiritual energy in a head-on battle. Instead, he employed agile footwork to maneuver gracefully. Simultaneously, he drew his sword, its crimson light gleaming like a ribbon, each strike accurately hitting the phantom beasts. He moved with astonishing speed and was on the verge of defeating one when he couldn't help but glance at the water mirror. His expression shifted dramatically. The dragon-sucking hand. In an instant, the 2 phantom beasts were drawn together by an unseen force, colliding chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, Qin San closed in, executing shoulder charges in conjunction with the wind and cloud shoulder step, effortlessly passing through the challenge in mere moments. Impossible. Jiang Feng watched the figure in the mirror, appearing to stroll leisurely, and felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He had clearly reached the 3rd tier of spirit building and possessed the Shin body, able to easily contend against 10 opponents. Why was he always a step behind? Was it possible that Yi Chuan was stronger and possessed superior techniques than himself? Meanwhile, the elder guarding the tower muttered beneath his breath, interesting. Yi Chuan's wind techniques are remarkably well coordinated. The synergy of pull and charge is seamless, allowing him to outpace Jiang Feng by such a margin. Thus, Jiang Feng fell further behind Qin San, his mindset beginning to unravel. The 11th layer presented 11 first-tier spirit-building puppets. Although this was not a significant increase in difficulty compared to the 10th layer, these puppets exhibited a rudimentary understanding of cooperation. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He retrieved a bracelet and adorned himself with it. It was none other than his ancestral artifact, the golden armlet of protection. In an instant, a radiant golden light flashed, enveloping him in a unique shield. Simultaneously, he engaged in a fiery battle, searching for vulnerabilities to exploit one by one. This contest persisted far longer than the previous ones. Naturally, Qin San had also slowed down compared to before. After all, contending against 11 first-tier spirit-building puppets, while concealing his fire-based techniques and being unable to employ his wood-based methods, had proven to be quite taxing. However, just as Jiang Feng finally dispatched the last puppet, he saw Qin San already standing at the entrance of the 12th level, even yawning casually. Jiang Feng was utterly enraged. He felt like a monkey being toyed with. Every time he exerted himself to catch up, the other party remained effortlessly ahead. This was no longer merely a disparity in strength, but an exquisite humiliation. In the 11th level of the trial tower, the stone chambers on either side of the water mirror were littered with the remnants of puppets. Jiang Feng realized he was lagging significantly behind Yi Chuan, and his desire for victory peaked at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Chuan was still taunting him, he boldly ascended to the 12th level first. The 12th level housed 12 second-tier spirit-building puppets, representing an increase of more than double the challenge of the 11th. Typically, only those of 4th tier or higher would dare to venture forth. Yet Jiang Feng was no ordinary practitioner. He was the second-ranking genius of the outer sect. Armed with a plethora of advanced yellow-grade techniques and a few lower-tier spirit-grade ones, he was confident he could become the first to conquer the 12th level before turning 20. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Zhang Feng ascend to the 12th level, Qin Sen couldn't help but smirk coldly. Impetuousness would surely lead to rapid depletion of spiritual energy. Let us see how you meet your demise soon. After all, not everyone possessed his extraordinary prowess with 3 types of spiritual roots, 3 dantians, and triple the spiritual energy. Zhang Feng, without even taking a moment to rest, had charged ahead. Was it excessive pride or sheer foolishness? Regardless, he was too apathetic to concern himself with Zhang Feng. Settling into a meditative posture, Qin San produced a jade mat and began to rest while observing the scene. It was inevitable, after such a relentless ascent. His lethargy had resurfaced. Outside the tower, the elder guarding it paused, stroking his beard, and glanced toward the 12th level, sighing. This Zhang Feng is far too eager for quick results. The difficulty of the 12th level surpasses that of the 11th by more than just a margin. Such rashness may lead him to ruin. Yet He Chuan understands the principle that haste makes waste. Indeed, within the 12th level, Zhang Feng found himself in unprecedented disarray. He had not only underestimated the strength of the 12 second-tier spirit-building puppets, but had also overestimated his own capabilities. In mere minutes, he was left battered and bruised, his body marred with burns, bruises, and contusions. Although his speed was commendable, the confined space within the trial tower was limiting. The simultaneous encirclement by all 12 puppets rendered escape nearly impossible. No matter how he tried to flee, 2 puppets would appear behind him. A moment's hesitation would allow the others to swiftly close in, delivering thunderous assaults. In the midst of a grueling resistance, he gazed into the water mirror, only to discover that the figure of He Chuan was conspicuously absent from the stone chamber on the other side. A sudden jolt surged through his heart. Could it be that this fellow was resting on the 11th level? The mere thought drove him to madness. Damn it! This spineless coward has not even dared to ascend. Is he afraid? How infuriating! He dares to hide on the 11th level while resting. Is he even a man? If he possesses the courage, let him face me directly. Bang! A fist the size of a cooking pot abruptly smashed into his nose, distorting his entire face. Ugh! Damn it! Zhang Feng let out a cry, blood gushing from his nose, and one of his front teeth had been knocked out. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found 12 puppets simultaneously advancing toward him. Instantly, fear gripped him, and he scrambled to unleash his bear spirit. Yet, at that moment, his spiritual energy had dwindled to less than 30%. Though he miraculously navigated through this perilous encounter, he found himself devoid of strength for the next challenge. Coughing in frustration, Zhang Feng finally breached the 12th level and exhaled in relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly returned to the 11th level. He was determined to ascertain whether He Chuan was genuinely resting or had already departed. Upon descending the stairs, he beheld He Chuan leisurely seated on the ground, engrossed in a sketchbook. A jade pillow? He was actually reading an erotic book here? Zhang Feng felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After striving with all his might to surpass his opponent in speed, he discovered that this guy had merely been hiding on the 11th level, indulging in lewd literature. At that moment, Qin Sen shrugged, leisurely rose to his feet, and nonchalantly gave Zhang Feng the middle finger. He then pointed to his own head and shook his hand, as if to say, "A brain is a wonderful thing, too bad you lack one." You. Zhang Feng could not hear the words, but he deciphered the lip movements. Instantly consumed by rage, blood surged to his throat. Ugh, how dare you mock me? Fine, fine, fine. You think you're so impressive, don't you? You believe you are superior to me? Very well. If you have the capability, ascend. If you can defeat the 12th level, I will eat excrement upside down. Regrettably, despite his lengthy tirade, Qin Sen didn't even spare him a glance. After all, with the water mirror in between, he could not hear Zhang Feng's voice. Subsequently, he closed the jade pillow and turned to ascend the stairs to the 12th level. Zhang Feng erupted once more. Ah, how dare you disregard me? Do not get too pleased with yourself. Once you reach the 12th level, you will understand just how terrifying those puppets are. Within 5 minutes, you will roll back down to the 11th level, perhaps even worse off than I was. Outside the tower, the elderly guardian observed the foul-mouthed Zhang Feng, then glanced at the leisurely He Chuan at the entrance to the 12th level, letting out a long sigh. Alas, 12 second-tier spirit-building puppets arranged in the Big Dipper formation. Even in my youth, it would have taken me a full 2 days to conquer them. It seems He Chuan may be underestimating the challenge. However, it must be noted that Zhang Feng's bear spirit has surprisingly evolved to the Xian body. Could it be that someone from the inner sect of the Zhang family has arrived? In this case, it truly remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. Chapter 82, A Prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. On the 12th level, 12 puppets appeared before Qin San. Upon observing their formation, he immediately recognized that the challenge of this level far exceeded that of the 11th. Even in his current state, without revealing his trump cards, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. However, he felt no fear. On one hand, his spiritual energy was abundant and inexhaustible. On the other, the control effects of his dragon-sucking hand and dragon-pushing hand were second only to the chaotic entanglement technique. At that moment, the 12 second-grade spirit-building puppets stood arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper. The instant Qin San stepped forward, the leading puppet lunged ahead, its fist slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at his face. His pupils constricted, and with a swift point of his toes, he activated the Gale Shoulder Step to its utmost limit, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow of azure wind, narrowly evading the fierce punch. A splendid opportunity, he swiftly countered, using the dragon-sucking hand to create a small vortex in his palm, yanking one of the puppets to stumble. Before the puppet could regain its balance, Qin San collided with its chest, producing a crisp crack as its torso caved in. However, from the 11th level onward, these puppets could not be destroyed with a single blow. With his initial strike successful, Qin San immediately ducked to evade the incoming attack from behind. He then employed the dragon-sucking hand to disrupt the airflow, undermining the coordination among the puppets. Thus, throughout the battle, the proficiency of Qin San's dragon-sucking hand and Gale Shoulder Step advanced at a remarkable pace. Gale Shoulder Step, Proficiency 1. Gale Shoulder Step, Proficiency 1. Gale Shoulder Step, Proficiency 1. Dragon-sucking hand, Proficiency 1. Dragon-sucking hand, Proficiency 1. Dragon-sucking hand, Proficiency 1. Qin San's figure transformed into a gust of azure wind, weaving through the formation, each shoulder charge unleashing a sharp explosion of energy. Yet, after battling for a while, he found himself unable to breach the puppet formation. Each time he knocked one aside, another would promptly obstruct his path. This array was proving quite troublesome indeed. Qin San raised an eyebrow and stroked his beard, suddenly employing the dragon-sucking hand to fiercely draw towards the puppets within the formation. In response, the remaining 11 puppets simultaneously pivoted, their fists and palms surging forth like a tidal wave. Qin San narrowly sidestepped, but was nonetheless struck by a gust of palm wind that tore open a gash on his back. Gale Shoulder Step, Proficiency 1. Dragon-sucking hand, Proficiency 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, yet Qin San had no time to revel in the progress. As the battle wore on, the puppet's attacks accelerated, leaving him nearly defenseless. This is rather intriguing. Must I truly resort to my trump cards? Contemplating this, he altered his strategy, abandoning active offense. Instead, he began to maneuver along the periphery of the formation, scrutinizing the arrangement of the puppets. After a brief moment, he discerned a peculiar detail. Among the puppets, one particular puppet's core spirit stone was noticeably larger than the others. Moreover, its movement pattern was exceedingly regular, remaining fixed in proximity to a specific location. When it moved, it coincided with the other puppets shifting direction to launch a counterattack against him. Once a wave of attacks concluded, it would retreat, concealing itself behind the other puppets. This seemingly inconspicuous detail made Qin San realize that this puppet was likely the key among the 12 puppets, or perhaps it served as the very core of the formation. Could it be that this puppet was controlling the others? If he could eliminate it, would the formation of the others descend into chaos? With this thought, Qin San's robust frame trembled, and he suddenly propelled the wind and cloud shoulder step to its utmost limit. Boom! The azure wind left a fleeting shadow in the stone chamber. Seizing the brief moment, he executed a forceful shoulder charge against the side of the puppet. Crack! The skeletal structure of the puppet's shoulder shattered, causing the entire puppet formation to falter. It seemed that my guess was correct. A chance. Qin San's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he utilized the dragon-sucking hand's magnetic pull to drag this puppet to the edge of the stone chamber. The remaining puppets, belatedly aware, began to assault him, but Qin San used the central puppet he had extracted as a shield. Bang! 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 Several attacks struck that unfortunate puppet, and the core spirit stone in its chest erupted with a dazzling radiance. Crack! The core shattered. Instantly, all the puppets in the vicinity became sluggish, as though a person's mind had sustained a severe blow, rendering them incapacitated. At that moment, a confident smile emerged on Qin San's face. Dragon-sucking hand, dragon-pushing hand, wind and cloud shoulder step. Boom, boom, boom. After a frenzy of absorption, pushing, and crashing, he successfully cleared the 12th level. It must be said that these 12 levels were indeed challenging. The time spent on the previous 11 levels was negligible in comparison. It was evident that the difficulty would only escalate on the 13th level. Therefore, Qin San resolved not to waste any more effort. After all, the ranking in the trial tower was determined not only by the number of levels cleared, but also by the time taken. Among those who cleared the same level, the faster one would rank higher. He had calculated that his time in clearing the 12th level was at least half that of Jang Feng. Thus, he remained in first place. Since that was the case, why squander more energy? Just then, the elder guarding the tower suddenly rose from his armchair. His murky old eyes wide with astonishment. What the hell? This kid actually cleared it faster than Jang Feng, and he emerged with hardly any injuries. He fixed his gaze on the information displayed on the mother-son plaque, which clearly read, He Chuan, cleared the 12th level, time taken, half an incense stick. Good heavens. This was indeed the 12th level. The elder was so excited that his beard trembled. This individual has likely not yet exerted his full strength. If calculated this way, his cultivation talent may very well rival that of Su Wanyun. A prodigy. Absolutely another prodigy. The tower-guarding elder muttered to himself, his gaze toward the trial tower brimming with fervor. In the stone chamber, after a brief moment of rest, Qin San turned to descend the staircase, intending to return to the 11th level to see if Jang Feng was still present. However, upon descending, he did not see Jang Feng across the water mirror. Oh, had he already departed? Never mind. Since he was gone, there would be no spectacle to witness. He decided to rest a bit before heading back. Meanwhile, Jang Feng was on the staircase leading to the 12th level. He had paused to recuperate on the 11th level for a moment, but ultimately, his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ascend and take a look. In his mind, images of He Chuan being obliterated by puppets danced vividly. However, little did he know that the moment he stepped into the 12th stone chamber, he felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Before him lay a chamber filled with the remnants of puppets. What? He actually made it through the 12th layer. Impossible. Jang Feng screamed in disbelief. How could he possibly have traversed the 12th layer so swiftly? Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him. Whether he believed it or not, he had to accept it. He stood there, momentarily paralyzed, his expression shifting from shock to a deep pallor, ultimately fading to a ghostly white. He had lost, utterly and completely. Jang Feng slammed his fist against the water mirror, but it merely caused ripples to ripple outward. He Chuan, I will not let you off the hook. Absolutely not. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he strode toward the 13th layer. Chapter 83. The Celestial Demon's Sacred Body and the Celestial Demon Staff outside the tower. The aged guardian observed the refreshed records, stroking his beard with a knowing smile. The dynamics of the outer sect were about to change, it seemed. Coincidentally, Qin Sen exited the trial tower and returned to the entrance. Noticing Jang Feng was absent from the 11th layer, his interest waned. Furthermore, having worked up a sweat during battle, he yearned to return home, take a shower, and sleep soundly. At that moment, the guardian's dim eyes sparkled with brightness upon seeing him. Young lad, who would have thought you could achieve this? You've broken the record again. He rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling with excitement. Do you realize this is the first time in all my years guarding the tower that I've seen someone under 20 reach this stage? With that, he produced a long, 3-foot wooden box and handed it to Qin San. Qin San had been eagerly awaiting this moment and quickly stepped forward to accept it. What could possibly be inside? The old man shook his head and replied, What it contains, I do not know. The rewards from the trial tower are pre-prepared, varying according to the layers broken. Since you have shattered the record of the 12th layer, this wooden box is your reward. As for its contents, you must open it yourself to discover. Qin San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when he broke the record, there was no box as a reward. This time, however, it seemed shrouded in mystery. Even the guardian was unaware of its contents. It must be something extraordinary. Thus, with a sense of mystery and anticipation, Qin San stored the wooden box in his system space. He then clasped his fists and smiled, bidding farewell to the guardian. Shortly after his departure, another figure appeared at the base of the tower, Jang Feng. However, he was now a shadow of his former self, battered and bruised. In the 13th layer awaited 13 third-grade spirit-building puppets. Although Jang Feng had acquired the Shin body, significantly enhancing his power, he was unable to exert even 20% of his strength due to his depleted spiritual energy. Thus, being vanquished was only to be expected. Consequently, when Qin San emerged, the guardian immediately updated the leaderboard, completely disregarding Jang Feng's entry into the 13th layer. Indeed, as Jang Feng stepped out, he was confronted by the glaring name atop the leaderboard. First place, He Chuan. Second place, himself. Elder, have you seen He Chuan? Jang Feng implored, his frustration palpable. The old man, recognizing his agitation, could easily discern his underlying thoughts. At present, he shook his head and remarked, I only focus on results, disregarding all else. If young Master Jiang wishes to seek out this friend He Chuan, he must rely on his own efforts. Jang Feng twitched his lips, but ultimately resigned himself to the situation. There was little he could do. He had heard his father speak of the extraordinary background of the guardian of the trial tower. Even Li Daoran would have to bow in humility before him. Naturally, he dared not offend him. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Upon returning to the Jang family, Jiang Feng entered a state of seclusion. With less than 3 days remaining until the Ascension Conference, he believed that He Chuan would undoubtedly appear at that time. Therefore, he needed to recover from his injuries swiftly, aiming to eliminate He Chuan, the greatest threat, during the conference. Should he fail, the outer sect of the Jiang family would be entirely taken over by the inner sect, and he himself would lose everything, becoming a castaway of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Su Qingsheng was diligently refining the Tai spirit fire. Ever since he had agreed to Jiang Feng's proposal to eliminate his grandmother over a month ago, the Su family had become a mere shell of its former self. The question of whether to take control had become inconsequential. His current objective was to succeed in refining the spirit fire before the conference commenced. Thus, even if he could not match Jiang Feng, he would not be far behind. Once he passed the conference's assessment and entered the inner sect, he could still thrive alongside Jiang Feng. With a bit of good fortune, if he performed well, he might even gain the favor of the inner sect of the Jiang family, thereby joining them and acquiring abundant resources. Moreover, there was one crucial matter. He had to kill Qin San. The downfall of the Su family could be traced back to Qin San and Su Wanyun. Without Qin San, Su Wanyun would have long been Jiang Feng's woman. Why then would their circumstances have deteriorated to such a state? Hence, his hatred toward Qin San surpassed that directed at the enigmatic and unknown He Chuan. Speaking of which, upon returning to Jingyu Mountain, the first thing Qin San did was eagerly retrieve his reward from the trial tower. A 3-foot wooden box. If it contained a weapon, it seemed somewhat lacking. Yet if it held something else, it appeared ample. What could it be? After a moment, he opened the box, only to find a pitch-black staff lying within. Its surface rugged and uneven, resembling a charred stick from a fire. The staff measured exactly 3 feet, feeling remarkably light in his hand, almost weightless. However, the instant Qin San grasped it, he sensed an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual power emanating from within, certainly not an ordinary item. Xiaowu, can you discern its purpose? After 2 months of adaptation, Qin San had come to understand that Xiaowu possessed considerable intelligence, capable of conversing with him much like a normal person. He could not help but seek her assistance at that moment. Xiaowu promptly provided an answer. Master, this item does not originate from the Xinxiao continent. It appears to be crafted from a special material from another plane. Qin San raised an eyebrow, astonished. Another plane? What then is its purpose? Xiaowu paused briefly before continuing. According to my analysis, it is a type of weapon capable of transforming into various forms based on the user's thoughts. You may consider it a universal weapon. However, before you can utilize it, you must first let it acknowledge you through a blood sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Qin San's curiosity was immediately piqued. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the wooden staff. In an instant, an eerie scene unfolded. A torrent of black mist erupted from the dark stick, and before Qin San could evade, the mist surged into his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Ah, what the hell? Accompanied by a searing pain that felt like tearing, Qin San collapsed to the ground. The agony radiating from his innards contorted his face, and his veins bulged ominously. At that moment, Xiaowu spoke again. Detecting that the soul of an ancient demon god is attempting to invade the host's body, the system is actively assisting the host in repelling the invasion. Invasion successfully thwarted. The soul of the ancient demon god has been devoured. The host has fused with the celestial demon's sacred body. The host has acquired a special spiritual root, the demonic spiritual root. The host has successfully acknowledged the celestial demon staff. The celestial demon body possesses formidable self-healing abilities and is inherently immune to all malevolent entities. From this day forth, the host may switch to a demonic cultivation form at will. Current physique of the host: immortal and eternal body, phoenix sacred body, celestial demon sacred body. Current spiritual roots of the host: fire spiritual root, with spiritual root, wind spiritual root, demonic spiritual root. The moment Xiaowu finished speaking, the excruciating pain that Qin San was enduring vanished entirely. In its place, a new Dantian suddenly emerged within him, a pitch-black Dantian brimming with demonic energy. Rising to his feet, Qin San marveled at the overwhelming, sinister power coursing through him, utterly astounded. He had never imagined that this staff harbored the soul of an ancient demon god. Had it not been for the system, he would have already succumbed to the ancient demon god's possession. How terrifying is this? Fortunately, he faced no grave danger. Now, his Dantian had expanded, and his reservoir of spiritual energy was equivalent to 4 times that of a martial artist of the same realm. Simultaneously, he sensed a profound connection with the celestial demon staff, one that resonated from the depths of his soul. Celestial demon sword. Clang. A crisp, Resonant sound echoed as the black staff in his hand transformed instantaneously into a pitch-black sword. Chapter 84. Promotion Conference. What the hell? Gazing at the astonishing black sword in his hand, Qin San was utterly stunned. Yet, amid his excitement, a faint twinge of concern emerged. From this moment forth, he had become half a demonic cultivator. In the realm of Xinjiao continent, demonic cultivators were akin to rats scurrying across the street, universally reviled and hunted down. He recalled the tales of demonic paths chronicled in an ancient tome he had once read, most of which ended in tragedy. The most renowned sect, known as the 10,000 Demon Sect, had emerged 2 millennia ago. Its disciples were all awakened with demonic spiritual roots. However, the 10,000 Demon Sect had not perpetrated any heinous acts. Yet, due to the nature of their disciples' cultivation of demonic methods, they ultimately faced the united onslaught of hundreds of sects, leading to their complete annihilation. Thus, Qin San was quite certain. Although he had gained an additional magic root and significantly enhanced his strength, he understood that such power should not be revealed easily. Otherwise, it could invite calamity upon himself. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, he resolved to act as if his magic root did not exist. With this determination, Qin San took a deep breath and attempted the transformation ability of the celestial demon staff several more times. As expected, just as Xiaowu had said, the staff's transformations were entirely limited by his imagination. Whatever he could conceive in his mind, it could become reality. Swords, spears, staffs, halberds, shields, axes, sickles, hammers, claws, whatever he desired, it could morph into. It could even take the form of a woman devoid of clothing, entirely pitch black, cold to the touch, devoid of any emotional value. Qin San preferred the simplicity and utility of swords and shields. With a thought, the sword reverted to a black staff, which he stored in his system space. He then returned indoors and gently placed CC, who was still akin to a fiery ember, onto the bedside. If not for her steady breathing and peaceful expression, one might have thought she had burned herself to death. With no other option, Qin San temporarily settled her by the bed, then covered his head with a piece of intimate clothing left behind by Su Wanyun, inhaling its fragrant aroma before drifting into slumber. Now he awaited the Ascension Conference. 2 days later, on a clear morning, the viewing cloud platform was already teeming with voices. Today marked the triannual Outer Sect Ascension Conference. Outer Sect disciples aspiring to enter the Inner Sect must pass the rigorous assessments of the conference. At the entrance of the viewing cloud platform, a towering archway adorned with the ancient script Tianyin Wen Dao stood tall, while the central arena had been transformed into an expansive assessment ground. Powerful prohibitions surrounded the area, with spiritual patterns radiating immense spiritual energy. Tens of thousands of Outer Sect disciples surged into the square amidst the clamor of drums and cheers. Naturally, there were age restrictions for the Ascension Conference, so most attendees were there merely to spectate. Only a small fraction were actual participants. Have you heard? The Outer Sect Jiang family has been taken over by the Inner Sect Jiang family. Jiang Feng has further advanced in strength with the help of the Inner Sect elders. Of course I've heard. I also learned that besides Jiang Feng, only Su Qingcheng remains from the original top 10 Outer Sect competitors. The others plan to participate again in 3 years. Oh, did they suffer a setback in the competition and decide to focus on cultivation for 3 years before re-entering? Most likely, given that this Ascension Conference offers only one coveted slot for an Inner Sect disciple, the competition is fierce. By the way, there's another matter. The enigmatic He Chuan has broken through the 12th level of the Trial Tower, setting a new historical record. No way. Is that true? Absolutely. I witnessed it myself. Although Jiang Feng also reached the 12th level, his speed lagged behind He Chuan by more than half. Who exactly is this He Chuan? Is he the one who won over Yu Xiangning during the martial arts engagement? It is still uncertain. All I know is that Yu Xiangning seems to have garnered the attention of the Inner Sect Alchemy Tower and has been granted an exceptional opportunity to enter as an intern alchemist. Is that so? When did Yu Xiangning become an alchemist? Amidst the cacophony of voices, suddenly, a figure caught the attention of many. Look, isn't that Qin San? Su Wanyun's partner? Is he also here for the promotion conference? Surely not. Isn't he a mere wastrel? He must be here for Su Wanyun's sake. With his partner already a true disciple, he must find a way to pursue her. Huh, but just him? Even with 800 legs, he could never catch up. At this moment, a spirited Qin San entered the square, blending into the crowd. Varied gazes were fixed upon him, some filled with envy, others with disdain, ridicule, or malice. Yet, he remained indifferent, proceeding straight to the registration desk for the assessment. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was about to leave, 2 figures rudely pushed through the throng, Jiang Feng and Su Qingcheng. Jiang Feng bore the remnants of injuries from the trial tower, his face marked with bruises. Su Qingcheng, having rested for over half a month, appeared to be in good health. Upon seeing them, Qin Sen smirked slightly. It seemed they had forged some sort of alliance. But what of it? Even if everyone conspired against him, they could not hinder his entrance to the inner sect today. Qin San, don't tell me you two are here for the assessment? You think you're worthy? Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse, dripping with contempt. Qin San feigned innocence, replying, Jiang, it seems we have no personal grievances, do we? My participation in this assessment is none of your concern. At this, Jiang Feng abruptly seized Qin San by the collar. Grievances? Who decides if there are grievances? If it weren't for you, Su Wanyun would already be mine. At this point, he and Su Qingsheng had both directed their accumulated resentment squarely onto Qin San. After all, the Zhang family's current plight stemmed from the events following the matchmaking conference. Qin San was like a harbinger of misfortune. Since his arrival, nothing good had come to pass. Meanwhile, Su Qingsheng quickly chimed in, exactly. My sister is now a true disciple. You are utterly unworthy of her. Do not dare dream of entering the inner sect to catch up with her. Witnessing the conflict among the three, the surrounding disciples instinctively stepped back. Yet, Qin San did not spare Su Qingsheng a glance, merely brushing Jiang Feng's hand aside with indifference. Regardless of your thoughts on my worthiness, I remain the legitimate husband of Su Wanyun, and you will forever be nothing more than a sycophant, and a rather unsuccessful one at that. Haha. Upon hearing this, the pent-up anger within Jiang Feng surged. He began to channel his spiritual energy, intending to teach Qin San a lesson. But just then, a sharp voice rang out. Jiang Feng, today is the promotion conference. Do not cause trouble. Otherwise, I will revoke your qualification for the assessment. Jiang Feng froze, turning to find the outside elder, Li Daoran, who was indeed the host of the event that day. Elder. Su Qingsheng quickly clasped his fists in respect. Li Daoran glanced at them but said nothing, turning to head towards the center of the square. Perhaps out of respect for Li Daoran, Jiang Feng had no choice but to rein in his spiritual energy. He then shot a threatening remark at Qin San. Umph. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Once the assessment begins, you won't be smiling for long. Chapter 85, a one-round elimination? After a brief interval, the registration phase came to an end. The final count of participants in this promotion conference stands at 1,682 individuals. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the testing platform in the center of the square, and the host, Li Daoran, announced with a voice that resonated like thunder, the 573rd promotion conference for the outer disciples of the Tianyin sect officially commences. We shall now proceed to the first round of assessments. I have named this assessment the Spirit Capture. Now, I invite all assessment disciples to step onto the platform. In an instant, over 1,000 outer disciples participating in the assessment flocked to the center of the venue. Surrounding the venue were disciples from the entire outer sect, gathered to witness the evaluations. Some were there to enjoy the spectacle, while others came to cheer for their descendants or loved ones. Indeed, members from various prominent families, alchemists from the outer sect alchemy tower, scholars from the library pavilion, individuals from the treasure pavilion, and even disciples from the law enforcement division were all present. Hey, do you think this Qin San has what it takes? Come on. During the last competition, didn't Su Wanyun say he had just awakened his spiritual root? In such a short span of time, what improvement could he possibly have made? At most, he is just a mere mortal realm cultivator. Haha. It's nearly impossible for someone at the mortal realm to pass the assessment. He is just here to make a fool of himself. Not just a fool, he is likely here to help prop up the bottom ranks. Indeed, at his age, having just awakened his spiritual root, his aptitude is most likely abysmal. Even if given 3 more years, he might still fail the assessment. It must be said that Qin San's notoriety had eclipsed even the established talents Jiang Feng and Su Qingsheng. After all, his connection to Su Wanyun was enough to spark conversation. Especially during the competition, Su Wanyun had repeatedly defended Qin San. This undoubtedly created the illusion that Qin San was merely a beneficiary of her favor. Is there perhaps some peculiar preference at play, given that a prodigy like Su Wanyun, who looks down upon Jiang Feng, would take an interest in a waste? At that moment, amidst the bustling discussions, Li Daoran suddenly activated a mechanism within the venue. Immediately, a bizarre scene unfolded. The more than 1,600 individuals who had just been on the platform vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a luminous screen appeared above the assessment platform, revealing the images of the assessment disciples. Esteemed participants, all assessment disciples have now arrived at the first testing secret realm, known as the Withered Spirit Realm, a place devoid of spiritual energy. The participating disciples must extract spiritual energy from this realm to fill their spirit storage orbs. The first 500 to succeed will qualify for the second round of assessments. His voice not only echoed throughout the stands, but also resonated within the secret realm itself. The assessment disciples glanced down, only to discover a transparent orb had materialized in their hands, the origins of which they were unaware. Qin San tossed the spirit storage orb a few times, and after a moment of contemplation, discerned the purpose of this round of assessment. It was undoubtedly designed to test their affinity for spiritual energy and their absorption speed. The stronger the affinity, the greater their capacity to extract energy in a place lacking it, thereby providing insight into the varying potential for cultivation among individuals. In a moment of reflection, Jiang Feng approached him with a cold smirk, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. "You worthless fool, how dare you participate in the assessment? This is nothing short of self-humiliation. Do you truly believe that Su Wanyun would ever fancy you? Now that she has ascended to become a true disciple and glimpsed the vastness of the inner sect, she has likely forgotten you entirely." Su Qingsheng chimed in, "Brother Feng, I reckon he won't even pass the first round. Sooner or later, my sister will abandon him." To this, Qin San could not muster the energy to argue. For he alone understood the truth. Su Wanyun would never sever ties with him. If that were the case, the system would have long since alerted him. The absence of any warning from Xiao Wu indicated that Su Wanyun had never contemplated dissolving their relationship. Now, esteemed disciples, let the contest for spiritual energy commence. Those who successfully fill their spirit orbs with energy shall automatically return to the assessment platform. Upon hearing Li Daren's voice, Qin San promptly seated himself on the ground, cradling the spirit orb in one hand. With my 4 dantians and the sacred phoenix body of Su Wanyun, my affinity for fire energy is exceptionally high. Moreover, my spiritual energy can freely transform among the 4 elemental attributes. At that point, I can convert fire energy into wood energy, swiftly and without anyone unearthing my secret. Draw forth the energy. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily stunned. Upon channeling his energy, he realized that he seemed unable to absorb spiritual energy. "Master, you are unlike ordinary martial artists. Due to your inability to cultivate autonomously, you cannot absorb the ambient spiritual energy when your dantians are already filled. Only by depleting your energy can you begin to absorb again, but you can only fill all 4 dantians to capacity." Xiao Wu's words left him utterly bewildered. He had previously overlooked this fact. Reflecting on it now, he realized that he had never attempted to absorb energy when his reserves were full. He had always meditated only after expending energy. What now? Am I destined for elimination? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Su Qingsheng began to draw in spiritual energy. Jiang Feng's pace was evidently swifter than Su Qingsheng's. In the blink of an eye, a tint of red energy had already appeared within his spirit orb. After all, he possessed a profound physique, allowing him to absorb energy at a rate far superior to those without such unique attributes. At that moment, the other candidates had barely managed to absorb less than 1%. This disparity alone was sufficient to highlight the advantages of possessing a profound physique. Amidst the gathering, discussions flowed like a tide. Countless gazes were drawn toward the luminous screen at the center of the assessment platform. Jiang Feng held his spirit orb aloft, crimson energy pouring into it like threads. Within a mere half of a tea brewing time, the transparent orb was tinged with a faint rosy hue. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin San, a mocking smile gracing his lips. A fool is a fool. After all that time, he still cannot absorb any energy. Su Qingqing echoed, "Huh? I knew it would come to this. With his meager cultivation, how could he possibly compete with others?" In the audience, waves of laughter erupted. For among the thousands of disciples, only Qin San's spirit orb remained empty. How ridiculous that such trash dares to aspire to become an inner disciple. Su Wanyun must be blind to believe he could ever achieve such a status. Su Wanyun is a phoenix, while he is but a mere worm. The two are destined to inhabit entirely different realms. Qin San stared blankly at the spirit storage orb in his palm. The surrounding disciples either sat cross-legged or closed their eyes, their spiritual energy flowing into the orb. Only his fingertips remained empty, and the orb's clarity was striking. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. What should he do? He needed to expend spiritual energy to absorb it. Was he expected to demonstrate his skills right here? Qin San glanced toward Jiang Feng. That fellow's spirit storage orb had already turned a deep crimson, the fire-type spiritual energy within it taking on a tangible form. Although Su Qingsheng was significantly slower, the enhancement from the Tai spirit fire within him allowed him to outpace many of the other disciples. Nearby, some of the disciples could not help but murmur amongst themselves. How could someone so inept even think of participating in the assessment? It was downright laughable, as if he had come solely to embarrass himself. The mocking voices pierced his ears, increasing his sense of urgency. After all, he had to become an inner disciple this time. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill his promise to Su Wanyun, and he might truly find himself abandoned. Would he then be destined to fade into oblivion? Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him. Of course, the dragon absorption technique, though it bore no lethal capability. It could generate a fierce suction while simultaneously consuming spiritual energy. Why not use the dragon absorption technique while channeling his energy? This would allow him to absorb the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings. With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he raised the spirit orb higher. Dragon absorption technique. Boom. Without warning, a tremendous suction force erupted, stirring the air currents of the secret realm and startling everyone present. Simultaneously, the spirit storage orb in Qin San's hand suddenly blazed with brightness.